The Dark Demon King. Volume 6 by Hishi Dairy, translated by Shikaku, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 230. The Price of Justice. Southwest territory of Spada. The surroundings near the national border, adjacent to the neighboring country Foreign, has turned a gently sloping hilly area. Nearby the not-paved highway with only wide breadth, which connects the two countries, 2 tents had been set up in the campground. Eddie, the knight candidate who just rose up to rank 2 the other day, along with his classmate Sheena, kept guard while encircling the bonfire. Eddie had brig brown hair while Sheena had light green pigtail hair. They both didn't have any appearance worth standing out. Their height or physique, as a human, could be said average. At a glance both would seem like a normal student couple. However, their relationship is not something that erotic. Even the status quo is only because their party is collaborating for accomplishing a quest. Although they were en route back to Spada after accomplishing the quest, the danger of fighting the monster has long since gone. Phew. Therefore it can't be helped that Eddie is relaxed to the point of yawning by opening his mouth. Why are yawning? Undisciplined. However, looks like Eddie behavior wasn't favorable to Sheena, who wore glasses and looked just like the epitome of too serious person. Instead of a glint in eye, the somewhat big round glasses glittered. Why'd you care? Let me yawn. Just because we are going along the highway doesn't mean monsters won't appear. We should not let our guard down. Arg, why are you like that, Prez? The two quarrel while being illuminated by the bonfire. Though strangely, there was no dangerous feeling around them. Means that something like this was daily routine, even if the members who were sleeping currently were to see it. They would back off, saying even a dog won't barge in a lover's quarrel. Geez, can't you become more ladylike and refined like Irina-san? Again with Irina-san, how about you give up? She is not a person you can ever reach up to. It matters you. Having his weak spot hurt, Eddie ends up giving an overreacted easy-to-understand reaction. Seeing him like that, Shen, with a sigh filled with disgust, continued. Stop dreaming and try to think more realistically. There are other girls, right? Huh? What do you mean by other girls? I'm only devoted to Irina-san. That's what I resoluted when I first saw her. Geez, you're truly an idiot. Seeing Sheena pouting, Eddie tried to think that what made her that displeased. Unfortunately, he had no answer. How about you then? You been in the magic studies since old days. You ain't got any single man you love, right? I not really have anyone like that. To Sheena saying that while turning her face away in a vague manner of speaking, gave Eddie a hint, and he started the pursuit. Who is it? Or he was about to start, when he sensed the presence of someone approaching the campground, and shouted to know the intruder's identity. Listening more carefully, the sound of footsteps and groan can be heard. Looks like the opponent had got no intention of hiding their presence. A breath later, Sheena too stood up, and for confirming the identity of that someone on the other side of the darkness of night, she waved her favorite wand. Torch. After the fast chanting, a single magical torch appeared in midair and shone upon the direction the presence was coming from. What, a girl. The one coming while facing them was, without a doubt, just like Eddie said, a human girl. Her appearance wasn't like that of them too, wearing equipments for quests, but she wore thin, casual clothing one would find in any rural village. Albeit the highway reaches villages, but for a girl resembling a village girl, loitering here in this late in night is just too unnatural. They thought that she might be some sort of undead, but help, please. The moment they heard that sorrowful yell, Eddie put the sword back in scabbard, while Sheena put down her wand. Looking carefully, her clothes seemed to have been violently torn, her feet had no shoes or sandal, completely barefooted. It was easy to understand that she wasn't in a normal condition. Oh boy, are you all right? Hearing the story from the now under protection girl, she seemed to have escaped from bandits. Fuck, how dare they do something this cruel? They understood themselves about how this girl, who seemed 2 or 3 years than themselves, got into that state. Most probably, she found a gap among the bandits who would do her and ran away. This ain't good, for bandits to camp near this place. Let's increase our vigilance. They would surely come looking for this girl. The male members of Eddie's party and female members from Sheena's party were now awake, armed, and ready to go. With a nervous expression, everyone paid attention to the surroundings. Please help. To the girl, who was petitioning while crying, Sheena smiled gently as to make her relieved and said, "It's fine, we would protect you. Can't say any better myself. After all, we are the knights from Spada, we will protect you." Eddie, who just said such cool-seeming words, retorts came from surroundings. "Aren't you still a knight apprentice?" But though they were knight candidates, their spirits were already of a full-fledged knight. None of them thought of leaving this pitiful girl on her own. "Hey, look over there. Seems like them bandits sniffed our place too." On the end of the point Eddie pointed towards, a line of lights approached them from straight ahead. Judging from speed, they were, without a doubt, riding horses. There was no way them, who were on foot, can overrun them. "It's going to be battle time, everyone. Put all you got into it." 4 boys, 4 girls, in total 8 knight candidates swear by the pride of Spada Knights to successfully overcome this hardship. Just like when they fought against monsters, after positioning the battle positions of vanguard and rear guard. Finally, from the other side of darkness, the bandits appeared. "Good evening. When I thought just what adventurer it might be, hee. Turns out to be young lads and lasses. Are you Spada students, HM?" The person who appeared headfirst was a person equipped same as us, but had a vulgar feeling seeping out of him, the one which adventurers don't reek of. Continuing after the man, as if to oppose Eddie's party which was in formation, the bandits dismounted from the horse and stood in a line. As for numbers, bandits were on the more side, albeit they weren't able to confirm their exact numbers due to darkness. They felt that the difference in their war potential based on numbers wasn't fatal. Eddie and others were still second-year students, but have worked hard in everyday training, not like the mismatched bandits who haven't even learned a martial skill to full satisfaction. Conversely, on the bandit side, they are showing conceited expressions as if thinking they would never be defeated by some children. The turbulent air flows among the two parties, but neither take out the sword from the scabbard. A momentous deadlock state was born. "Hey, listen, don't get that worked up. We are just searching for someone." Looks like they made the man standing head first as the negotiations representative, and weren't going to assault immediately. We saw no one air. As the leader of boys' party, Eddie spoke as the representative. "The girl under protection is hiding in the tent. There's no way she could be spotted from the outside. If they could get over this situation by feigning ignorance, it would be for the best, but bruh, this place is just fucking 2 spacious meadows. Given that the only place to hide can be inside that tent, can't you let us check it?" The reason they weren't able to let the girl get away before the bandits came was because this place is a spacious meadow with nothing that can hide. "I refuse. Even we aren't you brats errand boys. So let us confirm the thing that needs to be confirmed, or it ain't going to be good." The baldy, while scratching his head and showing a smile saying he had seen through everything, said those words. "Ain't I telling you that I refuse? Fucking get lost." SIGH. While heaving an exaggerated sigh, the man continued his words. Bruh, are you mistaking us for bandits or something, aren't you?" "What the fuck? We are the so-called slave dealers. And chasing after our escaped commodity is our really important job, so we are currently doing our work. The services of slaves, though, is under some agreements depending on the country in Pandora, but is not fundamentally banned. Even in Spada, the slave market publicly exists. If you're deliberately hiding her, then you will become the bandits. We are legally doing our slave trading, having our commodity pillaged. We won't keep quiet. But if you are to give us back obediently, then everything's over. Both of us would sleep peacefully tonight." The 8 boys and girls trembled. If whatever the man said is truth, then they would be accused guilty for assisting the escapement of the slave. "Slave, huh, I see, but I ain't gonna blindly accept whatever you say." Hey, that is. And more than anything, the violence against slaves is banned, so you will be accused for inflicting violence on her. Sheena spoke sharply, continuing after Eddie. "Slaves are approved of in Spada. Though it's not like their human rights are all revoked, they are not to be subjected to absolute dominance, the thing which appeared in the unpleasant past history. In city-states that approved of slavery, starting from Spada, in relation to the treatment of slaves, the responsibility of the owner is decided by the law. Though the girl might have dropped herself to a slave, the sexual abuse to her is not allowed. In the very least, to own a slave publicly adhering to laws like this is needed. TCH, you damn fucking brats, Trin, to be smart." The man cursed as if spitting out, but the knight candidates have already taken out their swords, drawn out their bows, cocked their wands, and were showing their fighting spirit without backing off even a single step. Shut up, you damn old fuck, come at us from anywhere. Don't underestimate adults, you fucking brats. Hey, all of you, get 'em. That is what I would actually want to say right now, but bruh, you and your friends all look quite strong. Fighting you is scaring us a little, frankly speaking. Just when they thought that those people would come at them in rage, the man showed a frivolous smile and didn't show even the slightest of hostility. The men standing behind him, though, had weapons in their hands, but had no intention to fight. Well, we got bodyguards for times like this, teaches, leaving 'em to you. As if responding the voice of man, 3 shadows appeared right in front of Eddie and others. Leave it to me, it's finally my screen time. I will make these brats into wrench shapes. The tallest shadow was an 2 meters big golem. Holding a mace and tower shield, which correspond to its great body, in the hands, the single eye on its head glittered red ominously. What, aren't they truly just brats? The next big shadow, though smaller than golem but bigger than a normal human, was a giant with shaved head. Wearing simple leather armor with a somewhat large battle axe in hands, but from the man's bulged muscles, one can't help but feel the power hidden in them. Fumo. The last one was, standing besides the 2 big ones, seemingly small, but in truth was almost the same height as of Eddie or a little shorter. The blonde man with vacant eyes had his skin strangely pale. The face and body both seemed haggard. At a glance he seemed like a seriously sick person. But wearing a worn-out black coat, along with a special sword called katana hanging from the waist, he seemed more like a ghost, making one feel eeriness and goosebumps. Ha, there's new commodities in such an unexpected place, teaches. If possible, capture them girls alive. Like that, the young knight candidates with future prospects would get to know the price of doing justice without power, with their bodies. Chapter 231, Come, the Forest of Tentacles. Great Forest Latifundia is a standard dungeon called as Forest of Lati in a friendly manner by the adventurers of Spada. But in the deepest part are a variety of rank 4 monsters lurking. If a low-ranked adventurer carelessly wandered in there, well confirm the death notice. No, even if not going into deepest part, the places where skilled adventurers have to face dangers. Those monsters may appear out of blue. For instance, a place with innumerable ivy wriggling in a zigzag form, it's exactly that place. A sweet bad smell is floating in the air, which is enough to make one choke. If a person breathes it in, regardless of gender, their lower body would heat up. This smell promoting sexual desires apparently is emitted from the mucus secreted by these wriggling ivy. Every ivy, upon touching hands, seems bewildered. They are all covered in mucus shining like greasy oil. After experiencing the effect of this thing, which can be called as natural aphrodisiac, even the scene of getting entangled by trees would seem obscene. No, it's not like these ivy acquired the power to produce mucus with such lewd effect by pure coincidence. This ivy, officially called as Mordura, got this type of evolution for implementing a more efficient and effective way to breed. The original body of Mordura is a ball shaped by the ivy clumped together. Its approx size is of 1 meter. These long ivy that protrude from there, properly called as organ-like tentacles, perform movements and attacks, even capturing the prey. If it's just one of them, then its body also is small. The power in tentacles, too, is not too strong. If one has even a little of reasoning power to hold back this horny sexual desire, these aren't monsters that people cannot defeat. However, maybe it's as expected, they move in crowds. It's not just advantageous in numbers, but also the smell of emitted mucus is denser, showing the intensive effect of changing a person into beast within less than a few seconds. With the scene of Mordura covering the forest with slippery stuff, even a rank 3 adventurers would hesitate to attack if they haven't downed a detoxification potion beforehand. On top of tormenting the opponent with this intense aphrodisiac, Mordura breeds. As to what it exactly is something that is about to be performed that it had captured a new prey. The pitiful prey was a pure white Pegasus, seeing 2 wings growing on the back resembling that of swans, specifying that this was a female Pegasus. The pure-blooded maiden is used mostly as the symbol of purity, but there is no guarantee whether this Pegasus is a virgin or not. Just, she can be a pure lovely virgin, or a mother of a child, or a whore that opens her legs for anyone, no, more precisely, to Morjura. The differences of men and women of all ages doesn't matter. Even if it's a monster or a person, the thing Morjura does is always the same. Hence, even capturing this beautiful Pegasus, it won't feel anything other than getting a new prey. Well, that only works if they have emotions. With the effect of Morjura's aphrodisiac stuff, the Pegasus lost the power to either fly in air, stand on ground, and falls on the ground. The short-tempered tentacles have started to wrap around the white body. Finally seeing the Pegasus stopped moving, the surrounding Morjura simultaneously extended their tentacles. The tentacles covered with transparent mucus head towards that hole which any animal would have. Those are the mouth for eating, nose for sniffing smell, anus for excretion, of course, also the sexual organ for producing children. In a hole of that sort of hole, the tentacles of Morjura enter as if competing with other tentacles, without any restraint, gentleness, or even leniency. The mucus covering the tentacles worked as a lube. The tentacles entered the hole without any resistance while making slippery sounds. Feeling her whole body being pierced, the Pegasus raised a shrill cry, but was made silent by the tentacles even entering from the mouth. The tentacles, after entering somewhat into the body, released the seed they had been holding. The children of Morjura use the body of other living being as nourishment for growth. Hence, by laying the seeds inside the body, they nurse it. Like that, the being having the seed planted inside has the nourishment absorbed from the interior of body and soon after dies from weakness. Around this time, the grown-up Morjura bites and tears apart the stomach to get out, so even if they don't die from weakness, their death is inevitable. And this continues for until one side dies. In other words, just like now, the being would have tentacles stuffed inside forever, and seed would be planting inside it forever. Getting captured by Morjura means the body is raped just like now for several days. That's why Morjura, while being a rank 2 monster, is a monster which adventurers would never want to lose to. It easily enters the top 5 category of most unpopular monsters. If one is completely captured by Morjura, then they can't even suicide if they want to. That is the same for this Pegasus too. Till the time her life lasts, the seeds of Morjura would keep on filling her womb. That is her fate. But that fate is toppled over at an unexpected turn. Having the Death Reaper come to her before she went, she was given the relief of death in this current moment. Shitty smell, and what a cruel scene. The one who appeared abruptly was a man clad in apprentice mage robe. The guild card hanging from the neck was bronze representation rank 2. In his right hand was a machete with a hue of deep crimson as if it was burning. With just one light of it, the raging flames surge out vigorously. But those weren't any normal flames, but black burning flames that don't exist in natural world, the darkness flames. Those black flames reduced the lying down Pegasus, and the Morjura squirming around like hoodlums, into ashes. Morjura, having a body structure near vegetables, having this much of flames poured upon, would only die with no room for survival. You're right, most of the monsters with tentacles have a habit of doing this thing. With a calm voice without any intonations, a witch in black clothes appeared from behind the man. She waved the red wand in her hands while looking at the man. Several tens of fireballs are fired off rapidly, blasting away the remaining Morjura trying to extend their tentacles. Ugh, it smells funny here. The one who appeared this time was a small girl clad in a sphere-shaped light green barrier. Seems like she didn't like the smell emitted by Morjura and was showing a sullen expression by knitting her thin brows on her lovely face. And that sullenness is not only represented by her expression, but also by her behavior. She flickers her 2 pairs of wing, which is the special characteristic of fairies, and several orbs and beams scatter all over the place. Ah, I finally thought of trying out the new blade made of Rathpun's right arm, but Morjura's count just seems to decrease by each second. The man says that with disappointment while shifting his vision to the young girl and the small girl, who are scattering the fire and light here and there respectively. The moment he turns back, the Morjura attacking him from behind didn't even enter the man's vision, but end up getting burned and bisected from the machete, which he called Rathpun's right arm. Sorry, Kurono-san, it was just too gross and disgusting. The smell, I hate it. To the non-timid witch, an angry fairy, the man nodded while smiling WRLY. Well, certainly it was gross and stinking, not someone I would fight for a long period. The man once again revert his vision to the front, only to see several corpses of Majura burnt black, or in pieces. In this place, even with a glance, it was clear the Mordjura neared 100, but after seeing such a one-sided attack, more than half ran towards the center of forest. Anyhow, we were able to defeat the prescribed number. With this, the quest is accomplished. Furthermore, this Mordjura subjugation just happened to be the last quest needed for Element Master to reach rank 3. Chapter 232, The Man with 100 Points. The moment a man wearing apprentice magician robe appeared, the heartbeat of the receptionist Irina, who was working in the Adventurer Guild Academy District branch, rose up a notch. Welcome back, Kurono-sama. Congratulations on completing the quests. With this, you are now rank 3. Irina's smile this time was, for the first time since she started working in guild, from her heart. Ah yes, thank you very much. Kurono was taken aback seeing the cute smile and taking unexpected words of compliment, but somehow managed to safely respond. So please have your way with it. Irina took the 3 guild cards forwarded by Kurono with a smile, and started to operate the magic item for updating the guild card. You're increasing rank at an unbelievable pace. It completely surprised me. You are right, me and the party members have somewhat ability. Without any difficulties, easily reaching rank 3 doesn't mean their ability is somewhat level. For instance, if a skilled rank 3 adventurer starts from rank 1 again, and can reach to rank 3 within a month, well, pipe dreams. Though it might rank 2 monsters' subjugation quests, with their ability of a rank 3, they would need to make elaborate preliminary arrangements and need to be careful while moving around at the actual place. At times, leaving the target even after discovering it because of their large crowd or the movements of nearby monsters is also common. In that case, it would take quite a lot of time to complete the quests. In spite of that, the fact that they reached rank 3 with just a little over 1 month while accepting all the quests means that they swiftly ended the quests. There's no other proof. As a bonus, this party called as Element Master brings the monsters counting more than requested in the quest. This truly is the truth and evidence that their ability is enough to squash monsters even if they form crowds. Irina is already convinced that Element Master has ability of rank 4 or above. Yufufu, what were you doing before becoming an adventurer? Sorry, that is a secret. No, it's my fault for trying to pry unneeded. Even with this casual conversation, Irina deepens her conviction that Kurono isn't a country bumpkin from village, but just as he said, someone great with a secret. Thinking further, the party members, Lily the fairy and Fiona the witch, these two from the same village cannot be childhood friends. Perhaps he was an elite knight of Daedalus. Thinking back, the history of participation in the emergency quest for escaping from Daedalus to Sparta also seems fishy. Thinking of them not as just adventurers, but the survivors of the defeated Daedalus army who, for protecting the civilians, took on the rear guard. Thinking like that is more coherent. After running to Sparta, the knight having his motherland destroyed tried to live his life as an adventurer. This choice seems plausible. A knight of a ruined country, isn't this situation quite stimulating? She was about to get drowned in her own delusions, but Irina, being an elite receptionist, completed her work. In other words, the updating of guild card was finished. Yes, the updation is now over. Like that, the bronze started shining like silver. Handing the now silvery shining guild card to Kurono, Irina said words of congratulations and encouragement. Being praised from words and smile from her heart, Kurono showed his bashfulness as if to say he was embarrassed. Depending on person, that scene could be called dreadful, but seeing his cold, sharp face smiling broadly, Irina's heart was tormented by the so-called gap moe. Shit, he's just too good. Irina was about to drool and have a nosebleed, but thanks to the steeled reasoning power, which every elf has, she was able to feign composure. By the way, what would you do about quests, Kurono-sama? Judging from past experiences, the next lines would be to see all the rank 3 quests needed for reaching up to rank 4. No, quests are postponed for some time. Oh, is that so? Hearing the unexpected answer, Irina felt disappointment and stopped the listing of rank 3 quests within her mind. Yes, I've been thinking of taking adventurer course of the academy. I see, so that's the reason. Though Irina said that, lots of doubts rose in her head. Why as of this time? His ability is more than enough. He's even reached rank 3 means that he knows the ABCs of adventurers, moreover. If he was truly a knight, then he would also be fairly educated. Adventurer's course has reading and writing, elementary math, brief history, theology, etc. The subjects that could be learned for education are all basic ones. Even if Daedalus happened to be a developing country, there's no way that the knight, who would carry the country, didn't learn all that. Just what does he intends to learn in the adventurer's course? Irina, who couldn't get an answer out, even thought that Kurono wasn't a knight of Daedalus. In the end, she returned to the starting point about Kurono's identity. Absolutely nothing. Can I ask one thing? When her head was about to be filled with question marks, this time, Kurono called out to her. Yes, what it might be. In a flash, Irina replied with a perfect smile. Though the inside of her head is like that, she doesn't disturb her outward appearance. She's only been working for 2 continuous years. But ability-wise, she was already in the realm of professionals. I had heard that upon reaching rank 3, various information on monsters is unbanned. Can I inspect that? Yes, you have heard right. Upon reaching rank 3, most of information can be inspected. The informations are on the 2nd floor. Rank 3 is a rank when one can be considered a skilled adventurer. Hence, from now onwards, fighting monsters above their rank is their own freedom, or so the guild thinks. Fighting recklessly would only end up as dying, but fighting with power, for aiming more higher, and then it's needed to take some risks. In that judgment, Guild has authorized all the information, except classified information, to be displayed to adventurers of rank 3 or above. I see, thank you. Seeing Kurono giving thanks to her kind, careful and thorough explanation, her heartbeats rises up a notch again. Well then, in near future I will be back for quests. Kurono, who was leaving that place, by saying his thanks. Please wait, Kurono-sama. Was stopped by Irina. Huh. Maybe he didn't thought to be stopped. Kurono showed a little perplexed expression. I'm sorry, but this is a little personal. I just wanted to give my thanks to you. Thanks. Of what? Before Kurono asked, Irina bowed deeply and spoke. I'm really grateful for saving me in my peril. If Kurono-sama didn't enter at the right time, I would have lost my life to that murderer. Who a murderer, you mean? Don't tell me you're the victim from that time. To Kurono, who showed a truly surprised expression, Irina continued her words in a sarcastic manner. Did you by chance not recognize who I was at that time? No, I'm sorry. At that time I was quite desperate myself, so I didn't have composure to confirm the face. No, it's all right. That situation just popped out of blue after all, and I even had a different hairstyle at that time. But I immediately understood that you were Kurono-sama at that time. That's right, that was the reason why Irina, like a young pubescent girl, was making her heartbeat increase when she talked with Kurono. Kurono is the knight for her, who saved her in her peril from Jodo the serial killer. I'm sorry, but it's good that you're fine. That should be my line. I called the law guardians immediately, but I didn't know if they made it in time or not. At the time of interrogation, I finally heard all the details and was relieved. Irina knew later about the situation currently, that Kurono was approved of appearing a day later because he was tired. Irina knew that Kurono saved her, but she didn't know where he lived. Then she finally thought that they would only be able to meet in guild, and right now that is exactly happening. It was helpful that you called the law guardians. Thank you very much. After exchanging some words confirming the health of each other, this time, Kurono truly left the guild. While gazing at the masculine back wrapped in the black robe, Irina muttered, Yufufu, Kurono-san, I'm giving you 100 points. The marks for Kurono she had held back for some time were now recorded as 100 points, a perfect score, and the highest marks for Irina. Chapter 233, The 7 Deadly Sins. Never had I thought that the female who was attacked was Irina-san. Is this what they mean that world is small? It was unexpected truth, but I was able to save a person I know of. As the results, I've got no intention to complain. However, considering all that, for some reason, Fiona's reaction was unfavorable. To me, who was talking happily, she was sending me a cold glare. Is this the, I defeated the murderer, don't show haughtiness yourself type of nuance embedded glare? But even Lily, who was hearing besides me, had a cold reaction. Just what the hell is with them? No, Well, it must only me overthinking about their cold reactions. It must me getting excited on my own, whereas for them both, saving people in this world lodged with monsters might be daily occurrences. Setting this matter aside, just like I heard from Miss Irina before, to obtain the newly unbanned information, I made my way to the reference room, which is exclusive for rank 3 and above. Though I say that, this reference room entirely covers a single floor out of these 4 floors. It would be more precise to call it library, judging from the amounts of books and documents it stores. These all are not only based on monsters, but also weapon, magic, stuff related to adventurers, etc. In fact, the floor is divided into parts based on the classification of books. So, I took charge of getting info about monsters, and left other information gathering to Lily and Fiona. The still estranged from common sense me suffers a lot to understand the contents of books due to unknown nouns and peculiar expressions. It would be great if I comprehend the ecology and habitat area of monsters, but in most cases, I give up on the documents which simply need lot of comprehension power, especially the books related to magic. That's why did I do role sharing. Well, to Fiona, who went to a vocational school like Elysian Magic Academy, finding new books of magic is a low probability. Well then, will Mia tell me the important stuff? When I step into the reference room with monsters' information stuffed inside bookshelves, I closed my right eye and surveyed the surroundings. Gotcha. Several books of the monster list, which always gets updated by guild because of its high frequency of use, started glowing in red, emphasizing their existence. Closing the left eye, I looked from the right eye, and as expected, the red luminescence disappeared. It returned back to a normal book. Even if it's magic, the structure of this eyeball is still unknown. Well, because it's convenient, let's ignore. I took the books which radiated red color, piled them on the table, and while opening the first book, sat down on a chair. This reference room is only being used by me currently, so it's truly quiet. Hearing the sound of me turning over pages resounding in the room made me recall of the literature club of my high school. While indulging in the emotions, I moved the pen over a white paper and note down the info in the books. This information is about the new trials which would come in future. After spending quite a lot of time, I listed the monsters which were in red color upon seeing from the left eye. 6 left, On the paper, 6 names were written. Greed, Gore, Sloth, Eskil, Pride, Gem, Gluttony, Oct, Lust, Rose, Envy, Ray. Almost like the 7 deadly sins. Indeed, the demons which are crowned with the names of sins are the only worthy offerings for getting the divine protection of Demon King. To words I muttered for some reason, unexpectedly a reply came back. I turned back to look. There stood Mia in the same uniform of academy as I saw before in the plaza. Just kidding, did it sound too cool? Ahaha, saying that Mia seemed bashful. Hey, if you're that embarrassed, then don't say it in the first place. But it would be pathetic to point that out. You appear unexpectedly, as always. Isn't that more godly? Is that so? I think that, but looking at the prideful Mia, it makes me want to compromise to her words. Of course, at this stage, I'm taking her more of the child Mia-chan, rather than a god. So the rest of trials will be over after subjugating all these 6 monsters. Yeah, but even if I don't tell you reason, you know it, right? After defeating Wrathpun, which had the power of flames, I obtained the ability to change my black magical energy into flames. And from the 6 monsters I just investigated upon, it's written that they all are specialized in attribute power. Fire, water, ice, earth, lightning, wind, light, darkness, these 8 are the attributes of magic. If I can use all 8 of them, without them, I can name myself as a true element master. The monsters left to complete the trials have all the attributes except the fire and darkness. Changing the black magical energy into the form and nature of some attribute, that is the power of divine protection, right? You're right, at the lowest you will get that sort of power. Mia sat in the seat in front of me and put a big lunch box, which God knows where she took out from, on top of the table. She's gonna have lunch, leaving me a personal work. I pursued behind those meaningful words. At the lowest means there is more to come. How you use the power is up to you. It's about how proficiently you can use it. But upon clearing all the trails, there's a lot to come. That's why, work hard. Saying those encouraging words, Mia took out an unusually big sandwich from the already opened box and started gulping it down heartily. The smell of bacon stuffed between two white soft breads along with meat stimulates my appetite. It's so troubling. Aside from that, use the power as I wish means not the aim, but how I practically use the ability to show effect, right? In the Mordjura subjugation quest, I used the black flames via the enhanced Ifrit's thumb, the machete Rathpun's right arm, and it proved that even using a normally would release lot of firepower. No, it only means that the Rathpun's right arm was more high-spec than I thought for. Strato's smithing workshop really did a great job. I will go there more in future. Setting it aside, I need to get more familiar at using this power. And then I would be able to turn only the blade super hot always, like that the things I could do would only increase. After obtaining different nature transformations, it would be interesting to combine them all together. Of course, at the current stage, it's like counting raccoon dog skins before even capturing them. Moreover, aside from that, the lot to come after completing the trials is probably the divine protection activated upon reciting the name of God, right? Shock, her small mouth and hands stopped. Why do you know that already? Why? Well, everyone has been using divine protection by reciting the name of their god. That's why. For Lily, it is Fairy Queen Iris. For Vulcan Orphan Wolf Wolfgand. For Sususan Shadow Fairy Handsomer. I have seen the scene where they recite the name of the god when activating the effect of divine protection. There's no way I wouldn't understand after seeing that. So you knew it all. Mia resumed eating her food, but with a displeased expression. What the fuck did she wanted to keep it as a secret? No, it's too strange to not notice it. But I'm getting excited on thinking what spell would I recite. Why the hell am I trying to please this god? Thinking that, I spoke this remark, as I was unable to endure the figure of Mia eating sandwich with a depressed expression. Really? Mufufu, but I won't tell you, it's a secret yet. Looks like my remark did a great job. Mia's mood swings in a second, and now she is smiling. For some reason, I can't help but think of her as a child just like her appearance. Well, it's all fine as long as it's cute. By the way, Mia. However, just like there are rules for gods, there are rules even in the world of people, which I have to teach this child right now. What? Before I noticed it, Mia, who had already finished the bacon sandwich, was now heading towards the next egg sandwich. I carefully paid attention to it as if I had become the librarian. Eating and drinking is banned in the reference room. Chapter 234, Enrollment Celebration. 20th of Red Flame Month. Time is of before the bell of noon rings. At this time we, the Element Master, walked within the magnificent main building of Royal Spotter Academy. Though it's enrollment, we easily entered the adventure course, right? I second that. Indeed. The other day, after reaching Adventurer Rank 3, we finally enrolled in the academy as we had thought from before. Although I say that, this is the adventurer course which would welcome anyone if one pays enough money. There would be no exams imposed, so it is less worthy than passing the high school. Therefore, today is our first day of attendance as students. The only thing we need to do are fundamental enrollment procedures and briefing about the school. After that, it's up to you whether you want to take classes or not. If you like, then you can stop that instantly. There is neither a homeroom teacher nor a need to self-introduce in the new class, just the class one thinks are needed needs to be attended, that sort of system. Judging from traits of adventurer's course, this degree of freedom seems natural, though knowing all that, I held anticipation for the new school I would commute to, so this came as a disappointment. I even recall the useless action of buying the uniform, the black blazer. It's a little bit late, but not all people in the adventurer's course wear the uniform. The ones wearing it for integrity are not even half of them. It's kind of disappointing, judging from the looks. Isn't it good, the uniform? I am liking it, and it's looking good at Kurono-san too. Kurono, so cool. No, your levels at wearing the uniform stylishly is completely unsurpassable by me. It is fitting perfectly on Fiona because of her age, and Lily is completely looking like a glittering first-year student. Compared to them, I, who wore the school uniform of school I went to before, had been changed with the blazer, so it feels fresh as if I have become a new transfer student, but based on outward appearance I'm looking like a normal high school student, or not anymore. Compared to that time, my height had increased, and more than anything my physique increased by a leap with all that toned muscles. I'm now more fitting as an adventurer rather than a high school student. Well, even like that, upon getting praised by Lily and Fiona that I look good, albeit on any standard, it makes me happy secretly. By the way, what are you two going to do? I will go meet Will and Simon. Seems like they are going to do a celebration party on my enrollment. Wanna come together? I'm thinking of first seeing the library. There is something I want to search for. Later on I will step in there. She's so diligent for checking the library, as expected of which. What will you do, Lily? You see, Lily too has work to do. What? Lily got work to do? Just what work does she has to do in her child form? Yufufu, still a secret. I see. Now that she told it's a secret, I can't pursue further. So for the time being, later on Lily and Fiona will come together, so I will go first to the storage. I mean laboratory where Simon and Will might be waiting. Ah, now that I think about it, Will is the Spada's second Prince Willhart, though I have told these two about meeting him, but today will be their first time meeting him. It would be great if Lily doesn't put her guard up seeing his vigor. Why the hell am I getting overprotective? Well then, see you later. Like that, we are, wanting to head for our destinations, temporarily separated near the front entrance of the main building. This is. Right now, I visited the rundown lab of Simon, and within, as promised, got a warm welcome for enrollment. I am truly happy that they are celebrating my entrance. In truth, a shock which I had never expected was waiting for me. After all, the ones standing in front of me aren't these rice balls? The soft, plump white rice with black nari on the top. This, though simple yet refined dish, no matter from where you look at it, seems like a rice ball. Maybe because I just took hold of a freshly cooked one. From the triangle of white-black color, little bit of steam rises. The faint smell of nari just greatly stimulates my stomach and appetite. Whoa, Oni-chan is truly surprised. Fahahaha, it's just as we had told you. Seeing my reaction, Will seemed satisfied. What is this? Did Will prepare it? I had heard before that they would wait with lunch prepared, but never had I thought that an rice ball would appear. Just why is rice ball the comfort food of Japanese? Present in this another world, as if natural, I ask whilst my arousal is still continuing. Fumu, let me confirm it first, Kurono. You are a foreigner, in other words, an existence that came from a world different from this one, right? Yes, no wait, did I ever tell you that I'm a person of another world? To Will's manner of speaking full of confidence, I ended up giving my affirmation. But I hadn't told him about another world fact at the time I told about the fight in Alsace village. Currently the people who know that I'm another worlder, here called as foreigner, are just Lily, Fiona, and Simon. I sent a fleeting glance of suspicion to Simon. Maybe he understood my intention and rejected it by shaking his head and hands. Don't get your guard up, just because you're a foreigner, I won't do a thing to you. The black hair and eyes in the first place is the trait of foreigners mostly, so I could guess it just by looking at you once. Now that he said that, I haven't met people with black hair and eyes. I had seen people with one of them, but people with both of them would be only the experiment subjects. I see, thinking probabilistically, the Japanese traits of black hair and eyes equates to trait of foreigners, just what that one can guess easily. Well, I have one red eye now though. Now, seeing you react that way to this dish rice ball, which a foreigner had told, I was completely confirmed of that fact. Looks like I was entrapped. But if a Japanese person sees rice balls in a strange another world, there is no way the person won't get happy. No, the fact that concerns me is. And foreigner told means there are others like me in Spada. Though I said others like me, strictly speaking, I don't mean those who were summoned here as experimental subjects. Other than that, Japanese summoned here for some other main cause is a surprising point for me. No, they aren't in Spada. Then where? Well, calm down. Let's talk while eating. Rice balls are tasty though cold, but still eating them hot is best. Ha ha ha. Will sat down elegantly while laughing as usual, continuing me and Simon also sat. No, well, rice balls are truly tasty. Crap, I'm about to tear up from the happiness and homesickness. Well then, has Kurono heard about Count Red Wing? While eating the another world version of rice balls, which has fish like salmon garnished, Will started talking. While taking the tea from the Will's maid who named herself as Syria, this tea tastes like green tea, that means tea leaves also exist here. Turning aside that sort of thoughts. Nope, never heard of it. I replied. Fumu, you had been living in the countryside of Daedalus. No wonder you didn't know about a noble of city-state, so let the me, who brain is filled with gray matter. Count Red Wing was from a country called Rune. He was also the person who came from Japan country. He was the one who made it. Nuwa. Simon, how dare you reveal the important stuff so easily? That was the most foolish act. How can you not understand the inner workings of a conversation? After all, Will's self-advertisement is always long. The talk won't continue. The alchemist looks at the complaining prince with scornful eyes. Looks like they got friendlier when I wasn't around. No, more than their progress, the fact Count Red Wing was a Japanese is more shocking. Most probably Red Wing is an alias, the name he got here. If it's truly an alias, then his name would be Akaba-san. No, that's just too simple to be true. Akaba means Red Wing. Anyway, even a Japanese me can say this rice ball is perfect. It only means that the Count isn't spouting any lie. However, if he was a Japanese like me means, he would have had a rough start without any means. Still, he became someone that great, completely different from the adventurer me, who doesn't even has a permanent residence address. Hey, how do I meet that Count? Well, meeting him is impossible. Why does the Count don't want to meet anyone like adventurers? Quite arrogant. Count Red Wing died 50 years ago. Come again. To Will's words, I let out a foolish sound. Died moreover 50 years ago. That's just shit. No wait, come to think of it. People like you have lived in the era I was alive. Rather, there were many more compared to now. When I first met Mia, she said that thing. That's right, the phenomenon of summoning people from Earth is not something that didn't happen before. Is that so? Truly unfortunate. I thought that I would finally meet someone, decent and normal from Japan, but it doesn't seem like I would get the chance. You don't get that, depressed Kurono. The Count of Rune had left various things of another world origin. That's right, there are also sushi and tempura, and other things for eating. I got happy at the unexpected follow-up by these two, and sushi and tempura, ftarihaha. I laugh out loud, because the way Simon said the names sounded like the dialect of a stereotype foreigner tourist. What did I say something strange? Well, even sushi and tempura are the dishes Rune boasts of. Cuckoo, no, the pronunciation was different. It said sushi and tempura. Woe as expected of a real foreigner. The reaction of Simon and Will seemed strange and made me laugh more. I can't meet Red Wing person, who is without a doubt Japanese, but still, I got some interesting information. Rune, let's go there in future sometime. Chapter 235, Lily and Chairwoman. You see, Lily too has work to do. Lily said that truly cutely, but... Excuse me, can I ask you to convey a message to Chairwoman Passiful? That if she remembers the name Lily of Fairy Garden, I would like to meet her. On the counter on the second floor of main building, Lily said those words in her child form, but her way of speaking was completely that of an adult. In her round and cute emerald eyes, intelligence, no, cleverness seems to reside. Please wait a moment. 1 minute after getting that answer. The chairwoman wants to meet you. Let me guide you to the chairperson room on the top floor. The clerk female, who had been seeing Lily as a child, was now guiding her with a nervous expression on face. As expected of long-living dark elves, it's going to be 30 years now, and she still remembers that. Lily slightly recalled her meeting with the chairwoman of Royal Spada Academy, Sophia Sirius Passiful. 28 years ago. In the dead of night, within Fairy Garden, a dark elf covered in blood was crouching near the root of a tree. From her neck, a silver plate guild card was hanging, implying she was a rank 3 adventurer. On it, the name without the family name Sophia, mage class, and other information was written. This is somewhat bad. Sophia's figure in desperation, while muttering that seemed weak and frail. Her delicate hair, just like a silver thread, were disordered. The glossy dark brown skin was dirtied by blood and dark soil. The white robe she wore was torn, burned, frayed, and didn't seem like an armor anymore. The girl with vacant atmosphere drifting around, with blood and dirt stuck on her, lost her shining beautifulness. Seeing her dirty figure, one would think she was a weak and frail girl who was attacked by monster or bandits within the forest. But Sophia was anything but weak and frail. That is something one would know even if they don't see her guild card, but look at the surroundings. Surrounding Sophia were several tens of ice sculptures. Those were of humans, beast people, and many other races. They were all armed with weapons, looking just like a group of adventurers. In fact, they were adventurers. I shouldn't have fought alone. While looking the ice sculptures with a faint breath, she regretted. But often by the time one repents, the irreversible work had been done. Sophia, just a moment ago, killed all the adventurers that joined hands to steal the artifact that resides within the holy land of fairies, the Light Fountain. Entering the Light Fountain area is forbidden. This is an official rule in the Western Daedalus, and every village's adventurers guild calls it like that. But she would never move to stop the adventurers doing bandit-like work because of something like sense of justice. I don't like it, for that reason. The opponents were the just too bad. Sophia and frozen dead adventurers met last night in the dining hall of Adventurers Guild of the nearest village, Urs. And just that single contact made this group spout shit about Sophia in addition to her dark elves race. It was inside the Adventurers Guild, so Sophia feigned calmness and drew back at that place, but it's the truth that I wouldn't feel better until I get them good. And the result was massacre of all members. This was quite common way to end the quarrel among hot-blooded adventurers. HMPH, you're so unsightly, Lady Killer. Seeing the only rank 4 elf man, who spouted the most shit from her blurred vision, Sophia let out a bitter laugh. While alive, his elf face was quite good, but after being frozen, it was pulverized and would never be seen again. Ah, crap, I'm getting really sleepy. If I lost my consciousness, then it will remain like that forever. The falling eyelids were stupidly heavy. In accordance to survival instincts, she tried to hold onto her consciousness. But considering her current state, it was nothing more than short-lived resistance. After all, I was cut out for just this much. It's a worthless manner of dying, but is more adventurerish. The time she started thinking negative thoughts proactively, and was waiting to accept her death. Are you fine? She sensed a childlike small human-shaped person, while Shining stood in front of her. What is it the divine messenger that picks the dead up? For them to exist in and not be a lie. For looking at the face of the divine messenger, even for just a glance, she mustered her left strength and somehow opened her eyes. There was a small girl's face, with long platinum blonde hair and emerald green eyes. While her body was literally shining, she was truly lovely and beautiful. And 28 years later, in current they both were having a reunion in the chairperson room of Royal Spada Academy. In the documents distributed during the briefing about school before, if Lily hadn't noticed the name of chairperson on one of its page, this reunion wouldn't have occurred. After that time, I started taking care of myself, and am now able to live like this. Taking care, the heroic saga about the adventurer called as Valkyrie Blizzard, is something I had heard even while living in a rural place within Daedalus. Stop it if was when I was in active duty, but after retiring hearing, that second name is embarrassing to an unbearable extent. Saying that the beautiful dark elf woman smiled, the face of the about-to-die girl isn't left. But still Lily knew just by a glance that she was the adventurer who was saved all that time before. Still, you haven't changed at all, as expected of Fairy A. Lily compared her small body, which was sitting on a black leather sofa, and the body of Sophia, which couldn't be any riper for any female, which caused her be conscious of the flow of time and difference of races. Even elves can't be compared to preserving youth to the magical existences. Fairies, who don't have the very concept of getting old, even if it's Lily, who was half human, half demon, the difference could not be covered. But it is a different story if that difference is for good or worse. Looking at their chests, Lily is like the Great Plains stretching till horizon. Conversely, Sophia is like great mountain range which reaches up to heavens. If Lily had heard the information about Kurono being a big-breast lover, she would have glared the profound ravine made by glossy dark brown skin, without caring about the authenticity of the information. Oh, I thought you would have only known my child form, but you seem unperturbed by the current Me Too. It's only recently that Lily is now at least able to restore her consciousness to the adult form. It is someone who knows Lily till now. They would know that she neither spoke like a child nor did she wear the clothes that fairies wear. Her speaking words fluently and wearing the uniform of academy can already be called quite a great change. That red jewel in your bosom is really beautiful. Lily carries the queen beryl under cover to hide it, even now. But, looks like in the long-slitted blue eyes of Sophia, this artifact which contains enormous magical energy was clearly reflected. As expected of a rank 5 adventurer, I'm no match for it. Most probably, she already knows from where this artifact came from. Ex-adventurer. Well, currently I'm working as the chairwoman of this academy, not like I'm seriously working. However, to you, my life savior, I can help in many things that occur within the school. But she didn't seem to have any intention of pursuing that matter. Lily had thought that even a fight would occur, but seeing the person she saved was with wisdom, she felt relieved. Well then, what is your wish? I've received the gratitude at that time, Fufu, so this is strong sense of duty particular to dark elves. Thank you. Lily felt she might be able to build a good relationship with her. After all, while knowing Lily from before, she didn't despise her as a child. This attitude is full or wariness and intelligence. Fumu, I see. If there's some problem in the school life, just tell me. If you want, I can arrange a room in dorm or a laboratory for you. Ah, there is also an all-year-long free pass for the school cafeteria. To those words, which seemed half-joke, it would be great to stop that free pass. Your school side is too big. Lily replied seriously. Can you eat that much? There is a glut as my party member. If you take charge a fee, she would keep on eating for who knows how many hours. Taking Lily's serious answer, Sophia let out a stifled laughter. Looks like she took it as a joke. Even if the school cafeteria falls into a deficit, Lily would act ignorant. Ah, but I'm thankful for lending a dorm. I had been thinking it's about time to leave the inn and buy a room somewhere. It was the truth. Adventurers are mostly out for quests, rather than staying at inn. And if it's wandering adventurers, then they use inn rather than getting a room for a long-term contract. But after commuting to academy, their time for quests would relatively decline, and they would remain in Spada until graduation or dropping out of school. In that case, buying a room is more economical than inn, for a long term. I see. If you want it, then just tell me at that time. And do you not want the laboratory? I know the meaning of a student having their personal laboratory, but I don't want to be indebted that much. It was more of not wanting to create needless debts, rather taking advantage of favor. Admirable attitude. I want to let the sons of incompetent nobles hear that line. It's not that great of a thing. If I present the recipe of Fairy's miracle drug, I would get 1 or 2 laboratories easily. Can you not present it right now? I won't say stingy thing like, just a laboratory. I would compensate for your wish. Yufufu, I have no intention right now. Lily already, from the start knew about the true worth of Fairy's miracle drug that she could create. And Sophia had learned about its high effect 28 years ago. I see, it's unfortunate. If you change your mind, tell me anytime. And yeah, we were talking about dorm, right? Rather than pursuing further, Sophia chose to change the topic quickly. Yeah, I need it, is it all right? Other than elite candidates' personal dorms, it's no problem. I want it near the shabby place where Simon Friedrich Bardiel is living. Of course, it's not Lily's wish, but rather Kurono would be happy like that. Before, Lily had known about Bardiel family and Simon in the shop called Fairytale. Though Simon is an adopted and youngest child, there's no change in the fact that his name contains the name of one of the 4 great nobles of Spada. In short, being familiar with him would get them a powerful connection. As a bonus reason, for Kurono, who possesses knowledge about the other world's tech, and Simon, who possesses the genius brains for implementing that knowledge, it's better for them to stay at one place. It would increase the progress of research and development. No, it would be better to not be placed there. That place is. Oh, so even a legendary adventurer like you also show discomposure. Rare things sure occur in world. The moment Lily interrupted the most plausible reason for rejection. A strained, freezing atmosphere reigned in the room. I knew that fairies have an extra magic like telepathy, but for it to work to this extent. I'm a little bit special, but if I didn't had somewhat information beforehand, I wouldn't have been this confident. The freezing crystal blue eyes and shining emerald green eyes intersect. Even a powerless, normal person saw this glaring match. He would bend on his knees easily. Or, if a knight sensed this atmosphere, he would have put hands on the hilt of sword quickly. It's completely Lily's fault for creating this turbulent critical situation. In the information she learned from Fairytale, there was info about Sophia's and Simon's relation. For instance, about her recommending him to leave the school temporarily to create money, etc., etc. The info was not decisive, but with that as the trigger, Lily reached upon a guess with her intuition. And that guess was proved this moment. Sophia, who had casted Mind Protect on herself, which is equal to a soil frozen for eternity, but the turbulence of emotions did occur to observe it easily even with mind protect. The emotion Lily captured was just like a flower sprouted in snow, the so-called jealousy. Though you're my life savior, I won't hand him, Simon, over to anyone. Hence, Sophia spoke her true feelings to Lily, who could read her mind. Most probably she knows that Lily, just like Simon, is a survivor from Daedalus, and she was saved miraculously. And maybe she deluded herself in thinking about the stuff between a man and woman who have survived the cruel emergency quest. I won't hand him over, it's absolute. Till now, Sophia's heart didn't waver at all like an iceberg, but right now her heart was filled passion like blazing purgatory. While sensing that passion which could burn the one intervened in her heart, Lily smiled with elegance. You fufu, relax, the person I love is someone else. Fairies' love is only one, we don't do treachery. Is that true? Fairies never lie. Sophia probably knows that those words in itself were a lie. But she believed Lily's words about not having romantic emotions for Simon. I made an embarrassing mistake, sorry. It's fine, love-struck maidens need to be like that. It's a problem to call Lily, who was of 32 years, and Sophia, who was surely about double Lily, as maidens. But there is no one to point that out here. Nor would anyone point that out if they didn't have the resolution to fight against two armies. But frankly speaking, I was surely surprised to see you serious to that extent. Is it truly strange? Our age differences is more than 20 years, even our races are different. Though they might not compete publicly, but some specific races have feelings of disgust for other races. Elves and dark elves are classic examples for that. In public view, they aren't a couple which would be welcomed. The age goes without saying, although the standard is different, it is a problem in all races. New, it's nothing strange, age. Race, those shitty things have no power in stopping the power of love. But Lily asserted, there was no hesitation in her words. There was no lie or deceit in Lily's words. On the other hand, it's truly a surprise for her to be this innocent. Lily had thought she would have lots of experience with men based on her appearance, career history, and age, but sensing a clumsy color of first love in the outer surface of Sophia's consciousness, she was indeed surprised. I see, Fufufu, there's nothing wrong, me and Simon are the best couple. No, I never said that much. Lily gulped down the line which came to her throat. A scarlet hue spreads over her cool, beautiful face, and her bewitchingly alluring lips curl in a sluttish way. Even if she doesn't need to hide her love anymore, but showing this sort of reaction is too much, Lily thought that while feigning innocence. But because it was a pure and beautiful love, the instinct of fairies is stimulated. It was truly something of concern of how did that weak and seedy-looking Simon captured the heart of this girl who was called as Valkyrie Blizzard. Judging from your reaction, there was no one else to talk this about, right? If you're fine with me, I can help you with love consultations. Chapter 236, Guiding Through the Great Library. Arg, pain in the ass. While saying lazy words like that, the first Prince of Avalon and the leader of Rank 5 Party Wing Road, Nero Julius Elrod, was walking within the school premises. The place he was heading was to the library which not only Royal Spotter Academy, but also the country's spotter itself boasts about. The library not only had books since long ago, but also the biggest book collection among other countries. Though it is located as a library of a single school, but everyone calls it Great Library as a part of paying respect. Damn that Safi, do your document search on your own. The reason why Nero was heading to the Great Library was because he was asked help from one of his party member, Safil Maya Hydra. Plain jobs like this are suited more for his too serious sister, but Nell is currently in classes along with Charlotte and therefore cannot move freely. Of course, the sword-wielding muscle-brained Kai is out of question. So eventually, only Nero, who is good and also has brilliant mind, if only one ignores his attitude to find things bothersome, was the one left. What is you are of wasting time, right, my ass? I was actually fully enjoying my own free time in my own way. That is what people call wasting time, but looks like Nero was still a child to understand that. Anyhow, Nero headed to help Safi, though while complaining, surely within the bottom of his heart, he might have been feeling tired with boredom. He might be wanting for a peaceful daily life, but somewhere within his heart, a self-contradicting feeling evading boredom sometimes appears out to torment him as distress. Oh well, it's nothing that sentimental right now. Sigh, so need to find a damn fucking book in this holy shitty big place. Truly depressing. While muttering that, Nero absent-mindedly kept on staring the great library in front of him. As the great library was made using the conventional architecture techniques, so its outer appearance is just like a temple. He crossed the corridor with round pillars with white entasis standing on the sides, and arrived in front of a double door at that time. That girl is. Nero's red eyes caught sight of a person he has seen. From the opposite side than himself, a girl was heading towards the front entrance. The figure of girls wearing uniform was quite a common thing in this academy, but her short light blue hair and shining golden eyes somehow had a divine charm hidden in them. Nero did remember this girl with a white face and facial features just like a doll. Hey you, so you were a student of here. Nero called out to the girl who passed by him and put her hands on the door. Who are you? The girl asked about his identity, but seeing the face of the girl once again from up close, he was convinced that it wasn't a wrong person. She was the girl whom he saved from a dangerous spot after getting called out by 2 skirt chasers in the plaza. Now that you say that, I didn't name myself at that time, though I thought you might have known me. It was already surprising for Nero to find someone in Spada who didn't know him. But what surprised him more was that she didn't remember him in spite of being saved from trouble at the right time. Nero only remembers that though he had saved various other girls from stuff like that, but later they approached him passionately and he was fed up from it. There were also times some girls determined his lineage, though he hadn't named himself, and even pushed into the Avalon Royal Castle. Do you seriously not remember me? Yes. Her eyes weren't of happiness upon being called by a charming man, but were filled vigilance towards a suspicious person trying to woo her. If I did something the wrong way, maybe I too would get beaten by the wand just like those 2 playboys. Thinking that, Nero decided to choose his words carefully. 1 week ago, weren't you being troubled by some playboys from our school? If this event in itself was on the verge of being forgotten, then even Nero cannot do anything about it. But, there was hope. Looks like the black gods of Pandora were smiling at him. So you remember it. You are the one who was trying to woo me at that time. No, not that one. Just when he thought they were smiling, it turned out to be a prank by God. The girl's reply was truly above outside of his expectations, and it made him feel vexed upon being grouped with those playboys. Remember it correctly, when you were quarreling with those 2 while hitting them with your wand, I saved you, right? Yeah, that 3rd playboy was. No, I wasn't the playboy but saved you. Didn't I just say, hey, remember when I intervened the other 2 easily backed off, right? Okay. The girl's face still showed no signs of being convinced, while Nero sighed within. Though she remembered him, but he never had guessed that she would remember him this vaguely. But you're quite interesting. What's your name? I'm not someone whose name you should know. She's getting more interesting. Nero unexpectedly let out a smile to this girl who was feigning innocence. Thinking back on it, it's the first time he had actually met someone who would take on such a cold attitude to him. Nero had a high status, good appearance, and ability too. For better or for worse, there was no one who would ignore him, at least until now. That's why Nero had some interest sprouted towards this girl who has had an indifferent attitude. Sorry, it's manners to name oneself before asking, right? I'm Nero Julius Elrod. I'm Fiona Solil. The girl named herself as that. Seems like, though she was indifferent, she wasn't mannerless. Seeing her behavior, Nero felt a good impression about her. Incidentally, even after he named his family name, telling her about being a royalty of Avalon, the expressionless face of the girl didn't change even a bit, which Nero felt likable. So Fiona, what is the work you have here, in this great library? If you want to search for something, I will help you. Though both were helping, but he thought that it would be more worthwhile to help this Fiona, who he met just now, rather than helping Safi, who would always push him around. Of course, judging this girl's cold attitude so she wouldn't ask anyone, hence he tried to ask her himself. There is something I would like to ask. However, unexpectedly proactive words came from Fiona. What is it? Nero looked straight into the eyes of Fiona, with a spirit saying that he would answer anything other than the state secret of Avalon. The golden eyes which looked back at him didn't have any emotions wavering, rather he even had a hunch that she could completely see through him. There must be a place where the prohibited books are placed in this library. Do you know where it is? Holy, that's one damn question. though Nero's facial expression remained the same, but inside he was shocked. However, he had guessed from before that this to-the-end expressionless girl would ask something damned. Originally, the place where prohibited books are sealed is a place students have no work in, and also, it is publicly banned to go in there. In the first place, the information related to the inner parts of Great Library's prohibited area is not something mere students would even know about. Fiona's appearance, the expressionless face, seems like it isn't expecting an answer to her question. And yet, the details of question weren't something out of just curiosity. The right answer here would be I don't know, and even if he did knew about that place, he shouldn't tell her. However, while making his red mantle, the proof of being an elite cadet, flutter and putting the hand on the door, he boldly declared, "Kay, I will guide you, follow me." Around the time the bell of noon rang, Nero finished the guiding of Underworld Great Library in safe health, and they both returned to the entrance. "Well, it's something like this. Are you satisfied now, lady?" "Yeah, it made a good reference. Thank you very much." Nero made use of his presence detector and evaded the eyes of people, and went around the prohibited Great Library's deepest parts. Though he didn't enter the sealed area, but just guided her till the door. After all, Fiona's request was to tell her about this place's position, so he did his job. Of course, if she wanted to enter that place, then even Nero would have to prepare stuff in advance. It ain't a prohibited sealed area for show. There are barriers for sensing intruders and stopping casted over in multitude. Fortunately, the patrol of security guard isn't that much, so one can enter without being noticed by others. But for that, quite a bit of magical ability is needed for both the person themselves and also the magic item for breaking through barriers. The people who could do that would only be some people in the whole academy, including Nero. At least it is impossible for Fiona, a person at the level who loves beginner's wand, to even try to intrude here. Just for your information, don't try to enter that place. It's still good if you get caught, but if you are caught by some nasty barrier, then it won't end on the level of just being hurtful. Still, he thought of hammering down the nail sticking out. Yes, you're right, and I wasn't thinking of entering that place. Nero thought his warning would go useless, but there was nothing more he could say for now. Well, if something occurred, he would do something about it, or so he thought while being overly positive. "By the way, it's already noon. Wanna come to the school cafeteria? I will treat you." "No, it's fine." Fiona denied his invitation. Thinking back, this is the first time to even be rejected upon being invited. Rather than a shock, he was just lightly surprised, and he again understood that Fiona isn't the sort of girl who would fawn over him, and this made him more elated. "I see, that's unfortunate. Well then, I will take my leave now." Like that, Fiona boldly left the library, as if not she wasn't even regretting the fact that she rejected his invitation. Nero sent her off while watching the cool and cold Fiona's back with a wry smile on his face. "You got dumped magnificently." Suddenly, he was called out to from behind. "Safi, eh?" Turning back, he saw the first person he made promise with, Safiel, standing there. "It's the first time I've seen you being treated coldly by a girl." "Yeah, right." Having the truth pointed out, Nero let out a bitter laugh. "But wasn't she a great girl?" "I don't care." Safi turned her head away as if not interested and continued saying, "So it's like that. Well then, if there is an explanation about why you broke my promise and played with another girl, I would like to hear it." Duh. Nero's reaction just now was about the fact that he forgot, rather than the promise. But what would await him if he broke the promise? "It is, you see that." "What?" It was more interesting to be besides Fiona. He didn't find any good excuses, so he tried to confess the truth. "I see, I've heard your words loud and clear." Like that, Safi, while smiling, touched her glasses. The glasses which had the work of sealing the power, present in those eerie purple eyes. Demon eyes release. Were removed. "I'm really very sorry, yay." While regretting that next time he would deceive in a better way, Nero shouted the words of apology to Safi. Chapter 237, Let's start the class. We, after publicly enrolling in Royal Spada Academy, will have the adventurers' course classes starting from today. The details of classes are wide-ranging from study subjects to magic, martial skills, techniques, etc. However, the classes we need to appear for in accordance to our rate of progression are limited. For the time being, I tried showing up for classes regarding model magic intended for beginners. There is almost no necessity for Lily and Fiona to learn the theory of fundamental model magic, but for some reason, they are accompanying me. Though another world, classroom don't change much. The one in Elysian were more clean though. Lily doesn't know, it's my first time. While letting out thoughts, we entered the classroom where our intended class was going on. Different from the school buildings made from modern concrete, everything is made from wood, however the appearance of room, lining of tables and chairs is all the same. Even the black is fully furnished. It might have been either invented by natural flow in this world or Count Red Wing told about it. Either way, it's good and easy to understand. The space would seem quite small compared to the high school, but with the attendance percentage of just little over half of people sitting on seats, this much big classroom is suitable for adventurer's course. Incidentally, this place is not main school building with the appearance of a palace. Rather, here is one of the branch school buildings which is simple in appearance and big. And the students here are mostly the figures of adventurers wearing robes screaming that they all are rear guards. Compared to them, us three, in school uniform, are strange here. There are also people who have their faces hidden under the hood, but most of others are young people just like me or a little older. There's no way a skilled adventurer would come to classes for rookie adventurers, so these people all are novices. Those students send inquisitive stares to us three from a distance. But that's not because of our school dresses, but rather the figures of Lily, a lowly fairy, and Fiona, who's looking just great in uniform, are too fascinating for their eyes. On the other hand, I'm having reproachful glares being concentrated at me that even delusional sounds like "you fucking son of a bitch playing with two flowers" can reach my ears. Or so I sense it like. I can only pray for it to be persecution complex. While bathing in those concerning glares, I sit down, and 5 minutes later the chime for class starting rang. An male elf wearing ashen-colored robe entered the room. "Good morning, everyone, this class is," and briefed about the class details because it was the first time for us. Model magic, eh? I couldn't use model magic, till now, but if I learn it from the start, then even I, who can only use black magical energy, may be able to use it. Even if I couldn't, now that I've gotten divine protection's effect of changing the nature, if I learn fundamental knowledge, then I can use it to construct the magic equations. Moreover, it's about me, who had only original black magic theories made up on purely insights and experience, so maybe I can discover something new, hoping greatly like that I attended the class. But now, it's about Alcihir Walsahar, which is the foundation. It's just as everyone knows to turn into Ligerahiat Alsar right. For instance, Hugem Alcihir Almubtadian is. Shit, I don't understand a damn thing he said. It's not a problem of not understanding the theory, or the technical terms are difficult for me. Rather, this teacher's explanations' important parts are pronounced in the original language of this world, just like enchanting of mages. What happened, Kurono-san? If you don't understand something, I can teach you. Lily will teach. The follow-up from the two comes to me, who is raising a grand question mark above the head to this incomprehensible explanation. But teaching isn't going to cover this up, right? No, I've understood now. Yes, I've completely understood that learning model magic is a pipe dream for me. For the next class, I decided to try martial skills. Here too, as it was the first time, we started the practice from the most basic martial skill slash. I, who has absolute grudge, can already use 4 martial skills: Kuro Nagi Duel, Kuro Nagi, Aka Nagi, Yami Nagi. However, that is just because of the effects from the weapon. I myself haven't learned any established martial skills, so I thought to use this chance for learning it. If I get the foundations down, then maybe the sharpness of Kuro Nagi also increase. But even if I completed this class, it's not like I will learn various martial skills, but only slash, so I can't hope excessively. No, if I can learn a single martial skill in 3 months while taking this class, then it's only natural speed for a proper training. Incidentally, Lily and Fiona. Lily went to Alchemist Simon, and Fiona is fishing out some magic-related books in library. Well then, with this and that, the place I reached to is the place boasted by Academy, the Colosseum's exterior sports ground, which is just besides it. The Colosseum, with the appearance of a big dome-shaped baseball stadium, only allows elite course and night course students to enter. It's a place completely irrelevant to me. Whoa, this people sure look like swordsmen. On this sports ground, which is twice as big, if compared to the one of my high school, a group of people was standing on one end while holding their favorite swords in hands. There are also people wearing uniforms just like me, but most are wearing leather armor or light armor like chain shirt. This class is also aimed at rookies, so all people here are young boys and girls. The armor they wore somewhat seemed like a newly bought stuff. Oh, so baby birds are gathered. Gonna omit the damn briefing, class starts now. Saying that, a male orc appeared, who is also the teacher for this class. This orc man with a scary face, a body even taller than mine, appeared more like a warrior rather than a teacher. Well, because he is teaching martial skills, so he must be of warrior class. For now, I want to look at how you all chicks are show me all you got. Apparently, he will see our ability with this bastard-size wooden sword, which this orc teacher brought. While waiting for my turn, I gaze at the figures of other students swinging the wooden sword by shouting "Ai" or "Ha." The beast people, lizard men and orc students, though weren't able to use martial skill, but all seemed to have power outstripping that of humans. The races with powerful arm strength have superior qualities for becoming warrior. Of course, the best part of this another world is that there are various methods to defeat that powerful arm strength. All right, next. While I think about this stuff absent-mindedly, my turn came. Oh, you seem good. I hold the long wooden sword just as I hold the hatchet, and I got praised. Thank you very much. I got happy for being praised for holding a sword, and started to concentrate for attacking with all my power, to answer the orc teacher's expectations. Even without a hatchet, I somewhat remember the feeling of deploying a martial skill. If I rotate the magical energy and move just like at that time, though a martial skill won't be deployed, but I can strike one sharp attack. After all, though it was her sealed state, the mithril sword reached her. Good come. Here I come. I moved a step forward. The sword is already raised overhead, but orc teacher didn't move. Don't tell me he has confidence to stop my attack this late. Looks like he is quite great sword master. Kurono Maou. I shout out the name of martial skill I have used many times, though not like it would be deployed or so it should have been. But the wooden sword is covered in the aura of black magical energy, even though I haven't casted blackening on it. And the feeling of gripping a sword is almost same as gripping the hatchet, and a power and speed surpassing simple arm strength is manifested. This, certainly, is the martial skill being deployed, right? I hold those suspicions, but I've got no way to stop this already launched attack towards the orc teacher, who still showed no reaction. BBBBA ala KK, KKKKKIA. Almost at the same time my attack severely hit the orc teacher, the wooden sword couldn't bear the power and was pulverized. Ah! Teacher didn't even raise a voice and suddenly fell on the ground. At this time, I understood three things. Apparently, even if I don't use the hatchet, I can use martial skill. I don't have any need for this class. With this, today's class is over. I'm really sorry, orc teacher. I will take the responsibility and take you to the school infirmary. Chapter 238, Re-encounter with Angel. There were no more morning classes to attend. So after roaming a bit around the school, I headed towards the school cafeteria on the first floor of the main school building for completing my promise of eating together. Of course, the ones I made that promise are Lily and Fiona only. Simon is to be holed up in the lab for today, and I've got no idea where Will might be loitering around. I reached the school cafeteria while taking a lot of time, but still before the chime for lunch break rang out. However, it seems like those two haven't reached here. The main school building looks like a French palace. Even the insides are like that, hence this school cafeteria is also not an exception. The hall is already twice the height of a normal building. Even the chandelier hanging from there can be said as splendid lighting equipment. This place is more of ball where the banquet of nobles is held and not a school cafeteria. On one wall there were big paintings of a fantasy-ish title, 7 War Goddesses. Seeing that I was only able to think inelegant stuff like how much would even one sell for, truly I'm a commoner through and through. That school cafeteria is that gorgeous, but there is almost no one here. The ones using this main school building are elite cadets or knight cadets who have their timetables always filled, and they are currently in class. The people eating meal while sitting must be surely students from adventure course or student skipping classes. For certain they all must be thinking that, because it is crowded during lunch break, so it is better to finish eating before it starts. It would have been good if we also used the school cafeteria before. While I am thinking that, the chime for lunch break rang out. Young boys and girls wearing black blazers rush in crowds into the school cafeteria at a speed which tells that they rushed out of class in full speed. Truly, a lot of people are here. Due to students appearing without a pause, the open seats in school cafeteria keep on getting filled. Holy, I should have secured seats rather than standing at the entrance. While regretting my failure, I for the two at the entrance as I cannot get any open seat now. While I was standing there, I noticed the selling method of this cafeteria is meal ticket system, apparently. Of course, there is no automatic ticket machine, but a salesperson at a place like Counter is doing the take and give of money restlessly. Looking at this crowd, it would have been better if she prepared coins from before for change. While folding my arms, I ponder over the best way of usage of this cafeteria. Is there again a problem? Suddenly, I was called out from behind. This voice and speech, I've heard it somewhere before. While feeling that déjà vu feeling, I turn around. Ah, you're from that time. Oh, so you did remember me. Her black hair and blue eyes, along with a beautiful face oozing with elegance of some princess, and also the white wings sprouting from her back, make her look like an angel. Her appearance is too peculiar that one would never forget it upon seeing it just one. She is the female adventurer who saved me in Dacia village, when I was on a standstill because my favorite horse stopped moving. So you are a student here. That is my line. At that time, we both were armed with equipments for quests, but currently we are both wearing the same school uniform. Incidentally, she also has that red mantle draped over it, so it seems like she is an elite cadet. More incidentally, the white color of her knee-high sock covering her well-fleshed thighs halfway just seems too dazzling to me. It's not like I have some special attachment to legs, but her legs just seem to have some sort of beauty that makes one staring at it fall for them. It's only from today that I've started commuting here. So you are a new student. No wonder I haven't seen you here before, she said while revealing a bright smile. Just by hearing her harmless and inoffensive speech and seeing her smile, my heart seems to warm up as if I'm being healed. Maybe this is the charm effect kicking in. Well, it's only natural if the other person is this beauty. Well, even if it's like that, because I've already grown somewhat used to young Lily, so I won't for this effect. Oh, now that I think about it, I haven't named myself yet. I'm truly sorry. My name is Nell. I'm Kurono. You truly saved me at that time. Thank you very much. No, it's all good that I was helpful to you, Nell said as if happy from the bottom of her heart. Her wings on her back also flap. Does this mean the same as to when a dog wags its tail? Kurono-san is a new student, so you might not know the way to use the school cafeteria, right? Yes, you're right. For her to say this, does that mean there is also some other hidden way than meal ticket system? If that is true, then it's the best choice to learn that way before losing my face in front of her. It would help me if you can tell me about it. Yes, then I will tell you about it. Just like when I asked her to help me with the horse, she replied with her blue eyes shining. In this school cafeteria, you don't actually order directly, but rather buy a ticket with menu written, which is called as meal ticket, from that counter over there. Nell-san said, as such with an expression brimming with confidence. The place she pointed to was a battlefield, where the concept of line wasn't present, but students were shoving each other to buy the meal ticket. Seeing that scene, I recalled the nostalgic memories of the contest, which used to unfold at the school canteen of my high school, all just for the popular side dish bread. Apparently, hungry students take the same actions in this world too, and then you submit at the next counter while taking a token number in return. After that, you just need to wait at some seat for your dish to come. After that, you say thanks to the meal and eat your meal. Seems like it's same as the normal meal ticket system and doesn't require something else. It's something one can understand just by watching the students. There is no need to go out of the way to explain. But, so do you now understand that? Upon getting those eyes filled with hope of getting praised aimed at me, I cannot possibly say that I knew that even without the explanation. Oh, I see. It's the first time seeing a meal ticket using system. You really saved me there. Thank you very much. It's a truth that it's the first time I've seen a meal ticket system, in this another world that is. It's fine, something like this is natural work for me as the senior here. Nell-san said so while proudly extending her chest. Those big breasts, which are bigger than Fiona's and smaller than Susan, swing greatly. She is wearing undergarments, blouse, and even a blazer, yet those breasts actually swing and shake. Seriously, they have quite a lot of mass. Well then, as the senior, I will show you an example on how to buy the meal ticket. She offered as such even though I haven't asked for it, and faced the meal ticket counter, where now students are fighting rather than shoving others. Ah no, I can't possibly ask for that much. It's fine, Kurono-san, leave it to me. I didn't have the technique to stop her, who raised her eyebrows gallantly and totally motivated. Then please. Yes. Ah, she let out an idiotic yet cute war cry and rushed into the crowd of hungry wolves. A meal ticket please, Eric. And then, without even being able to hold for more than 10 seconds, she lost the battle. She was sent flying by a golem wearing female school uniform and rushing towards the counter. The female golem's rectangular cardboard-shaped buttocks peeking out from her miniskirt had the force just like of a mace. Kaya. Shit, she's totally going to fall. Coming to that judgment, I got serious, covered several meters of distance in a single breath and grabbed her falling body in my arms. I didn't had any bad intention. It was the play of God who made this situation in which it seemed like I was hugging her. Kurono-san. Maybe she didn't see my running speed, or didn't know when I entered from the peripheral vision area to the front vision area. Nell-san showed in surprised reaction while darting her eyes around. Are you fine? Ah yes, thank you very much. Having the soft and comfortable smile aimed at me from point-blank distance, I blushed. I'm also a man. There's no way my heart won't beat faster when talking to a beauty like her. Though regrettable, I can't possibly be glued to a girl I've met for just some times, so I pushed her body away by putting power in my arms on her shoulder. And in the next moment, "Hey you, what are you doing to Nell?" An ear-splitting voice came, along with bloodlust. Chapter 239, The Worst Meeting. It was a female student, with small build, sending the shoe sole of a loafer right at my face. The bright red twin tails and the red mantle flutter because of kicking, and in her cat-like cute golden eyes a color of fierce anger was reciting. From her stance, the short skirt of her is rolled over, but apparently she is wearing something like spats, so it hasn't turned into the legendary panty glimpse situation. I don't have any recollection of this female elite cadet who unleashed a drop kick with the intent to break the bone of my neck. In other words, I don't have any reason neither am I obliged to take on her drop kick. Judging from her speech, it seems like she is thinking that I was trying to do something bad to Nell-san, HMPH. If just I had more than 3 seconds, I could have been released from this dangerous posture. But that's what I didn't got. Anyhow, right now I have to stop this rocket girl flying at me up front. Her body is already fluttering about in the midair, and the time extension I have got before the kick lands on my face is below 1 second. If this was between a quest, I would have returned a fist, cut her from blade and hold her with bullets, but this place is inside the school, and though she is showing hostility, it can be cleared up if the misunderstanding she has is cleared. If I can, then I want to stop her without hurting her. I thought to stop her with shield, but this girl unleashing these magnificent kicks would only continue on pursuit if I stop her kick even once. In that case, restricting her movements would be the best choice. Anchor hand. As I was already under pressure for the little remaining time, upon deciding the countermeasure, I started implementing it. Though I'm not wearing the apprentice robe right now, but I surely am wearing the gloves, black hair curse coffin, which Lily gifted to me. If this wasn't with me, I wouldn't be able to create the tentacles precisely and within an instant. While I am thinking, this thing helped me in such an unexpected place. A voice saying master rang out in my head. Kaya, what is this? And like that, I succeeded in apprehending the girl-shaped missile just before she landed her kick on me. Several black tentacles are extending from my stretched-out right hand and are twining around the girl, capturing her in a net. After completely nullifying the attack of her, the tentacles binding her put her down on the floor, as if letting her stand over it. Ennu, gross. Get this away from me, you pervert Morjira man. No, wait, it's you who came attacking me first, and you also are misunderstanding something. Leave, just leave me. Not only Nell, you even want to violate me too. You ought to know what would happen to you if you do that to me. Damn, this girl's broke. She's got blood filling her brain. Don't think she would listen to my words anytime soon. And even bad thing is that because this girl let out an hysterical cry, the students in the school cafeteria are all watching me. Nevertheless, if I unfasten the restraint on her, then it's purely obvious that she would either punch me or kick me. Naturally, I don't want to get hit by her under false charges. Sorry, but shut up for a moment. I moved my index finger in a hook fashion, and one of the tentacles binding the girl move quickly and cover that shit-spouting mouth. MPH, MFFFF, MMMNF foo. Though her voice stopped, with half teary eyes she started struggling with a red face. Ah, this is bad, much bad than what I had thought. Looking from the side, don't I look quite the villain here? Shit, I need to manage this situation right here and now. And the one who is able to do is, not me. Nell-san, is that girl your friend? Yes. Nell-san had been looking at the developments occurring, absent-mindedly. However, seems like she finally understood the situation upon me calling out to her. She is having a big misunderstanding. Can you try to explain it to her? Titot's right. Like that the red-haired twin-tailed girl hears the stuff from Angelique Nell-san, and the situation was solved. Oh geez, you making things troublesome again. Or no, truly not. The moment that lazy-sounding voice reached my ears, the tentacles that should have been enhanced are all cut down. Looking carefully, there were the corpses of the cut-down tentacles releasing black magical energy along with a person who seems to have cut them down. But now that you've laid hands of Nell and Charles, I can't remain quiet. Though I have seen this person just once, I remember him clearly. This man, with black hair, red eyes, handsome face, with slender tall body covered with the red mantle. His name is Nero Julius Elrod. He's the first prince of the neighboring country Avalon. If I believe their family tree, then he is a descendant of that Mia-chan. The face of this prince is composed, but the bloodlust aimed at me cannot be compared to the one that girl named Charles aimed me. He has put his hand on the hilt of the sword hanging on the waist. It is clear at a glance that it is a Japanese sword. I see, so he used some sort of batao jutsu and cut down the tentacles. If he did all that in the short amount of time I looked over at Nell, only means that he has got quite the ability there. Please wait a moment, Oni-sama. Maybe she sensed this critical situation. Nell-san forced her way through in between me and Nero. Or rather, did she just say Oni-sama? If it's not my mishearing and those words are the truth, would mean that this person's full name is Nell Julius Elrod, right? Don't tell me, Nell-san is a genuine princess. Nell, get away from that creepy tentacle man, or else we can't kill him. And no way, that is. Relax, I will just half kill him. That is not the problem here. Geez, this prince is totally wrecked in head. I want him to get the reasoning power back. No, I can't say that. After all, if I see some wicked-looking man binding Lily in tentacles, I will surely kill that person. I will do the other half killing, so he dies completely. Charles, you two please calm down. Having being released from the tentacles, this rampaging friend of Nell-san is now free. Somehow this situation is getting bad every moment. But Nell-san is standing in front of me with her wings and hands spread out as if to protect me. Thanks to that, the girl called Charles is not kicking me, neither is her brother trying to cut me. At least for now, that is. It would be good to explain the situation to them right now. Calm down and put away your hand from the sword, please. I just saved Nell-san because she was falling and that girl, just came flying at me. Are you doing this while knowing who they are? They aren't someone you can even touch. Though you say that, I just now found out Nell-san is a person from royal family. As for this kick girl, I've got no idea at all. Well, I do know that she is also an elite cadet, so she must be from some damn great family. But my actions were all the act of God, right? No, this is the class system society where stuff like this is not forgiven. It's not a problem which is solved that you didn't know them. Please stop if Oni-sama. Kurono-san is not in the wrong. It's me who let the situation come to here in the wrong. He just saved me with good intentions, and Charles is just misunderstanding. Nell-san appeals for my innocence forcibly and firmly. Whoa, she's truly an angel. Maybe he couldn't help but comply to her younger sister's persuasion. Nero heaved a sigh and the bloodlust disappeared. Get lost, I will leave you because of Nell. But he does look unsatisfied. Frankly, my heart isn't calm after being made the bad person here, but the other person is a royalty. It's for my own to not get involved with them. Now that I remember, even Simon said to be aware of elite cadets. I see, so this was the reason. I learned a new thing today. Will interacted with us in that way, so maybe I had been not taking them hot shots seriously, but looks like I will have to beware of these people. I'm sorry, Nell-san, I made you worry unnecessarily. Well then, I'll be off now. Know that I'm also very much sorry, Kurono-san. After telling Nell-san some words with a nuance to not let her worry, I left the school cafeteria. Well, it hurts me that I got out of the cafeteria after Nero said he would let me go, but I can't help it. After all, on the entrance, Lily in young girl form is unleashing the power of Oracle Field, and Fiona is enchanting a magic that I have recollection of. I let them see my uncool side. Like that, while taking the inquisitive gazes of students in the school cafeteria, I left that place. For the time being, I will apologize Fiona and Lily for not getting food, and then persuade them to calm down. Chapter 240, The Four Ages. Oh-ho, isn't it the nightmare berserker Kurono and his party members guided by a bond made from fate, Lily-kun and Solil-kun. What a coincidence, no? This meeting can also be something predetermined since the age of gods long time before. Yo. Hello, Prince Wilhart. Yesterday a lot happened in the cafeteria that we ended up getting back without eating the food. So on today's after-school time we, the Element Master, came here to taste the food of school cafeteria. And then, maybe by coincidence, came across Will. It might be because the last class of every course ends that this school cafeteria, that was so much crowded in the lunch break, seemed somewhat deserted. The students are busy in stuff other than classes, like club activities and quests. And so, Prince Wilhart was enjoying his tea time while drinking the tea alone, no, with a maid at his side. Apparently he had no plans for today's after-school time. Well, it's convenient because he's a person I can talk to. As a bonus, other royalty students like Nero Julius Elrod are not here, so it's surely better. I just made uproar yesterday. How dare would I confront that Rectenhead prince? If he was here, I would extinguish my presence on Susan's level and immediately run away. Well, like that I spent the moment of after-school time with my friend. Well, in short, I brought up a subject I've been wanted to hear since long before. That is, I want to know more about the ancient demon king Mia Elrod. What? You want me to tell you about the dark history which is divine, ominous, and smeared with blood? Yeah, Will seemed to have quite extensive knowledge, so you might be able to tell me. Phewahaha. For you to rely on my omniscient gray matter-filled brain is a really great decisive judgment, Kurono. Very well, it's not anyone else's but your request. I, Wilhart Tristan Spada, will tell you about the legend colored with bright shining glory, and also the history which has sunk in the shadow of a great abyss. Will's words seemed like a flattery, but I already know that, without joking, his knowledge is truly vast. Even Simon was surprised knowing Will's extensive knowledge. If alchemist Simon is the genius of science, then Prince Wilhart is the prodigy of liberal arts, something like that. When I think like that, the monocle on his right eye seems to be holding a light, filled with intellectuality. Well, Lily and Fiona, who didn't know about my evaluation, seemed to be drawing back from Will upon hearing his way of speaking. In spite of meeting Will on the day of enrollment, they are still sending a strange gaze, filled with bewilderment and indifference, so seems like they still think of him as an eccentric prince. Incidentally, even the maid standing behind him, by vanishing her presence, was looking at him with somewhat cold gaze. Well, he might be having problems with her. I left it at that. I came here just recently, so it would be helpful to me if you start telling me from the start. I see, you're right. In that case, I will start it with the classification of general history. Those are the start of fate, scene of beginning, world filled with light. Are you going to start from the creation of heaven and earth stuff? The story started with a great prologue that no one would ever think of, but as expected of Will, he's pointing out the important parts. Based on that, I learned the classification of history of this world, no, of this Pandora continent. There are 4 eras: Age of Gods, Ancient Ages, Dark Ages, and finally the current, modern age. The first one is the Age of Gods, which is about the start of world. This is the era, which was not created by people but gods, and they even lived here. This truly can be said as a myth itself. Of course, nothing about that era is clear. The existence of this Age of Gods is summarized on that little bit of information, gathered from the historical records left behind during the next, Ancient Ages. So to speak, for the ancient ages, the age of gods is like ancient ages is to modern age. The people from that age had the ruins and magic of age of gods was present just as legends. Next was the ancient ages. This was the era in which the so-called black gods, who give the divine protection to us living people, lived. The demon king Mia Elrod was the first one, though. However, this particular age lasted for the longest time, even among the accurate history of Sparta. So to speak, the age of gods finished, and the world of humans started. In other words, it's like Jomon period in history of Japan. This age was prospered with wars and different cultures, developed new techniques, established magic civilization, and did much more stuff that created current Pandora continent. Incidentally, Mia-chan was born in the latter half of ancient age. Like that, the Elrod Empire which unified Pandora was born, and after an unknown amount of time the empire collapsed, and with this ancient age met its demise. The next is Dark Ages. As the name suggests, there is no information about what happened in this age. In other words, this age is a blank age. The only thing confirmed was that the magic civilization, which continued till now, was completely lost by the time this age ended. It is again not known how long these dark ages lasted for. However, as long as people lived, countries would have been built, and new civilizations would have developed. And that leads to the current modern age. Calling this current era as modern age does feel out of place. But this age is which escaped from the dark age, has developed enough countries so that it can leave various sorts of civilizations for future. Those countries in the millennium reaching up to now have also gotten in wars, been destroyed and then revived, then rise again and repeat. Various countries were destroyed, but among them some are still left. One of them is this Sparta, and the neighboring country Avalon is also the same. Also, though little in number, but there are legendary figures who have joined the group of black gods in this era too. One of them is the founder of Sparta, the first king. I shouldn't speak only about the glorious history of Sparta, changing the story back to legend of Demon King. Finally, it's about Demon King Mia Elrod. It's easy to figure out that the magic civilization, developed in ancient ages, was too advanced. If one looks at the ruin-type dungeons, however, strangely, there seem to be various things not too different from now. Like, for instance, Kurono, the child Mia Elrod worked in a particular occupation. Do you know what it is? He returned the answer with another question. However, the child Mia-chan, or rather, she looks childish enough to me, just what kind of work she did. Black magician. Certainly, she could use the black magic since childhood, but she didn't use it to work as an adventurer. You were damn able to use black magic, Mia-chan, you're one terrifying child. No, later she becomes Demon King, so it can be said to be natural. If it's not black magician, then I've got no idea. Just what was it? She worked as a shepherd. The moment I heard this, an image of Mia-chan in fluffy hair, loitering in the farm, while crying Mimi, crossed through my mind. No, isn't this wrong? Mia-chan herself wasn't a sheep, but the one who herded them. This time, an image of her swooning after getting fluffed by a giant army of sheeps. That's quite a pastoral work to do. However, from the small farm that was present in the Espel mountain range, is from where the legend of Demon King Mia Elrod starts. If I had to say, this is like the start of a RPG hero, who started his journey from a small countryside village as their birthplace. No, with Toyotomi Hideyoshi as the precedent of becoming the government-controlling boss from being a farmer, it is not impossible for anyone to become great, no matter how they started. Most people tend to misunderstand, but Elrod Empire existed long before Mia Elrod. Then Mia herself didn't found the empire. Seriously, shit. Lately I've been using chan suffix a lot after her name. It was almost about to get out from my mouth too. Eventually, it seems like she would herself scold me about it, so I've got to be careful. Right, that shepherd Mia-chan would have died as a normal villager. But the fights surrounding the imperial succession of Elrod Empire of that time intensified. How is that related to a mere shepherd? Mia was the illegitimate child of Elrod Emperor, apparently. Holy crap, so that's why Mia was pulled into the front stage of world. Now, details of what Mia did before becoming the Elrod Emperor is unknown, as there is not enough detailed records left of it. But there is no doubt that Mia was sent to a knight academy, just like the elite course of this Royal Spada Academy. It was most probably to not let Mia stand in the front lines, and to let her become a good royalty general. The imperial succession were a problem, but more than that, it was the time of warring states, where the disputes with other countries would never die out. Even I have heard about this warring states backseating. That is because there was such a warring states historical period that there was room for a demon king to come into existence. However, this school-going Mia distinguished herself, and also met the legendary knights who would later become the main force of Elrod Empire. Now that is truly fate. Whoa, looks like Mia-chan worked hard as a student. However, the image of a student Mia-chan came up in both boys' school uniform and sailor uniform, hence my mind is in chaos. Ah, that's right, that Demon King Mia's first and strongest knight was Dark Knight Frithir, whom Mia met just by pure coincidence. It is said that the trigger was that they both were controlling the Punpuns rioting in the whole city on the entrance ceremony day. This was confirmed by various memoirs and some records. There are various surprising points, but the one that surprised me most was the existence of Punpun since ancient ages. Not like it's impossible for them, and they even are related to Demon King's legend, albeit in this way. The others were Blue Lightning Knight Athena, Dark Sword Saint Yomi, and various other members guided by Pandora's black gods. Athena, is it the one from Athena Guard Ring? It's not like I unexpectedly heard about her, but rather that is a quite popular goddess. So I can hear some people talking about her sometimes. I've never heard the name of Yomi, but judging from the name, he must be giving divine protection to swordsmen and swordswomen only. His name is strangely similar to Japanese name, so his divine protection might be limited to katana users. And these three would become Demon King's wives. They all had deep school lives. They even married. Yeah, the other four was met only after the genuine war started. Other four means there are a total of 7 people. The story of Demon King's wives, the 7 war goddesses, is quite famous. You see that wall over there, those are pictures made with them as the theme. Will extended his finger out very flatly, that it seemed like a sound effect would come out. Anyhow, the place his finger pointed to surely had big paintings with title 7 war goddesses. Yesterday, I thought that it's just a work of art, but now, knowing that those 7 beauties are Mia-chan's wives, some sort of complex emotions boil up inside me. Now the problem is, at the time of wedding ceremonies, did Mia-chan wear white tuxedo or a pure white wedding dress? No, wait, if the other party are girls, then the answer is completely obvious. Wives means that Mia was a man, right? Oh ho, for you to hold doubts about Demon King's gender. Well, I have heard some minor rumors about it. Now then, what that minor rumor might be about. According to records, there are various different descriptions of Demon King Mia Elrod, like a peerless, beautiful man or a giant helm armor-wearing person, sometimes even as a small child and a cute young girl. So it's like that. Damn shit. This only increased the doubts about Mia-chan's true gender. It would have been better if I didn't ask Will about this at all. Well, the direct descendants of Demon King, the current royalty of Avalon, might know about the true gender, however that is an undisclosed secret. Till now, even I don't know about it. Well, there's no friggin' way I will ask Prince Nero, so if a chance of talking to Nelson comes by, I will surely ask this, while praying that the mystery would finally become clear. As for royalty of Avalon, I have heard some riot about them occurred in this cafeteria. I said that and stiffened my body. Kurono-san. Lily and Fiona were enjoying the tea given to them by the maid Syria. Rather than Will's talk, however, just as yesterday's incident came out in our conversation, their eyes filled with anger are faced towards me. Naturally, they are not feeling anger towards me, but rather this is the eye contact wanting to get the order for attack. It's already scary seeing Fiona showing those eyes while elegantly holding a cup in one hand, but it's scarier to see Lily, who was in high spirits after being patted on head by Syria, showing those eyes while still remaining in the same posture. No, it's fine, I am not concerned about yesterday at all. HRMPH. Is that so? I am grateful that they, though reluctantly, cooled down their anger. What, was it a bad thing that I asked? Maybe he sensed the turbulent atmosphere. Will seemed to be a little drawn back. No, I want Will to hear about it. The ones who would believe my testimony can be counted on one hand. I see, then I will attentively hear about it. Just 5 minutes later, Will, I'm sorry my sister caused a problem for you, said that. Chapter 240, 1 Rumors of the Academy. On the 28th of Red Flame month, in the crowded school cafeteria, certain students were talking about something. Hey, it's been a while. Isn't it already 2 weeks since you went on quest? It took some while. Those were 2 male students, most probably knight cadets and best friends. In this Royal Spada Academy, talks about quest and other things become hot topic with the speed rivaling that of adventurer guilds, and for night course it is faster. Yeah, nothing is much different here. No wait, there sure is some new stuff. The 2 luckily sat on the seats they secured luckily and started talking about something. In this week there is a fairy freshman. No, not the normal one, this one is big, moreover a lowly. Lowly and big is contrary, but... seriously. You seen her? Shit, you got some damn great luck. I also wanted to see her. The friend who came back from quest has apparently already seen the fairy freshman. How was she? I hear she is truly cute. Shining. Idiot, it's only natural considering she is a fairy. He retorted to the idiotic impression of his friend. Well, now here's the catch, that fairy is not only cute, but if you get the chance to stroke her head, then the person becomes lucky. No, seriously, one girl who stroked her head got a complete success in her confession. In that case, won't everyone pat her head? He replied to his friend's quite natural question. You see, there is another catch. As she is a fairy, she only lets people with pure and noble heart pat her head. It's not you can go, hey fairy-chan, let me stroke your head. I've heard the ones who did this had some problems with their eyes because they got attacked by a flash. No, I'm fucking serious here. The people who have been sent to infirmary have already reached 2-digit numbers, or rather, the thing you saw shining was at flash. Now that you say it, the friend nodded. With this, he might have believed that the rumor about fairy is a truth. Well, though seriously cute, it won't be good if we laid hands on a lowly. So this time a teenager girl, this one is also super cute. Oh ho, the friend got into hearing the rumor. Teenage boys are always super interested in cute teenage girl. She is also in freshman. Yeah, you're right, freshman at this time can only mean adventurer's course. This girl is always sitting in the reading seat present in the interior, most part of great library. No, she's not a magic otaku, this girl is more dangerous. Even I have seen for that fact. How is she? On that natural seeming question, he replied immediately. An eccentric girl with blue hair and golden eyes. There are no means with the best friend to know if that expression of her is a truth. No, sorry, but she is like, what you say, divine. Something like that? Yeah, she is super duper cute, babe. She can even enter the top 5 in our school pretty easily. As a bonus, even by looking from outside the uniform I understood it, that she's one big-breasted babe. Wow, the friend got even more into hearing the rumor. Teenage boys are always superbly interested in big breasts. But the dangerous feeling is that unapproachable feeling she gives out. Yeah, there were some bastards who tried to flirt with her, but they all were ostracized in the end. No one even knows her name. That's why her other name is Blue Rose of Great Library. That's quite exaggerated. The friend makes a joke, but apparently he also is starting to believe this rumor. Well, let's go see her together this time. That is a sight for sore eyes. You know what, if she was my party member then, I don't care if I die on the next quest. He and even his friend, according to basic school regulations, are in an all-male party. It's pretty rare for getting along with such a cute girl. Ah, now that I remember about it, 1 week ago a really dangerous stuff occurred in this school cafeteria. Have you heard about it? Seeing his friend shaking his head, the rant-loving he explained about the stuff that occurred here. Some certain male freshmen tried to violate Princess Nell and Princess Charlotte. You serious? The friend was surprised normally. Moreover, it was a tentacle attack. You fucking damn bitchy serious. The friend this time seriously was surprised. It was some black wriggling tentacles, attacking them like a Morjira. No, Prince Nero saved them in between and they got out without much problems. Isn't that guy already on execution list? The friend said something natural, but no, for some reason that guy is still commuting to our school. If you see a wicked-looking person with black hair and one red one black eye, then just know that is the criminal. The friend, that incident might not be a fake one. After one, the facial appearance of the man is also so clearly described. Rather than getting caught, there are also possibilities that the man will go poof behind the scenes. Well, I have heard the legendary assassin maid squad, which is used by Spada royalty, is finally on the move. Like that, the rumor talk of students just keeps on continuing without knowing if any of that is the truth or false. However, on the seat just behind those two students was, what should I do? Kurono-san has got these really bad rumors. The main person of that school cafeteria incident, Nell Julius Elrod, who listened the rumor stories of male students within the school cafeteria while trembling with fear. Chapter 242, Research of Everyone. Today is 28th of Red Flame Month. It's already going to be 1 week since I have started attending the academy. Hey, isn't that the person, the one who tried to violate Princess Nell in the school cafeteria? Yikes, his face is so scary. I get out to the corridor after completing the class of pharmaceutics, related to making potions and knowledge about various medicinal plants. Some girls in the corridor were gossiping whisperingly. Thanks to body modifications, my listening power is great, so I can hear their secret talk. No, it's almost as if they didn't even want to hide it. Kaya. He's glaring this way. No, I hate tentacles. While I look over 2 female students dashing away while screaming, I let out a sigh. Sigh, I give up. After that incident in school cafeteria, my face became famous overnight, albeit in a bad way. I learned about the fact of Nelson truly being a royalty from Spada, and that the red-haired girl is called as Charlotte Tristan Spada, the 3rd princess of Spada. Well, this is something I heard from her true brother, Will, the next day. Moreover, the thing that increased their popularity was that they were the famous rank 5 adventurer party Wing Road. They have a status of royalty, have outstanding facial looks, and while being a student they hold the power of reaching till rank 5. In short, they are something like an idol of the academy. Like that, because I got into a quarrel with them, though the origin was a misunderstanding. I became the worst, cruel person, just as the 2 female students from before said. The people who witnessed the incident in school cafeteria also helped in getting this rumor spread faster. It's not like the related party, those royalty people, would spread rumors on their own. Like that, currently I'm famous as a sex offender who tried to rape a maiden with tentacles of darkness. It is said that rumors last for 75 days, but truly I give up, nothing else can I say. Everyone might think the rumor as false at first, but after looking at my face, they all show reaction of believing the rumor. What the fuck? Acting like my looks are wicked and mean? No, well, they're truly wicked and mean, damn fucking shit. Thanks to that, 1 week is about to pass, but let alone a friend, I don't even have made a single acquaintance. Well, Simon and Will believe in my innocence, so it's somewhat good. Simon was resenting them, saying that's why I hate those hotshots. And Will was apologizing to me, saying sorry, my sister. Apparently, just like I had thought during that incident, Princess Charlotte seems to have quite a hysterical personality. And it's a good thing that no bad rumors have reached to Lily and Fiona. Unlike me, Lily is already getting friendly with other students of every course, like Elite, Knight, Civil, Magical Engineering, and Adventurers course. She is even getting her head stroked by them, getting candies from them, so she already became quite a celebrity. Right now, too, she might be showing her cute smile while offering healing to lost souls. While thinking like that, I walk and reach the place which is now our Element Master's new home, the former dorm Achaea Simon's lab. Lily is an old acquaintance of this place's chairperson, and so she borrowed this place from her. There is no dorm mother for supervising, and neither does this place get support like other dorms. However, this place doesn't take any room rent for living. Though it is somewhat worn down, but it's nothing if one gets used to it. From the viewpoint of adventurers sleeping on streets, even this place would seem like a palace to them. If a time comes when the building reaches its limit and falls down, then I will reinforce it with my blackening. I walk down the corridor, which makes eerie creaking sound upon walking, and open the door to my room, which is still giving a fresh feeling to me. This room is just like Simon's room, and because this room was originally a double room, it is truly spacious. Though I say that, I'm sleeping together with Lily, so you can say that I'm perfectly using the double room in the right manner. Among the furniture provided in here are closet, bed, and an old-style table with the chair, which were thrown in the storage room. So this completely and absolutely plain room is not only used as a living space, but also as my study room, as I have been seriously studying recently. No, Saying it more neatly and stylishly, I am doing research about magic engineering. For the time being, I have to learn eternity fast. On the top of the desk, the same one as used in classrooms, lays a mountain of books and heap of papers with badly drawn magic circles on them. Thinking back, it's the first time I have started the research of my black magic ever since living with Lily in the hut of the mage in the forest. Though I was forced to learn the hard way in the first class that I will not be able to learn model magic. However, my magic research ways is still not completely run out of options. There are lots of things I can do. In the first place, after I learnt the basics of dark magic from Mawson, I was able to complete my Shadow Gate and Anchor Hand. So, though I might not be able to learn magic spells, if I grasp a better understanding about magic equations and use my imagination, there should be some sort of effect. There is still a lot of room for improvement of my black magic. And more than anything, those Handlet members, experimental subjects, were able to use better spells and martial skills than me. It means they evolved. So if they can, why can't I? At present, I'm researching, learning the eternity needed for blackening stuff and creating bullets for a gun. It is an enhanced version of the current black magic. It's a new magic which I'm developing by using other types of magic too, for handling the divine protection of fire and other stuff. Incidentally, I learned that I can use only Kuro Nagi with any weapon, probably because I've used it the most in battles, that my body learned it advertently. In that case, I will try to learn the other martial skills present in the weapon by using them in fighting quests. At the very least, it won't take as much time as learning a totally new martial skill. Well, Akanagi and Yaminagi are skills that activate not only with the ability of user, but also require the use of power residing in the hatchet itself, so it is the so-called exclusive skill. Let it be magic or martial skills, the things I need to do from now on are just too much. But it won't do any good if I will do it in a hurry, so I'm building up my power steadily. Though, it's not like I never ask myself, just when I'll be able to overtake those apostles. Kurono-san, are you inside? While I'm practicing to draw a magic circle, thinking of other stuff, a knock along with Fiona's voice reached my ears. I'm here, come in. Excuse me, she notified before entering, with a snack like a churros in her hands. Recently, whenever I see Fiona, she seems to be holding some new sort of food. Looks like she is not only researching about magic, but also in pursuit of the way of food. I have brought you a new book. I see, you saved me there. All the books I'm using as reference are the stuff Fiona has brought to me. Fiona already knows that I can't decipher any language related to magic with chanting of spells. And so, she doesn't bring grimoires, which are all filled with spells, but rather she brings the books about magic equations and history of magic, the ones I can read. She's even looking out for me while she is searching something herself. I just can't match her. How is your progress? I still have a long way to understand eternity. I replied with a wry smile. Is that so? Please do your best, Kurono-san. Maybe it's some sort of encouragement from her. She holds out the snack in her hand to me. Does this mean she is giving me a bite? I bite the front of the light brown snack in her hands. Oh, this is tasty. It's good that it was to your taste. The surface is crunchy and inside is soft, and have a faint sense of sweetness. The sugar seems to be revolving around my head and replenishing my energy. So what sort of book did you bring today? It's about boost. It's called as common support types, a sort of magic which has the effect of increasing the physical ability or the power of magic. I have experienced that effect with my own body. I was able to fight on equal grounds with Sealed Eye when I got a lower grade boost. I was even able to overpower the Wrath Pun that holds tremendous power and speed. If I have to fight against apostles or rank 5 monsters, then I need to have effective boost casted over myself. But can I use boost magic? I have known the martial skill of pouring magical energy in my body and rotate it to increase the physical ability ever since I was in the laboratory. This martial skill can be said to be similar to boost magic. But conversely speaking, I can't learn any more than this. I even have the enhancement from black magical energy casted over myself, so I can't get an image of a new sort of enhancement. The black magic in itself is pretty rare, so you won't find the magic equations for enhancing it just easily. However, the current Kurono can use the fire attribute, albeit an imitation version. We won't know until you actually try it, but With that as the preface, Fiona continued. The force boost system is based upon the fire color magic, so you might be able to use it with your black magic flames. Simon's lab have tools and materials scattered here and there, seeming as if a war occurred in here. Normally, there is only the owner, Simon, present in the room, but currently an unexpected visitor has come here. What might you want, Lily-san? In front of the stiffened from nervousness, Simon was Lily, in little girl form, with the brain of an adult, and was sitting on a small chair while crossing her legs. It's been some days since they have started living under the same roof, but in this small time, the bad feelings Simon had regarding Lily surely didn't go away. It isn't something great, but I wanted to show it to you just in case. Lily draws a magic circle in the midair. It can be understood at a glance that this is the dimension magic. The thing she took out from there was a simple-looking ring, which can only be regarded as a white ring. What is that? The moment Simon neared his face to the ring due to curiosity, the ring made a clang sound, and 7 needles protruded from inside of the ring. Whoa! Lily started her explanations with a cold expression, not moving her brows for even a bit towards Simon's reaction. This is the magic item those experimental subjects, like Kurono, had on their heads. It's called Thought Control Unit, Angel Ring. Hearing its name, you should be able to guess its effect right. Thought Control Unit, don't tell me. Though not being able to use magic, the honor student Simon Shore has a lot of knowledge in that area. Hence, looking over the item's name and shape, he understood at once that by stabbing these 7 needles in the head of a person, the wearer can be controlled. It's a type of brainwashing equipment. Now you are going to even use forbidden arts like this. The brainwashing magic, which can control a human, are severely supervised in this Pandora continent. With Panic, Berserk, and Charm as the representatives, there are various magics that can distort a person's awareness, but they are all recognized as bad effect, so there is no problem in learning them. But the magic which make one listen to the caster's order forever with absolute obedience are banned. Ever since a structural society called city-state established law, the powerful brainwashing magic has been regarded as dangerous existence. But there is a genuine example present right here. Even you might have seen the figures of people wearing this fighting, so I don't have to explain the extent of this magic, right? Simon has fought against a mixed group of light golem and experimental subjects, together with the adventurers. He still remembers those experimental subjects wearing a gray robe and using the same black magic as Kurono, not letting out even a single sound if they injured. He thought that they might have enhanced their bodies with some kind of magic or medicines, but he had never guessed that they were all brainwashed. Don't you think that this thing has a great effect? That is, yeah, when we were fighting, there was sings of brainwashing dispelling. Though brainwashing, this thing is not an omnipotent power, which gives the effect for unlimited amount of time. Upon getting some sort of external shock, the consciousness might return, or it may return at any time for no reason at all. In short, brainwashing can be said to be a delicate magic. Moreover, it also have the function of telepathic communication installed. Wow, so that was the reason for their 2 good coordinated attacks. The movement of experimental subjects was as if they had eyes on the back. Even rank 1 adventurer like Simon was able to understand their good coordinated movements. He was now convinced, if they are communicating with telepathy, they won't need to speak or even give a signal. By the way, I have been taking the classes for summoning magic ever since I have started attending this school. I see. On the abrupt topic change, Simon was only able to express a vague answer. Just what is she doing suddenly? Simon thought that, and Lily started speaking as if chatting. In Alsace, that summoner who controlled monsters helped a lot, so I became somewhat interested in magic to control others. Hence, I even took the classes of necromancy. Oh, that's great. There's nothing great about it, though I attended the classes, but summoning magic needs to train summoned monster and necromancy can only be learned if someone can use darkness attribute, which is impossible for me, as I can only use light magic. Though she said that, Lily had no disappointed expression, but rather, she was even laughing. This is the cute smile that had grabbed the hearts of various students of the academy within past week. However, seeing that smile, Simon only felt his spine gone cold. But if that me have this sort of superb ring, Lily traced the white surface with her finger, and this time again, while making a clang sound, the needles went back in. I can use servants. Don't tell me, Lily-san. So now to the main part. Hey Simon, can this angel ring be mass-produced? Chapter 243. Bandits of Foreign. It's almost a week since that eerie tentacles bastard tried to violate Nell and Charles. Every time I step into the school cafeteria now, I always end up recalling that scene and makes me want to vomit. What happened, Nero? You still bothered by that? Apparently I'm making a really displeased expression that even this sword fight-loving idiot, Kai, can also see through my thoughts. Well, yeah. Wasn't Nell saying it was all a misunderstanding? Idiot, to her even a criminal, is a virtuous person. Nell is just too much kind, to a really bad extent. She is completely insensitive of others' evil intentions. However, that is nothing to deprecate. As her brother, I just have to protect her. It has always been like that, and I will see it to the end. You're right in one sense. Even this idiot understands Nell's too good of a kind person attitude. More than anything, I sense something really unpleasant from that man. Was he that gross? No, I'm not saying dat. If you exclude the scariness of his face, it is quite handsome. The problem isn't something like his outside appearance. At that time, he didn't feel anything. Even after embracing the peerless beauty like Nell, attacking Charles with tentacles, and more than anything, even while facing my bloodlust, there was no wavering in those black and red eyes of that man. A man would show his vulgar lewd side upon laying hands on two beauties, but he didn't had any of that, but rather an expressionless face as if saying he just saved Nell from falling down and took legitimate self-defense measures against Charles. When I showed my bloodlust, that bastard didn't even seem to have his guard up, knowing that I won't come attacking him because Nell was standing in front of him. More than the fact that he can use tentacles, it's just that aura he gives out is truly eerie and disgusting. So is he that strong? He's not weak that I know. Maybe he could have power enough to fight against us at equals. Whoa, that's great. I'm not a battle maniac like Kai, so I've got no interest in stuff like that. Though I'm not interested, but because it bothered me, so I searched into that man called Kurono. Hey Kai, do you know a rank 3 party named as Element Master? Rank 3. I don't have to waste my brains to remember the names of small fries. You're right, the ones who are at rank 4 can only be the ones who can fight against him. Kurono is an adventurer in this party. Kurono. It's that man's name, aren't I saying that from before? Ah yeah, Kurono, right, I see, so that's his name. He's truly bad at remembering other people's name, but I just said maybe he could have power enough to fight against us at equals, so no wonder he might have got interested in him. Now he won't forget his name. This Element Master was just a rank 1 party the last month. And now in just 1 month, they are rank 3, meaning they have raised their ranks about 2 ranks. Seriously, isn't that a high pace same as us? You're right, they obviously have ability above rank 4. Still, those bastards are starting from rank 1. The story, like, a rookie came out from countryside and has truly great potential and is increasing rank at a high pace, is something that is, though rare, but truth. However, there's always some sort of circumstances attached to that person. Most probably, his comrades, the fairy and witch, might also be the same. I don't know what circumstances Kurono has got, but there's no doubt that he's got some secret up his sleeve. My intuitions like these are always right. No, maybe he will do something in future. The whatever berserker will has been so prideful recently, apparently is that Kurono. When the school was getting heated up after we subjugated Rathpun, only Will had an unhappy face. I had no interest in him, so neither I wanted to hear about the circumstances, neither try to search it. But one day abruptly, you people were only able to kill that frightening Rathpun because of that gallant work of Nightmare Berserker. You people have only kill-stealed from him, don't forget this thing ever, phew ha ha ha. He had a smug look on his face. Apparently that Kurono fought with Rathpun and inflicted serious wounds to it. At that time, I didn't thought much while I saw him getting kicked by Charles, but now I understand that Kurono might have the power to cut a whole single arm of that Rathpun. Well, I don't know how strong he is, but there is no doubt that he is a disgusting guy. You're right, I want to fight him once. Ah shit, that Kurono is surely going to be challenged by this idiot in near future. Well, it's fine, at that time this Kai needs to beat the hell out of him, that way even I will be satisfied. Even so, that Charles, She called us out and now is stumping herself. Sorry for the wait, I found a new quest. Speak of the devil, the main person who called out every party member today, Charles, appeared finally. Nell was behind her. Most probably she accompanied Charles to guild for searching a new quest. Like that, we four are meeting in our usual meetup place, but Safi is still secluded in the lab for trying to make a new servant using the materials of Rathpun. So, what did you find out? While looking at Charles in good mood, I got depressed that it's again going to be some sort of bothersome quest. Still, I asked her. This was the best for us, so I took it with a prompt decision. So no discussions, eh? Sorry Onisama, even I want to take on this quest no matter what. Oh-ho, so rare things do happen. Kai and I have the same opinion. I can somewhat guess a vague reason for Nell to be so motivated, but I still asked for the explanation. Have you heard about the talks of bandits disturbing areas near foreign? It's not been much since the publicly fights between each countries have stopped, but even this somewhat peaceful age, the bandits or robbers have not been exterminated. Bastards like that run wild here and there. Something like this occurs once or twice at intervals in any country. Just think of it as the appearance of monsters. But I've not heard any special info about bandits of Spada's neighboring country, foreign. I haven't heard about bandits who are famous. Yeah, even these guys from foreign aren't big enough to make a big name for them. The bandits is a group of conspirators. If they make an organization of that sort of people, then it's natural to get a name for themselves. Let it be by others or self-proclaimed one. But the more their name is famous equates to the same amount of destruction they have caused. Even if they call themselves with an exaggerated group name, but it won't rise up to become rumors if they are killed fast. Of course, if they have mind to think they would know if they make a name for themselves, then they would be attacked by other countries, adventurers, and even bounty hunters. And so if they don't plunder on large scale, there is no need for them to name themselves. In short, the bandits of foreign Charles is saying are a group which hasn't named itself. Neither has done works enough to get a name from others. But just recently some girl of a noble from foreign was abducted by these bandits. And with that, as the trigger, the rumors are growing. But if that has happened, then the chivalric order won't be quiet. Right. Foreign is one of the city-states present near the center of continent, though it doesn't has mighty military force like Spada or Avalon. But as a good city-state, it has good public order and can be said to be a stable country. Its specialty can be said to be that they have peculiar and original magic and pharmaceutics knowledge, thanks to the various dark elves who have flowed there from western direction. They can't do the work, hence it's our chance. Well, you're right, so is it like those bandits are doing work by illegally crossing the country border? Yeah, truly. Well, that was the only reason I can think of if the chivalric order cannot lay hands on them, and I've never heard foreign having civil fights. There's no way they are too strong that even chivalric order can't fight. If that was the case, wars would have already started. These bandits plunder stuff from foreign, but apparently they are within Spada. A stereotypical example of running away from chivalric order. No matter how powerful a chivalric order is, it would still create troubles by entering the lands of other country. In the first place, it's more common for them to be refused entry. No matter what they do in their own country, but if bandits run off to some other country, then they can't do a shit about it. Like that, they get their hands off by asking the adventurers, who have got no problems in crossing national borders at all, and so they send the subjugation quests in guilds. Well, that's the process. Of course, there might be some slow-headed bandits who only work in their own country, and the final outcome is their annihilation. So we got dumped on the job to destroy their hideout, eh? So, the reason Nell is getting too desperate for bandit subjugation must be that some acquaintance of yours was attacked, right? Oni-sama is sharp as usual. It's not like they are some direct acquaintance of mine, but some students from night course were attacked by this bandit group. 2 parties of certain night course students challenged at quest. This is quite a common occurrence as based on night course's real fight curriculum. On the way back, that party got attacked by these bandits and was exterminated. One of the survivors who somehow made it back explained the details or something like that. It was bad luck that the other party was of girls. If it was just boys, then they would be killed on the stop, the end. But the same doesn't go with girls. The possibility of their survival is high. Of course, though alive they would have been subjected to stuff that would make them wish for death. As a student from same academy, I just can't leave those girls alone like that. It's natural to be prepared for that if they are knights, but now that we known about this, there's no way we won't save them. Nell and Charles seem quite serious. If I said no as the answer, there's no doubt that these two would go on the quest with each other. But it's not like I have some reason to refuse. You're right, now that they have laid hands on our academy students, we can't just be quiet about it. Oorah, we will just cut them bandits down easily. Well then, the first quest of Wing Road after reaching rank 5 is bandit subjugation. But, by the way, Charles, though I haven't heard rumors about the bandits of foreign, but I do have heard rumors about some seriously influential slave traders in Spada. Maybe this case has some sort of backside to it. Chapter 244. Pursuing the Monster of Trial. 24th of Red Flame Month, night in the former dorms, or rather, now people are living so it's fine to call it a dorm, right? Anyhow, in the dorms lounge the residents, me, Simon, Lily and Fiona had gathered. Of course, this lounge is just a spacious room with a table and chairs set up. We have just named it like that on our own accord, even so we foregather here to even eat meals. It's somewhat disappointing that we cannot eat meals together every time. But it's only natural because everyone is secluded inside their rooms for doing their research works. And we dine together this time. After that started exchanging information gathered. In others it is a chatting time. If I accompany Leonie's ridiculous training anymore, I will die no matter how many lives I had. Looks like your sister's has created some great trauma. Yeah, currently I don't have to see her face every day. So I'm truly grateful for this dorm life. But in near future she would come saying that I need a physical inspection and take me back. I hate going there. Oni-san, how about you send her back? You can even use power to send her back. No, that is too much. Isn't that bad? She's Simon's elder sister, she's Spada's general, and I don't even know if I will win against her. Well, currently it's less of a chat and more of a complaint to Simon's sister, but this is also fine. Like this, we can cultivate a better understanding, I think. For the time being, I have understood that Simon fears her sister really very much. Don't be so pessimistic. Here, eat some pudding. Yeah, thank you, Oni-san. Incidentally, the pudding I made with my whole heart is decorating this dining table right now. The reactions were the same as the one I saw in Ur's village, and everyone is eating the pudding with relish. There is even a person who is silently eating all the pudding while making a tower with the empty cups. Setting that aside, I'm thinking of start my topic. In truth, I went to school after a week and, though school life is important, but my core occupation is an adventurer, so I can't possibly neglect it. Speaking of guild, doesn't Kurono-san always go to the place of a beautiful elf named Irina? Right. Oni-san, Irina-san has a high rate of successful applicants. What is with this flow? I thought of seriously talk about quest. Just because of a single harsh sentence of Fiona, this talk has turned into me being seduced by the charm of the receptionist. It's not like I always go to her place, and I'm not even aiming for her. After the incident with serial killer Jodo, I have just become acquaintances with her. I seriously don't have any ulterior motives when I talk with her. That's why, please Lily, can you stop sending those cold stares to me, when she was eating pudding before she was truly a child. Now I'm sure that her consciousness is back to her adult form. Yeah, it's about time we take on a rank 3 quest. Whoa, as expected of Lily, she's completely and elegantly ignoring this troublesome suspicion. I'm sorry, Dowdy. As for the talk about this girl named Irina, I need details later. I see, so it's no good. No, I truly understand it now. At the time of proving my innocence, it's going to take a lot of time. Setting aside these melancholic feelings, I chose to speak the main points. You remember about the 6 monster for trail, right? Yes, if I'm right then it was that if we defeat monsters like Wrath Pun, you will get the divine protection, right? Fiona gave a perfect answer. If just she wasn't poking the pudding with her spoon, surely she would have given a more serious aura. Yeah, one of the 6 seems to have appeared near. The name of that one is Gore. According to the reference books I saw in the reference room, this guy's habitat is a rank 5 dungeon L Grand Canyon located far southwest from Spada. It appears very rarely, and because the place is quite far so before going to its subjugation, one would have a definite eyewitness report. And the eyewitness report about Gore has come, but foreign, isn't that the neighboring country of Spada? Just as Lily said, this eyewitness report has come from the neighboring country of Spada. That is foreign. El Grand Canyon is more south side from there. Isn't this place just too far from the habitat? Simon's doubts are truly right. Normally it would be thought as fake or a misjudgment, but this information has full authenticity in the guild. There are various other eyewitnesses, and even the chivalric Order of Farron, out for training, had encountered it. If tracing the paths of all eyewitness reports, then this greed Gore apparently departed from its original habitat El Grand Canyon, and has been coming towards east, towards our area, steadily. Incidentally, when the greed Gore encountered greed Gore, it suddenly vanished, hence no fight started, neither there were any casualties. As the monster had the danger of rank 5, so the chivalric order formed a subjugation group, but in the end, they didn't see it again. I've got no idea what is greed Gore thinking while straightly heading towards the east, but we can guess that it could have entered Spada territory, judging from that speed. I see, so it means that it appeared in a place that is perfect for us to go at, right? I nod at Fiona's word to show my agreement. It's almost like it appeared just to grant me the trial. But Mia-chan had said that it will go with natural development, so there must not be anything intentional in this. Only this guy has been spotted till now, and I also think that this will be the only chance to defeat it. The guild has only given out warnings, and there is no official quest for it. In other words, it would be completely freelance work. Will you accompany me? Of course, good chance can't be bought with money. I also think the same. Thank you, then it is decided. With prompt replies, we all agreed on the topic, and it's decided we would go on greed Gore subjugation. This time we shall be prepared well and fine before fighting a rank 5 monster. If I remember correctly, greed Gore uses earth attribute, right? Fiona said a perfect stuff an adventurer should say. If just she didn't that small bit of pudding on the edge of her mouth, I would have started revering her. But certainly, we had a hard time fighting against Wrathpun, because we didn't have proper preparations against that guy's strong fire resistance. It can be said as basics for adventurers to prepare themselves, and the equipment's based on the subjugation target. Yeah, greed Gore uses earth attribute. It would be quite hard stuff. According to the info, greed Gore, just like dagger raptors, is a dinosaur-shaped monster. In short, is the Tyrannosaurus version, apparently. It is a nonsensical guy who can freely use the earth extra magic and move underground just like Morjura. For the time being, after working out a plan, we will leave as soon as preparations are over. 2 days since then, on the last day, 31st of Red Flame month, we Element Master decided to move out towards the southwest of Spada for subjugating another monster for the trial. In front the dorm are Will, and the maid Syria, along with Simon, who has gotten dark circles under his eyes. Apparently he pulled an all-nighter. Oh, Kurono, you're finally looking more like a real berserker, with that profound armor. Will said as such while tapping on my shoulder. I end up showing a wry smile. Well, I knew that he would say something like this after seeing my armor-wearing figure. The current me is not wearing the trademark of a mage. The robe, rather I'm clad in armor made from steel with high defensive power. The fact that it can use earth attribute means the attacks are going to be just physical ones. So it's more important to protect on body from those rather than heat and electricity in this case. While facing a V's greed Gore situation, I bought an armor with all my heart. However, I wasn't able to get armor casted with enchant upon it like the armors of those heavy Knights of Crusaders, so I only have a mass-produced stuff. Even the design is really simple. Even so, I have taken help from Fiona and engraved the magic equation of eternity on my own accord, and even raised its defensive power after applying blackening over it with gentleness and love while taking a whole day's time for it. Naturally, Fiona's explanation was, Kurono-san, here you pour the magical energy with full power like boom, and here with a swish feeling, and here you go heave-ho. Completely filled with onomatopoeic, so it took hell of a time to decipher it all. Well, concerning the results, my armor has turned into an eerie, jet black color, which doesn't reflect sunlight at all. Its color is almost like the Adventurer Guild in Alsace Village. Incidentally, though this armor is a mass-produced stuff, but it surely isn't cheap, Lily and Fiona have pitched in near half of its price, and like that my debts are just increasing, truly a sad story. While we're at it, Lily is in her usual one-piece dress and Fiona in her usual witch appearance with her usual defense. In short, the person becoming the vanguard, and who needed the most defense is me. I wish they would recall my official class name. By the way, Kurono, I've got to talk something with you. Will said that with a strange appearance which made me think if it's something hard to say. Then he moved his face closer to me, as if he's going to start some secret talk. What is it? Aren't you, Kurono, going to the southwest of Spada, the area near foreign's national borders, right? That's right, the most probable place it would appear is that place. For the time being, I will collect eyewitness reports on the actual location, then make the feet do some labor. While hoping that upon reaching close enough, this left eye of mine will point it out. In fact, my sister who caused trouble for you the other day. Was it Charlotte Chan? The Spada's Princess Most, who didn't get a good impression of me at the first meeting, most probably would have gotten her guard up against me. Or so, I can easily guess. I don't have any intention to say bad about her, but personally I would rather refrain from meeting a person like that. She went on a quest to subjugate bandits working near that area. When I searched a little more about it, I found the other party has even got bodyguards. No matter if they are rank 5, I'm still anxious. I see, so it came to bandits. It's only natural to be more worried when the opponent is not a monster but humans, as it would not be a fight with only pure ability, but also with cunning traps and whatnot. The party Charlotte Chan is in is a rank 5 party called Wing Road, though they are rank 5. But judging from their ages, they surely don't have enough experiences to be called veterans. Well, even I'm only 17 years old, so I can't possibly speak that proudly about the way of adventurers. It's painful for me to ask you this after what happened, but if something happens to my sister, please save her. Well, it's not I will hesitate to if she is attacked in front of my eyes, but there is guarantee we will meet over there. We both parties have our own goals. No, that alone is enough. Thank you. I can be somewhat relieved knowing that you will be somewhere near there. You can even laugh at me as if I'm an idiotic brother. No, I know the feeling of wanting to protect your siblings. Though there is no little sister in my case, but there sure is a elder sister for me, so I don't there is much difference. Will said his thanks with a bright expression. Ah, is your talk over? I have got something to give to you, Oni-san. Hey Simon, are you all right? You seem staggering to me. I let out those words to Simon who indeed didn't look normal and walked like a zombie. Maybe he himself is not worrying about it or doesn't have composure to worry about. He just presented the black case in his hands to me straightforwardly without any explanation. You want to give me this? What is inside this then? I heard Oni-san still haven't bought a new wand for yourself, so I made this in haste. It is still in early phase though. Simon opened the case with heavy eyes, and inside was a single gun present. Its appearance is the same as the contender gun he possessed at first, but this one has a shorter barrel, so is looking more like the real thing. It's a one-shot gun just like my first one, but if it's you, Oni-san, then you can use it just like that machine gun in Alsace. I have put a magic equation in the chamber, and barrel so if you shoot with this, then the penetrating power of your bullet arts will surely be increased if compared to normally firing it. Moreover, the barrel are two. They are made in horizontally bipartite form. Firing simultaneously will increase the power. And because I will be using it, so there was no need to worry about recoil. Anyhow, Simon just planned the blueprint of it aiming for a higher power. And the one who made it is Strato's smithing workshop. Whoa, that is great. Nevertheless, so this is the so-called appearance of guns as extension for wands used for magic. And this, I was only able to make some of these exclusive bullets. Saying that Simon handed over to me bullets in a pouch-like bag, I realized that each of the bullets have a magic circle drawn on it. Is this what I think, Simon? It's fine, after drinking that eerie potion of shady origins for keeping myself awake and increase concentration power. So I don't think there is any spelling mistake in the circle. I look at Fiona from the side of my eye, and see Fiona giving a thumbs up while holding a potion bottle filled with some sort of poisonous red-colored liquid inside in her one hand. Apparently it is an original potion by Fiona herself. I see, you work really hard. I'm happy that he even went to the extents of doing something similar to a shady doping. But at the same time, I'm worried about him doing so much for me. In fact, is that potion even drinkable? Simon even said eerie potion with shady the preposition, No, it's better to not think about it for now. Thank you very much, Simon, now rest up. Yeah, good night, Oni-san. While thanking Simon, who is loitering on the line of dream world and reality while mumbling some stuff, I put the gun and bullets into the shadow gate. Well then, we're going. Yeah, I'm waiting for a new legend of Nightmare Berserker. Don't mind Will-sama's reckless remarks, please have a safe trip. Yon Oni-san, do your best. While taking the farewell words, along with Fiona and Lily, we left the dorm. Chapter 245, The Three Bodyguards. The hideout of the bandit group working in Foreign is located on the outskirts of Iscia village, which got its name from a dungeon called Iscia Hills. The hideouts of bandits would be dirty small hut or a dark cave, but this place alone gives an impression completely different from those stereotypes. After all, this place is a neat and clean mansion, a place no one would think bandits would live in. Seeing the quiet environment of greenery surrounding it, one would think it is some villa of a noble, and, some years ago, that was the truth. As for what karma this mansion degraded to a point of being used by bandits is something that only some people among the higher-ups know about. However, though they might not know the details, but everyone do understand the gist of it, that is the same for the bodyguards who were hired from outside. It's a mansion of some slave dealer, I have heard that. One of the three bodyguards who attacked the student party just the other day. The giant skinhead man, Zach, a rank 2 adventurer, asked a question regarding the mansion and got that as the answer. The one who answered Zach's question is another one of the bodyguards, a katana wielder with blue eyes and blonde hair, Ludora. When Zach first met him, looking at those vacant eyes and haggard body, he doubted that this guy can even speak. But after accompanying him till now, he knows that this guy can reply just fine, and so he can call out to him less timidly. Che, from my view, this place is really small, too small. I want to live in a damn big place. At the very least, Zach thinks he is very easier to talk if compared to this always boasting one-eyed golem, Galden. A certain slave dealer. Maybe our true employer might be someone really great whose name even I might know. In the first place, the client who hired them is anonymous. They just know that he is a trader who pays generously. The representative of Target of Escort, the bandit group Aka slave dealer, a man named Robert, is the only contact person between them and the client. The man who was talking to the party of students was Robert. Surely his tone and appearance is like that of a hoodlum, but he is the only one who holds the direct connection with the slave dealer in question. Unexpectedly, his true job might not be being a bandit but a trader. In short, that slave dealer is the boss, and this bandit group Robert leads is the way to restock their commodities Aka slaves via bandit-like ways. Though he hadn't searched the background, but Zach believed more than half in the authenticity of his current guess. Among the three, only he was rank 2 who couldn't even use a single martial skill, but he was the only one who knew the workings of the underworld these guys lived in. Well, as long as they pay us, I don't care who the person is. And he knew the fact that ignorance is a bliss. After all, he was just an expendable asset. If his old friend hadn't introduced him, then Zach, who had returned to being an honest adventurer, would never take such a shady private contract quest. Of course, the reward was also fascinating, to the extent that rank 2 quests can't even be compared. It's a good decision. While hearing the words of praise from Ludora, Zach lied down on the leather-covered sofa. By the way, Boss Ludora, the reason Zach calls him like this is because, in this short fellowship, he has known that this man is the strongest person. Unfortunately, the second one was Galden. A human can never win against Golem's power without martial skills and magic. What? Boss, aren't you going to participate in that place? They even invited, saying they would give the pure ones. As the subordinates of slave dealer, it's a basic thing to always send the prettiest woman untouched. Naturally, with slave girls in front, the men who had fallen down to the grades of bandits certainly won't be able to hold back. And even though with the strict order of not touching the girls, some will break it. Hence, they have taken the measure to do as the please with girls who seem normal. So if they have an outlet for their desires, they won't stake their lives for raping the more good girl. Therefore, the Spada schoolgirls they captured the other day have been used as the tools for the relaxation of bandits. No, even currently they might be using them in the floor below. I have refused the women, due to some circumstances. That is pretty stoic. What is with women this and that, truly shit. then was getting heated up from morning to evening, truly eyesores. That is because you're a golem without any sexual desires. There was no obligation to retort like that, was there? From my view, I'm more concerned why you haven't laid your hands on that. Hee, so it does look like that. Zach shows a self-depreciative smile while lying down. Even he himself understands how other people look at him, and that he is mostly the same as what he looks like. However, I have resolved to not lay hands of little girls. That is quite an admirable mental attitude. It's nothing that exaggerated, just a superstition. In the adventurer profession, where life and death are side by side, there are many who are deeply religious even without divine protection, believe in superstitions, are concerned about their result from the fortune-telling, and there are even who follow the rules they made themselves. I think if I do that, then even a bad person like me will have my life saved once again. On the neck of Zari, who just said something deeply moving, a fairy accessory was shining along with the guild card joined to it by a chain. Huh, you an idiot, tryin' to pray ta God? That is the shittiest thing. Shut up, will ya? If you actually narrowly escape death, even you will become a religious person. But even if said that, it's not like he would understand those emotions. In fact, from the mouth, no, Galdan's a golem, so from his speaker, the words of denial come out. Moreover, if I laid a hands on a girl, then I would end up in a relation from which I won't be able to escape even if I want to. I totes don't want to become like those bandits. Just like Robert said to the students, they are outwardly slave dealers. Though they are doing the work of bodyguards, but they have never seen the stage where they would attack a village and abduct the girls. However, from the feeling they get from those guys, there's no doubt that they are involved in abduction and stuff. And in the case with student party the other day, under the pretext of retrieval of slave, they went too far, this can't be denied. Huh, what are bandits? Aren't we bodyguards of slave dealers? Well, there are also some idiots who would believe whatever told to them, so thinking that he didn't had any obligation to teach him stuff, Zach ignored Galdan's words. The dark elf girl we sent before, no matter how you look at it, she didn't seem like a village girl who sold herself. Ludora silently nodded to show affirmation. But Ludora and Zach both don't try to search more into the birthplace of that girl. Nevertheless, in some time our contract period will be over. After that, I will get out of this dangerous place. Che, you damn coward human being. Don't you have the fighting spirit to do something with your own power if some trouble arises? Zach sends him a gaze filled with contempt. After all, this golem didn't seem to know that every person has their limits. But Zach also felt pity for this golem, who idiotically believes in the greatness of his power. As soon as the air turned somewhere between turbulent and calm, a knock along with the voice of a man came from the double door. Gonna intruden teaches, saying that the one who entered was the representative of this group, Robert. The guys who went down in the village asked for help, even a single person is enough. How about it? Is one fine? For preparing against an unexpected accident, the three of them would move together. Particularly, it would trouble Zach if some powerful monster or enemy appeared. I want to have at least 2 people remain here. This mansion is located in the mountains on the outskirts of village, hence the possibility of monsters appearing here is higher. And what if some adventurer who determined the location of this hideout would suddenly attack here? They have let one student escape, so the guild might be on the move. Got it, I will go. Zach took the battle axe lying beside the sofa in his hands and stood up. It's not like he wanted to work hardly as a bodyguard, but he felt uncomfortable in this mansion where other girls were being raped. Whoa, Zach-san, thanks. Without any particular farewell words from other two, he left the room following after Robert. Chapter 246, Reckless Bandits. The targets were 3 adventurers. Hey, I'm saying to start up a fight and properly take the money to stop fighting. Zach took several bandits, aka slave dealers, from the mansion he was residing. Upon reaching Iscia village, on the front gate, he heard that information from the man he was about to meet up. They couldn't check the guild card, hence the rank is unknown. This information surely is enough to make on anxious, but more than that. Hey, this is just too false sounding, so you guys want to snatch the more pretty women for yourself, eh? If they had already attacked the adventurers and pulled back temporarily, the atmosphere would be more dangerous. From the point of Zach, they seemed to have forced out an unsatisfactory reason. But there was neither time or labor to confirm it. More than anything, he had worked all till this point as their bodyguard. If by chance, just before the day contract period ends, he is falsely accused of something, then his pay and everything will be ruined. Well, it's the problem of adventurers to show off by walking with such a pretty woman, though he's not feeling motivated, but for the job Zack and others run on the path on horses following behind the man. The sun has set down and the veil of darkness descends, so running on the path on a horse is difficult. It wouldn't be so difficult if the path was maintained time to time. Of course, only if the rider has that much ability to horse ride. After walking for a while, they met up with the leading unit which was tracking the adventurers. As for the adventurers, they silently moved to the campground site where the student party had once camped. Hey, not even a single person for lookout. This guy's some damn amateur. In this excessively wide plain without any shelter to hide, there was a single tent and brightly burning bonfire. Just besides it were 2 horses tied up to a stake hammered in the ground. This manner of defenselessness is something even those villagers can't do. Zack wanted to give a lecture to the person camping here in such a careless manner. He had heard that the adventurers were 1 male and 2 females. Probably the male is some green young man of a noble, and is amusing himself in adventurer role-playing along with his pretty maids. In that case, he felt less sympathy, and if the male was making love with the 2 beauties, then his sympathy is just non-existent. Gonna ask for just in case, that camping ground doesn't has a powerful barrier, right? If there is a rank 4 mage, then even without a person for lookout, the person can create an impregnable fortress. If they neared carelessly, then they might become human fire dolls by a fire barrier, or ice sculptures by a ice barrier. Zack and others don't have any means to oppose such a power of magic, hence they are being vigilant. There is none. I had investigated it before, and there was no reaction at all. So what will you do? The negotiations like the last time? No, this time you will attack at once. Kill the man and capture the women, even they all seem sleeping soundly. This won't take more than 5 minutes. Apparently, they were going to use a surprise attack plan. A campground without a lookout, other party is sleeping soundly without any defense. With this much favorable conditions, it's surely better to finish up the work at once. We will go, and teach you remain here. If something occurs, then do help us. Roger, I will pray that my turn never comes. And the bandits creep up to the campgrounds like a snake aiming at its prey. Zack stayed behind at a little farther place while holding his battle axe in one hand. The bandits move in the darkness without any torch or lantern, but the bonfire near the tent is working as the best landmark. Against this tent set up in these plains without any shelter, the bandits' side can make use of their numbers and attack from all 4 directions. Being illuminated by the light, the knives in the hands of men glittered. The tent was already encircled by several tens of men, and were about to cut the cloth of tent and invade, or so it seemed like. Bullet arts full burst. At that time in the silent dead of night, a dry loud sound of explosion roared. Wah! Widening his eyes, Zack witnessed a scene he had never expected. In other words, the scene of the opponent counterattacking. Without knowing what sort of attack that was, the men nearing tent for invading screamed in anguish and started falling down one by one. Thanks to being near the bonfire, the scene of men having their heads burst open like a trampled fruit was easily visible. In a second several men died, the men left showed fear. In this unexpected situation, someone would give out the orders for their movements, but the opponent adventurer was more fast on his feet. 3 shadows jumped out of the tent's entrance as is piercing through it. The moment he saw it, Zack's mind went blank due to fright. He is. A man with large build, wearing a jet-black, ominous armor came out first. But rather than feeling the eeriness of his armor, Zack's eyes were fixed on his face without a helmet. He obviously remembered that black-haired man with sharp black and red eyes. He was the main reason that Zack had no choice but return to being a decent adventurer. There can be no way he would forgot. No way, why. But he had known that the other man was an adventurer since seeing the guild card hanging from his neck. A meeting like this was not non-existent to happen. The reason Zack was more surprised is because, with that man was, of all people, his life savior. Why is Fairy-san also with him? Behind the man was a shining small figure of a person. It was a figure of a beautiful and cute person that everyone would call a fairy. There was no way he would mistake her. She was the person who saved him from the fate of being eaten by slime and having this bones melted. Her figure was vividly burned in his brain. The girl with 2 pair of wings shining in rainbow color, long platinum blonde hair and emerald green eyes, currently once again appeared in front of Zack. And the white light which entirely exterminated the slimes also made its appearance here. Too bright. The flash sent out by the fairy was not only dazzling, but also the hot winds which were the waves of attack also blew through the surroundings. A slime's jelly-like body would burst open, but currently that destructive light was aimed at all humans, the blood was spilt, and hand, legs, torso, and other body parts were flying around. And it wasn't just the fairy causing bloodshed with heat and explosion. The third adventurer, a witch in all black, fired several fireballs having equal explosion power as the flash. The red fire and white light display their furies as if wanting to grill the surroundings. There was no magic for a normal man to be in the vortex of that storm of destruction. The several tens of men attacking on tent vanished from the world within the short of 5 minutes, and all that was left was charred corpses. He watched his comrades having tables turned at them. No, it would be more appropriate to call it being flattened down one-sidedly. Zack, showing that reaction, had completely forgot his work as the bodyguard and was trembling. He tried to move his fear-stricken, frozen feet with all his strength, but before his legs even started to move, he was captured in the gaze of black and red eyes. The distance between him and the man was several tens of meters. He shouldn't be visible under the cover of night. That's how it should have been. The man's both eyes were aiming right in his direction. In short, their eyes met. Throwing the battle axe, he finally turned around and ran at full speed. He hated the fact that they had tied up the horses quite back to sneak up to the camping ground without making any sounds. I can escape if I reach there. He ran whilst believing in that hope. But Zack wasn't right in his mind currently. Hence he didn't think that the adventurer in the camping grounds would be able to catch him if they untied air horses. Eventually, he didn't sense a horse chasing him at all. Instead, he clearly heard the footsteps stepping on the meadows just from his rear. It was unbelievable, but the distance of several tens of meters was easily covered in less than 3 seconds. Impossible, by the time he thought that a black shadow passed by him like a gale with super high speed. Stop there. And the man in complete black, with just his red eyes shining crimson, stood in Zack's way. He was grabbing hatchet, seeming like a bastard sword in his left hand. A dark red aura rose up from it. He couldn't come up with a single idea to defeat this man. He had thought this man was strong when he first met him, but it was this moment he thought he was an unreachable, overpowering existence. If this man was serious, then killing Zack would be as easy as twisting a baby's arm. Last time he was truly turned a blind eye. Zack understood that his life and death was completely in the man's hands. He bent his knees, raised his hands, and took a pose of surrendering. W8, help, please. With that hoarse voice, he somehow spit out words for begging his life. The eyes of the man looking down on his pitiable figure were after all sharp and had a cruel glint in them. Chapter 247, Careless Bandit Strategy. The month changed. We reached the base point in Subjugating Gore, the Iscia village on the 3rd of Platinum month. We are being tailed, It was when we were heading towards the Adventurers Guild of Village. Occasionally I would feel a not friendly stare at me from the crowd of people. Yeah, we surely are being tailed. I feel uncomfortable. Unfortunately, it wasn't my imagination, apparently. They don't look good people even from their looks. Whilst walking the main street reaching to Adventurers Guild, I looked around indirectly and confirmed the figures of people tailing us. This Iscia village was a big village like Quarrel Village. There were not only villagers, but armed adventurers walking on streets too. The people think they were hiding well in the crowd of adventurers. Well, if they wore leather armor then, I wouldn't have noticed them. But it was impossible to not notice them since they had been sending those stares at me without having any intention of hiding the presence given by stares. At the current phase, they were only sending impolite stares at me, so it can't possibly pick a fight with them saying what the fuck ya watching, hua. Surely they must be having bad thoughts after being hooked, but the beautiful looks of Lily and Fiona. I had no relation with these worries in Ur's village, but in a greatly populated country like Spada, men looking at them with those stares have increased. However, it's their own freedom to think whatever they want, though it is unpleasant, But unless they try to make a move on these two, I could only ignore them. This applies to the people tailing us at present. Like that, whilst paying attention to the rear, we collected the detailed information about Gore in Adventurers Guild. As a result, we had to hear the depressing information about the unknown whereabouts of Gore after the eyewitness reports stopped since some days before. It was guessed that it may have gone deep in some dungeon where only some adventurers would dare to step in. Otherwise, there was also the possibility of it moving underground to some other place. After reaching to this standpoint, I gave an order of looking over the place it was last spotted at, the rank 3 dungeon Iscia Hills. We decided upon our plans and left the Adventurers Guild only to find that the sun was already sinking down. However, for increasing the possibility of encountering Gore, we decided to camp near the highway, then left Iscia village. We're completely being tailed. Several minutes after riding the horses Mary and Mary, I noticed the group tailing us in the village still following us. Yeah, we're completely being tailed. I feel really uncomfortable. As expected, it wasn't my imagination, apparently. Are these the so-called bandits? Most probably, it is a quick-witted person. They might understand the value of our equipments in just one glance. Now that she said it, Fiona's robe was made by some great high-grade materials, or so the old lady from Robe Specialist shop was saying. Lily's one piece is also made from the high-grade fabric of ancient Birod. My armor, too, has been reinforced by blackening, so it could be said as a magic armor. I see, but I was thinking that they are targeting us because of you two. After all, you two are really beautiful. Is that true? Why must I lie? Really, Lily is beautiful. The voice of Lily sitting in front of me seemed to be in high spirits. Yeah, Lily is beautiful. You're super cute. Phew. I handled the reins with one hand while patting the head of Lily with the other. Thinking over it, I sure have become good at horse riding. After all, I could talk and pat while making Mary run. Otherwise, Mary might have recognized me as the master. Ever since the date with Fiona, I had been increasing the sense of unity by pouring black magical energy too. Then what shall we do, Kurono-san? Let's see, it's quite irritating for have someone stalking us, so I want them make their move fast. How about we invite them by showing our defenselessness tonight? And it reached to this terrible scene. Haven't you exterminated them? The smell of roasting flesh and blood reached my nose. Although I have gotten used to it, but I just can't take a rest. My mind is not wrecked to the extent to peacefully sleeping in the middle of this massacre scene, filled with hands, legs, and freshly severed heads. No, the time I got used to people's death is the fact that my head is wrecked. I'm sorry, it just happened inadvertently, right, Lily-san? Right. The duo of fairy and witch didn't show any sign of remorse, but because I also used full burst, so I can't complain about them. And we also took one person as prisoner. Isn't this for the good? A prisoner we took. With complicated feelings, I look at the skin-headed man, shivering with his face turned pale. He seemed to have lost all his fighting strength. But for just in case, I have bind him up with anchor hand made from black hair curse coffin. Master, the maid with sense of wariness maxed out would use her prideful black hair wires to bite into the 5 limbs of the opponent and mince them, only if the opponent showed some strange movements. Of course, seeing this state, I totally doubt it would happen. No, the thing more concerning to me is that I remember this man. Hey, do you remember about me? Why yes. He even used formal language. Looks like he is seriously freaked out. In the back alley of Spada slums, he had enough spirits to bluff even after his sword was broken. But it could only be said as natural to be freaked out after seeing so many of his comrades die in a flashy manner. It's truly unfortunate that you have degraded down to being a bandit. Though I said that, but I knew that there was no way he would return to being a decent adventurer just by my words. But it's my true feelings that I feel disappointed in him. Wait, I'm not a bandit or something. After that, I seriously become an adventurer. Just like you said, a decent adventurer. Stop, I don't want to hear you begging. I'm not a kind person to the extent of believing his words. However, I don't have the hobby of playing with others' lives like those apostles. I intend to hand them over to the Iscia Guild or Vigilante Corps. Before that, I wanted to hear the information about the bandits, but looking at his current state, it seems impossible. It's better to make him faint. Wait, Kurono, this man is saying the truth. Lily. But a lifeboat for this man appeared from an unexpected place. She had been in the child form, but currently Lily said the words fluently and forced her way in between me and the man. Fairy-san, please save me. After getting saved by you, I've been praying the fairy goddess every night. I also don't lay my hand on children, please, save me. Do you know him? Looking at the shouting and crying man with a sidelong glance, I asked Lily. When I went on slime subjugation quest, I had saved him along the way. So it's something like that. That is one great coincidence. Recently, I have been feeling a lot of time that this world is small. Hey, you calm down, it's fine, I won't kill you. Weep TT, thank you very much fairy-san. The adult man lowers his head towards a small girl, or rather the scene of him groveling in prostrating form is quite surreal. We will ask you some questions, it's fine to say slowly, but answer honestly, okay? Weep YYS. So she will start the interrogation at this point. Seriously, I can't make light of adult Lily. Lily turned back in an instant and winked as if saying, here you go. She's cute as always, or nothing, I meant now I can get the info from this man. Then name yourself first, and show your guild card if you're truly an adventurer. I'm Zach, a poor adventurer from the countryside of Spada. The guild card is on my neck. There surely is a chain on his neck. As for the end of it is within the leather armor, so I can't see what is attached to it. I wind the black hair wire, officially a think anchor hand, and take out the guild card from his bosom while still restraining Zach. At that moment his face seemed to spasm from fear, but I pretended to not notice it. What, you hate tentacles that much? Bronze plate, eh? Ha, this is the limit for someone like me. I remembered that he was saying he could use enhancement magic and martial skills as a bluff. So it must be truth that he doesn't know any of them. If one can't use any, then reaching up to rank 3 would be difficult, even more if the person is a normal human. I'm Kurono, a member of rank 3 party element master. Did you attack us even after knowing us? If I had known you people were the targets, I would have stopped these people with all my strength. What do you mean? No, let's go in order. First, who are you people? These people were slave dealers. I have come to understand that the existence of slaves is quite a normal thing in this world. But one needs to have agreement with some elites to possess slaves. But because I have never entered the upper area of Spada nor went to slave market, so I don't the truth about it. Of course, I have heard they are forced into labor by being whipped, as it is banned according to law. Apparently on the outward, at least, they don't have a tragic environment to live in. Though I say that, they are bandits-like guys. The reason they targeted you is not doubt, because of that witch and fairy-san. Apparently my guess hit the right spot. Truly in shitty talk, making me want to puke. Are you the people making riots in foreign? Bandits a few are in. Sigh those assholes, as expected this bad name was gaining fame. Most probably you're right, they appeared out of nowhere after restocking their commodities from Furin. I was hired as a bodyguard for these people, calling them as slave dealers. Bodyguard. It's about private contract quests. From the introduction of my friends, I took on this quest as it gave lot of rewards. Hence I've been doing a decent job as an adventurer. I also haven't attacked some village and taken girls. I send a glance to Lily, and she opened her mouth to show her approval. It's the truth. Fairy-san, thanks. If Lily says so, then it must be the truth. Moreover, this man doesn't seem to have a high-grade magic to deceive telepathy. If Zach has been just doing his quest and has not been involved in any criminal act, then I can't keep on criticizing him. Although, after being attacked like this, as the person concerned in a fight between fellow adventurers, I can do what I want to do with him. Frankly, I can kill and still not get accused. However, I don't hate this man to that extent, and also don't want to needlessly spill blood. Zach's guild card also had an accessory imitating the wings of fairies. Most probably he became a believer in God after being saved by Lily. It might be true that he is praying to the fairy goddess. But if they are truly the bandits of foreign, then it means you took part in a criminal syndicate as a bodyguard. I don't know how big this sin might be, but if you still want to cooperate with them, you know what happens, right? Why yeah, I resign from the private contract quest right now. I won't feel any regret in giving out information to help the subjugation of bandit group. Upon hearing those words, I released Zach from the restraints. Like this, Zach is no longer a bodyguard, but a freelance adventurer. If he somehow makes the guild recognize that he was made to forcibly take on the quest and has not done a single criminal act, then his punishment would be really light. Of course, if he showed any suspicious activity currently, I will surely plunge all the bullets into him. I'm saved. After being freed from the wires, Zack took a deep breath. He must have been in a state of tension as I held the line for his life and death. Thinking this is a daily occurrence for adventurers, I won't have any sympathy. Now then, as we have become cleared up about each other's positions, how about you tell us in details about the bandits of Foreign, aka the slave dealers who hired you? Chapter 248. Let's go bodyguards, wake up adventurers. The bodyguard Ludora may look haggard like a sick person, but looking at him stepping down the stairs without staggering, it is understandable that he is a healthy person. He stepped down soundlessly on the gloomy stairway, reaching the cellar of the mansion the bandits aka slave dealers were residing. Until Ludora knocked the door of cellar, there was no one who noticed his approach. Ludora sensed the presence of the person frantically heading towards him even from across the door. Teach got some work. The person who came out was the one leading this bandit group, Robert. Seeing his half-naked sweaty body, there wouldn't be a need to think what he might have been doing till now. No, even without thinking one would think obscene things just by hearing the coquettish voice of girls and bellows of men. A normal man would not only react mentally, but also physically because of the faint, sweet smell, the scent of aphrodisiac made from mucus of Mordura. However, Ludora didn't seem affected by it in the least and spoke with a vacant look and indifference. There are people heading here, prepare to run away. Robert's face flickered upon hearing those words, but maintaining his reasoning, he asked for the details. Are the chivalric order of Furin or Spada on the move? No, there are 3 of them. Adventurers, probably. Robert guessed it wasn't the worst scenario and heaved a sigh of relief. Is there a need to run against just 3 people? If it is a party above rank 4 then, I will at most only be able to stall them. More than that, the group sent along with Zack hadn't returned. The possibility of them being arrested was quite high. If the people who defeated those many people were the 3 heading towards here, then it would mean they are not normal people. So just in case, eh? Robert understood Ludora's meaning behind the words. In their occupation, running away power is essential. The people who couldn't see through the right moment to run away had already disappeared in the public on the floor of guillotine. Understood, we will prepare to run away. As for Teach's, Galden already left, I will also head there now. The enemy is nearing through the backside. If we fight near the suspension bridge, you people will get enough time to make an escape for it. Then we will from the front side. Ha, leaving it all to you, Teach. Ludora nodded silently and rushed up the stairs. The bandit group, okay, they call themselves as slave dealers, but it should be all right calling them bandit group, right? Their hideout was a mansion located in the mountains, somewhat far from Iscia village. After hearing most of the information from Zack, we headed towards that hideout. Why we were doing this sort of thing? The answer is simple: we will subjugate the other bandits left. Incidentally, we released Zack right at that spot. Lily said it would be all right, so I don't think he would come back for revenge. I pray for him to still move on the way of decent adventurer. What will you do about greed, Gore? Fiona asked, while sitting on the horse running parallel in this dark night. We'll take a look after this. According to the eyewitness, reports the possibility of it not being near any more is more. Hence, nothing will change if we made haste for a day or 2. Well, from the start, we had planned to hunt the monsters in Iscia Hills if we didn't find it to rake in money. And this bandit subjugation seems to give more money. You're right, the reward on that murderer was also quite a big amount. Well, for the current plan of Element Master for subjugating bandits is approved by all. It's definitely not like my sense of justice exploded and I am forcibly taking them. There are various reasons for us to take on this subjugation. 1, we can easily topple the enemies by ourselves. 2, the students from the academy are captured. 3, just like I said before, this way we will rake in more money. Regarding the first reason, according to Zack, 3 people were hired as bodyguards. One of them is a really skilled swordsman, while the other is a rank 3 golem. The other bandits are normal humans without any magic or martial skill, just like the people we killed before. If we just be careful of that swordsman bodyguard, it is easy to exterminate the bandit group. Second reason, about the kidnapped students, this is not an information that I can feign not hearing. The little sister Will was worrying about. third princess of Spada, Charlotte Tristan Spada, had headed out to foreign to subjugate the bandits. Fortunately, the possibility of her being captured is zero. From the information on the looks of girls I heard from the Zack, it all seemed unfamiliar to me. In short, the people are ones whom I have never met. Just, after knowing some fellow students have been abducted, I can't possibly ignore it. The third, just as I said before to Fiona, is about money. As we didn't encounter our main objective, greed Gore, so we changed the plan as there wasn't much problem in it. The danger level of Iscia Hills is rank 3. Even if we overhunt the monsters living there, like Centaur or Silent Sheep, the amount we will get for a free quest would not be big enough. Moreover, there is also a fourth reason, which I haven't told anyone about. I will make them regret making a move on Fiona and Lily to the point of death. You're speaking the reason, Kurono-san. Yeah, well, it's somewhat a personal grudge. But upon being told that from the person itself, it's quite embarrassing. Kurono-san. What? To the point of death rather means truly dying right. No, we look there. We can take some of them as prisoners, right? The act of robbery and choosing to be a bandit is a capital crime in all countries. It will lessen the labor for knights if we kill them before. I got scared of Fiona speaking those words easily, but this might be the common for this world. Apparently in the Edo period people were beheaded even if they stole some coins. Well, the weight of penalty changes per era and country. You're right, if it was needed to capture them all alive or get punished for homicide, then I wouldn't have gone for their subjugation. Did Kurono-san's world had a system of getting accused of crimes if you killed a bandit. To be precise, there are no people called bandits there. Well, if one killed a robber and didn't give proof of legitimate self-defense, then goodbye, live in prison it would be. Yeah, something like that. I see, your world is quite hard to live in. Fiona seemed seriously shocked. Maybe she took a culture shock for something utterly useless. Although this talk has made lots of misunderstandings, but it will be fine after I tell her about the way of living on Earth. We're almost at the suspension bridge of backside. We have the advantage of surprise attack, so there is no reason to not make use of it, but enter boldly from the front area. Of course, we also are attacking due to some sudden developments, hence we don't have all the equipments for making do against the enemies. Wake up, Lily, we're getting of the horse. It is really narrow to move on along with horse, to the point that if one loses their footing, the person should be ready for a head-first strike on the bottom of cliff. Well, it is a back way, so it's quite natural. Ugh. I wake up dozing off Lily in front of me with a shake. It is midnight currently, in other words, the resting time for this child form Lily. However, we are going to head into the hideout of bandits now, so I've got no choice but become the demon here and wake her up. Hey, just wake up. Yawn. I get off the horse while holding the still dreaming with half-open eyes Lily. She's somewhat standing on her feet, but she seems unsteady on her feet, so is coiling around my leg. It's just too worrisome. Shall I give her the waking up potion? Fiona took out a single bottle from her hat, as if she can't let Lily's actions go unnoticed. Is the one Simon drank? Yes. It's witch-like to make drugs, but seeing Fiona's confident expression, I can't help but feel uneasy. Just why? Here you go, Lily-san. You'll wake up in just one mouthful of it. Yes. Not knowing my uneasy feeling, Lily took the shady, ominous potion from Fiona and downed in from her small mouth. Lily. Lily spewed out the potion with teary eyes. Looks like my uneasiness hit the right mark. Fiona, you trying to kill me? Good morning, Lily-san. Fiona said nonchalantly. I didn't feel any ill intent in that. Isn't there something you should say to me? Lily stared while wiping her mouth. Pretty intense stare, that is. Kurono-san was getting troubled, so I thought to wake you up fast. So you gonna shove the responsibility of that to me? Arg, can't be helped. And even you are agreeing to it. Ah, what? Well, you seem awake now. Yeah, thanks to you. It would have been great if your adult version still kept on sleeping, is something that I won't say. But is that seriously so much bad? Stop, Kurono, if you do that you will die. No, I haven't said that I will drink it yet. You're rude, I've adjusted the ingredients so one don't die. So you mean that damn potion has ingredients that would kill anyone if not adjusted. That muddy red liquid, seeming like blood, just doesn't seem tasty. But it seriously intrigues me. Won't a single mouthful be fine? Kurono. I took a new waking up potion from Fiona, purely out of curiosity, but Lily sends a gaze. Just like a mom sends to her son going on a battlefield to me. Does this thing need that much of determination? No, don't get scared. It will be fine if it's just one mouthful, heave-ho, here I go. I took the bottle of potion and... Chapter 249. Man of Steel. The golem bodyguard Galden heard the direction of movements of the approaching enemies from Ludora, and dashed out of the mansion with his favorite mace and tower shield in hands. Sigh, those brats from Spada had no resistance against us. This time I will make you entertain me. Ever since taking up on this quest, Galden had not met strong enemies, resulting in his displeasure accumulating. Hence this time he makes haste on his way to fight against some strong enemies. The one-eyed golem ran past the pitch-dark night street whilst making sounds of footsteps similar to Dolto's. Contrary to his appearance, he was quite fast. Golem's body was fundamentally of a barrel with arms and legs. They were not classified as genuine living beings, but magic beings like fairies and skeleton. However, golems having been made from rocks or metals were pretty much slow as suggested their appearance. Hence, seeing Galden run so nimbly would only mean that either he had been made from a really light material or had been blessed with great physical ability. I think that it is needed to cross this bridge to get near the mansion from backside. In that case, he got out of the woodland path, in front of a suspension bridge on the cliff with a mountain stream flowing, several tens of meters below. To get into the mansion from the back, it was inevitable to cross this suspension bridge. Of course, it won't be the same if the intruders had a Pegasus with them. I just need to wait here. He laughed loudly, as if wanting to say what a great idea. Although it was simple, but for a fight-loving idiot like Galden, having a place to always meet enemies can only be considered as an advantageous position given by luck. Galden landed on the suspension bridge with all his power. Looking at the shaking and listening to the creaking sounds of bridge, it can be understood that his body was made by same materials as other golems, hence had the same weight. That dull silver-like luster wasn't some sort of plating, but it was iron. He was an iron golem with even the core made from steel. The suspension bridge seemed to somehow bear that super-heavy golem's weight. It could be perceived that it was tougher than what it seemed like. However, there wouldn't be a person who would cross the bridge along with him. Whilst shaking the bridge, Galden crossed the bridge with his steel body and sat down on the ground, waiting for the enemies to make an appearance. If he just sat silently without moving, some sort of intimidating air would have been emitted, but he was not good at being silent, so was playing around with the mace and tower shield. In short, he wasn't calm. Fortunately, that boring time came to an end quite fast. Heh, there you come. The red shining one eye jolted from delight. Galden's eyes shining like a lamp caught the sight of two people running at him from the opposite side of Dark Night Street. The people were accompanied by some sort of light orbs, maybe some sort of new type of torch, hence they were easily visible even from a distance. Each other were now just several 10 of meters away. Even a human without night vision eyes would be able to see him. Same with Galden, who on the other hand, has night vision eyes. I don't know who you are, where you are from, and neither do I care. I'm the strongest golem knight of Spada, Master Galden, come at em. Galden named himself while shaking the speaker due to the maximum volume. But before finishing, he sensed an attack and held up the tower shield. Gah! He was about to hold up the tower shield when the attack of enemy heavily hit his steel body. However, Galden didn't fall down. He didn't know what sort of magi or weapon he was attacked with, but he did know that countless bead-shaped hard things were fired into his body, along with the fact that this attack won't pierce his body and neither will break it. Bastard, don't you go on attacking when a person's given out their name. He fixed his bent posture and bellowed. At that time, the two people had already neared enough to see their faces. It turned out to be a pair of human man and woman. No, looking more closely, that light wasn't a new type of torch but a small girl. The man was black-haired with red and black eyes equipped with an armor. The woman was wearing witch clothes, the ones quite rare nowadays. Both of them were humans. One can get the idea that their party of two was perfectly balanced with a martial skill user vanguard and a magic user rearguard. However, the reason for that little lowly to be with them was quite uncertain. Galden raised a question mark above his head whilst getting angry. Moments later he guessed they must be a family party taking their kid along, and took on the fighting stance. It is more hard than I thought. It must be a natural armor night one. It's pretty troublesome opponent. The three gave out their impression care freely in front of fully throttled Galden. In the end he snapped. Shitheads, don't you ignore me. Why the fuck are you parents and child talking friendly? Galden shouted while swinging the mace. However, only his voice echoed through the mountain forest, and the silence of night again came back. After some seconds of silence, I see, well, we can look like that. Kurono-san, in that case I will be. Erg arrrrrggggh. Don't say that, Fiona. I won't forgive you if you say it. Waking up potion it the most I can forgive, this exceeds that. Apparently man's name was Kurono and witch's name Fiona, but Galden couldn't care less about it, or rather he had bad memory power as well as he was burning with anger. Hence there was no way he would remember their names. DD, don't you fuck around. Come at me, you shithead bastard. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. In the next instant, a reply came from the man in armor, Kurono. At the same time, Galden realized that Kurono's hand held an unfamiliar weapon. At a glance, it seemed like a crossbow, but it didn't have the parts for firing an arrow. Rather, it was just two iron cylinders lined up parallel with a hole in both of them. Galden guessed that it might be some sort of magic item which attacks from those cylinders, but, you gotta be kidding me if you think that toy can even hurt me. He didn't seem warned at all. So not got time for that. Immediately after, he regretted making light of it. Bang! As expected, an attack magic came out of the cylinders along with a thunderous detonation sound. But he couldn't get what attribute it was. He just knew that it was something hard and it hit his body. And by the time he realized it, his prideful big body was flying. Galden fell face up on the suspension bridge with a bam sound. He almost let go of his mace and shield, but somehow endured it. What was that just now, my steel body? Looking at his chest, there was a circle-shaped crack in there, as if a nail was hammered in. Golem's special characteristic was that they don't have a sense of pain, but upon taking a heavy damage, their body forcibly becomes numb. This scared shit out of me. If I took in some more shots, my body will break. However, it wasn't lethal. Galden thought that he might not be able to use an attack this powerful always, and tried to persuade himself. That worked pretty good, human. But that level of stuff won't be able to defeat me, Galden stood up whilst shouting. However, the three people that should have been there disappeared. Where the fuck you go? He looked left-right, but there was no one, as if those three were just some illusions. Galden felt like he was made fun by a fox monster, which can use witchcraft to deceive people since time immemorial. But suddenly, he noticed a shining something in the upper part of his vision. They are flying, too. Looking above, he saw the figure of a young girl with rainbow-colored 2 pair of wings, shouldering the armor man and witch and flying leisurely. The trick behind that was quite obvious if one thinks, but thinking was something impossible for Galden. What is that, the brat from before? Fairy? I've never of a fairy that big, no, why the fuck she got big? Galden was just able to absent-mindedly gaze the three flying in air, without being able to do anything. However, his carelessness was lethal. Galden shouldn't have forgotten that his opponent was also a witch who could use long-distance magic, Ignis Cris Sigita. Around the time, Galden understood the intention of witch with staff in hand. Everything was too late. Against the approaching blazing red tornado of flames, Galden could only hold up his tower shield. Galden, having tough body, was able to somehow hold up in between the incandescent tempest created by the witch. Galden was an ability user, and also an iron golem having impregnable defense. Hence he was able to somehow or other hold up one attack of a high-grade offensive magic. However, the suspension made from weak trees and rope couldn't possibly still work as a bridge after getting engulfed in the whirlpool of flames. In short, it fell. The ropes holding the burned off, Galden let out an idiotic voice, and after the small moment he felt that soft, hovering feeling. Along with the wreckage of burning bridge, he plunged into the mountain stream head first. Surely to the three flying in air, it might have seemed like a criminal falling into hell. Galden saw the figure of fairy flying in sky while shining like a star and disappeared in the mountain stream. Chapter 250. The third bodyguard. Lily landed on ground while holding me and Fiona. My heart was actually beating like hell from the fear of falling down. But as expected of Lily in true form, she got some strong horsepower to even fly holding 2 humans, or so we thought. But along the way Fiona was about to fall, so 2 people might be heavy for her, apparently. It's dangerous, so I need to be more careful the next time. Thinking it, the last time I had Lily help me fly along with her would be when I took the private quest of taking that treasure sword in the nest of Garuda. So it's already been 4 months since then. Now it is a nostalgic memory of mine. That golem called Galden was same as we had heard. According to Zack, the golem bodyguard Galden was hot-blooded, would not hear the persuasion, cannot use martial skills, but only has lot of power and is tough due to his race's characteristic. Moreover, from the one act before, it was proved his character sketch was correct. If we fought fair and square, it would have taken our time. He was tough to the point that he only bent on taking on my bullet arts. If I had to defeat him, then it was surely needed to attack him again and again. It's good we were able to get past easily. The reason we paid no heed to the golem and went on our way was truly because there was a suspension bridge present for our convenience. The time I saw that suspension bridge I thought, this bridge needs to go down. Well, that golem was also an hired adventurer, so I didn't want to kill him. The tough him will hold on a free fall of several tens of meters, perhaps, surely, probably. No, it would be better to say he won't be saved from that height. Either way, he would have taken lot of damage and wouldn't come back any sooner. Well, the gun also displayed its power. It was a beneficial fight. I say coolly, but in truth I had never thought Simon's gun would have this much of power. I had thought it would give an enhance effect just like Black Ballista Replica. Never had I thought it would send that lump of steel flying. If I shoot using the exclusive bullets, then it is possible to pulverize the armor knights of Crusaders along with their tower shields. However, Simon had made every bullet himself, so it doesn't seem plausible to prepare them in large quantity. I will never forgive the fact that Simon was made to drink Fiona's terrifying idiosyncratic waking up potion. Of course, I also swear to never drink it ever again. If I keep on drinking that, then let alone my eyes something different would end up being awakened. No, I won't think anymore. Let's make haste. Like that, we again run on the woodland path. We are not far from our destination, but we are in a hurry for a reason. However, just how did those guys sense our approach? The fact that Galden was waiting for us at the suspension bridge from before means that the bandit side already knew of our approach. They let a single bodyguard handle it. Of course, there is also a possibility he came on his own accord. But the worrisome thing is that bandits should not have escaped after finding our raid. We haven't been caught in a trap, and there was no barrier for detection. I recalled the light barrier on the castle walls of Daedalus. That barrier was not for detection, but defense from intruders. The barriers for detection, in case of high-grade ones, won't let the intruder feel anything even if they were sensed by the barrier. However, judging from the level of this bandit group, there's no way they would have a magic item or a mage to deploy a barrier of that high grade. There might have been a lookout guard, probably a servant. You're right. The probability of Lily's words is the most high. After all, looking at things happening with one's own eyes more reliable. If the one on the lookout guard was someone from those bandits, I would have sensed them from their presences. However, there was nothing like that. If the one on lookout guard was a servant suitable for defense, for instance, a bird-shaped one, then because they don't have any hostility and murderous impulse, hence it is hard for me to sense them. After all, the effectiveness of servants, though not something of high grade, has already been proved in Alsace village. Just by sending 1 or 2 Vindal, the detection area increased lot more. Rather than using a high-grade barrier, it's more plausible that they used servant for lookout. Either way, if the bandits ran on us, our hard work would go in vain, and if they even took the female students with them, there would no chance to save them. I seriously don't want the situation to reach that point. Unfortunately, most of the girls abducted by bandits have already been sent to the slave dealer boss. The girls left in mansion count up to several numbers and are being used as way of amusement for those bastard bandits. Truly a gross thing. The situation has already got out of hand, but that's also why there is a need to save them as fast as possible. Oh, I see, so that is their hideout. After running for about 5 minutes from the suspension bridge, Finally, do we see the outer appearance of a mansion on the other side of the woods. Although this hideout is quite a splendid mansion for some bastards, but considering it is of some wealthy slave dealer, it is possible. There was light in there, only silence could be sensed from that mansion in this dark night. It is plausible to think they ran off. In that case, I need to hurry up, or so I thought, but I suddenly push on the immediate brake and stop in my tracks. Lily and Fiona also stopped without me telling them. Yeah, we have already sensed. Come out. That there is an enemy in wait for us. You're quite excellent adventurers. A voice of man replies to my question. One shadow of a person slowly came out from the shade of the tree. I send my gaze on left and right, but no other person except this man could be seen. There is not even other presences. The fact that he appeared alone means. A bodyguard, eh? Were you ordered as a rear guard? Indeed, I won't let any of you a step forward from here. Is something I want to say, but it looks impossible for me alone to stop all of you. Lily's oracle field light shined upon the walking man, and his figure appears within the darkness. He had long, dull golden hair tied in a knot behind his neck, lightless, stagnant blue eyes, and a too skinny face and body. Although he might have had a good face and body, but currently he gives off the feeling of a patient suffering from incurable disease. His body is haggard from top to bottom and is wearing a black coat. He looks just like the undead appearing in Revival Catacomb. In short, his appearance is eerie. In that case, give up on the quest. Your employer is a criminal. If you keep on supporting him, you will also be accused. Against Galden, we forced our way through without any negotiations, but it doesn't seem effective against this man. If believing Zach's words, this man Ludora is the strongest bodyguard with power above rank 4 people. If we can negotiate then, it is for the best. I know that from the start, even so let me say, I refuse. Why? My wish is to exchange blades with strong people, hence your persuasion is useless. I see, so he is a battle junkie. His behavioral conduct is exceedingly simple, but because of that it is troublesome. We can't avoid fighting. If you want to go after my employers, then go right now, however. I want at least one person to remain here. Ludora grabbed the scabbard of that katana-like sword, hanging from his waist with his left hand, and reached the hilt with his right hand. Ludora slowly started releasing bloodlust after taking a brilliant EI pose. Even an expert like me can tell that his EI pose is same as prose. Maybe this is a feeling one would get if confronting a true samurai. A feeling of high tension. Lily, Fiona go on ahead. Disagreed. It's safe and certain if we 3 fight together. They refused me with an immediate reply. No, hurry up or those bandits will get away. Then let Lily-san go. Fiona, you go. Our top priority is their rescue. Lily, Fiona, you both go together. Finish it up fast and return. The opponent is quite a powerful person, but if he's not on apostle level, I have confidence in not getting insta-killed. No, speaking more positively, I have confidence in my toughness. Understood. Don't do anything reckless, Kurono. They agreed, although reluctantly. Well, now it's all good after getting a consensus. Lily changed into her young girl form, and Fiona used her movement-type martial skill and went on to chase after the bandits in high speed. I made you wait a bit. Against Ludora, who still is in EI pose, I took out the absolute grudge hatchet Cubidin from the shadow gate and get in the stance. Don't worry. Let me name myself first. I'm Ludora. I know that from before is something which I won't say. I'm Kurono. Here it is fine with just naming myself. I'm also a man, hence I have got the manners for times like this. Then Kurono, come let's fight. Chapter 251, Black Magician vs. Samurai. The moment the young man in black armor and helmet, Kurono, took out a long hatchet from his own shadow and took on the stance, a chill ran up Ludora's spine. Wonderful to actually meet this able master of swordsmanship. At the same time, he also felt delight. The hatchet in Kurono's hand had a large jet black sword blade with ominous deep crimson lines shining like veins, and the weapon is always covered in a sinister dark red aura. Even the girl they captured from village would be able to see that this weapon was a cursed weapon. Anyone would call it cursed even in a single glance and would sense the strong grudge hidden in it. In other words, this weapon would be in the top ranks among countless cursed weapons. And he is controlling the curse completely. Kurono was still staring at Ludora with his red and black eyes, still having the light of consciousness. even while in stance. Ludora had fought against many people with cursed weapons, but it's the first time he was fighting against one who has maintained his sanity even while using cursed weapons. Moreover, a person controlling a cursed weapon with that much strong grudge. He understood that the blade had sucked lots of blood, not just of 10 or 20 people. After all, he was also the same. My favorite katana blood-sucking Princess Scarlet Dye won't lose in the amount of blood sucked. Ludora held back the urge to smile. Don't end this match in just one sword. And without making a sound, drew out his sword. Akanagi. In an instant, a shining white blade. No, a sword blood-dyed scarlet came out of the scabbard. A tinge of surprise flashed upon Kurono's face. That reaction could be said normal. It was obvious that even with the length of katana hanging on Ludora's waist, it won't reach a distance of several meters. However, the blade kept on extending, reaching towards Kurono's body. This single stroke uses the blood sucked till now and nullifies the distance between the opponent. Now how will you respond to it, Kurono? People with confidence in their speed would evade it. The one with confidence in their toughness would defend it, and those without much ability would get their head cut in top and bottom, without exception. Against such an attack, Kurono. Akanagi. The color of blade swung from hatchet was similar scarlet red. Thus, that martial skill with same pronunciation, attacked by constructing a blade by using the blood sucked. Two crimson sword strikes intersected. A metal sound rang out, making one think they weren't made from blood, and both turned in red mist, disappearing in the black of the night. I never thought that some can use the same skill as me. So he got surprised for that, interesting this man. Ludora saw Kurono voicing out words of admiration, and as he expected, no, even more than that, he was convinced that surely is worth fighting against seriously. He would show his true power, which he had shown just against top-rank monsters, against this young curse weapon wielder. In other words, he would show his true form to him. Kurono, let me tell you to not misunderstand. Ludora's senses explosively increased in an instant. The vision, which wasn't able to see more than some meters, now saw all the surroundings as easily as looking under the shine of sunlight in day. His ears, which only picked up the sound of blood blades breaking, now became so sharp that they even picked up the sounds of Kurono's heartbeat. His olfaction could even distinguish between the faint smell of earth and grass. His sense of touch could now clearly feel the flow of wind, and his sixth sense, which could perceive the blood, magical energy, and various other things invisible through eyes. That feeling was like the world just expanded immediately, however. To Kurono, only the outward changes were perceivable rather than the inner changes. The eyeballs with blue pupil, congested with blood, and were dyed in red. A part of teeth metamorphosed into like fangs of beast people. On Pandora, with various races living, Ludora transformation wasn't something much different from humans, but that is why it was more conspicuous to humans. Kurono immediately understood what the true form Ludora was. My class is swordsman, no, I use katana so it should be samurai. Hence, my attacks are all from this one sword, I can't use magic. Why would he deliberately say that? These words were like saying an elf which excels in magical energy fights just by using sword. Ludora's race had enough magical energy to be lined up against elves. In other words, I will use all the magical energy of vampires into using martial skills. Vampire, A. I have seen various races till now, but seeing a vampire is a first for me. The red eyeballs with congested blood and two fangs peeking out from the mouth indeed look like that of a vampire. However, the thing I need to be more cautious to is that the vampire race has very powerful physical ability. Even that haggard, patient-like body has physical strength easily surpassing humans. Moreover, among the characteristics of vampire, the most excellent status is their magical energy. Vampires' high-leveled magical energy, rivaling that of elves, is the cause they are mostly of mage class. However, at the same time, they even have their physical power. Looking at it comprehensively, they are more trouble to fight against elf mages. Although vampires have that strong abilities, but maybe this could be called nature's dispensation that their population is in minority. Hence, they are rarely seen even in cities. Thus, for me to meet one in a place like this can only be said bad luck to me. Here I come. However, even if the opponent is vampire, I have got no intention to run away. the other party also doesn't seem to let me off. Ludura was already rushing at me, with unsheathed red sword blade katana held by both hands. Kuro Nagi. His rush was fast enough to surpass the speed of that insane Jodo. Hence it would be faster to intercept him with my hatchet rather than bullet arts or sword arts, or rather that was the only choice I had. Scarlet Slash. Ludura's katana also had an aura same as the hatchet, so to speak it was more like clad in blood mist-like thing, hence revealing a bright red color. No matter how you see it, no can call it a normal weapon. It might even be a cursed weapon. In that case, the difference in ability of our both weapons isn't that much. In that case, the factor for victory or defeat will be the user's ability. Gakke Kkii in NN. And the black and red blades repelled each other while scattering sparks and making a shrill sound resound. Ga. Rather than strong, it might be good to say heavy. The attack sent out by the slender blade rivaled the power of my bastard sword-like big hatchet. Despite that it still seems like a Japanese sword, though with more sharpness and speed. I will definitely lose in a pure swordsmanship battle, but the point I can win in is power, A. Vampire have physical power surpassing that of humans, but that is the same for me. My body has already ceased being human. Ha! Just a moment after attacking with martial skills, both of us still maintained their stances and started the close blade combat. Too fast. The black blade strikes and red blade strikes both made several light tracks in an instant, incidentally scattering sparks and magical energy. Based on bodily sensation, it felt like eternity, but in truth, not even 10 seconds had passed. There was one thing, though, which I immediately understood in the match of continuous offense and defense that I can't win against with just sword. It would have been good if he slash sent out by me were evaded, but they were actually warded off by the katana at the critical point. I don't have enough power to overcome this logical technique. I probably am above in pure physical strength, albeit by narrow margin. However, Ludura has enough swordsmanship ability to surpass that narrow margin. And more than anything, the blade has brushed off various dangerous parts of my body. If I was still wearing apprentice robe, although it wouldn't be a fatal one, I would have been forced to lose quite an amount of blood. Thanks to wearing armor as Greed Gore's countermeasure, that I am able to still remain unhurt. As expected of a sword user vampire, it won't be distant future when I get an attack powerful enough to break through my armor. However, this is not only a match of swordsmanship. A match is not just won by sword-using ability. Anchor hand. Even while holding the hilt with hands, the other cursed weapon, no a guard, I'm a maid de sue, no a maid affixed on my hand created several wires similar to black hair from the back of hand. I control them to entangle Ludura. In this super-fast offense and defense match, if I hadn't used the effect of this powerful maid gloves around my hand, I wouldn't have been able to have enough thought and concentration to swing the hatchet and at the same time use magic too. MMH. Ludura's reaction was fast. That may either be because of pure reflexes or sixth sense, or maybe because of both. Even before the black hair curse attacked him, he had already jumped back by one step and got out its range. However, he didn't just back off, but even brandished the katana horizontally to prevent my movements. Akanagi. From out the range, he deployed the martial skill to bisect me in two. Shield. However, the black magical energy fiber making the shield has already been deployed in front of me to protect my body. On top of that, if I had the little time Ludura takes to deploy martial skill, I can again defend without swinging the hatchet. The black shield covering my body with its over 2 meters size starts knitting black hair wires, and by the time they are constructed, the blood blade I had seen before reaches me. The blood blade cuts off the hard magical fibers, but it stops halfway without being able to cut it into 2 parts. The martial skills was finished, and the red katana vanished. Similarly, the shield also started dispersing from the cut-up part. It may be great if I also name my class. However, it's enough time to prepare for counterattack now that I've stopped this attack. My figure might be again visible to Ludura now that the shield covering me has gone. I'm not a swordsman. The absolute grudge was not in my hand, but rather in my left was the Rathpun's right arm, and in my right hand was a completely loaded gun. Also, there were a belt of thousands of magic bullets and 10 blackened swords rising from my rear like wings. I'm a black magician. Come on now, vampire samurai, take on my full burst. Chapter 253. Devil vs Vampire 2. Getting out of Black Magic's close distance attack, he reached to a distance of letting out a sure kill attack. I had though from before that he would use a marital skill in this situation. In fact, the martial skill deployed by him was more powerful than the Akanagi. I can see that fact from the amount of magical energy gushing outwards from him katana. If I took it head on, the shield would be bisected. And even if I defend using absolute grudge hatchet Cubidin, it would need defense martial skill to actually defend against that attack, or else hatchet would be flicked off, and I will get hit by 2 blades at the same time. Naturally, after seeing the activation of this martial skill, there is no room for evasion. In the end, the only way for defense left for me is just one, but that is not a good way to defend, or so Ludora must have thought. He only has martial skills activating with magic as a source. However, I have a weapon which can display its true worth against those. Eat it. Now there was no red-bladed machete engulfed in black flames, but rather an unrefined longsword made by using fangs of monsters directly. The longsword, which has extra magic to eat each, and every sorts of magic, was once my comrade's favorite sword, called Fang Sword Evil Eater. However, it was now in my hands as Hungry Wolf Sword Evil Eater, a sword filled with grudge from dying with regrets. I will use it at my free will, Vulcan, Evil Eater. For taking on the attack called Heaven, beheading scarlet scintillation of Ludora, I held up this great sword in the place of shield. The Fang Sword hungry for revenge and magical energy, and the scarlet blade clad in aura of fresh blood collided. What? Maybe he had too much confidence in this martial skill. Ludora opened his eyes wide in surprise. Though a longsword, I just held it up with my left hand. His attack had enough power to actually overpower my arm strength and easily flick off the sword. However, thanks to the ability of Evil Eater, the magical energy residing in the katana started to get sucked in from the point of touch at an accelerated speed. As a result, the original power of the attack declined greatly. In other words, the katana swung by Ludora just inflicted a little crack in the fang sword and stopped before sending my body flying away. I have finally completely stopped the attack, and now comes the counterattacks. HMPH. I swing the longsword in my left hand. At the same time, Ludora pulled back his katana quickly. If he still kept his katana stuck in the crack, then with the swinging of my longsword, he would have to let go of his katana. He is worthy of praise to retain calm mind even after I stopped his sure-kill attack. However, the thing attacking him now is not the Hungry Wolf Sword Evil Eater, but breaks. I throw the gun in the shadow gate under my feet, and in return, a new weapon was being held in my right hand now. That was the mithril sword shining with its divine silver, light even in the darkness of the night. In the end, vampires are a type of an undead, hence, mithril having white magical energy in it can be said as a weakness to them. I don't need to use martial skill, but just inflict a single wound on Ludora's body with this sacred sword. Ka. Ludora bent his head backwards to escape the white trajectory, being traced in empty space. There wasn't any response felt my right hand swinging the sword, but Gaya. Apparently, the tip of sword lightly had touched him. There was a straight, thin, short line made from blood on Ludora's face. Burn, sound of flesh burning, and somewhat smoke flew up from the wound. The injury inflicted by the mithril apparently is extremely painful to make even high life energy wielders like vampires to moan and groan. Ludora even tried to pin down the wound completely, reflexively. And that was most fatal gap he had shown. In an instant, I let go of mithril sword from my left hand and hold the hilt of Hungry Wolf Sword Evil Eater with both of my hands. As expected, I need a cursed weapon to deploy martial skills, Kuronagi. I aimed for the neck. His trunk, covered in the coat, have enough defense to stop the bullet arts. In that case, there is a chance that even my attack would be blocked. So the best place to inflict a critical damage would be the place with bare skin peeking out. While spewing the same dark red aura as the hatchet, I aimed the Evil Eater at the abnormally pale neck of Ludora and sprinted towards him. Ka-uvu. However, Ludora suppressed the pain with his fighting spirit, stepped forward and fixed his nearly broken stance. At the same time, the katana held in his right hand moved. Does he think of taking on my attack with that stance? It's useless. The current Ludora is in the same position as I was before, but there is no way he could stop my martial skill while holding a katana with one hand. I strike the martial skill with all my might to flick off his katana to cut him along with the katana. I felt some resistance with my hands, at the same time. Ji-u-yu-uha. I let out a screaming voice and coughed up fresh blood. Looking below, I saw a crimson-red blade struck piercing through the blackened armor near my abdomen. And the person who pierced me with the katana, Ludora, didn't have his head anymore. Just how tenacious is he, to actually choose attacking rather than defend himself. At the instant Ludora took my attack, he threw his katana in a straight line with all of his might. My martial skill have captured his head completely. He also knew it, but still he chose to attack, as if wanting to let me feel a stroke of his katana. I see, so this what a battle junkie is like. I stepped back from that place, as if retreating back, and took out the katana from my stomach. At that time, Ludora's headless corpse also fell facing forwardly. As a natural result of having his head severed, a large quantity of blood dyed the grass and ground in red color. In that red color, even the blood spewing out from my stomach was also mixed. I somehow won. My abdomen has been stabbed deeply, but if I were to die with this much, I wouldn't have been able to live past by the mobility experiments. An injury like this isn't fatal for me, but of course, if I don't stop the blood, then surely I will die from blood loss. Of course, I won't let that happen, so I use my only healing magic body compensation to close the wound with a jelly-like black magical energy. I have to go towards the mansion fast. The battle here is now over. Even the wound isn't great enough to need a complete bed rest. I will probably not even feel the pain after using a potion. I store both Hungry Wolf Sword Evil Eater and Mithril Sword I threw earlier into the Shadow Gate. The Shadow Gate near my feet is still like a bottomless swamp, taking everything I threw into it. As an exchange, I took out a particular magic item. This is a fragment of a crystal with a magic circle engraved on it. This is the transmission machine for telepathy I had used in Alsace village. This was something I had thought to prepare after coming to Spada, but an official one was really expensive compared to this disposable one. Hence the idea for its buying was something I had say farewell to. Well, this can work as a substitute, so it's good. Lily, can you hear? Upon pouring the magical energy, the pale crystal fragment started to laminate, and the magic needed to let my voice reach far away. Lily activates. Kurono, are you fine? Loud and clear, the call is connected properly. Yeah, I'm done here. I won't report me taking a damage in the stomach. After it at time like this, it is great to show off one's cool side. I see, it's good you're fine. Lily's deep-heartedly relaxed feeling voice pierces my heart. How about there? Well, from her voice, I can already guess what happened. Yeah, we're also nearly done. You don't have to come in a hurry. Told ya. However, there was a possibility that there might be someone powerful among the bandits, but looks like this time we didn't meet up with that impossible turning point. Well, all in all, it is good. Got it, so should I head over to the mansion directly? Yeah, I will be waiting at the front entrance. Roger, I told her that, and the crystal fragment reached its limit. The light vanished, and it broke in my hands. I threw the remains of broken crystal, turned back and looked at the corpse of Ludora. Thinking back, it feels like it has been a while since I have killed a person whom I don't even hate. No, this situation wasn't the same as when I forced to kill others in mobility experiments. I could have avoided fighting him if I had thought of that. If I had given up on the bandit subjugation and returned back, there would have been no need to kill this man. I killed this man based on my will. It's as common among adventurers, not rare or anything else, it's nothing more less. I myself am quite satisfied with this theory. But the part that doesn't consent with that is, it was a great battle. Something I will have to fill with the pride of winning a serious battle. Ludora challenged me on his own will. I replied to it. The death from this result isn't something useless at all. Goodbye, Ludora. Like that I left that place without turning back again. Moreover, strangely, I didn't feel bad at all. Chapter 254, Cleanup of Bandits. Hearing the victory information from Kurono, Lily let out a sigh of relief, as if the biggest anxiety factor had been removed. In that case, we also need to do what we can. The top priority of backing Kurono was now gone, hence Lily stepped into the hideout mansion of bandits to do what she had to do. The place she was headed to was the cellar. The mansion was big, but she has already heard about its location. Hence, she was able to find her way to the flight of steps downstairs without getting lost. The light of the stairs leading to the cellar was not present, making it seem like a deep black hole connecting to hell. However, after turning into her true form, her 2 pairs of wings were shining brightly. Hence, she was able to walk without any problem as her surroundings were brilliantly illuminated, like that she kept on moving downstairs safely. Reaching there, she saw a big wooden door. She touched the door knob and turned, but as expected, it was locked. However, if it was just locked, it can't be enough to stop Lily's invasion. Lily stretched her delicate glasswork-like palm, and light started converging there. Making a sound like that, the doorknob vanished. She opened the door while imagining the scene of Fiona trying to open the door and the door's complete extinction. This is the worst, even more stinking than the nest of Mordjura. Lily raised her eyebrows to the scent coming from the interior of room. The bloody scent of something like an animal made her guess what sort of works were being done in this place. However, it wouldn't be of any help if she stopped there. Lily just made an unpleasant face and kept on moving. There was some faint light left burning in this cellar room, completely different from the stairs. That was not a light coming from the fire of lamp, but a magic light made of magic. Lily thought it might be the same way as the streetlights in Sapta work, and this mostly dark and somewhat illuminated cellar room told what the purpose for this room was. The wall surface was filled with cold stone tiles, and iron grills were placed, as if blocking the entrance to a part of room. This was the first time Lily saw it, but she understood that this is a jail. This underground jail room was quite big, hence it could accommodate many people too. However, the other side of iron grills was currently almost uninhabited. The vast space was not being used effectively. Yes, almost uninhabited means that there were still some people captured in this underground jail room. Ugh. On the other side of iron grills, a white naked body crawling. It was just one who moved, the rest were lying on top of the mat laid on ground, while being covered in a slightly dirty sheet. Thinking upon it, currently it was around midnight. If just those men did not come and go from here, it would be the time for them to sleep. Who? A girl with light green hair rose her body up from the mat. Most likely due to knowing that such actions were useless in such a place, she made no effort whatsoever to cover her upper body. The girl looked at Lily, standing on the other side of iron grills with her hollow eyes. Conversely, Lily also saw the figure of girl. Her body had signs of being beaten, especially that swollen left cheek was painful to look at. Seeing the precise signs of rape, most of the people would say cruel, but Lily's impression was she is a better state than I had thought. Apparently the bandits had the hobby of being satisfied by just having intercourse with women. Thankfully, they didn't have any hobby of doing grotesque things. Even Lily wouldn't be able to heal the torn limbs. Lily confirmed the situation could still be made done with just her alone. She didn't answer the girl's question, took out a key from her bosom, and put in the door of iron grills. Clang, the sound of unlocking resounded, along with the unpleasant sound of rusty hinge rubbing. "Ah, you are saving us." A somewhat shaky, yet filled with hope voice came out from the girl. Lily entered the jail, went in front of the girl, smiled gently and opened her mouth. "Hey you, are you eating food properly?" The girl stiffened with a somewhat dumbfounded expression. It was only natural. That was a question purely unthinkable by anyone in this situation. However, it was a matter Lily needed to confirm right now. "Answer me." Why yes." Lily nodded, in satisfaction, to the girl's answer. Of course, even without hearing her answer, she more or less knew the situation. The girl's body surely had signs of rape, but her body wasn't haggard. She didn't have any physical injuries, but she actually had emotional injuries along with fatigue. Thinking on the purpose of these girls, it was needed to keep them healthy, otherwise it would have troubled the bandits. Even they would not want to rape a girl with just bones and no plump skin. That is. This. Lily had already started taking her next actions. That was creating a shining needle with her extra magic. Incidentally, it was in her right hand. It was quite wrong to call it a needle based on its length and thickness. It might be more right to call it a somewhat narrow stake. The girl looked at it, and thus asked with a scared voice about what was that needle. No, what was she going to do with that needle? "Don't worry, it won't hurt." Lily raised the thick and long needle overhead whilst showing an elegant smile. The girl opened her eyes wide in fear, and the long-withered tears started flowing. And you'll forget it soon anyways. Like that, the swung-down needle pierced deeply in the crown of the girl's head. Lily felt the perfect resistance coming from the pointed end of needle. It meant that the needle had finally reached the brain, and at that point, Lily took her hands off of the needle. The girl seemed to have fainted and fell on the thin mat with her white of the eyes showing in her wide-opened eyes. Now then, I need to complete the work before other girls wake up. Lily again made needles of light in her right hand and started stabbing the heads of girls one by one. Starting from that girl, there were 7 girls in total, and within less than 5 minutes they all had a heartbreaking figure, having a needle piercing their heads. However Lily seemed to be doing her work, there was neither sorrow nor guilty expressions on her face, as if she was doing the preparations for a dish. After piercing everyone's head, Lily removed the old rage from every girl's body. 7 nude girls were reflected in her eyes. On each and every girl's body were bruises from being punched or kicked, some even had welts as if they were whipped. However, Lily didn't pay attention to their scars, but rather their abdomens. Their waists didn't seem to have any special change. In other words, it couldn't be made distinct by just looking. Of course, there was no meaning in confirming about that. Lily's action from now were settled from before. In this healthy state, you all can handle it, right? Lily made a magic circle in empty space and took out a scroll from it. That was the last scroll left during the defensive Battle of Alsace. Moreover, the magic engraved on it was Life Drain, a forbidden magic which forcibly takes the life force of any and everything. Let it be a soon-to-be-born, young bird in an egg. I reached the meeting place, the front entrance of the mansion, and the person waiting for me there was Kurono-san, thank you for your work today. Fiona, yeah, you too. What about Lily? Lily-san is nursing the abducted girls. I see, so you saved them safely. I can finally be relived. This only shows that it was worth coming to subjugate bandits. Shouldn't it be better if we go and help Lily fast? It might be better if Kurono-san doesn't go. I regret saying that. After all, they had been through hell because of men. If I went there now, it would only scare them. Sorry, you're right. I'm powerless at these times. I can't even use healing magic. In the end, I am relying on Lily. Yeah, so what happened to bandits? Rather than thinking negatively, it will be better to find something I can do. If the bandits scattered and ran away, then I can chase after them. The bandits were all killed. I see, but wouldn't it be better if you had taken one person as a prisoner, you see, as a witness? They resisted fiercely, so we couldn't help it. Well, that also can't be helped. The bandits are sure to be killed upon getting captured. If they can't even have a future after surrendering, then it is natural to resist till their deaths. I want Kurono-san to report about bandit subjugation in Iscia village. Also ask them to send someone to take all the girls. Yeah, you're right. We don't have carriages. In short, we don't have any means to transport several girls to Iscia village, and taking them while walking will only make it worse. Fortunately, this place has a neat and clean mansion, so they can surely spend one night peacefully. It's the best choice to leave the girls to Fiona and Lily and report about their rescue as soon as possible. But won't their comrades, I mean reinforcements, come here? It's fine. We heard that these were all the people living in this mansion. Even the slave dealer boss seems to be in Spada right now, so he can't make moves so suddenly. Then it is fine. After all, the bandits were exterminated. Their boss won't know of this fact unless he searches for it. HM, if you have killed them all, where did you hear that information from? That is. We captured one bandit and interrogated him. So you captured one alive. After interrogation, he bit his tongue and died. Suicide A. Well, it's not like I don't understand his feelings. Then I will head towards the guild now. Say good luck to Lily. The dawn is still far, but my eyes work all too well in the night that I won't have much difficulty finding the right path at even a time like this. That's right, I even need to take Mary from that place in front of Suspension Bridge. And here I was thinking of running all the way to the village. Okay, Kurono-san, take care. Fiona saw me off, and I left that place at a quick pace. Just wait, I will make sure to come for you all by tomorrow's morning. Chapter 255, Lily's Purpose for Bandit Subjugation. Okay, Kurono-san, take care. Fiona saw Kurono's back figure running like a gale, until he eventually left her sight, and then, I somehow deceived him. She heaved a sigh of relief, while one long straight line of cold sweat traced along her face. She returned to her usual expressionless face after overcoming the biggest climax of tonight, and she opened the profound double-door front entrance located behind her. Creak! The door opened, making some creaking sounds. Inside expanded an entrance hall for showing the visitors. In front was a stairway leading to the second floor. On the left and right of it were two long hallways. This mansion's structure can be said as an orthodox one. Fiona entered the hall. She didn't show any interest towards this Western-style mansion, but looked at the figures of a people wriggling in the center of hall with cold golden eyes. MPPHH and anananhhhhhh. That sort of groaning voice reached Fiona's ears. She didn't know what the figures said, but what that those people were trying to say was something she easily understood because of the current situation. They were the bandits with ropes tied around their body and mouth gagged. In their mouths would only be either pleads for life or abusive words. "I'm done here, what about Kurono?" Among the frequent groans and panting sounds of bandits, a beautiful sweet voice resounded. Of course the voice's owner was Lily, but right now she was in her child form. However, it can be understood from her way of talking that her consciousness was still that of an adult. As planned. In the words of Fiona answering Lily's question, somewhat conceit was mixed, as if she had completed some work flawlessly. "You did great there, but thinking it was you I was worried that you might blurt your mouth." "What are you saying, Lily-san? With my clever art of conversation, I can easily defeat Kurono-san. Didn't you stutter there?" Fiona kept silent. "Well then, shall we start our work? We don't have the time of even a complete night, so it will be problematic if we don't do it quickly." "You're right." Fiona nodded towards Lily, showing a daring smile. Thus, at that time, Lily finally turned to face the bandits lying on the ground. The colors of fear and anxiety appeared in the faces of men reflected in her rotund emerald green eyes. All of them already understand that this fairy wasn't someone just cute. Who might be the leader among you people? Since they were gagged, they weren't able to answer to her question. However, "I see, so you are the one." Lily immediately stepped up towards a man with shaven head. "Remove it." Fiona quickly came up to the man and took out the gag punishment. It was Fiona who tied up the bandits. Apparently, she learnt the skill to tie humans from her witch teacher. Lily gave words of admiration to Fiona, as she knew various skills other than magic. Compared to her, Lily had always left alone without commanding others, and hence never knew skills like this. Naturally, the conversation was done with various voice of anguish coming from the surrounding, and hence it wasn't a really good scene to see. Anyhow, having the gag removed, the man perceived to be the leader of bandits received the freedom of his mouth. "How did you know?" the man asked while still in a groveling position, but "Yufufu secret." The answer was refused along with a cheerful smile. The man knit her brows and made an unpleasant face, as if seeing an impossible-to-understand lunatic. "Don't make that sort of scary face, that's right, let's start with self-introductions. I'm Lily and you are." "Robert." Maybe knowing that resisting was futile, the leader of bandits, Robert, named himself obediently. Lily was also convinced that it wasn't a fake name. For Lily, a head of a normal human without any strong protect casted on, it was something that could be called completely leaking stuff. "I see, then Robert, I will ask you some things I want to know about. You will answer it right. That is. If you cooperate obediently, then I won't kill you, of course, after this ends. I won't stop you if you want to escape." "I will do. I will cooperate. I will do anything but just save me." Robert showed his agreement to Lily's words. At that time, the groans from the surrounding bandits increased. It must be the voices of resentment against Robert. Even if they were dim-witted, lowly people like bandits, they knew that they won't be forgiven as such. However, Lily wasn't concerned about their resentful complaints at all. She just showed a satisfied smile upon seeing Robert wanting to cooperate with her. "Fiona, you free him." Fiona again moved while keeping silence. Lily's words didn't have any hesitation in them. In other words, even if this man was freed, there would be no danger. Of course, even if this Robert came attacking at them in the next instant, it would be more fast to shoot fire from her custom fireball. Moreover, if he had ability to make a surprise attack, then he wouldn't be right now tied up by this rope. The difference in both parties' ability was quite obvious, and it was something Robert also knew. Even after being freed, he didn't show any rebellious behavior, but showed a relieved expression and stood up. First, choose 2 cooperators from among them. It would be better if you choose strong ones. Yes, Roger. Robert replied with energy and started his work promptly. Probably, the lives of 3 people including him will be spared. Turning this inside out means that any other people have no life. It won't change even if they were gently delivered to Spada's chivalric order, or they were to be publicly executed on a guillotine. The work of selecting their comrades' lives was indeed sinful. If Kurono was made to do this, he would have cried and groaned, but apparently Robert didn't seem to feel anything. He indifferently kept on selecting men with good physique compared to others. Lily, while gazing at the scene, suddenly asked to Fiona standing beside her as if she had a lot of free time. Hey Fiona, do you still have that super creepy waking up potion? I do have, but what will you use it for? There's no way she wanted to enjoy the reactions of bandits drinking it. I want to drink it, obviously. It will be quite a long night, hence if I don't have something strong, I won't be able to retain my consciousness till the end. Fiona put her hand into her 3-cornered hat, took out a single bottle of her handmade waking up potion, and handed over to Lily. Fiona already knew what Lily was going to do by this point. Hence, Fiona gave an advice. It is all right to be in high spirits, but try to refrain from killing. Lily replied with an elegant, cheerful smile. Chuckle, leave that up to me. The first work for the 3 men, including Robert, was to move the 7 girls from the jail to a guest room with beds. Fiona watched over the bandits left in lobby, while Lily monitored the work of carrying the girls. Come on, don't slack on the work. If you don't want to do it, I can still exchange you people for some other 3. Yes, sorry Lily-san. Naturally, the 3 never got a chance to escape during work, but just worked with all their effort so as to not displease the mood of this small fairy. As a result, the work ended without any delay. The biggest reason for that was because the 7 girls were in deep sleep. If they don't have consciousness, then it won't make difference to be carried by people or furniture. Now move them all in the cellar room. Robert and others promptly executed this command too. The adventurers currently were just the fairy and the witch. Hence it can't be said as realistic to carry near 20 bandits to the village. Even if they were to wait for the guild or chivalric order to come here, it would be more safer to throw them all in the jail. Robert didn't think this command as strange too. For increasing his good impression in Lily's mind, he created a false act to smoothly guide his comrades, no former comrades, to the cellar room. Listen, it's not like you all will be executed immediately upon getting arrested. In that time, if I talk it out with boss, then good scenario, you all will be released. Bad scenario, we will make our way fighting up to you to save you all. Don't worry, just believe in me and boss. The pitiable bandits genuinely believed in those sweet words. They just descended the stair, leading to the dark cellar room, without knowing what new fate was waiting for them there. Like that they entered the big jail easily, just like sheep chased by a sheepdog. Fiona again tied them up with ropes. She took off for their movements. After completing her tiresome work without complaining, then I will nurse the girls above. When you are done with the work here, please call me. She said those words and left the cellar room. Just immediately after that it happened. Hey, there must be something chair or table to tie a human, right? Bring it for me. That moment Lily said those words as if just asking for a tea. It was natural for bandits. But also Robert, who had his life guaranteed, felt a chill run up his spine. Why yeah, but what will you use that for? You will understand right now, come bring it. Lily was indeed smiling innocently like a small child, but no one knows if she would still smile if they didn't do as she asked. Robert called out the 2 cooperators while trembling in fear, and they brought out the table for tying from the interior of room. At a glance, that table seemed like a wooden bed present in cheap hotels, but there was thick leather belts attached on the edges. The people who lay on this bed would get tied up with those tough belts and won't be allowed to get up until the belts are removed. Robert and others knew of this fact. They had used this table for its original purpose of torturing others, and sometimes they even tied up women to have fun. Upon thinking that something like that would be used on that, their fear increased. Then choose anyone from among them, lay him down on the table. As expected, no, it was only natural for Lily to ask someone to lay on this table. Lily-san, if you want to ask some information, we will answer anything, so that torture-like things is. Although Robert had thrown his comrades, but he never wanted to see people he knew being tortured. He had a conscience, he didn't want them to suffer and die. Hence, he unintentionally spoke his mind. I don't care if any one of you three lie down on it. However, Lily disregarded his words. Even if she knew from telepathy that Robert appealed it because of his humane feelings. I'm sorry, I will set it up immediately. Robert, obviously, can't make her agree to his opinion while staking his life. Of course, even if he was a just person who actually laid down on the table without taking his life in consideration. To Lily, it would only change the sequence of people lying on the table. Robert and others have already recognized this shining fairy with beautiful face as a daughter of a peerless, cruel devil. Their fate was already decided around the time they came in jail, around the time Lily came in front of them. Of course, even if they knew it from before, they still wouldn't be able to bear the fear coming from the danger approaching them. The young man lying on the table due to bad luck was resisting by flapping his body parts with all his strength. His face was covered with tear and snot. Since his mouth was gagged, he was only able to groan by saying words without meaning like ugh, ugh. However, no matter how pitifully and miserably he resisted, there was no way he could get away from the hands of three men in his current state. Robert frowned, the other two said sorry to him while setting the man on the table. It's done. Chuckle, I appreciate your hard work. The eyes of Lily saying false words of gratitude were already locked on the man tied on the table. The man was still trying to resist with all his power, but the table just made some creaking sounds and there were no signs of belts loosening. Lily was delighted towards this great torture table and lightly jumped on the table. The man only seemed to think of it like a death god standing beside him, and he finally even started shaking his head. Ah, I just want to tell you that I won't do something like torture. Lily's shining fingertip danced in the empty space while she spoke those unbelievable words. Of course, I won't do a private execution of you all. Hence, I will guarantee that none of you will die on this table. In an instant, a magic circle was drawn in front of Lily. She held her hand out to it, and a ring came out of the magic circle on its own. I just want you people to accompany in an experiment. That was a simple ring, without a standing out characteristic. Its size was as large as to just cover a person's head. Robert and others thought it as equipment for wearing around the head, like a circlet. It will be fine, so relax, okay. The moment Lily's finger traced the outer surface of that smooth white ring. Clang! 7 pointed needles protrude from the interior of the ring. Naturally, it was at this moment that their impression of it changed from equipment to a torture device. Like that, Lily again traced the outer surface with her finger, but this time the needles disappeared into the device. It became an ordinary ring, like that she moved without hesitation above the creaking table, as if she were going to play a prank on a sleeping person. Ha ha, with this many people, I will surely understand how to use it too. She placed the devil's magic item, Angel Ring, on the man, who became the experiment number 1. Chapter 256, Fiona's Purpose for Bandit Subjugation. The Royal Spotter Academy's night cadet Shenna was amidst her dreams. Eddie is seriously an idiot. Judging from her sleep talk, the contents of her dream were too blissful. Like that, after sleep talking for some more, her consciousness finally awoke. Normally, Shenna would not have a good wake-up start, but today she was in a good mood upon waking up, probably because of the good dream. Ugh, it is morning already. The bright sunlight coming from the window was interrupted by a white curtain and illuminated the room as a gentle light. Shenna understood from it that it was morning, but at the same time she felt uneasiness. The first uneasiness was the spaciousness of room. Looking carefully, she realized that this room was not the room she used to sleep in. In short, it was not a room in the girls' dorm of academy. Where is this? Upon realizing that she was sleeping in an unfamiliar room, Shenna's consciousness completely woke up. My glasses. The first action she took was to search for her glasses, which had been her partner since the enrollment. The instant she tried to touch her surroundings reflexively. I'm sorry, but there are no glasses. She heard the voice of an unfamiliar girl coming from just beside her. Who is it? She raised her voice, which almost seemed like a scream, and turned to face her side. There was a girl in the witch costume sitting on a chair while looking at her. The light blue hair peeking out of her three-cornered hat and the shining gold eyes were both impressive. She was a beautiful girl, to the extent that Shenna, being a girl herself, couldn't help but be charmed by her. Maybe because she was being stared by those all-seeing golden eyes that Shenna was able to question the witch while retaining her calmness. "Who are you, and why am I here?" The witch replied without hesitation, as if she had already predicted that question. "I'm Fiona Solil, an adventurer affiliated with Rank 3 Party Element Master. This place is a mansion located near Iscia village. There is no danger, so relax." Shenna heaved a sigh of relief, hearing the words of Fiona, as she understood that she won't cause harm to her. "I'm Shenna, Royal Spada Academy's Knight Cadet, a second-year student. If other person names themselves, then according to Knight's manner, it is needed to name oneself also." "Well then, Shenna-san, you might be surprised, but still hear it by being calm. You were attacked by bandits on your route back during quest, and were abducted. Currently, we have saved you and others." Abducted A. Shenna had no knowledge of the information she was just told about. However, as if she also saw through it, the witch continued. "It's natural that you have no memories of this. You have lost your memories of past few days. Can you tell me what is the last day you remember?" It was probably a question for confirming, hence Shenna tried to desperately search her memories. The last memory she had was her going in the bed of her dorm. That evening was just a day before she was to go with her childhood friend, Eddie's boys' party, and her own party on a joint quest. She was checking her potions, items, and other things just before going to bed. Although Eddie was the leader of boys' party, but after this long time of friendship, she knew that he is careless in many places. Hence, she was doing her checking work of her equipments, like that she went to sleep, and upon waking it was the current situation. Just this memory flows in Shenna's mind. According to her memory, yesterday's date was 20th of Red Flame month. Today's date is 3rd of Platinum month. According to Shenna, today must be 21st of Red Flame month. However, the day Fiona told was the date, which was over 10 days, even the month had changed. No way, that's a lie, right? Looking at you, it seems like the memories are completely gone. Gone or not, she had absolutely no recollection of that. For Shenna, it was more realistic to think that this witch was deceiving her. However, she couldn't think of a reason someone would want to trap a normal knight cadet, and if it was someone's prank, then this was the shittiest one, and complicated too. If she were to believe Fiona's words, then the quest she was about to go on is something she had completed, and during that they were attacked by bandits. Then, I know, what about others? Shenna was not a child, although she was a student, but according to her age, she could be considered as an adult. A splendid adult that could fight against monsters. Hence, there was no way she would not know the meaning of being captured by bandits. The bandits captured you all for selling you all slaves. All 4 of you just had minor injuries. They all also should have recovered completely by now. Hearing those words, Shenna reflexively threw off the futon covering her body and looked for bruises. At this point, she realized that she was completely nude, although it was embarrassing. But luckily, there was neither a bruise on her body nor did it hurt anywhere. It can be said as complete recovery, but to Shenna, it felt like it was only natural that there would be no bruises on her body, as she slept yesterday just like this. My girls' party had 4 people, but there was a boys' party of 4 together with us. We have just rescued the girls present here, so we don't know any details about the attack." Shenna's face immediately paled. Thinking properly, the male would be killed if attacked by bandits. It would be good if you don't think much about it. In some times, someone from guild will be coming here. At that time, you may thinking, right. Yes, you're right, sorry. First, she needed to confirm the truth, but because she had no memories, hence would need to confirm the information at guild. "I'm sorry, Shenna-san, excuse me." Fiona abruptly stood up. Of course, she had no reason to stop her, and so she looked her going out. However, Shenna sighted a faintly shining crystal fragment in Fiona's hand. "Is that transmission machine? There is magic item for talking from large distances, but it is high-class item that knight cadets can never get a hold of." A diligent girl, Shenna was acquainted with not just magic, but also magic items. Hence she knew that using that crystal fragment as an intermediary, she would be able to talk to her friend, someone who has telepathic ability. In that case, it was plausible to think that a party member from Element Master had called her. In less than 5 minutes, Fiona again opens the door and showed her face, and Shena-san, from now on my comrade will be coming in this room to sleep, sorry, but can you look over her? Oh, the other girls might also wake up soon, so please brief them on the current situation. She threw all of her work to Shena. Wait a minute, Fiona-san. My comrade is a fairy who just looks cute and is called Lily-san, so you can be relaxed. The other girls are sleeping in adjacent rooms. The doors have not been locked, so you can enter as you want. As I want, that is. In that case, I leave it up to you. Fiona left after giving all the power to her. Easy. I'm the side under protection, right? Fiona opened the door of cellar room. Lily had blown the whole knob and now the door opens with just a light push. Ugh, ooh-ah-herk. Inside the room, those sounds of groans could be heard. Moreover, it was not just a single person but many people. Hence the room was quite noisy. They looked just like zombie. The ruffians who were bandits yesterday night, right now had changed into people, raising completely non-understandable groans in the jail cell. Zombies are a type of inferior, unintelligent, undead monsters. However, Fiona's guess was accurate to the extreme. Yeah, they all are disgusting, so dispose of them. Lily spoke in a manner, as if wanting the extermination of bugs in a garden. Although it was her who made the bandits into crippled zombies, but in that part she had got no guilt feelings at all. Fiona didn't seem disgusted on Lily's attitude. After all, if their positions were to be changed, she would have also done the same. Although she also thought it was cruel, but an emotional reason couldn't become a perfect reason for her to stop. After all, both Lily and Fiona were aiming for supremacy without any wavering. Yes, all for being helpful to Kurono. So, should I say thank you for your good work? Fiona moved towards Lily sitting on the bed-type table completely normally, as if she never saw the men squirming inside the jail cell. I'm seriously tired. Next time I will do it only if I have enough time. Less than 20 people in a night, that is quite a lot of people. The men inside the jail cell were all in crippled state, and this alone showed the fact that no one among them was able to escape from Lily's devil hands. But it was a meaningful experiment. It can also be called successful. Successful, this. Yeah, now I somewhat understand the way to use this. Lily held a white ring, the deadly weapon Angel Ring. It was the thing that turned the men into crippled zombies. This Angel Ring makes it possible to control people at will, but the true effect doesn't work by just wearing it. Lily's objective was to learn how to use this devil's device. She had to put it on humans' head and test the extent of its effect. In short, human experiment was an important factor that would prove itself useful. And, though she hesitated to do it in public, a chance like this bandit subjugation, where they wouldn't be blamed even if they killed all suspects, was the best chance for performing the human experiment. The reason she raised both her hands to agree with Kurono when he proposed the idea of bandit subjugation was only because she would get guinea pigs in large numbers and nothing else. But can you use it already? Unfortunately, it is impossible. For using it, I need to reform it, but well, if I do this couple of times more, then I will be able to use it completely. Probably. Fiona guessed that she might have to yet again go on a bandit subjugation, or a quest with similar conditions. Well then, I leave the rest to you. Lily had just finished her work, so she jumped down the table and headed towards the door. Ah, Lily-san, one girl woke up. Is that so? How was it? She seems to have lost all the memories after 20th of Red Flame Month. This is quite a splendid measure. Fiona honestly praised Lily's skill. According to Lily, if they didn't do the aftercare, it would become the same situation as with the survivors from Alsace. And more than anything, if it went as nothing happened, then Kurono would also be happy. She didn't want him to shoulder any more responsibilities. Along with that, there were somewhat fairy-like feelings in her, like she wanted their love to bear fruit. However, she never said this from her mouth. 20th of Red Flame Month, it's good that it went fine. In truth, it was also a gamble for Lily as to how many days of memory would be lost. At the time with Cyprus, she did it without any mercy, and hence it ended without taking minute factors into consideration. It was quite difficult to remove precise amounts of memories. If it went wrong then, she might have poofed her several years of memories, or even all of her memories. However, she wouldn't say it from her mouth. Now that it went fine, Lily said it as if she expected that result. Ah, that's right, you were Robert, right? Thank you for the cooperation, you can go now. Just before Lily opened the door, she turned back as if she remembered something, and said that to the 3 cooperators. Thank you very much, Lily-san. Robert spoke in a wavering voice as he stood up tottering. They were made to do the work of affixing the experimental subjects. On the table, in other words, they were made to watch their comrades screaming in anguish, and it also meant they had taken part in their despair. These 3 were completely defeated mentally. They were basically broken in their mind now. However, even so, they somehow mustered up strength to walk now that they have endured the suffering and finally got hold of their freedom. To the current them, the smiling Lily standing in front of door might not seem like daughter of devil, but rather a gently angel blessing their new departure. Ha ha ha, I did it, I fucking did it, with this I am. Maybe he tried to speak, I'm saved. However, that muttering was interrupted by an abrupt scorching heat. Galia. The scream of 3 men echoed in the cellar room simultaneously. Arasa wye, am I burning? Arasa. Around the time he realized that, his feet were coiled with bright red flames and were being tormented by unbearable high heat. Of course, they wouldn't be able to walk, hence Robert and the 2 fell on the floor and tried an useless attempt to remove the flames by flapping their legs. Don't ask me why, I said I will let you go, but that doesn't seem the same with Fiona. Lily said while still smiling like a cute, lovable child. And with that, he understood that she didn't had any intention of letting them return from the start. And no way, save. Lily and Fiona both didn't want to hear any more than that. Although the pleads for life and abusive words reached their ears, they didn't even enter their memories, let alone reach their hearts. Even so, a sacrificial ritual, so you finally do something which I didn't had any intention to do it, but Fiona now held an old-looking book that she took out God knows when. The size and thickness was similar to dictionary, and the black covering over it made it seem just like a box rather than a book. I resolved myself to become a power for Kurono-san. This book was the one Fiona had been searching in the library ever since the first day she went to the academy. She predicted that the book she was searching for would be in here, because she knew Spada country had a quite long history, along with the fact that it also had a magnificent library. And her guess hit the right mark. Haha, wanting sacrifices for giving divine protection, Indeed, there are evil gods out there too. If that wasn't the case, it wouldn't have been banned and marked as forbidden. The book Fiona took out of the forbidden sealed area of the Great Library was a spell book called The Guide to 10,000 Demon Palace. The content in it were the evil acts needed to done for gaining the divine protection. And that was something that would provide Fiona the power she needed currently. In this bandit subjugation, if Lily's objective was human experiments, then Fiona's objective was to offer sacrifices to God. That was why she didn't want Lily to kill the bandits. Changing the point of view, it meant she could anything with them but not letting them die. Is it fine to take it out without permission? It's fine. When I get done with it, I will return it back. Thinking back, she remembered faintly that a skirt-chased prince of Avalon called Nero or Ero or whatever, who accused Kurono of false charges, did warn her to not go in there. However, again rethinking upon it, there doesn't seem to be any problem with it. After all, she borrowed the book without being noticed by anyone and was going to use in the right way. In that case, let us finish before Kurono-san comes back. Like that, Fiona looked at the sacrificial sheep with unimpressed, despising golden eyes, turned over the rotten hard cover of book, and started the forbidden ritual. I offer to thy god of all evil. Chapter 257, Vampire Died Twice. A black figure, as if crows were covering a dead corpse. The headless corpse of the man had shadow clinging on it, but if one looked closely one can understand that they weren't crows but rather bats. Those bats were the servants created by the vampire Ludora lying on the ground. Although they were all called servants, there were various ways to create them. One was to train monsters right after capturing them, other was to create golem from inorganic substances, and this bat servant was made from the use of one's own flesh. In short, it was something like clone of the main person. It was famous that bat servants were created by vampires. Even Ludora was no exception and was using them. It was these servants' work that allowed Ludora to know from before of Kurono and others' approach to the mansion. The reason these loyal and superior bats were clinging on the headless corpse of their owner was neither for eating him nor mourning. Even the villagers with no knowledge regarding magic would understand what his order might have been if they saw the scene occurring here. Firstly, the servants canceled their bat form and returned to their true form. That form was blood. Just like ice melts, the bats transformed into dark red liquid in a flash. Like that, the puddle of blood moves like a slime and enters through the severed veins from the cross-section of head. No, it was more like the body was absorbing its blood clone. Just like how a thirsty person drinks water, this body thirsty for blood sucks in all of its clones. Immediately after absorbing the last clone, the fingertips of Headless Corpse twitched. That was neither the prank of wind nor rigor mortis reaction, but rather something he did with his own will. Like that, the will takes over control of whole body. As a result, the Headless Corpse stood up straight at that spot, as if normal. No, it wasn't a corpse anymore, but rather a headless person. The body moved while staggering somewhat towards its lost head. The blue eyes had already captured the scene of the body coming near it. Like that, making a movement as if picking up a lost property, the head was held up and placed on the place it should be. Like that, there stood Ludora, who had a life and death struggle just before. Inexperienced, The resurrected Ludora spoke those words at first. Those were not meant for Kurono, who didn't deal a perfect final blow to a vampire but it was meant for the defeated himself. For me to survive the second time, using the extra magic of true vampire. Vampire have powerful magical energy and power both, but are in minority, however, among them. There is a race, no, a blood relative that is even more scarce, has more powerful abilities, and can also use a special extra magic. Those were called as true vampire, and are said to have the blood of the vampire's progenitor running in their veins. And Ludora was one of those special relatives. Several tens of years back, the time young Ludora was defeated first time, he was brought back to life with the help of the extra magic of true vampires, the nose ferret. This was the second time he died, but this time he was not shocked, but rather was able to keep his heart calm. Due to that, he was able to feel his growth since those days. This time too, I barely escaped death. Though the magic was named boldly, as nose ferret, its effect was not absolute. The amount of times he could use it was only once and only for fatal wound. If he were to receive fatal strikes 2 times consecutively, then he would not revive, even if his head and heart were to be destroyed. There are other exceptions too, if he were to take on attack from light magic or mithril, both which happen to be weaknesses of undead, then the wound won't heal. In other words, if Kurono had stabbed Ludora in the heart after cutting his head, or cut his head with mithril sword, then Ludora's death was fixed. But this also can be said as fate. Ludora muttered. He accepted the fact that he lost. It would be lie if he said he didn't feel vexed, but like this, he was able to survive, hence he got another chance to fight against the strong foe called Kurono. What else can this be said, if not good luck? Of course, the old him would not have been able to understand this. The young Ludora wouldn't understand anything, as he was just being haughty because of the power of true vampire and the divine protection powers. If I'm not meant to die currently, then I shall walk the sword way for some time more. Muttering that, Ludora picked up his favorite katana lying beside him. The reasons why Kurono didn't take this katana with him may be because of Victor's sympathy, or he valued time more. Otherwise, he would collect it after finishing the subjugation, or finally, he just forgot it. There was no definite answer for that, but anyhow the blood-sucking Princess Scarlet Dye returned to Ludora. It was at the time he was about to store the katana in the scabbard. He realized the change. The sword blade was bright red colored, but the tip of sword strangely was darkened. At a glance, it might seem like a bloodstain, but this katana, as its name says, is a bloodsucker, hence it absorbs any blood that sticks to it. And in truth, looking more carefully, he understood that there was no blood stuck on the blade, but the blade itself had its color changed. Don't tell me. The next moment, the black color spread on the whole sword blade as if ink fell on it. The change was not only on the outside, but Ludora felt the katana pulsating and also felt the wild flow of magical energy in the sword. Since the change was too sudden, hence the end also came abruptly. Before he noticed it, the red-bladed katana Ludora held in hand had changed into a jet-black katana. From the sword with same hue as Dark Night, a red aura was rising as if the blood itself was being evaporated. It evolved. Ludora remained calm even after escaping the grasps of death, But at this time, even he had his eyes round with a surprised expression on his face. Giggle, I see. Looks like Princess liked Kurono's taste just too much. He immediately knew the reason, the last thrust. That attack certainly pierced through Kurono's armor and stabbed his abdomen. It was not enough to give a fatal wound, but apparently that amount of blood was enough to satisfy the appetite of this blood-sucking cursed katana. Well then, I also need to train. Ludera sheathed the katana this time with a satisfied smile on his face, and left the place without making any sort of sound. Chapter 258, Bliss of Amnesia. The new work of rising and energetic rank 5 Party Wing Road was the popular topic in the city of Spada. Their new work was that they captured the wire puller behind the bandits, who had been rioting in Fuerin recently before chivalric order or law guardians reached them. No one knew how they found out the identity of the wire puller, but they entered the headquarters of that slave dealer, which happened to be a mansion in upper-class area, fought, and splendidly rescued the girls that were captured there. There was even the information that among the girls abducted was the daughter of an influential noble in Foreign. If they had saved her a day later, she might have been sold off to some distant foreign country. The swift rescue of Wing Road had various overbearing parts, or so the chivalric order had complained. But against their big achievements, it got stuffed somewhere, and now there was no one who would criticize them head-on. If it went bad, then it might have given rise to diplomatic problems with Foreign. More than anything, the girl they saved was a high-class item, meaning there was no injury of any sort on her, of course, chastity included. The bad slave dealer was captured, beautiful girls were rescued, happy ending. However, it wasn't like everyone who was involved in this matter had a happy conclusion. For instance, take this one young man here. Shit damn it. His name was Eddie, a second-year knight cadet commuting to Royal Spotter Academy. His appearance and family both were totally normal. Eddie was just your any young man in Spada. However, he was the only person who succeeded in escaping after their party was attacked by those aforementioned bandits. Damn it, don't fucking kid with me. Eddie unintentionally punched the wall while walking on the street. That was because he heard a student he passed by before saying that the matter ended peacefully now that the wire puller behind the bandits of Foreign was captured. No, the student wasn't the only one speaking in a carefree manner, but actually all the people in the city would just speak that the case ends happily now that the lady from Foreign was rescued and wire puller got arrested. And the party which completed it, Wing Road, announced their accomplishment of their success in quest subjugation of bandits of Foreign. It ain't damn over yet. Without caring for the puzzled gazes staring at him, Eddie shouted. For him, this matter was still now over. There's no way it would end, unless he rescues his best friends and his childhood friend Shenna from those bandits. The day they were attacked, the reason Eddie alone was able to run away wasn't because he abandoned his friends. Against people with more ability than them, they made a plan to let one run away and bring in reinforcements. In that live or die, no, direly abused situation, no one objected the plan and let Eddie run away. The reason they chose Eddie was because of his ability. They thought he would be able to shake off the bandits and reach the Iscia village. Like that, under the cover of his friends, Eddie stole one horse of the bandits and escaped from that place at full speed. Before that time, he had never thought that taking the horse riding classes would be so helpful. He was able to make the horse run faster, but also used boost for using the martial skills and cure magic for exhaustion recovery. All the skills were on the level of being able to withstand a true fight, hence finally he was able to successfully escape. However, everything did not end with just that. Eddie returned to Iscia village, intruded the Adventurers Guild, and petitioned for a rescue squad. Like that, a rescue squad was made, and they departed. However, the bandits one step higher in taking fast actions. Eddie reached the campground site on that evening, but there were only 3 dead bodies of his best friends, comrades in arms, and nothing else was present. Damn it, shit, what the fuck is Hero Party Wing Road do damned shits? A hero is one who saves all people. Eddie again started walking around the Spada city while muttering complaints towards the young heroes. The pain from punching the wall felt extremely vacant. I don't need anyone else. I will go and save you all alone. Eddie had been searching for help till this time of today. Aside from his party members, there was no corpse of Shenna nor her party. Surely they were taken by bandits alive, so he still had comrades he had to save. Eddie didn't have time to rest. The rescue squad formed in Iscia village disbanded after bandits had ran off. The job after that was a vigilante corps or chivalric order. Eddie could only have prayed that they would find out the hideout of bandits. However, he couldn't have hoped that they would use personnel for commencing a large-scale search, as the girls were just normal adventurers. The chivalric order would only do their work normally. At the same time, Eddie understood that the matter won't be ending immediately. Hence, without waiting for chivalric order to defeat the bandits, Eddie started to move for recruiting new adventurers for heading to rescue. However, it took till today's time for Eddie to understand that it was an impossible plan. It wasn't that much problem in posting the rescue quest in Guild. Even the reward amount was somehow made done by the help of the victims' families. However, there was not a single adventurer who took on the quest. Fighting against bandits is more risky than fighting against monsters. Especially in case, this time with a wire puller with power and influence to some extent. If it went bad, they would be in a bad state of getting avenged anytime. Hence, unless the bandit subjugation is an emergency quest, the adventurers don't easily participate in it, even if they have enough power. Eddie had been frequently visiting the guild, and also asked many adventurers even by bending down. The result of that wasn't favorable can be explained from the fact Eddie was still present in the Spada city. Moreover, with Wing Road capturing the slave dealer the other day, others finally started to think of not getting involved in this already concluded case anymore. The charm of bandit subjugation was that the number of bandits rampaging around equates to that much of victims appearing. That is why, upon finishing it, the fame one gets is quite high. Anyone can understand that if they see Wing Road getting words of admiration from anyone in the city. However, with their announcement that the matter is now settled, the charm of that quest swiftly disappeared to the extent that it was the lowest grade of quest now. Fuck, I will. This situation definitely wasn't because someone was in the wrong. It is the legitimate right of adventurers to refuse a quest. Wing Road just happened to complete it in their place. It's not like anyone had the bad intentions of making Eddie suffer, just that there was no one appearing to save Eddie, no, the captured Shenna and others. And for something like that to occur as if normal is the true reality of the world. I will save them. However, although an adult, Eddie was too young to accept such harsh news. Eddie resolved to save them alone if no one decided to help. However, to others, it would only seem like he doesn't assess the situation correctly and is trying to do suicide in a funny way. In the first place, where was the hideout of bandits who captured Shenna and others? Were they hiding somewhere around Iscia village? Maybe they went to foreign, or they might have gone to some different country. Let's say if he were to luckily find out their hideout, but how will he save the girls? 8 people, including Eddie, were one-sidedly defeated against 3 bodyguards, so there's no way he could win against them alone. Then sneak in without being spotted. That would have been possible if Eddie's class was assassin and the target for rescue was just one. There was no way he would succeed, but there was no one point that out for him. No, even if someone pointed it out, it would be impossible to stop Eddie. He was a young knight cadet with promising future, so being an apprentice knight, how could he abandon his comrades? However, if Eddie was from civil course, even then he would have gone to say them alone. Thinking about his hard-to-please childhood friend facing hard times right now, Eddie just can't help but want to save her. I will go, even if it's just me. He hardened his resolve, and in his brain appeared the figure of that girl who had been with him since childhood. I will save Shenna. Eddie. At that moment, he thought the words that reached his ears were an auditory hallucination. That was because the voice was just too similar to a certain girl's voice. He turned back on reflex, and this time a hallucination was reflected in Eddie's eyes. After all, the person he resolved to rescue just a moment ago was standing in front of him right now. Why did you suddenly shout out, "Don't scare me"? Green-colored pigtails, an average girl without any standing out characteristic. The only characteristic, her glasses, were not there. It was the face that she used to have some years back. However, with just that difference, there was no way he would not recognize her. However, Eddie couldn't help but ask her, "Are you Shenna?" These words were not for confirmation, but rather a prayer wishing that this illusion in front her were real. Geez, who else do I look like? Don't tell you don't recognize me because I don't have my glasses. To the words clinging on the faint hope, she showed her affirmation. It was the same as when they were arguing some days before in the academy over a foolish subject. Are you really Shenna? How? Even if you ask me how. Well, I got saved after getting captured by bandits and just returned to Spada. Seriously, I don't feel any reality in this because I don't have my memories. Eddie wasn't able to understand the vague ending words of Shenna right now, but Shenna, it is truly you, right? You were saved, right? That's how it is. The next moment, Eddie embraced Shenna tightly with his 2 hands, as if not wanting to let her go even if she were a dream or an illusion. Wait, Eddie. I'm so happy, Shenna. I. Shenna embraced him back with her face bright red, while Eddie was weeping so hard that his words didn't make any sense anymore. Chapter 259, Bandits of Daedalus. Thieves, bandits, pirates. They have many names, but there was a time period during which these rebels who attack innocent people and plunder life and money unceasingly appeared. That was right after wars. The changing of remnants of lost army change into rebels. That was something which occurs as if natural in both Pandora continent and Ark continent. The time goes back to 7th of distant Thunder month, in the Goldren Hills where a big war took place. The army of humans called Crusaders that came from across the sea defeated the Daedalus army led by the King of Black Dragons, and the remnants of destroyed Daedalus army. Those annoying demon race, so they finally show their true evil personality. Now had turned into bandits, freely rampaging in the territory of Daedalus now, controlled by humans from Syncria Republic. That young man Leochrome is too half-hearted. The soldiers and people who are demons, because he didn't get rid of them that it's now like this. The person whining while breathing heavily was Count Belgunt, the head of Crusaders' noble faction, and also the man with the responsibility of conquering Spada. His eyes were green due to the color magical energy of wind, but right now it might have seemed red due to his anger. He was in the prime of life, but his tall body didn't show any signs of aging. Rather, he was wearing a light armor covered with gorgeous silver ornaments. It also gave a high magic resistance, hence the armor has fused the beauty and bravery of a noble into one. On his waist, a custom-made personal mithril rapier was hanging down, and on his back was a dark green longbow that could make the maximum use of wind attribute. The reason he was completely armed was not because he wanted to go on demon hunt to seethe his anger, but because he didn't had any choice other than subjugating the rebelling demons rioting. This place was Alsace village. No, now this place was a strong fort called Alsace Stronghold. It would be the frontline base point when attacking Spada. At the same time, it would be the defense for protecting the Republic of Daedalus. It was only the other day when Count Belgunt heard about demons appearing in large numbers in this Alsace stronghold, where soldiers were being trained and other war preparations were being done under the control of the Count. The group was mixed with beast people, orc, lizard men, and other races, all wearing black armor. Moreover, their movements weren't of a newbie, but of veterans from wars. Even normal peasants would understand that those rebels were the remnants of Daedalus' army. As a bonus recently, not after the fight in Goldren, but after the Platinum month started, the movements of these former Daedalus soldiers have increased. There have also been rumors that the remnants of army might be scattered here and there in Daedalus territory and might be planning to recapture the capital city. Whatever the authenticity might be, it was the truth that bandits were being rampant. This was a grave problem for Crusaders, even more for Belgunt, who was to start a war against Spada in the near future. If internal conflicts arose, then they won't have room to attack other countries, even if it doesn't come to that. It would still break off the logistical support, and danger would increase. If one looks back on the military history of Ark Continent, they could find numerous same sort of cases. He wanted to commence the attack by next month, but with bandits rampaging inside, he couldn't start the war even if he wanted to. It would be better to first cut the source of anxiety. Hence, he complains about the real commander of Crusaders and also the person responsible for Daedalus's public order maintenance. What about the situation? He got out of Alsace stronghold, straddled over the already prepared dapple gray-colored horse, and asked his subordinate. There has been no new information. the rebels are believed to be remaining Quarrel Village. A soldier wearing steel helmet and surcoat better than normal soldiers replied fluently. There was a wall in Quarrel Village, right. Arg, such a tiresome place. If he thought on the number of soldiers he owned, then it was easy to take control of the group of bandits. However, he didn't want to exhaust his soldiers for some useless work, and more than anything else, there had been an abominable precedent on this land of Alsace he was standing on. No, that's why, although being lowly demons, they have intelligence. And there is also the rumor about recapturing the capital city. This might be one link of it. In any case, he must attack the Quarrel Village and get rid of the bandits as soon as possible. After finishing the departure preparations, Belgunt came in front of his best troops and started thinking over the plan to capture the village protected by a wall. Even if he departed right now, it would be until the day after tomorrow before he reaches Quarrel Village. In the eyes of Belgunt gazing at the clear sky with sun nearly crossing the meridian, a figure of a person was reflected. That is. Belgunt's eyes were enhanced by magic to always have sharp sight. Hence he was able to notice that person's existence faster than others. However, the person with sun as the background was flying at quite high speed without any hindrances, so soon enough his subordinates also noticed. And around the time the soldiers were getting noisy about that person flying towards them, Belgunt's eyes already confirmed who the person really was. Seventh Apostle Lord Sariel. A little time later, a young girl straddling on a pure white Pegasus came down from the sky. He was a count and the supreme commander of the soldiers gathered here, but they weren't able to stop the girl from appearing directly in front of him without any hesitation. There was room for doubt among who had the higher status among an apostle, who in existence most near to God, or just a count which controlled humans. No, in truth, having this peerless beauty emitting a white aura before their eyes, all the soldiers could only gaze at her dumbfoundedly. Sorry for the sudden visit, Count Belgunt. The seventh Apostle Sariel calmly landed down on ground from her Pegasus, and around the time she said those words, Count Belgunt was already down from his horse and was falling prostrate. No, we are sorry for not giving a proper welcome to you, Lord Sariel, but currently we were about to depart for getting rid of demon bandits. The inspection of Alsace stronghold was held just recently, so for what reason had she come here suddenly? Belgunt started thinking bad things about her visiting at such a time. However, as if telling that God doesn't take notice of a normal person's problems, Sariel replied in her usual flat voice. I have already set free the Quarrel Village. She took out a bundle, fastened on the Pegasus's saddle, and gave it to Belgunt. This scene might look like a divine one where a beautiful girl gives the gift from God to a noble in splendorous armor. However, the bottom part of the white cloth was stained with dark red color, as if violating the divineness of cloth. This is. Belgunt had already guessed what it was because of his instinct, but getting his guess hit the right spot, he unexpectedly let out a voice of surprise. The boss of bandits. He unwrapped it, and there was a face of an ogre with an expression of anger and eyes open wide. Belgunt had experienced lots of wars, but seeing the freshly severed head of the orc seeming to become an undead and move on its own, an unpleasant sweat arises. However, he wasn't surprised to the extent of just staring in trance. Belgunt immediately understood the meaning this held. In short, seventh Apostle Sariel barged in the Quarrel Village solo and annihilated them. Moreover, it might have happened this morning. I beg your pardon for making Lord Sariel bother with this work. It wasn't difficult, Sariel replied, without wavering her deep crimson eyes. As she said, Sariel truly might have not had any trouble taking on the bandits by herself. For her, cutting the head of a brutal orc and signing the documents are both the same, in other words, just one more boring work. Belgunt was also a person the Republic. He had heard the legends of apostles since childhood, and, after becoming adult, he still hears about their new exploits. However, after seeing a fragment of that overwhelming valor, he felt an indescribable awe along with a sense of emptiness. Thank you very much. We also didn't want to waste our soldiers before invading Spada. I want to thank Lord Sariel for her work. Please don't worry about it. There was nothing behind her words, but Sariel truly felt that there was no need for it. After all, it is my mission to deal with all the spreading bandits in the territory of Daedalus as soon as possible. Apparently, Archbishop Leochrome seemed to have been making use of Sariel's power, rather than keeping her in one place as a fake commanding general. The person herself, as the seventh apostle had been reputed, she was completing the mission quickly. As if to say he work was done, Sariel turned back and again straddled on the Pegasus. Like that many thought she would just fly away, but I'm also wishing the Spada invasion to happen fast. Count Belgent, let the divine protection of God be with you. Unexpectedly, she gave out words of blessing. Count Belgent rose up his head that he had bowed for sending her off. However, by that time, Sariel was nowhere to be seen. Count Belgent told his subordinates who were looking towards the horizon just like himself. Everyone, did you hear the words before? Lord Sariel is expecting good things from us, so we need work harder for commencing the Spada invasion as soon as possible. A second later, the Alsace stronghold was filled with cheers, as if trying to shatter the whole stronghold. Although they were also crusaders, they were soldiers of nobles. Compared to the soldiers of church, their piety was low. However, there was no man in the Republic who won't cheer up upon getting words of encouragement from a beautiful apostle of God. That was the same for Belgent too, who was leading the army for various motives. Currently, he forgot all of his interests, and cheered up from the bottom of his heart with a strong sense of duty for completing the holy wish of God. Chapter 260, Conquer the Greed. The Rank 3 dungeon Iscia Hills was a dungeon located between Spada and Foreign. In the first place, a natural region shouldn't be called a dungeon, but to adventurers, any place where they could fight monsters was a dungeon, hence the main reason was amplified and is being called as that. Anyhow, the Iscia Hills were covered with abundant nature, but as it was called a dungeon, there were a great variety of monsters living there. Even this swamp area called Thundercloud Swamp, located in the interior of the dense forest, was included in the range of Iscia Hills. If an adventurer stood and looked over this swamp, they most likely wouldn't realize that this was the Thunder Cloud. That was because this place only had one small, filthy, muddy swamp. There was nothing special in particular. It was a completely ordinary swamp located in any forest. Even the scene of monsters going near swamps for water was quite common in this world. However, the monster currently here was quite a rare one. Goo Gigi Jaya. A earth-splitting loud howl reverberated. In an instant, 10-odd meters of ground protruded and a great tree standing there was blown away. A monster literally split the earth and appeared. The earth and sand grandiosely blew up and rained down on the surroundings. It truly was a downpour of earth and sand. The monster that appeared by creating a rain of mud was the rumored rank 5 monster, Gore. It looked like a dinosaur. No, in this world it had the form of a typical land dragon, i.e. he had a form with head and tail in a horizontal line and walked on 2 legs, similar to a dagger raptor. However, this Gore had a big body incomparable to a 2 meters long rank 1 monster. Gore's body was so big that even if the rank number was to be doubled, it would still not reach there. He was 30 meters from the tip of the nose to the end of the tail. Its overall height easily crossed over 10 meters. Among the numerous monsters, he would enter in the large monster category. From the looks of its oblong, angular face and carapace that was the same color and shape of a brick, it truly looked like a dinosaur-shaped golem. This golem had high affinity with the earth attribute, just from the fact that it could move underground with its big body, shows the fact that he had a powerful extra magic that could manipulate the earth. If there were other monsters in the vicinity, they might have been killed by this extra magic. But then, most of the monsters were of about the size that would conventionally fit into Gore's mouth. Moreover, thinking on the rank of this dungeon, there would no monster powerful enough to make it use its extra magic. As though trying to prove that, the moment Gore appeared from under the ground, the monsters hiding in the vicinity attempted to escape at full speed. Fortunately, the thirst surpassed the hunger for the current Gore. It stepped forward towards the swamp in front of it without showing any interest in the presence of other monsters quite far from it. Although after sating its thirst, it would eat all the fish, insects, and monsters living in the swamp and sate its greedy stomach. After all, Gore had come here, while greedily devouring everything in front of it. Every time it would step forward with a thud, the swamp would have ripples spread over the surface. There was no existence that could stop those heavy steps, and as if it knew this, Gore didn't pay attention to the surroundings and neared the tip of his nose to the muddy water surface. It opened its fiendish mouth, which bared fangs like knife. No, they were already bigger than swords, and started slurping the water of the swamp with such great force as though he wanted to drink all the water there. However, at this time, to stop the water level of swamp from decreasing, the sound of thunder burst out on the tip of Gore's nose. Gore raised his head up whilst making a short shout, no, a menacing sound. Shrill sounds of blitz flashing reverberated in the surroundings, only noticing now, the swamp was enshrouded by a black fog. No, this black mist had purple lightning flashing inside it. In that case, this place truly was worthy of being called Thundercloud. In the blink of an eye, the dark clouds surging with electricity covered the swamp and Gore. The occurrence of this phenomenon, as if thunder clouds were thrown onto the ground, was the main reason for this place to be called as Thundercloud Swamp. The monster responsible for causing this phenomenon appeared in front of Gore. The monster, which surfaced by bulging up the water surface, was an eerie violet big fish with slippery skin. If one word was there for that figure, it could only be catfish. It had a flat head, big mouth, long mustache, a body surface without scales and covered in mucus, and every other trait a catfish could have. Its length was definitely larger than 10 meters. It was hard to think that fishes of this size were present in several tens and hundreds within this small swamp. Most probably, this one was the owner of the swamp. However, the biggest reason that this catfish was called as monster wasn't because of its body size, but because it had a powerful extra magic that could manipulate lightning. This was a rank 3 electric catfish monster called as Mazuna Cruz. One long, straight purple-tinted lightning bolt surged towards Gore, who was roaring out a menacing yell. The lightning attack of Mazuna Cruz wasn't fired from the mouth and hence wasn't a breath-type attack, but rather it was fired from its whole body, so it was a blast-type attack. The electric attack, fire from the back of its body, moved forward while creating a purple trajectory. Moreover, it wasn't any normal lightning, but the amount of electricity in it kept on increasing, and it increased in size and thickness as it neared. These thunder clouds covering the swamp were one of the abilities of the Mazuna Cruz. In other words, it was a thunder attribute strengthened barrier. However, this wasn't activated by it alone, but through the help of few other Mazuna Cruzes living in the swamp. Mazuna Cruz didn't have the nature to work in crowds, but when they felt danger for their habitat because of a foreign enemy, they all join and work together to fight against the common enemy. They obey their wild instincts that sometimes show rationality surpassing that of humans. Hence the Mazuna Cruz obeyed the instinct and challenged the Gore that had been said to have enough power to destroy the world. The lightning attack, fired with the wager of Mazuna Cruz's existence, became as thick as a big serpent by the time it reached Gore. It burned everything that touched it and attacked like a big rocky mountain. Gore didn't move at all, maybe because it wasn't quick-witted and agile enough to evade that lightning attack, and so the attack landed. The purple lightning burst open as though a flash for blinding someone was activated. Like that, the dazzling light sparked consecutively. That was not just for show. In truth, that attack could defeat most of the monsters, even those monsters that are stronger than the top ranks humans have set for their convenience. The lightning attack was fired by the owner of Swamp. Other individuals boosted it. The attack was just like a coordinated attack done by any adventurer party. But it wasn't able to defeat Gore. The brick-like carapace, after getting hit by lightning, truly became grilled brick-like. However, just that much, the lightning attack didn't reach down the thick and hard carapace. The earth attribute was far surpassing other attributes in defense. One reason for that was because the earth itself was quite a hard substance. Especially, it was the best defense for blocking against lightning. The difficulty to pass electricity through rock was a given, but even most of the electric heat was cut off. For the Mazuna Cruz, an earth attribute specialized monster, like Gore, was the worst enemy. Gore calmly started walking towards the swamp, as though it had already known about the superiority of its body. It moved in straight line, aiming for the Mazuna Cruz floating in the center of swamp, whilst the water surface would ripple every time it took a step. Having its own territory breached, the Mazuna Cruz was completely enraged and fired off lightning from its body with full power, while it also started swimming as though it were sliding on the water surface. One side was greed Gore with its big mouth opened for eating the big catfish. The other side was Mazuna Cruz trying to defeat the foreign enemy to save its whole territory. Both parties collided against each other in a straight line within the swamp. The battle was decided in just one attack. The Mazuna Cruz that attacked with its strongest and biggest lightning attack had its stomach ripped apart by greed Gore, who didn't even bat an eye to the lightning strike. The dark red liquid started spreading across the muddy water. The Mazuna Cruz now with a chewed stomach was already dead, but its tail and fins were still active above the water's surface purely due to reflexes. Greed Gore raised a voice of happiness after capturing a big prey and opened its mouth to devour the swamp's master greedily. It was that time it opened its mouth. A single lightning attack leaped out from the bitten-off stomach. No, looking closely, it wasn't lightning. Although that thing was clad in purple lightning, it was something completely different. A lower body of a snake, upper body of a human, it looked just like the Lamia race, but Gore. Before it even recognized what the mysterious lightning was, it entered the open mouth of greed Gore. It reflexively tried to chew down that eerie thing in its mouth, but all that happened was its fangs united making a clang sound. There was no magic that could do something about the thing that had vanished in its mouth. Hence, greed Gore restarted eating the food as though it had forgotten the existence of that lightning. The change occurred after it had eaten the whole corpse of Mazuna Cruz. A reaction as though the meat it ate was poison. In other words, greed Gore started writhing in agony. The 30 meters big body was rampaging in the swamp. Large columns of water rose up as though a mage squad had simultaneously attacked. However, that also stopped in a few moments, and after it lost all its strength, greed Gore silently sank down to the bottom of swamp. It died. A person watching from side would only see it like that, but the next moment, it again surfaced. Like that this time, it returned back to the ground in an extremely lazy manner. Before greed Gore knew it, the thunder cloud barrier had already vanished and the scene had returned to its original state. However, for some reason even now the sound of lightning bursts reverberated. The source of those sounds was greed Gore, but it had extra magic of earth attribute. It could never create electricity like a firefly, no matter how. However, the current greed Gore was clad in the eerie purple lightning just like a Mazuna Cruz. Chapter 261, The Reward of Bandit Subjugation. Truly thank you very, very, very much. On the 10th of Platinum Month, we, the Element Master, came back from the Bandit Subjugation and Greed Gore search, but the person who met us first was neither Simon nor Will, but some unknown boy. However, seeing a glasses-wearing girl standing beside him, I quickly understood the situation. You're welcome. It's good that she was fine, right? I replied, hearing that the boy was overcome with emotion and started crying, while still saying words of gratitude. Geez, don't cry anymore, Eddie. It's embarrassing for me. But the name of young man crying out loud is Eddie. He is apparently the childhood friend of this girl standing beside him and is also a knight cadet in Royal Spotter Academy. And the girl is Shenna, who we saved from the hideout of bandits. It is easy to imagine just what feeling Eddie had before she returned to Spada completely fine. I'm sorry, he seemed to cause an uproar on his own. Shenna poked Eddie with a troubled expression. Seeing their pleasant actions, my face distorted. No, I smiled wryly. I see, so you came here to say thanks. Well, you don't need to worry about it. I'm sorry, thank you very much. Like that, after talking for some time with them, Shenna left, dragging Eddie with her. Incidentally, when returning, Eddie, Kurono-san, I will help you if anything occurs, please do tell me. Proposed an offer like that. Thank you, I will keep that in mind. Shall I spread an information that the rumor of Kurono-san pushing down the Princess of Avalon is a fake? Please seriously do that. Anyhow, like that, the knight cadet duo of Eddie and Shenna left. Now I just need to pray that bad rumors about me would just fade out. No, there is one more great thing. Looks like everything is back to normal, thanks to Lily. Hey. I patted the head of carefree smiling Lily. However, my heart was stinging due to guilt for telling a lie to Eddie. I said she was perfectly fine, but that was a complete lie. Although I hadn't seen it directly, but definitely, her body and heart both were in tatters. All the girls captured there were treated like an entertainment outlet. I heard all this from Zach. However, it was Lily who made it all non-existent. Shen used Fairy's miracle drug on the 7 girls, but didn't use it to recover their health, but controlled it using her telepathy ability and deleted memories from the time they were captured. I learned that Shenna's memories were all gone after 20th of Red Flame month. The other girls were also the same. They all had their memories from some days before getting captured deleted. And because that disgusting memories were deleted, a lie that not done anything to this girls by the bandits was established. This was for the best, right? Yes, considering the situation this time, this is the very best end. Fiona strongly affirmed. Originally, these girls would have to heal an emotional scar by spending lots of time. No, if it went bad, then they would have to live their life in a nightmare. The mental power to getting over a heartbreaking reality may be great, but from the point of happiness, the choice would be to make it all non-existent. That's why I didn't tell them the truth. It will be just fine if they moved on in life happily while believing in the kind lie made up by Lily. Yeah, it was for the best. This matter ended with everyone being rescued. To me, this is more valuable reward than money or fame. Next day, 11th of Platinum month. The city of Spada was filled with liveliness today as always, but more than that, there was a cheerful rumor coming out of people. That was the rank 5 part of Royal Spada Academy. The Wing Road had punished the evil slave dealer. In truth, this evil slave dealer was the wire puller behind the bandits we subjugated, and thanks them, girls not present in the hideout were rescued safely. They might have fought against the wire puller, but before I knew it, the whole matter ended safely, truly a happy ending. However, thanks to that I was able to escape from the tiresome things I had predicted, so I'm thankful to them. The reason they were so easily able to arrest the slave dealer living in a mansion in the upper class area was because the party members of Wing Road were either royalties or from the 4 great nobles, meaning they all had status of upper echelons of the society. If it were freelance adventurers like us, we would have got ourselves in a bad situation against a slave dealer with this much assets and influence. Anyway, thanks to that, highly influential party were able to work as adventurers without any problems. Thinking on it, the first princess of Avalon, Nell, is also a member of Wing Road. I should say my thanks to her if I meet her anytime soon. Of course, only when a sword-using brother and a hysteric friend wouldn't be around her. Thinking this and that I finally reached my destination. Well then, today I will buy a good robe. That destination was a mage robe specialist shop, with an old woman being the clerk. This place was called Fix and Fika. The blackened armor made for anti-greed Gore purpose had a hole opened in the stomach area because of Ludera's katana. So I plan to send it to Strato's smithing workshop later. Moreover, my standard equipment is still a robe. After all, my class is Black Magician and not a cursed weapon wielder class like Berserker. Well, armor is also not bad, but it's better to have a robe as a primary equipment. Moreover now, fighting monsters for trial, I will need a magic-resistant defense, rather than physical resistance defense. Ha, today for sure I will make that witch clerk give me a good reception, and it will happen when I show off my assets. I have my wallet filled so much that my enthusiasm is just leaking out of me. Or rather, I couldn't have decided to buy robe if I didn't had money. Naturally, the origin of this abundant fund is the reward from Bandit subjugation. Although, I didn't take the quest officially, but concerning the results, we had subjugated the bandits. The guild accepted our work and paid us the suitable amount of reward. Moreover, it turned out we could take all the possessions of bandits we subjugated, so we got all the money. That was enough for near 20 people. Although, plundering stuff from bandits may sound cruel, but if a bonus of this much wasn't present, then bandit subjugation quests wouldn't have been established in the first place. Well, like this and that, with the intention of buying the most expensive stuff of this shop today, I entered confidently through the door of the shop. Upon entering the shop, a lot of robes greet me. Even the mannequin clad in apprentice robe with words freshman purveyor etched on it greeted me. I felt like the whole shop was welcoming my visit. Haha, sorry, but today I am graduating from apprentice robe. I am already in shirt and pants, without a robe. In other words, I will return back while wearing a new robe. Will you wear it here? The answer choices to this question are just yes and yes. Incidentally, Fiona said she needed that apprentice robe for some sort of enchant experiment or something, so I donated it to her. If that robe turns into cinder due to the failure in experiment, I wouldn't feel even a little bit of regret. I just need to think then the memories of me being underestimated while wearing that robe were also burned to cinders with the robe. To the current me, with a strong resolve to part with that robe, exists nothing that could stop me from walking forward. In front of my vision is the same witch clerk from before, sitting on the counter. Apparently, she sensed my arrival already as her eyes that were looking down on the book in her hands before were now looking towards me. Well then, what sort of sarcasm will come out of her mouth today? You're Kurono-sama from Element Master, right? I welcome you for coming here. WTF, candid camera? I can't help but think of it that way now, that she is bowing at a perfectly right angle. Or rather, I don't even remember telling her my name or party name. I see, so she was your daughter. Again, I feel the world surely is small. Guess what? This witch clerk old woman is the mother of that Shenna. She already knew about the situation from her daughter, more or less. I am her daughter's life savior, hence she bowed to me. I'm truly sorry. I was thinking of coming to meet you for giving my thanks. No, you don't have to do it. I just did my work as an adventurer. I also got the reward from the guild properly. I feel utterly uncomfortable to the kind, careful interaction with a person who had been spouting sarcastic words at me. Till now, but it can't go on like that. After all, you saved my daughter. I didn't have the guts to poke fun at a mother saying, thanks with teary eyes. I personally think that just that feeling of wanting to thank me is enough. As for the reward, I already got a great amount of money. I also don't have greed or arrogance to want more than this. No, this is the reward I had prepared for the rescue quest. Please take it. I just heard yesterday that the families of victims pitched in money and requested the guild to post up a rescue quest. The heart can't be measured by money, but the reward wasn't small. It told that the families were concerned about the girl's safety. Moreover, I never took on this quest officially, although the objective was completed. I can't say that I've got a legitimate right for accepting this reward. However, seeing her trying to corner me, I feel it would be rude to keep on obstinately refusing her. At any rate, this sort of situation is a first for me, so I don't know what is the appropriate way to deal with these sort of situations. Moreover, if Kurono-sama is still wanting Baphomet embrace, then I think this reward would be equal to it. In her eyes while saying this, a sharp pointy light was flickering. As expected, I cannot look down on this person. No, this time she is trying to pay the reward with goodwill, so I shouldn't be vigilant. Do you have the Baphomet embrace here? Please wait a moment. Saying that she temporarily went in the interior of the shop. What a suggestive behavior that is. Most probably not even 5 minutes have passed, but it seemed much longer to me. Soon enough, she came back with a folded black robe in her hands. Like that, she unfolded in front of me and answered to my question from before. This is a robe made from a high-class demon, just like Baphomet. This one is called Diabolo's Embrace and is made from Diabolo's skin. That was different from the fur of Baphomet and had a profound feel of a real leather. The design, too, seemed different from the one I wore before. However, sensing the dense black magical energy residing in it, I understood that this is a product on the same level, or maybe even better than Baphomet Embrace. Chuckle, looks like you liked it. Yeah, this is a good stuff. Even more than the apprentice robe I was using some days before. I was completely charmed by that jet black gloss, making it seem like the pulsation of magical energy is reaching to me. Please wear it and see if you like it. Yes. I had no reason to refuse her. I silently faced my back towards her, who had opened the Diabolo's Embrace that looked more like a coat and less like a robe. At a glance, the size of the coat seemed small for me, but when I put my hand in it, there was no cramped feeling in there. No, speaking truthfully, it automatically resized itself based on the wearer's body proportions. That's right, I felt a pleasant temperature change the moment this coat completely fit my body. And I feel severely nostalgic right now, so Baphomet Embrace felt this good. I realized that fact just now. It looks good on you. Even those simple words seemed like truth when feeling this pleasant sensation. Truly mysterious. No, this time it isn't the problem of looking good or bad, but there is something in this that makes me want to just purely yearn for it. So, how about it, Kurono-sama? Will you take this Diabolo's Embrace from me as the gratitude reward? I'm pretty damn sure that she already knows what I am going to say. After all, I have been charmed by it to the extent that the hesitation for refusing it had already left my body. Please let me have it. I just wasn't able to find words other than that. Chapter 262. Don't tell to Kurono. Breathe in, breathe out. Fiona had been taking deep breaths since some time ago. The scene would have been refreshing and hygienic if this was a place in the forest with subdued sunlight peeking out trees and gentle breeze blowing around. However, breathe in, breathe out. This place was a room in the dorm. Fiona was on her bed in her black underwear and would sometimes roll her body in agony while stuffing her face in a black robe. "Anne, it smells of Kurono-san." Fiona's body shivered while she let out a sound, seeming entranced. The robe she held in her hands was without a doubt an apprentice robe that Kurono had been wearing just today's morning. They've got a lot of money from Bandit subjugation. So Kurono revealed thoughts about buying a new robe that Fiona heard, and thinking of it as lucky chance, had Kurono give the robe to her. Kurono didn't have a lot of affection towards this robe from the start. And so, she was able to get it from him by making a vague reason like I need to use it in experiment for enchant magic. However, the vague reason said here wasn't something fake. It was her plan to cast enchant on the robe and have Kurono wear it again, like that she would be able to let his scent remain on the robe for a longer time. Fiona, who actually planned out such a devilish infinite loop idea, could be truly called a witch, in the sense that a normal person would never do it. On Kurono-san. Fiona showed a blissful expression whilst being covered in the scent of the person she loves, but her figure looked just too impure. Although it was symptom of lovesickness, for seeing the things worn by their beloved person as special and wanting them, however, the current Fiona seemed more like underwear thief. If one had to follow up for her, then it could be said that this robe was the main thing that made her realize her feelings for Kurono during the Wrathpun battle. This robe was the one that gave her a good memory of Kurono covering her body in this robe after cutting her with his hatchet. However, if there was a legitimate reason and chance to get Kurono's underwear, she would have jumped at it. That sort of powerful persuasive power could be felt from her current foolishness. It seemed like she would continue to playing with Kurono's robe until fully satisfied. But, "Fiona, are you in there?" Due to a knocking sound and Lily's voice, her fun time was forcibly terminated. From her tone it was easy to perceive that her consciousness was that of an adult, so any sort of deceiving won't work on her. "Yes, coming." Fiona immediately threw the robe in the dimension space, present in the three-cornered hat lying beside her, wore on the house dress cape, present in the closet, and opened the door. Her face had already returned to her sleepy, expressionless face. That terrifying speed of switchover, her innocent face, made her entranced expression and her impure acts from before seem like a fake illusion. With that innocent expression, she greeted Lily. "Chem." Although Lily was in her lowly form, she didn't wear either the black one-piece or uniform, but the white pun robe that Kurono presented to her. Apparently, they were both on holiday today. Lily, wearing that relaxing sleepwear, frowned upon entering the room and muttered, "This place smells of Kurono." Startled, Fiona's heartbeat increased for a second, and she felt shivers. How was she able to sense that from the lingering scent of robe? It would have been a different story if she were a beast person. But she was a fairy, whose olfactory sense is on the same level as a normal person. An idiotic thought crossed in her mind. Does wearing this white pun robe increase the olfactory sense? However, she couldn't show unrest right now. After all, Lily was already staring at her with her round eyes, filled with suspicions. Incidentally, the face on the hood she was wearing also seemed to be glaring at her. "Is that so? It might be because I took over the robe Kurono-san wore, for experimental purposes." She was finally able to negotiate with Kurono behind Lily's back. But for this fact to be still revealed so fast, thinking over this, Fiona clicked her tongue within her heart. However, she couldn't lie to Lily, even if she had a mind protect to not let her emotions leak out. Experimental purposes, eh? Yeah, for experimental purposes. A turbulent atmosphere streamed between the two. Considering that, there is Kurono's scent coming from your body. Don't tell me you're doing something suspicious. No way, I just wore it for a bit, for checking its feel upon wearing. The former part was truth. Fiona actually wore the robe and spoke silly stuff like this, "It feels like Kurono-san is hugging me," and was even got happy from that. Naturally, checking its feel was a completely made-up fake reason. However, although she may confess wearing the robe, she definitely can't tell about her feelings at that moment. Fiona tried counterattacking for evading the point of Lily's suspicions. Even Lily has Kurono-san's left eye, right? Aren't you using it to do something suspicious? How did you know about that? An unexpected surprised voice. The rabbit on Lily's head shook violently as though they were showing Lily's unrest. Lily-san is quite inattentive in child form. Try to make sure that Kurono-san doesn't discover you fawning over the eyeball in a potion vial with a love-struck expression. Ugh, uwu. If one knows the sly Lily, then her normal childlike behavior might seem like an act, but in truth, her thought ability truly degrades to that of a baby. In that state, it can't be helped if she had problems and showed openings in hiding something. If Kurono-san knew that Lily-san keeps his eyeball with herself all the time, he might draw away from you. Don't get the wrong idea. Who knows if there will be a time for using that eyeball, so I'm safekeeping till that time. Fiona had expected this sort of theoretical answer coming from her, and stepped on the common ground she found. Is that so? In that case, Lily-san is safekeeping the eyeball while taking all the responsibility, and I am using the robe for a certain magic experiment. We're both not doing anything suspicious, right? You're right, I'm sorry for doubting you. As expected, the adult Lily knows when to back off. It's better for them both to keep on having things of Kurono, while keeping silent and not fighting uselessly. And it would be fine as long as Kurono doesn't know how they were using his things. We will be traveling together from now on, so I don't want to start any discord. No, same here, I said too much, I'm sorry. The two reconciled, and just as Lily said before, from now on, Fiona and Lily would work together. And it was also the reason why Lily visited Fiona. Chapter 263, Living Dead and Fate Ceremony. Insufficient number of people was the common problem for both Lily and Fiona. It didn't mean that they had less people for labor work, rather the life of humans was needed. One side wanted them for human experiments that would be completed who know when. The other side wanted to keep on giving living sacrifice until the whimsical evil god or devil god would give out the divine protection. Those deeds could be said to be inhuman and fiendish, but it was no doubt that this was the shortest and reliable way to gain new power. For the time being, we can't work in Spada, right? Lily said as such while sitting on a wooden chair, while swinging her child legs that didn't reach the floor. Indeed. Fiona showed agreement while sitting on the bed, on which she was indulging in aesthetical plays just before. Even without saying, these both had already an unspoken rule of not letting Kurono find out their inhumane deeds. Especially the human experiments of Lily were same as the source of Kurono's hate for crusaders, his unpleasant past memories. Sure enough, it wasn't known if Kurono would show understanding to Lily's acts that were the same as those white researchers who forced him into a human experiment. My living dead are. Yes, that's why Lily reached out to her final goal, and called the humans without any ego or memory, whom she could control as she wanted, as living dead. Hence, she had already chosen a name that might be misunderstood for necromancers. The necromancer was a class deemed acceptable by the public. If Kurono also thought it was that class, then he wouldn't find faults in her. Only if he thought that the humans being controlled by Lily were not living human, but just corpses. Several tens more needed to testing, or else it won't be helpful. I also have to get Angel Ring reformed for my personal use. You have shown that ring to Simon-san, right? Is it fine doing that? The question was purely due to concern if Kurono heard about it from Simon's mouth. And it surely wasn't for being worried about Simon, nor was it after considering Simon's feelings. Fiona didn't hate the elf alchemist as much as Licky, but she also didn't find him likable. To her, Simon could be said to be just an acquaintance. Although they were living under the same roof, but there was no necessity to get along with him. Being indifferent to each other was also a way to live a harmonious cohabitation life. It's fine, I have forbidden him to speak, and that boy is also not an idiot. Although Lily had special feelings for Simon, who seemed to gather Kurono's attention all the time. But even so, she didn't have a personality so emotional to actually deny Simon's whole existence. Even like this, she believed that she was judging Simon's ability objectively. And the result was, she judged that he had enough intelligent personality to avoid needless troubles. Probably Simon knew all too well about the impending crisis if Lily and Kurono ever broke up. Rather than not an idiot, I sure have to recognize that he has great mind. He has already done the analysis on Angel Ring. It is really a great thing to do the analysis on Republic's most difficult lump of magic circuit in less than a week. Fiona praised Simon's achievements honestly. At a glance, that ring seemed like a simple accessory, but inside it were various sorts of magic to completely dominate a human. And it wasn't just formed with 1 or 2 magic circles, but upon disassembling it, it would break in countless parts, which surely had some sort of magic equation drawing on it. Moreover, the shape of each part and its position in the ring would also have some meaning related to the magic. Sure enough, he hadn't elucidated it completely. After all, it had some magic equation etched onto it, which aren't used here. Does it mean that decipherable parts have already been sorted out? Yeah, just like that. He even wrote a conjecture of functions for parts undecipherable. Chuckle, he worked way above my expectations. Apparently, Simon was a type of person who would set aside his personal emotion and do his work all too seriously. This work was done by the man who established the legend of getting full scores in enrollment examinations for 3 years straight, an unprecedented record in Royal Sapto Academy. So, it could be said that his work would be perfect. The main cause was also because the magic knowledge cultivated by Simon was suited more for this sort engineering work rather than battle types. Thanks to that, I learn a lot. For instance, the memories of the wearer are not under deleting system, but rather sealing system. I see, so that's why Kurono-san is still having the memories of that another world called Japan. Right. Till now, she only had fragmentary memories of Cyprus, but thanks to Simon's analysis, a lot of its functions and structure formation was revealed, at least to the point where they could conjecture lots of things about the ring. Even the fact that memories were sealed and not deleted was also discovered. Right, thanks to this ring taking on the tiresome and delicate work of sealing, that the current Kurono is present. But then, why did they not delete his memories? If one wanted to control humans, then their memories were only hindrance and nothing else. The deletion and sealing of memories were fundamentally different things. Deletion meant that memories one gone forever gone, however sealing meant that there was chances of it returning. And if the memories returned at an unexpected time, they would create hindrance to the experiment. This was something that was proved from Kurono's escape. Of course, there was no way the researchers of the White Sacrament didn't thought about this danger. Lily knew from the fragmented memories that they were a great research institution, which captured superior human resources. They were not like research organizations of medium-small scale, scattered here in Pandora continent. Of course, even without that, anyone could understand that this angel ring couldn't be made by any person with ordinary magical energy and technological strength. The reason they didn't got rid of memories was because they wanted to make a perfect puppet that could work on behalf of humans. If it was just controlling the body of one person, then there were various magic existing for that, like summon magic or necromancy. However, creating someone who would move like people with full freedom wasn't something easily done. For that person to do stuff like a normal soldier, like eating, excreting, sleeping, manual labor, and fighting, there was a need for a magic caster to beside that person for giving out orders one by one. Think by themselves, move by themselves. It was possible for those instincts too which could overcome reason. But if they became those below animal-grade people, then it would all be for naught. For truly create a puppet that would have its self, there is a need to seal and process the memories in order, and it would take time. Moreover, there is also a need to reform the personality of that person. Creating puppets that would do everything based on orders wasn't something difficult to make, for the White Sacrament at least. There was a need to erase the original memories and personality, and then engrave the new fake personality made by the magic circuit. Like that, they would be complete. It didn't take enough time if compared to time taken for Kurono to run away. If they were still using that system, then right now the experimental subject number would have not only surpassed 100th, but might have even reached 1,000th or 10,000th. However, if they were using that mass production system, then it would only create a true puppet, which wouldn't even twitch its finger unless given a command. The experimental subject group 100 numbers we met on the road were able to have self-conduct much better than compared to their early stages. However comprehensively, they would still need a supervisor. If the experimental subjects were completed in the truest sense, then that leader itself could be changed with an experimental subject. The reason the researcher Cypress was because he was the supervisor. And because of him, the experimental subjects were able to feign as mercenaries while executing a long-term campaign. Of course, it couldn't be said that they feigned completely, due to their problems of never showing emotions and not talking. Those people are trying to create an artificial life form using this. No, maybe I should say reincarnation a human in that very same body. Do you mean that the sealed memories were used as the indispensable part for the possibility of that subject to do self-conduct after their fake personality was me? It's not like they would let them get back all the memory. It is something like just unsealing the important and needed memories. Well, considering all that is also quite difficult, Lily said as if it was someone's problem. Apparently from her behavior it could be guessed that the experimental subject's completion was still far away. Judging from the current behaviors of experimental subjects, it could be surmised that it would take lots of improvements before they were able to act like a normal human being. Like reveal joy, anger, pathos, humor, and make merry in a meaningless chat, and also shout out loud at the smallest things. But Lily-san, isn't it impossible to use that advanced magic here? Yeah, don't worry about it. After all, I just need puppets for controlling. The reason White Sacrament was having hard time and was using up their times was because they wanted to complete the supreme role of creating a puppet that could move on its own without any supervisor. No matter how much puppets they mass-produced, if there was no supervisor to control them, then they were just useless objects that can't even be used as sculptures. Moreover, it wasn't like anyone could become the supervisor. At least it would need a person, on Cypress's level, in the sense of being well-versed in magic. I'm fine having puppets listening to my every order. I don't want to do that troublesome thing to making self-conducting puppets. I see, so a complete perfect substitution for necromancer. Henceforth, Lily had no problem in deleting the memories of the humans she would control. For necromancer, it starts from preparing the right corpse that would become their servant. On the other hand, Lily would prepare living humans with completely destroyed memory and personality, something really close to corpse. That's why Lily called it as living dead. I don't have any need for the most delicate and complex work of this angel ring, like memory sealing and new personality development. It would work if I create a simple original fake personality magic equation. As for their storage, it would work if I use summon magic. There was problem of where did monsters, who were summoned using summon magic, lived. The house room for the summoned monsters, that was a problem that had made various summoners troubled for long time. It was standard for summoners of the old to always let the monsters graze, and commonly they put together with tamers and also called as such. Otherwise, there were people who could literally summon monsters from meadows by using an advanced magic, however not many could do that. However, recently an earth-shattering discovery was made, and that was using dimension magic. With tamers' methods, the monsters that could accompany them, even if they were small monsters, the limit was just couple of monsters. If it were to be a big monster, then taking just one would take lots of labor. There, by tossing the monsters in dimension made by dimension magic, the expense and labor to take along the monsters becomes zero at once. Of course, the inside of dimension was a basic vacuum. Based on the attribute of user, the inside of dimension could be altered, but nonetheless, it can't be said to be the perfect place for monsters to live. At the time of tossing monsters in there, those particular monsters were also casted a magic that would send them into a state called cold sleep state. Like this, the problem which troubled summoners for a long time about summoning the required number of monsters at the required time was finally resolved. Of course, it wasn't like dimension magic could create an infinite space based on the person's talent and effort. Along with magic items, the person could store several big-sized monsters. Like this, there was more than enough capacity guaranteed. Incidentally, necromancers had already been using dimension magic from before. They were using corpses in the first place. In truth, the most earth-shattering discovery would be this magic called cold sleep. Moreover, If I use my extra magic as a substitution for the transmission device, I could simplify the structure of ring even more. I see, so you have been thinking a lot. If I don't do this, the ring can't be mass-produced. If the ring was created as it is, God knows how much capital it would need. Naturally, no matter how much it was simplified, it was still a magic item used for controlling a person. If one thought of mass-producing it, it would need suitable amount of capital to fund it. However, that suitable amount of capital might be within the area that Lily could raise it. Only if it was a party like Element Master, whose true hidden rank was rank 5. Well, thanks to simplifying it, I won't need as many experimental subjects as those guys. I think my work would be done with less than 100 people. And so, what are you doing? Lily asked Fiona, as though she were saying her explanation was now finished. What do you mean by that? I mean about how many sacrifices do you need? The number of experimental subjects Lily needed was something she could get by herself. But the number of people Fiona needed, if reached 1,000, then it wouldn't be something she could get by herself. It wouldn't be completed unless a heathen organization was to be established. To be honest, I also don't know about that. The only she knew was, the sacrifice of 20 people that day wasn't enough for God to listen to her request. So you are performing ceremony, without knowing much about it yourself. Lily gave her a reproachful gaze, seeming fed up. The eyes of white pun robe on her head also seemed to have same gaze. The ceremony written in this is a sort of gamble, because no one knows which god would listen to person's request. So, it can't be helped. This obviously meant the forbidden book, The Guide to 10,000 Demon Palace, which Fiona took out from the Great Library. Among the numerous abominable ceremonies written in that, the one Fiona chose was, oh, I see, so it's fate ceremony. You surely know it. It is, after all, used in many literary works, although I don't know about its details. The system of this fate ceremony was, in short, the person doing the ceremony themselves didn't know about the god who would give them divine protection. Generally, the thing called divine protection was something that a person got after choosing their preferred god and completing the trials or ceremonies. For fairies, it was Fairy Queen Iris. For knights, it was Dark Knight Frithir. And for a Demon King wannabe wanting to control the whole Pandora, then it was Demon King Mia Elrod. However, in fate ceremony, it wasn't human choosing God, but rather God choosing human. The people who choose this system might have various reasons for that, such as, the person challenged various divine protection but failed, or the chosen god didn't give a proper trial to clear. Among them, there were also who thought it was heathen work to choose gods while being humans. In that case, if a god who would give them powerful divine protection would choose them, and then it would be because of fate being at work. Lily had read many books, left by that magician in the forest, which were about this dramatic plot. But even if it is the same fate ceremony, based on the magic equation used in that, doesn't a vague image of the god is settled. For a type that wants sacrifices, it would be, without a doubt, either evil god or devil god. Lily-san, did you think that a witch would get divine protection from an innately good god? If one were to apply the concept of good and evil to gods, then from cross-religion's point of view, other than their white god, every other was evil god. But from the point of polytheism of people of Sparta, where many gods coexist, the good and evil of a god would be decided upon the sort of legend they created when alive. If it was a hero who defeated a brutal dragon to save a country, then that person would be a good god, no doubt. On the contrary, if this dragon was defeated, happened to defeat hero and become god, then it would definitely become an evil god, who brought calamity to people. If Fiona called herself a witch while taking on its true meaning, then it didn't just mean a female who could magic, but become an evil existence, as told in stories, such as tempting human heart, leading them astray, making them mad, making them commit crime, and finally throwing them into their destruction, or an evil person who could use secret evil arts for killing the heroes. That was what people call a witch. And after performing a ceremony needing sacrifices, she had, in the truest sense, set forth on the path of evil. So that was what you meant by resolve. There was ordinary sense of justice and ethics in me, but, Fiona replied while smiling faintly, if I can get power by just giving it away, then I throw it without hesitation. Just for Kurono and no one else. Even without saying it, the meaning was transmitted to Lily, only Lily. So you didn't have enough composure to keep on choosing the means. Chuckle, that's a great mindset. The lily praising while laughing merrily was the biggest understanding person to the current Fiona. Both of their nature was heading in the same way, all for Kurono. Because of that one word, they wouldn't hesitate to commit any sort of evil act. That was pure, yet cruel, resolve. The reason both Fiona and Lily chose people like bandits, that are good to die, because that way they would get the most advantage in explaining their conduct. The first reason was that if they killed a common person, Kurono would feel sad. The second reason was they would have law guardians at their tail. And the third reason, which should be the first one, was that they felt sad for killing innocent people. On the contrary, if Kurono gave them the permission, and they were prepared to live a life being chased, then these two maniacs would not hesitate to kill even a normal innocent person. The only wall stopping these two from running on the path of disgusting murder was always the sense of justice of Kurono. But if you're wanting an evil god, then be careful about your own body. Know that area is fine and won't have any problems. Fiona replied in a somewhat confidence-filled voice. As long as I'm a witch, the god of evil or devil would always accept my request, or so my teacher had said. Requesting divine protection from an evil god, apparently, was something already in Fiona's training practice. Lily understood it just now. Chapter 264, The Meeting of 12 o'clock on the 11th of Platinum Month 1. The instant the sound of bell indicating noontime resounded, Kurono, in a high mood, returned to the academy while wearing his new equipment. The great feeling of veering Diablo's embrace that looked like black coat still continued to deeply move Kurono. Rather after walking while wearing it, it felt like a load had been taken of him. His body felt light. Kurono, unintentionally, smirked due to that exceptional sense of unity. However, the scene of a scary-faced man smirking while wearing a thick leather black coat under the clear sky of later summer, it surely looked all too suspicious. Kurono didn't notice that students walking on the road were avoiding him. Kurono-san. Nevertheless, there was person existing to call out to this perfect, suspicious Kurono. The first person who would call him as Kurono-san was a witch who might be rampaging in the school cafeteria or some store. However, they both have associated enough to know the other person with just voice. So he suddenly understood that it wasn't her who called out to him. Well then, who might it be? The moment he turned back, he got the answer. Ah, isn't it Nell-san? There stood the peculiar princess of Avalon, with black hair, blue eyes, and a pair of wings growing out from her back. It's been a while. Ah yes, it had been a while. He hadn't seen Nell, who was right now bowing while looking like she was on her wits' end, since the problem in cafeteria the last month. Although being students from same school, if their courses were different, they wouldn't meet each other so easily, and they both went on their quests as adventurers, so it was quite normal to not meet for near a month. Even so, Kurono honestly was happy on this abrupt coincidental reunion. I have to apologize to Kurono-san. Huh, what is it? Kurono could only raise a question mark above his, because he couldn't find out the reason for her apology. After the incident in cafeteria, really cruel rumors about Kurono-san had been going around, so, I'm truly sorry. There was something like that. Although it didn't come to level of being forgotten, no, rather he pinned hopes on Eddie's work on improving the rumors, and hence hadn't been concerned about it. However, towards this rumor of a tentacle man assaulting the Avalon's princess in broad day, Kurono had a clear vision that it was because of unlucky course of event and people's fault. But he didn't think anything against the origin of this strife, Nell. No, well it will be a lie if I say it didn't bother me. But it isn't something Nell-san has to apologize for. But that. Seeing the truly apologetic face of Nell made him think himself as the bad guy, all the more. In fact, Kurono realized at this point that other students in the surroundings were sending suspicious stare at him. It is not like I was harmed in any way, and it is already the talk of 1 month past, so don't worry about it. Moreover, the current hot topic is the rumor about Wing Road punish the evil slave dealer. They have already forgotten about me. That's right, unless a new suspicion of violating Princess Nell appears, the students would cleanly forget about Kurono. Alright, this rumor had somewhat relation with the quest I took on before, so I wanted to say my thanks to Nell-san. Yes, I see. But then the quest Kurono-san took was. Kurono took a breath of relief after accomplishing the task of changing topics. However, Nell, who guessed the circumstances, with just the words related to quest, started thinking fast, going contrary to Kurono's expectation. The subjugation of bandits of foreign. Yeah, although I didn't take it officially, but end up subjugating due to course of events. If it's fine, can you tell me in details? This time alone, compared to the time of Alsace battle, there was no content in talks that would prick him. The bandit group Kurono encountered was annihilated. The captured girls were rescued both mentally and physically by Lily. There was nothing that he would hesitate to tell, rather he might even boast about it. For the time being, because this was an end not because of Kurono, but the whole element master party, so without exaggerating anything, he indifferently talked about the situation of incident. However, he didn't leak anything about the girl's true memories for not making her worried, and hence he dodged that area. Well, then the one who saved the students of our school was truly Kurono-san. Kurono was only fighting with one of the bodyguards, so the ones who truly rescued them was the female party of Lily and Fiona. However, in front of Nell, who seemed to say forget about minor details. Indeed it is like that. Kurono let out the unexpected affirmation words. Truly great, I was worried about those girls. Apparently, Nell, without going against her angel-like appearance, was related in this quest to rescue fellow female students. However, though they defeated the wire puller, the girls from before were still in the hands of bandits and weren't transported to the mansion in Spada. Hence, her wish to save those girls didn't come true with the members of Wing Road. Even so, in the sense of increasing their fame, they surely succeeded in that after rescuing the beautiful girls from the mansion, including the most important commodity, the daughter of Foreign's noble. I truly thank you very much. If it's fine, how about eating lunch together? It isn't something great as thanks, though, and I want to introduce Kurono-san to Oni-sama and others. No, that is. A tinge of anxiety ran through in Kurono's chest. He didn't know if Nell knew about it or not, but Kurono truly knew that the two, Avalon's Prince Nero and Sapta's Princess Charlotte, were showing killing intent seriously. He won't be shaken even if he met face to face with them, but becoming friends while facing each other was just pure impossible. At least Kurono didn't excel in expressing himself with gestures. The other side also wouldn't want a friendship relation with him. The first impression between them was the worst on the level that it couldn't be overturned. Hence Kurono wouldn't want to meet them. It wasn't on the level of feeling awkward after fighting a classmate. After all, the other party was from the royalty. God knows what would happen if he took on their bad side. Moreover, if in the worst-case scenario, anything happened to Kurono, then Lily and Fiona wouldn't keep quiet. It wasn't Kurono being conceited, but in the incident of cafeteria, after he left the cafeteria, the two were having sour stomach and showed hostility. This was something Kurono understood through experience. If these two were to truly feel anger, then a set of stars and suns would fall down on the private dorms of elite cadets. Sorry, I have some other errands today. He immediately judged to refuse her. Kurono was truly being a wise man who keeps away from danger. Moreover, having other errands wasn't completely a lie. I see, it is unfortunate. No matter how much of a depressed face Nell made, Kurono's decision wouldn't change. Well then, I will excuse myself. Kurono felt an impending crisis and finished the talk quickly. He sometimes forgets about the dangers of existence called royal families because of Wilhart, who could now be called as his friend. However, he realized anew the danger that comes if he said even a single wrong thing towards these people. Japanese like Kurono didn't have any class status, and so didn't have the confidence to deal with the problems that comes later with unreasonable methods. It was like living in fear of when he would step on a landmine. In that case, it was just great to avoid the minefield. But yes, then later Kurono-san. To Nell's sad face, Kurono felt like having his hair pulled fiercely from behind, but without stopping, he left from there. Today Simon visited his favorite Strato smithing workshop. Then uncle, I will come back fast after the trial shoot. He was almost leaving the shop. Carrying two long pipes, rifles on his back, Simon dashed out of the age door. Got it, take care. The blacksmith Regin Stratos send off Simon, who was in high spirits just like a child, while smiling amiably. And his smile increased more and more when he thought that Simon would go to the maneuvering grounds of the academy to try out the new work. Rijin, who was filled with warm feeling as if he just had a grandchild, tried to return to his work area, but at that time. "Excuse me, Mr. Rijin. Oh, I'm lucky that you were outside." From the again opened door, a solemn voice and a big black shadow appeared. "Oh, isn't it Chairman Mordred, for someone like you to come to my insignificant workshop?" The owner of that voice was a big framed skeleton clad in jet black robe and gaudy gold ornaments. The moment Rijin saw him, Vain Wirtz Mordred, he said those words in an easygoing manner. Spada's biggest Mordred Weapon Company's current chairman was a truly big shot. Almost all the blacksmith workers knew about it. Even more so, he was big-mouthed client who would request for weapon productions to people below him. However, seeing Rijin showing no surprised expression meant that these two have interacted with each other before too. On the other hand, Mordred moderately completed the introductions and sat on the chair on which Simon's small buttocks were placed before. It showed how arrogant this person was in truth. "I have brought the invitation ticket, so how is it this year, Mr. Rijin?" Mordred put a single ticket on the counter with his bony hands. "Ah, is it that time already?" Behind the thick circle-shaped spectacles, Rijin's eyes squinted. His vision went on the ticket placed on counter and traced the words written on it, "Curse Carnival." "That is indeed right. This year I will also cooperate." To those words, the purple light in his eyes wavered. Oh, to hear such a favorable reply. Looks like it was worth it to keep inviting you every year. Yeah, as you have guessed, it is a change of heart. After seeing a young man with promising future nearby me, the fire in my heart again started burning. Rijin straightforwardly kept on watching the eye sockets of Mordred, which were flickering joyfully. His eyes, too, had a sharp glint that didn't fall any behind the terrifying appearance of this skeleton. "Oh, wonderful. Should I expect new stuff again, that you, Mr. Rijin, are going to again hammer cursed weapons?" It had been a gap for a long time, but well, I can do adjustments and all. No, that is more than enough. By the way, who is that young man with promising future you said of? Rijin pushed his black-rimmed glasses with index finger and said with an expression as if he was speaking about his grandson. "I have a duty of confidentiality, so I can't tell the name, but chuckle, that child is great. After all, he is trying to create more deaths compared to me. By the way, does Chairman Mordred know about a weapon called gun?" Chapter 265. The meeting of 12 o'clock on 11th of Platinum Month 2. Lily periodically visited Fairy Tale Shop, which was bar at night, cafe in day, and an information agency all day and night. Lily judged that the shopkeeper Karen could be trusted enough for being a good information broker, and hence had become a regular customer here. There was also the reason that she liked the taste of tea and snacks given here. When she came before, she had heard about the information about the wire puller slave dealer behind the bandits of Foreign. Of course, she was able to confirm that it was just as rumors said. The wire puller was beaten by Wingroad, arrested by Spada's law guardian, case finished. And the reason she came this time was to gather information about internal affairs of other countries, for at the time of her paired journey with Fiona. But in truth, the main reason was something different. It will take some more time to carry out the plan from before. The chairperson of Royal Spada Academy, Sophia Sirius Parsifal, said with a mysterious expression on her face. In front of the voluptuous, beautiful Sophia was the cute fairy drinking from a teacup elegantly. "I see, looks like it is still troublesome even after becoming the chairperson. If I had to say, it would be the side of Parsifal family. After all, they are one of the 4 great nobles, and so have too many ties of obligations." Looking at Sophia heaving a worried sigh, it would seem like she was a married lady of a noble family. But she was still single, and at the same time, although I'm revered as the family head normally, but at times like this it becomes a problem. Truly, I hate it. She was the current family head of Parsifal family. Lily, of course, knew about it already. Even while knowing that, she had invited the family head of one of the 4 great nobles to the lower class area, into an outwardly normal cafe for having lunch together. But isn't it fine? It isn't something troublesome like being opposed by parents of both noble families. Chuckle that in itself fires me up. However, looking at these two talking harmoniously, It would easy to understand that these two had friendship bonds surpassing the social status differences. And that was more than half, a truth. Lily was rooting for a love-struck maiden, like Sophia, and Sophia relied on Lily as she was the only person Sophia could frankly talk about her love matters. That's right, are the magic items already prepared, the ones that will be used in the plan. There were some usable ones among the spoils of war from long time ago. Well, they were all covered in dust, deep within the storeroom. Sophia was a well-known rank 5 adventurer. It was only as expected for her to have the needed item in her assets. In fact, I also need that. If it's fine with you, can you give it to me? If it's an expensive one, I don't have any qualms to pay it off. Don't worry about money. If you want it, I will bring as many. Sophia agreed easily. It was either because she trusted Lily that much or she was showing generosity of being an influential noble. Either way, a smile rose on Lily's face. She spoke out words of gratitude. Thanks, I don't intend to keep it for a long time. By the time your side's preparations are completed, it would be back to you. That saves a lot. Sophia reached out to her teacup while smiling. The reason the scene of her drinking tea felt elegant was because she was beautiful and a descendant of a great noble. It could be surmised that because she had the experience as an adventurer, that she wasn't selfish or only liked high-grade things, and so was enjoying the current tea, which was neither high-grade nor expensive. Well then, I will be heading back first. Sophia came here for using up the time of lunch breaks, but she had to be back in the academy before her afternoon official work started. It was the same for a student like Lily, but apparently she didn't seem to have any intention of showing her face in the classes today. Yeah, see you later, Sophia. Lily said the words of farewell and gestured she would pay her bill also. Sophia accepted her offer and left the shop by turning over her silver hair. Many men eating in the shop looked at her walking, but nobody knew about her identity because she wore a commoner's robe. To actually eat together with Valkyrie Blizzard, looks like Lily Sama has got a great friend. Only the owner of shop, Karen, knew about her identity. Well, we have a quite old fate. Karen appeared as if she changed places with Sophia, of course in a waitress dress. It was her who guided these two to the innermost seat, so it was only natural for her to be wearing her working uniform. And the reason Lily was still sitting in this place meant that she had worked with Karen, the information broker. Now that I think about it, Lily Sama, I heard a curious rumor. Would you like to hear? Karen fluttered her fairy wings, and before landing on top of table, said those words. Yeah, please do. Lily took out 10,000 clan gold coins from her bosom and put it on the table. It is about crusaders hastening the preparations to invade Sparta. Lily, whole being quiet, took out 3 more gold coins. A large-scale stronghold is under construction in the Alsace village. Unexpectedly, a small sigh leaked from Lily's mouth. Looks like we don't have enough time as we had thought. Lily left after saying appointment with friend, and so only Fiona remained in the dorm. It was time period, the bell informing noon was about to ring. That gong wasn't something only for informing the time to students of academy, but it was also a gong that informed about the commencement of a violent competition called as lunch. It was at the time Fiona thought to wait for the time to be ripe for conquering the school cafeteria. Oh, the creaking sounds of someone walking in the corridor were heard from across her room's door. This sound was made when something heavy stepped on the floorboards, so this sound would never be made from the light-weighted Lily and Simon. Then it might have been that Kurono returned, but the presence was just different. There was no one who would visit this dorm, where only members of Element Master and Simon lived. At most it would be whimsical Sparta's prince, but it wasn't like no one other than them came. She didn't know who came here, but Fiona was convinced that they weren't here to ask about her, and was currently worried whether to tell or not tell that to this visitor, that whoever among the 3 was their aimed person, they weren't present here currently. It was the best choice to not get in contact with someone stranger, unless the person had a proactive personality to talk out to anyone. Simon, are you in there? Fiona was observing how things would go while sitting in her room. Hearing an imposing female's voice, she roughly guessed the identity of the visitor. Is it Simon's elder sister? Although she hadn't talked with Simon's elder stepsister, Emilia Friedrich Bardiel, she still vividly remembered her face. It was still fresh in her memories when she came leading a troop on the road leading to Sparta, on 6th of First Flame, Hatsuhi month. Fiona judged the identity of the person and decided to tell that Simon wasn't at dorm right now. Moreover, if she wasted too much time here, there was a risk of not being able to eat at school store or even school cafeteria. That alone she didn't want to happen, as a glut. With this and that, Fiona opened the door and came out to the corridor. Emilia was standing in, facing the room of Simon, from which no reply came. Simon is not here. In the corridor, the person standing was just as she had guessed. It was a cool beauty, with dark blonde hair cut and evened up right at the tip of shoulder, and had long-slit blue eyes. And that height crossing over Kurono was truly of that leader leading the Spada army's second squad Tempest. But she wasn't wearing the full-plated mail like that time, but was wearing civilian clothes, like a well-tailored blouse and dragon leather pants. It wasn't any sexy clothing highlighting the body of a woman, but still, the bewitching bodyline could be seen, especially those inflated chests of her. Fiona knew her boobs were quite big, but even so it couldn't be compared to the mountains in front of her. This meant that Fiona's waist was 2 times more slender, but because her body size was already outside of norm, that her waist seemed more slender, it was truly going against the numerical laws. Of course, the hip down below was also super size that couldn't be compared to Fiona's. And those toned, long legs were the last things that made her style into perfect piece. What? Why is a female student here? Turning back to Fiona's voice, Emilia asked that question first. Fiona was in her uniform for going into the cafeteria, and looking at her, it was easy to understand that she was a student in the academy. Even if you say why, I can only answer that it is because I live here. Fiona thought why she was asking such obvious questions, but apparently that answer wasn't natural and obvious to Emilia. What, do you even know what that means? Is there a problem? Fiona had no clue about the reason. Hence, she had no idea why that girl started giving out a dangerous feeling. It isn't allowed for male and female to live under the same roof, while being a student. No, it is fine, there is no rent for this place, so it is fine for us to live here. I'm not talking about that, are you trying to mock me? She knew from her gray school days that words would always make others angry. But after being pampered by Kurono recently, she let down her guard. And so Fiona reflected a little on herself in front of the squad leader, who was now emitting an even more dangerous air. She resolved herself to not say words that would make her take out the rapier hanging on her waist. I'm doing well with Simon-san, so elder sister don't have to worry about it at all. Okay, got it, you bastard, come outside right now. Emilia finally took out her rapier from her waist. Chapter 266. The meeting of 12 o'clock on 11th of Platinum Month 3. I'm truly sorry. Spada's Lady General, Emilia Friedrich Bardiel was, without any regard to her position and social status, apologizing to a single female student. No, it's good that the misunderstanding is now gone. On the contrary, the female student, Fiona, although expressionless, seemed to be relieved when saying those words. If Emilia truly started a fight, Fiona had no confidence in pinning her down. The reason she was a general leading the army wasn't because of her family lineage or her beautiful face. It was because she had enough military prowess to be called as Valkyrie Storm. And this was something Fiona heard not too long after coming to Spada, hence showing her fame. And after meeting personally, she understood that those talks weren't exaggerated. It was Fiona's true feelings, without any deceit, that she felt relieved because the situation settled down without shedding blood. Even I had said some wrong things. It was only natural for you think from those words that Simon got a bad lover. She, just in case, explained the situation that they Element Master were living here because of chairperson's judgment. And also, having a man and woman of same species in the same party. You know what that means, right? With the help of that single line, she was able to resolve all the misunderstandings about her having a romantic relationship with Simon. I don't want to say excuses, but it was truly because of me losing my temper. I'm sorry. Whenever it comes to my relatives, I become a little hot-headed. Relative, is it? To that expression, Fiona found something weird. In the first place, the reason Fiona was able to understand the misunderstanding, even with her not being able to know much about human relationships, was only because she understood those feelings. Changing their places, it would be like some unknown girl started living with Kurono alone. If Fiona truly was put in that situation, She didn't have the confidence to not fire or Solil. In that sense, she had praise for Emilia, for having enough self-control that she didn't started fighting. Anyhow, she thought that, to Emilia, Simon was what Kurono was to Fiona. In that case, it's not relatives, right? Don't you mean that become hot-headed whenever it comes to just your younger brother, Simon, just him, right? It wasn't every person with the surname of Bardiel, but only the man with the name Simon that she was most concerned about. I don't understand what you mean. I'm just saying that I put the most importance to my family. It is a pure lie, right? To the harmless and inoffensive reply of Emilia, Fiona declared it as a lie. No, she couldn't help but say that. After all, Fiona, currently, understood other person's heart to the extent she never had. She was called as airheaded and a person who can't read the atmosphere, sure enough. She was like that, but even so she could understand Emilia's heart. That was right. She understood the feelings of a woman who had given her heart to a single man. I'm also living in the same place as Simon-san, more or less, so I also hear many stories. For instance, the story about a bothersome elder sister. I see, what did he say? That he didn't want to see ever again. Emilia's blue eyes flickered for a second, but Fiona surely saw that. It wasn't like Simon clearly said words of rejection, but if the stories Simon told to Kurono about his sister were to be summarized, it would mean that only. And seeing the current reaction meant that she herself had somewhat guessed that Simon thought like that. Simon-san is heartless, right? For him to not notice the feelings of his sister, who is wholeheartedly thinking about him. It isn't like that in truth, Simon, my feelings. If he understood then, he wouldn't have thought of not meeting. Even if he met you, it isn't like he would open up his heart, but... Fiona continued. Every time she spoke, the eyes of Emilia flickered more and more. He has opened his heart to just Kurono-san. I had heard that until he returned back to school, he was living in your mansion. Did Simon-san, at that time, told you about the works of an adventurer named Kurono? If you have heard, you must understand what I mean, right? Ah, indeed, Simon did talk a lot about a man called Kurono. Did he not show a smiling face when telling you about Kurono-san's stories? A smiling face he would never show his sister, I mean you. Fiona spoke as if she had seen that. Of course, she hadn't been observing Emilia's mansion. However, Fiona could vividly imagine the joyful appearance of Simon while telling the works of Kurono. Because, after living together in this dorm, there was no way she wouldn't notice how he talked with Kurono. He hates the elder sister who had looked after him for so much time. Then why did he get so close to Kurono-san, a man he met recently? Can you understand why? Even without waiting for the reply, Fiona was convinced that Emilia wouldn't be able to give an answer for this question. She hadn't met her for more than an hour. All information about her was based on the complaints by Simon. Why could she understand the heart of someone like that so clearly? It wasn't just because she had strong feelings for a single person. Even more than that, this female called Emilia. It's unbearable for her to not love Simon-san, but she hadn't realized those feelings on her own. She doesn't even try to realize those feelings. Was exactly like Fiona, before she realized about the fact that she loved Kurono. Why is that? Like that, a reply Fiona had expected came out from Emilia's mouth. You don't know? It is quite simple thing. If you just realize that, I can assure that the way Simon-san talks with you will change. Just what is it? Can't you tell me without putting on airs? That is... Rae-or. A thunderous sound like that of a dragon's bellow rang out, and it cut out Fiona's words. Apparently that sound wasn't that of a brutal monster, but it came from Fiona's stomach. I'm sorry, I have gotten hungry, so I can't talk any more than this. Seeing Fiona speak those words nonchalantly, even the cool, expressionless Emilia couldn't help but open her eyes wide. Do you expect me to believe that? Even if you say that. I got in disabled mode the moment I'm hungry. If I didn't eat anything as soon as possible, it would be danger to my life. Emilia only met Fiona for the first time today, so she didn't if she should accept Fiona's words as truth or exaggeration. It wasn't like she was suffering from a disease or had any sort idiosyncrasy. To put it out frankly, even if Emilia left her on her own, at worst it would Fiona feeling sad having an empty stomach. It definitely had no danger to her life. Got it, then buy something from the school store. No, at this time nothing would left. Oh, you're quite knowledgeable about this. I'm a graduate from here. Of course, I even know that if you went to school cafeteria at a time like this, there would no seat left. The Royal Spada Academy seemed like a military school in the first place. Moreover, thinking on the family lineage of Emilia, it was natural to think that she must have been an elite cadet in those times. It can't be helped, I will treat you at a suitable shop, but promise to continue the talk from before. Yes, please choose a shop with tasty food. Indeed. Emilia smiled wryly, and it wasn't hard to imagine that she would keep on smiling bitterly even after entering the restaurant they were both heading towards. Chapter 267. Prototype Rifle. After refusing the enticing invitation by the princess, I came to maneuvering grounds of school. Although saying it as maneuvering grounds, in this Royal Spada Academy there were various types of them, like Coliseum, hills and field area for combat training, and there was even a dungeon-type underground facility. Among all those, the place I stood at was a place for doing the trial shoot of bows and offensive magic. There were no exaggerated equipments here. There were only dolls standing at an adequate distance. Other than that was just an excessively spacious outdoor space. It was just like a ground. There were walls of earth and sand along with a deployed defensive barrier for just-in-case situations, so there would be no danger of stray bullets even if I attack the bullet art's full burst in full power. Well then, the people waiting for me here were. Ah, Oni-san, so you bought a new robe. No, isn't that a coat? We can feel a sort of alarming presence from that coat. Ha! Don't tell us that has some relation with the ominous devil that was consigned to oblivion in the ancient ages. Simon and Will, who just created some magnificent setting. Since they were within the school, they both were wearing school uniform. Will even had the red mantle, the proof of elite cadets. It's the Diabolo's embrace. So, does it suit me? I appeal about this lovely black coat while puffing my chest with pride. Yeah, what? For it to be truly a devil-type protector. Even acting like this, Will being a person with extensive knowledge was the person who understood the greatness of this coat. Where did I buy? How much did it cost? Every time I replied to his question, the reactions I could see were quite funny. Well, this was a high-class item that could only be bought in a shop located in upper-class area, so if I told him that I bought it near the school totally free of cost, then of course he would be shocked. However, it wasn't only Will who was shocked, even I was the same. That was because these two were shouldering the same-looking guns on their shoulders. So, is that the prototype rifle? Yeah, I got it just before. It's the test firing time now. Exactly, this was the true business. From that day from more than a month ago, ever since I made a plan with Simon about the gun's mass production, he had been quietly continuing his research, and finally today a prototype had been completed. Can I see it? Of course, replied Simon with confidence and pleasantly. I took the rifle from his hands. Awesome, this already a normal rifle. More precisely said, it was a bolt-action type rifle. The scene in a war movie where the soldiers load the gun with bullet by pulling the lever, bolt, breech block, part of the gun, is done with a bolt-action type rifle. This prototype rifle seemed similar to the Arasaka type 38 rifle that was used by the Japanese army in the Pacific War. My friend and gun maniac had showed me the plastic model of this gun when I was high school. But because there were numerous guns that had this shape, so there might be some other gun that this one seems more similar to. Will it be loaded just by pulling the bolt? Yes, but no one knows if it will perfectly unit the test firing. Although he said that, Simon's face was filled with confidence that it would be success. Well then, let's check out if this prodigy alchemist was successful in making a semi-automatic bolt-action type after jumping from one-shot flintlock type gun. I returned the gun with expectations. Then look at my research results. Simon faced the doll that was the target and cocked the gun like a veteran. The doll that was the target had a body of red jelly, as though slime took the shape of a human. That jelly apparently was as hard as the body of a human, so it was fine to attack it with arrows and magic. It was fine to cut it with sword. It was fine to pierce it with a spear. Moreover, that red color seemed like blood and flesh, and it also helps regarding the resistance power in bloodsheds when in a real battle. Incidentally, this hadn't been created with wild slimes as the raw materials, but it was created with the help of a magic item that uses summon magic. Of course, it wasn't just one of it. Then, here I go. At the same time I replied, the muzzle of the prototype rifle flashed and the dry firing sound rang out. Without any accidental discharge, the bullet fired flew straight and hit the cranium of the slime doll. If that was truly a human, it would have already dropped dead on the ground, with its brains and blood splattered on the ground. The scene of slime doll's red jelly being blown into pieces resembled the scene of me shooting the crusaders to death. The moment I thought that, Simon reached out to the bolt, loaded the next bullet into the chamber from the magazine, and ejected the bullet shell. As expected, along with a clang sound the bolt action another world version operated normally. Bang! And the reloaded bullet was fired magnificently. Like that, Simon repeated the same movements 3 times, and the test firing was over. The 5 bullets fired all hit the target without going astray. Awesome, Simon, isn't this perfect? Indeed. Seeing the craftsmanship of the gun resembling exactly like what I had imagined, I gave Simon a high five while being somewhat excited. Using my crude knowledge as the source, this alchemist showed his prodigy, Ness, by creating the bolt action in such a short time. What happened, Will? You don't seem interested. There was single friend, who didn't share the joy as me and Simon. No, you said it was a new type gun, but how to say it is plain. Huh. Will, you just made the gun maniacs, small gun makers, and American Rifle Association as your enemies. Simon was also making a face saying, oh boy, he understands nothing. And he's saying the shooting as plain just now detonated the mine present in my heart. What you mean by plain? Didn't the bolt action work properly, and the gun reloaded? Do you mean that clattering sounds? That's right, with the help of that mechanism, the fast reload of a gun is possible. Listen here, the time it takes to reload in the initial type guns, in which bullets entered from the muzzle, at best takes near a minute. There, by using the single action of pulling the bolt, it is possible to do fast shooting. This was the technological breakthrough in the world of guns, and you don't understand its greatness. The bolt action was a representative method for soldiers around the world, until the modern automatic rifle made their entrance. Even in the modern world, the bolt-action guns had simpler structure compared to automatic, hence the accuracy, maintenance, and endurance are higher. It had been used for accurate shooting, sniping, hunting, and even games. So to speak, today, the gun technology of this another world has neared, even if a little, to the modern gun technology present on Earth. But still, it's not like it explodes, right? Does it need to flash and explode? Do you think not having that is not great? The important thing is whether or not we can get the enough killing power to kill the opponent. Don't say that reasonableness is plain. Sorry, I was wrong. Seeing Will apologizing, I heaved a sigh of relief, because it seemed like he finally understood the greatness of guns. It's better that you understand. Then, you two do the trial shooting and experience its greatness. That's right. Giving out a pleasant reply, Will took on an awkward posture and pointed the muzzle in the same way to the target 50 meters away. Exhale, I got too heated. But it is only Oni-san who understands the merit of guns. Seeing Simon showing a smile, I also replied with a smile. No, people who will acknowledge the power of gun will surely increase from now on. After all, the prodigy alchemist has created something great. I stroked Simon's ashen-colored hair. He showed a somewhat embarrassed expression, but he was happy from my compliment. But you see, we will be using it in real fights from now. This time we will insert more complicated mechanisms, so I'm worried about its durability. Indeed, we need to use it in reality and improve the faults, if there are any. The bolt action was easy to make compared to automatic rifles. However, it was obvious just in a single glance that its structure was a lot more complicated than sword and bows. For the time being, it could fire without any problems was proven by the bang sounds resounding from behind me, while Will was still shooting. But in true battles outside, in wind and rain, covered in mud and getting a shock, will this bolt action still be able to work normally? With the appearance of bolt action, the phenomenon called bullet jamming, which never occurred in single-shot guns, started, and the possibilities of unexpected problems occurring rose. But after using it for real, there might be more points of improvement. There was no other way to improve by trial and error method. After all, in this another world, there was no other guns except the one Simon made, for me to be using them as reference. If I could return to my original world temporarily, Then I would bring a rip-off version of M4 carbine present in American military base. No, I'm asking too much. How about the plan to keep on improving it for combat? Yeah, the automatic guns are as expected hard. Moreover, even if I get it done, the parts needed is small and too many, I don't even know if I can manufacture it correctly. As expected, the manufacture of automatic rifle seems to be quite far in future. If I were more knowledgeable about guns, or had enlisted in the JSDF and completed the disassembling and assembling practices, then I would have remembered the parts precisely. No, if we are against crusaders armed with just spears and bows, then bolt action would be more than enough. If it went greatly, we could give out the equipments on the level of equipments present in the time of Pacific War. Of course, if there were no machine guns and others' weapons, it couldn't be called completely same. Now that I think about it, the bullets all seem newly made. Yeah, I can't let Oni-san create them every time. The bullet was round lead, so it was in the shape of a round gimlet with a cartridge attached. This bullet was made with two parts. One was the bullet front that even I could make, the other part was the cartridge filled with gunpowder. We didn't have any means for mass production, so making even one would take a lot of money. So how much did this one cost in the end? Nearly 1 million clan, including the bullets. Holy moly, I could buy a single cursed weapon with that much. No, thinking that it was made from complete scratch, it was quite cheap. No, the main problem was, wait, you have 2 of those guns means 2 million clan. Just where did you get that much from? As I had promised before, I had already given a certain amount of money for development. I had already given near half of the bounty reward I got from Jodo. Well, thanks to that, Lily and Fiona had to pitch in money for buying the armor. Leaving that aside, Simon surely got money, but it shouldn't have reached 2 million clan. Will said he would buy the second one. Whoa, as expected of a royalty. It was payment by installments. Apparently, the heavy taxation of Spada's civilians couldn't be used on Prince's equipments. Well, it was another problem if Will, while in school, could earn near 1 million clan. For the time being, as a friend of his, I give him an encouraging shout. But in the end, won't you need 2 million in the end? Where did you contrive that from? I used the money Leonie sent as the tuition fees of school. Simon said seemingly indifferently. What the hell happened? This child felt no guilt even after using up all of his school tuition fees. No, he had planned to earn the money for school tuition fees by himself in the first place, so there was no need to use the money given by his sister, as she wanted. But even so, I doubt if it was good to easily use it on something else, if thinking about courtesy. However, because he had that money, that he was able to create the prototype rifle to gift it to me. No matter how I think about it, I can't think of this to be worthy for me because of the low investment I had done. There is still somewhat money left, enough for most improvements that we will do. I see. Shit, I have to invest enough money as fast as possible so that he doesn't have to lay hands of the money his sister gave him. For the time being, I will transfer the money I had thought to buy robe today. That's right, this time I had inserted that in the gun. Simon spoke in an extremely curious way and took out one dagger knife while talking. Although having a simple design, the luster makes one think that it had superb cutting ability. Well then, I remember seeing that somewhere. While I was hesitating, Simon quickly equipped the dagger knife on the muzzle of prototype rifle. Oh, a bayonet. Yeah, I was able to do this as soon as I heard the idea. At a glance on could easily guess its work, right? Equipping a blade on the tip part of a long rifle for close combat countermeasures, and like that a short lance could be created. As expected of Simon, he picked up the right things from my miscellaneous talk, and he even made them into reality. But using this means that enemy has reached quite near you, so I pray there shouldn't be any opportunity to use this. That's right, but... Simon continued, while looking at the shine of the dagger knife attached on the muzzle. If it is the dagger knife of Susu-san, I have a hunch that it could protect me. I finally understood. Because it had a simple design one could see anywhere, so I couldn't understand at once, but now that he said that, I clearly remember. This dagger knife was certainly the one weapon which had cut open the throats of several infantrymen and armor knights on the dry river bed in Alsace. Yep, you're right, it will surely protect you. Chapter 268. The troubled elder sister and princess. Bidding farewell with Kurono and Wilhart going to their respective afternoon classes, Simon was trail shooting his prototype rifle until he became satisfied and finally started walking to return back to his laboratory dorm. The time was already way past lunch break and half of the afternoon classes were over. Simon was also a student of magic engineering course more or less and had classes, but he had chosen classes that would give credits if the written examinations at the end of semesters were cleared. Henceforth, he basically skipping classes. Simon was burning with a sense of duty to create new weapons with guns as the starting. So he wasn't going to waste time going to classes, which would only revise the knowledge that he already knew from a long time ago. But then, even before he became an adventurer in Alsace village, he was enjoying the research of alchemy and skipping school. Like that, he returned back in high spirits wanting to work hard in the research and development, but there the one waiting for him was. So you finally returned, Simon. J. Leonie, his stepsister, Emilia Friedrich Bardiel sitting brightly on the no-one seat of people he didn't want to meet in Spada. He didn't even had to think about the reason as to why she was relaxing in the lounge of dorm while drinking tea as if it was her house's living room. Surprise inspection, or rather she came to meet him. Welcome home, Simon-san. Simon was somewhat bewildered upon seeing Fiona sitting beside her for some reason. Don't tell that this somewhat airheaded witch was serving the general and a great noble of Spada. Contrary to her severe gaze, Emilia had intolerant nature to everyone other than him, so there would be no problem until one didn't be rude too much. However, this time it was that Fiona. However, there was no dangerous atmosphere flowing around in the lounge, so he was relieved thinking it was all fine. If the two started their fight, this nearly crumbling wooden two-story building would vanish without leaving behind a single atom. He was able to imagine that scene easily. Simon naturally knew the ability of his elder sister, but he also knew the ability of Fiona, who had dropped a son right on the heads of numerous crusaders. Then I will excuse myself at this. You older sister and younger brother can spend your time without interference from outsiders. Fiona suddenly left her seat. In her hand, the tea cakes were completely hidden. Wait. She was normally an oblivious person, but at these moments she was tactful, causing Simon to think of her as a hateful person. Thank you, Fiona. Let's meet later. Yes, Emilia-san, I will wait for that time. Seeing the two already being friendly in the time he didn't know, Simon was shocked at the fact that these two could get this much along, and was only able to see off Fiona returning to her room. Then I will also. Sit down, Simon. Yes. Simon failed in escaping while making use of the mood, and like a scared cat sat on the seat and lounge as his elder sister ordered. This lounge only had good memories of talking with Kurono happily, but thinking that a harsh memory was going to be etched today, he couldn't help but feel melancholy. Why are you here today? The table he was sitting at wasn't on the other side with table in between, but it was right beside Emilia, and they both were sitting facing each other at a distance where their knees could touch. Stand towering, no, in front of the height of sitting Emilia, Simon felt a heavy pressure both outwardly and inwardly, mostly psychologically. It's been more than 1 month since you returned to school, so I thought about your well-being. As he expected this was in surprise inspection, his spirits went even more down. There's no change in particular. That means you are still skipping classes as usual. No, that is. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to talk his way out for today. If he had been taking classes normally, then right now Simon would have been in a class with a pen in his hand. He just shouldn't be back at dorm. It's fine as long as I get the credits. It's fine, as long as you don't go nuts in being a make-believe adventurer by even taking leave from school. As expected, he couldn't run to another counter as an adventurer this time around. But then he planned on the research and developments of weapons, so he had no intention of leaving Spada for a long period of time. I have handed over enough money for you to graduate, so if you graduate just like that, there would be no problem. Simon would not speak even if his mouth was ripped off about the fact that he had already used half the amount of that expense. If beyond this point he didn't earn any investments from Kurono, then having sealed the method of taking absence, Simon would have to resort of money-raising plans, just like a trader on the verge of bankruptcy. That would even mean that he could sell his body while knowing full well that he would become the pet of chairperson. For the time being, that worst future was still not coming anytime soon, so he would think about that gradually, thinking that Simon escaped from reality. But there is a limit to the credits you can get from written examinations. As expected of an alumnus, although she had different course, she still vaguely understood the credit distribution system of other courses too. Simon could use his prodigious brains to gain full marks in written examination imposed by the school. However, until he gained credits in practical classes, he wouldn't be able to complete the conditions required for graduation. However, as the elite course and night course had lots of battle-type examinations like subjugation, but the magic engineering course didn't regard fighting or anything of sort highly. So there were more than enough practical skill subjects that even a powerless Simon could clear. I'm think of going in the outdoor maneuvers training next week. One among those was this. The students of elite course and night course who put importance on battle skills adopted working as an adventurer as a part of their classes, just like the well-known Wing Road. But they were only aiming to become knights in Spada army and had no intention of becoming adventurers. Working as an adventurer was surely the best way to accumulate experience, but it didn't become the training of group action that was needed in chivalric order. This class, called as Outdoor Maneuvers Training, formed a squad of at least 100 students, and it was for experiencing group battle. The teacher side would only give simple commands like the names of target of subjugation and the places they had to go. After that, it was all left to students for accomplishing strategic conduct. Of course, there would some teachers following them as supervisors, but they would give no advice and keep on grading the strategic conduct of students. In the Royal Spada Academy, this outdoor maneuvers training was a great joint event of every course. If one participates, they would get suitable amount of credits. And if one showed achievements here, they would have a great promising future and would collect attention from everyone. I see, it's a good choice to select going in outdoor maneuvers training. Do your best. Yeah, I will try. Although he said that for Simon this outdoor maneuvers training were nothing more than a chance to use his prototype rifle in actual combat. Of course, he was happy that he could get credits, but that didn't mean he would deliberately do great efforts. But if he hired the element master, enrolled in the adventure course as mercenaries, if those three were present, it wouldn't be practice. Although Kurono aimed to purely increase his ability, and Simon wasn't going to fight any strong monsters. Hence, there was no advantage for Kurono to participate in the outdoor maneuvers training. Come to think of it, Leonie was too strong that it didn't even become a proper training period. He recalled the gallant figure of his sister who, at that time, already was famous by her second name of Valkyrie Storm. In case someone with too strong combat abilities like her appeared, the end result would be too quick and cruel. This year there was Wing Road, so the outdoor maneuvers training would be in easy mode. Simon was able to guess that pretty easily. I respected her at that time, but now, even Simon didn't resent his elder sister from the bottom of his heart. He rather hated himself for not living up to her expectations in neither power nor talent. He didn't shed tears after all this time, but it hard turned into complex within his heart and would abruptly torment him whenever a chance arose. Why are making that long face? No, nothing at all. He wasn't able to think up an appropriate excuse, so he tried to dodge her question with vague reply. If he was making a dark face and raised it up, God knows what sort of bad luck would befall on him. He didn't resent his elder sister, but he surely wanted her to spare him from scolding. Are you going to use that gun, or whatever, even in the outdoor training? Do you have any uneasiness regarding its power? Ugh. Oh no, it was already too late to think that. Returning to dorm, he was made to sit down at once, so the rifle he was just now trial shooting was still on his back. The gun was a fruit of Simon's engineering, but Emilia hated and viewed alchemy in contempt that the gun wasn't that great of a weapon for her. Simon was to become a knight, but he threw away sword and spears and took on the gun in the end. It was easy to think about her feelings. Sermon route time limit of 3 hours confirmed, Simon resolved himself heroically. What happened? Do you have uneasiness regarding power of gun? That is, the gun had too little power right now that it would only be able to scratch the scales of salamander, while Emilia's one attack from spear could pierce right through it. Or in the time Simon pulled the trigger and killed one soldier, Emilia's spear would have killed more than 10 people. In this world, the power of gun was far too short if compared to the power dished out by a single attack of an extreme elite knight. But even so, Simon was prideful about the gun he created, just like how a knight was about his sword. The gun was the ultimate weapon that granted the powerless him a power. No matter how sharp a sword, or how enormous a magical energy a wand had, if Simon wielded it, that thing would become a dull thing, degrading right down to normal piece of wood. Only the gun made him stronger. If shot then, he could even defeat goblins, and more than anything, he had consigned numerous soldiers of crusaders to oblivion. The trust of Simon towards gun had sublimed to the level of calling it a kind of religious faith. Hence, no matter how much he was despised, scorned and denied by people strong without gun, he would still never say that the gun is a weak and inferior weapon. There was just no way he could say that. I have no uneasiness. I believe in the gun I have made. That was why he would stick with this opinion. But, if possible, I would love if she just adds no more than an extra hour in the sermon route. He timidly waited for his elder sister's reply, while thinking completely pessimistic thoughts. If you have good achievements in the outdoor maneuvers training, I will approve that thing somewhat. Simon's thought process froze for a second, as soon as heard the unexpected affirmative words. But then, a student from magic engineering course would never had a chance to stand on the front lines. Yeah, certainly. Simon's bewilderment increased seeing Emilia adding another line that seemed to be sort of excuse. Emilia was someone who would boldly declare about things with cold eyes, always looking forward. However, right now her eyes were wavering slightly. He understood that she was not her usual self, but as for her inner thoughts, Simon, obviously not having telepathy, could not understand them. What is happening? Today she is speaking quite the understandable words. What is she plotting? Simon directed a doubtful gaze to her, causing Emilia to have an uncomfortable air around her, which resulted in the doubt deepened. I will return for today. You should work hard in the outdoor training. Yeah, I get it. Simon was only able to see off Emilia as she stood up from her seat and left the dorm. Why was she here then? It is not good like this. The first princess of Avalon, and the girl having appearances and beauty of an angel, Nell Julius Elrod, was sitting on the seat by the window in the classroom, as she heaved a sigh with a melancholic expression. The reason she was not showing her usual warm smile and was this much troubled was all because of a certain man. Kurono-san. The name of the man was Kurono, who was enrolled in the adventurer course. Moreover, she had just met him during the lunch break. The meeting with him was a truly casual one in Dacia village when he was troubled that his horse stopped moving, and she helped him. That time, thanks to her telepathy ability, she was able to help him quickly and flawlessly, and that instance had been engraved within her as a good memory. Originally, it was supposed to be an incident no more than a wonderful memory, but since then, a strange connected was connected with him, although it was only recently that she realized about that. Kurono-san was the one who sent that wrath pun on the verge of dying. If there was no injury on it, we all would have been in danger. The first thing was that the subjugation of wrath pun was the reason their party Wing Road was able to reach rank 5. At the time they saw the wounded wrath pun, they only thought about it as a luck. But if they had known about the person who created that situation, their impressions regarding it would have changed. From the words of Wilhart, with whom they met up in the place where Kurono fought, they found out about the fact that a certain adventurer fought against wrath pun. And it was only later that she found out that the person Wilhart talked about, Kurono, was the very same person she met coincidentally in the cafeteria. But I've given a great deal of problem to Kurono-san. At present, this was the most troubling reason. Due to the uproar in the cafeteria, the man who saved her out of pure goodwill had gotten an unbearable infamy. From the perspective of kind-hearted Nell, whenever she thought that the virtuous man was being slandered by the surrounding, a severe sadness rose up within her heart that seemed to rend her big chest. Not to mention when she was apologizing about that fact. No, it will be a lie if I said that it doesn't bother me, but it is not something Nelson has to apologize about. He said those words carelessly. Even after taking that big of a psychological pain all due to her, he didn't even resent her. That also included Charlotte, who jumped to wrong conclusion, and also her brother, who was quite serious. Despite that, I've not returned my favor back to Kurono-san yet. Nell was feeling quite a lot of guilty regarding that incident and wasn't able to presume upon Kurono's attitude of forgiving everything. Moreover, Kurono-san saved the students from the bandits, so I need to give him more gratitude. And the second connection was that he saved the female students that she was trying to save. The matter of bandits of foreign was finished by crushing the boss, a certain slave dealer in Spada, all thanks to the mysterious intelligence network of her brother. In cases like this one, it was the most appropriate decision to deal with the boss at first. If they lost the boss, it could make a comeback using their money and influence. However, the point Nell took on this mission in the first place was completely off the mark. Many of the girls the bandits abducted in foreign had been already sent to the mansion of slave dealer by the time they rammed into that place. Concerning the result, they succeeded in saving many beautiful girls along with the daughter of the noble from foreign. However, the important female students wasn't in those many girls. Phew ha ha ha, you dolts. If they weren't sent there, then those girls will be a plaything for those filthy bandits. They asked the slave dealer, after capturing him about the girls, and just that one sentence was more than enough to let Nell learn about her failure. The news about capturing the slave dealer suddenly spread out, and the bandits with sharp ear and fast legs sensed about that and plotted escape with all their speed. It was obvious that who would be faster, whether them finding the girl students or those bandits' escape. In the first place, the possibility of bandits killing those girls after having their work done was high. Nell, it isn't something you need to worry about. We didn't have luck this time, it's just that much. Her brother said words of consolation, but Nell wasn't looking at the long term enough to recognize her loss. Her brother's words weren't wrong, and many of the adventurers would also say the same. In truth, Nero wasn't worrying at all about this incident. Rather, the thing worrying Nero more was how to deal with the noble lady from foreign with her eyes in the shape of Heartmark looking at him as if he was her Prince Charming coming at a white horse to save her. A person naive enough to worry about life and death of others shouldn't even be standing in a battle area. Worrying about the opponent and ending up being killed was the only end awaiting them. In that sense, Nell was a completely naive girl and wasn't suited for fighting at all. Even so, she didn't accept remaining in the Avalon Royal Palace and being upraised by being sheltered. Hence she came to study abroad in this Royal Spotter Academy, so she must have been determined that much. Well then, contrary to her appearance, Nell was quite the obstinate person, and I will surely return favor, so that Kurono-san should be happy. She resolved anew, but just what should I do for that? And this time, she racked her brain for creating a concrete plan. However, in this moment she should have been worrying about something else. Yes, it's time. Pass on the answer papers from the people on the back to forward. The stereotypical words of teachers, certainly, reminded Nell about the fact that it was test time right now. She shouldn't have been worrying about returning favor to Kurono, but about the answers. But realizing it now was already too late, as the examination was finished now. Nell, how did the test go? Hey, what is this? Aren't most the answer columns white? Charlotte, sitting in front of Nell, turned back to take Nell's answer sheet and said in a shock, However, the person shocked the most was the one actually created an answer sheet mostly white. Maybe she took on a great shock when Kurono rejected her thanks in lunch break that she was only worrying about him and didn't concentrate at the test. You are settled for supplementary exams. What should I do? There, what happened? Hurry up and send the answer sheets forward. Naturally, now that the test was over, there was nothing she could do. Nell could only send forward the answer sheet with the destiny of getting failing marks to Charlotte, with her eyes tearing up. Chapter 269, Two Alone People. Then I will be staying at the dorm. During dinner time, if the talk contents we 4 residents of the dorm talked about were to be summarized, it would turn out like that. I'm sorry, Kurono, I'm also very sorry, Kurono-san. Little Lily sitting on my legs with a partially crying face and Fiona with her as ever expressionless face were apologizing to me. No, you two want to power up, right? Then go ahead, do it to your heart's content. Just like how I take on the trials of Mia-chan for gaining divine protection, Lily and Fiona also wanted to something similar to that. The details of those trials and practice were said to be a secret by the fairy, and which so I don't know much about it. But I heard that they need to work solo for this. In other words, Lily and Fiona would leave Spada and go on the journey for training. We will return back in 1 month at the latest. Kurono Maou. So just 1 month. Don't training and practices take more time than that. At the very least, my trials don't end in 1 month. Although monsters do appear consecutively, but winning through against monsters like Wrath Pun consecutively, no matter what, it is impossible. It's fine, it will be over if collect the important things needed. Something like collecting quests. Yes, more or less. Kurono. Lily, I'm not basically angry, so you don't need to keep on apologizing. Lily has been like this since the time she talked about this, so I tried to soothe her down by patting her head with 3 times more affection than usual. Ugh, Kurono, are you not lonely to be alone? It's a foul play to look at me with those upturned moist eyes. If you look at me like that, my feeling of seeing you off pleasantly would waver. Well, lonely thing sure is lonely, but then Lily won't go. It's not good like that, Lily-san. You are getting your priorities backwards. She was still expressionless, but with still somewhat cold eyes, she lifted Lily, rounded up on my legs like a cat. No, you can't be just getting spoiled by Kurono-san. Lily wriggles hardly after being captured by Fiona. They looked like an older sister rebuking and disobedient little sister. Although it might be wrong for the seriously almost crying Lily, but I can't help but feel happy seeing her figure. Kurono-san too, please say something to Lily-san. Work hard and finish the work, then quickly come back, Lily. See, Kurono-san is also saying that he doesn't need useless person who doesn't become strong at all. Kurono, don't throw me away, ye. What is that distorted interpretation of words, and Lily don't take seriously? Ugh, Kurono, Lily will work hard. Just wait for me. But maybe she got willing to go and declared her heroic resolve on top of Fiona's knees. Yeah, go break a leg. I don't know about details of how she will work hard, but it would be harsh for gaining a new power, no wonder. There was a constraint of leaving me behind, so I could only encourage them, and that irritates me. Kurono sobs. It's not good, Lily-san. If you return to Kurono-san's legs, then it will be hard to leave then. Grumbles. Well then, I should leave the fairy and witch playing on the chair. I changed my vision to the alchemist sitting on the other side of the table and brought up a subject. Simon, will you participate in the outdoor maneuvers training? Yeah, I will go ahead and do trial shoots of rifle, along with Will. The outdoor maneuvers training was a special class which forms a squad from the students from each course, and the squad goes in some appropriate dungeon for gaining experience. Have you decided where you will be going? Yeah, it is Iscia Hills. It is a standard dungeon, same as last year. Ah, isn't that the place I went just the other day? Such a coincidence, more than thinking that, I understood why Simon said it to be a standard dungeon, as dungeons where large number of people could rampage and was located near Spada, naturally were less. We will be subjugating monsters surrounding our base point, the Iscia Old Castle. But the place where I could fight would be base defense, so if monsters didn't come, the rifle also wouldn't get any limelight. An image of Simon standing in the watchtower, while glaring through in a perfect sniper style, appeared in my eyes. If Simon was aiming from there, I would never think of participating in the side wanting to siege the castle. Which reminds, there sure was a castle of sort standing on top of hills. Is that the Iscia Old Castle? After subjugating the bandits, we went to search for Gore in the Iscia Hills. Naturally, it ended in vain. That's right, that is the one. Long time ago, that place was a frontline in wars near the national border. It was quite big and sturdy. It could be seen from quite a distance, so it meant that it was an important base defense point. So dungeons have history behind them. I was never raised in Spada, so everything was a new story for me. Even with these casual talks, I am able to increase my knowledge about this another world. But that wouldn't come in existence if there are no people to talk with. The time limit for the outdoor maneuvers training is 2 weeks, right? Yeah, that overlaps with the time Lily and Fiona would be disappearing. I'm annoyed. Oni-san, are you a little bit lonely? Thinking back, ever since I've met Lily, I've always been working together with someone. Of course, Lily was always with me. And before I knew it, I took it for granted, and now that sort of me is going to be alone. That is, yeah, I will be lonely. I let out my shameful true feeling to Simon, while smiling wryly. Kurono, I definitely won't goo-woo. Lily-san, how many should I tell you that? These noisy and happy times will be postponed for the time being, A. Now then, will I be able to live alone in this silent dorm and endure that silence? I ended up worrying something that effeminate. I'm sorry, everyone. Only I will have to remain held at school. The Princess of Avalon was bowing down her head while crying towards the members of Wing Road having gathered in the school cafeteria. Even the elder brother, Nero, gave out an idiotic response to her sudden apology. Other members also had similar reactions, but only Charlotte was making a decidedly bad expression as though she knew the situation. So what do you mean? I meant. Nell, talking about the situation with a sorrowful countenance, seemed like a damsel in distress. But you got failing marks in test, and now can't participate in the outdoor training all because you have to take on the supplementary exams. She had to suffer for her own mistakes completely. I'm sorry, the test was over before I knew it. What? Just how much were you blanking out? Although Nell had nonchalant air around her always, but her brother obviously knew that she wasn't idiotic to the extent of submitting a white answer sheet. That was why he was even more surprised. Well, isn't it fine? Getting failing scores is a usual thing to happen. The one declaring quite indifferently was the person ridiculed by Nero as swordsmanship idiot, Kai Est Galbraith. It was common knowledge that his scores in written exams were hopeless, and he was completely unconcerned about anything other than sword. Moreover, he had reputation as the heaven-sent child of sword living for the way of sword. Don't take Nell to be like you. She had her clumsy parts, but because she had a diligent disposition since birth that she was quite the honor student if taking out the subjects not having good affinity with her. Kai had already given up on the studies, while Nell was given her all in studies. As such, they naturally couldn't even be compared. If the supplementary exams are decided, nothing can be done right. Saphil Maya Hydra spoke in a far-sighted manner, while her demon eyes flickered and glowed in a purple color. Well, that's right. Nero scratched his black hair as though saying he gave up. Even he could not follow up for his sister, who gave out failing scores while attending the test properly. I'm sorry. And the one who understood the most about that helpless situation was the person herself. This time, the situation has already gotten out of hands. Now the problem we have at hand is outdoor maneuvers training. The adventurer party Wing Road was composed of 5 people: Nero, Nell, Charlotte, Kai, and Saphil. If even one person was taken out from them, it purely meant the destruction of party balance. Ugh, I have given trouble just because I have to remain here. But Charlotte rose up the question to them, now that they have become 4. We 4 are together in this time, but next time you will have to come also, Nell. That time try not to be alone. I'm also worried about it the most. You were worried about that. Naturally, as if to say that the 4 except Nell nodded. In the first place, we 4 have enough power to make do with solo hunts, but a priest like Nell going alone is, They weren't rank 5 party for nothing. They weren't, but if priest, who casts support like heal and boost, was to be left alone, it would be a truly anxious thing. Even if I'm alone, other students will also be together. The outdoor maneuvers training didn't mobilize all the students. It was held various times in a year, and the students just had to take part in at least one time. Wing Road had decided to join in the outdoor maneuvers training this time, whereas the students who couldn't participate in it due to unavoidable circumstances, like taking supplementary exams, would be turned to the next opportunity. This alone showed how flexible event it was. However, you can't be trusting other people. If I bunk off from this time, then I will also be turned for the next time. Apparently Nero was anxious if this kind little sister wasn't near him at a place he could see. Moreover, as he had such a pure and beautiful little sister, that he couldn't help but be overprotective of her as a man and as her brother. That is not good, Oni-sama. Even if you don't worry about me, I will something on my own. But it was a different thing if the little sister thought gratefully about his brotherly love. At the very least, Nell didn't find it likable for her brother to work dishonestly and look after her. That's right, you're being too much overprotective. Say hello to the Siskin man. If you talk out that much, even I can't help but be obedient. Being opposed by his little sister, Nero couldn't help but retreat. But he didn't forget striking Kai with his fists for calling him as a Siskin while getting on with the mood. Then Nell, you will be alone for the time being, so, be careful. Yes, Onisama too, you shouldn't be reckless. Seeing Nell's reaction, he wasn't sure if she got his warning or not. So for the last spurt, he spoke out his warning in details. Be careful of men, especially the ones who are creepy and extend tentacles from their bodies. Yes. But unfortunately, the warning didn't get through that little sister. Setting that aside, ever since Wing Road was formed, this was the first time they would work without complete members. At the same time, it would be the first time ever since coming to Spada that Nero would be away from Nell for a whole week or two. If Nell was in the Avalon Royal Palace, then he wouldn't mind to leave her for a week or month. But leaving her in a foreign country like Spada, no, more precisely leaving her in this Royal Spada Academy where creepy men were amassed, was the reason he was anxious. Especially thinking that the eerie man called Kurono was also staying in the dorms of the academy, his anxiety grew strong. Anyhow, be careful of men, got it. Ahaha, as expected of a Siskin. At the end, Nero's anxiety was never eliminated. And Nell would probably see of Nero going on the outdoor maneuvers training with her angelic smile, while not knowing what was inside his heart. Chapter 270. Force Boost. 2 later from then, on 13th of the Platinum month, the time Lily and Fiona had to go for the journey came. Nuuwo, I don't want to go woo-woo. Well then, Kurono, we will be going off. Hey, Lily is crying hysterically though. We'll be off. Have a nice journey. Like that, Fiona took Lily in her hands, while she was flapping her wings and wriggling, and they went away on Fiona's favorite horse Mari. It looked like a small child being taken mercilessly from their parents by a slave dealer. The heartbreaking voice of Lily when she was going away, Kiranuuwo, was refrained in my head for the whole day. A day later, 14th of Platinum month, Simon and Will departed for outdoor maneuvers training. Phew, we have gotten the new power of this bastard rifle. Now bestow upon me the great military gains just like mythologies. So we depart to the land of Iscia. Well then, we will go Onisan. I saw the two of them off after some words. Thankfully, no problem occurred here. No, including the maid following behind Will like a shadow, then it would be 3 people that I saw off. As expected of royalty, to even had an escort maid in the outdoor trainings. One more day later, 15th of Platinum month, I was finally alone. I was already quite lonely ever since the night of 13th day because Lily was not beside me when I slept, but morning of today, when I was eating breakfast silently in the uninhabited lounge, a terrifying sense of isolation assaulted me. This is truly lonely. No matter what I said, it was all monologues to me. There was neither a fairy who would nod cutely, nor there was a witch who would reply answers out of sync. Of course, there was neither the alchemist who was the best straight man. I'll be off then. I prepared various things, and leaving behind those murmuring words, I left from the entrance of dorm. Even if I had become alone, the classes still continued, so I had to appear there. Today, unexpectedly, the classes remained from the morning to evening. Other than the time I was eating sandwich silently, while sitting on the bench alone while basking under sunlight, I was able to brush off my loneliness by concentrating in the classes. Well then, even though the classes were over, it wasn't like the work was finished. Lily and others were giving their all in a place away from here. How can I be the only one taking time easily? For the time being, I tried to search for a way to use the black magical energy, flames, much more efficiently. After all, till now, it hadn't showed any conspicuous power. Right now, I am expecting the most out of these flames, but Force Boost. I have been trying to obtain the Force Boost, a physical strength increaser support magic, as it uses the fire color magic, but it hasn't been going good enough. The magical energy that would become the base was black magical energy, and I haven't been using the magic equation of model magic, so it was different from Force Boost. It was a black magic original support magic for increasing physical strength. However, for the time being, I'm calling it the same. Damn it, why can't I do it? Before going for the subjugation of Greed Gore, and these several days after coming back, I've been to the unpopular woods right behind the dorm and had been shouting Force Boost. But all ended up being in vain, and I've been still continuing that futile training. While being taught by Fiona. Kurono-san, it's more like boom, and the feeling of flaring up. While being taught, yeah, well, I got the theory inside my head. I truly believe as such. At any rate, it was clear that there was difference in theory and practical. In my body, the black flames that formed by the attribute change of black magical energy thanks to divine protection were swirling. But I could only feel my body heat raised, and there was sensation as if the physical strength had increased. Till now Fiona had casted force boost many times on me during quests, so I clearly remember the sensation of the moment it was activated. That was why I could tell that I had yet to reach that level. Shit, I can't use model magic at all, eh? The biggest reason for I couldn't use model magic was that I didn't had color magical energy that manipulated the different attributes. But I had become able to manipulate fire due to the divine protection. It was just a fake attribute made by inversion of black magical energy, but theoretically speaking, I had no problem in the manifestation of same effects as the magic that used fire. It wasn't quite efficient, but I was able to fire a lump of fire that explodes. Even so, the signs of success couldn't be seen. Maybe I truly don't have the talent. No, don't. I shouldn't be going to the negative side just because everything is not working as expected. So pathetic. Calm down, it's still not the time to be frantic. From the info taken by Lily from the information broker, apparently the Crusaders haven't shown any movements that stood out. They might also be preparing steadily as Spada is a powerful country. No matter what, it is fortunate that I have leeway thinking about time-wise. The trials for divine protection were a given, but I also need to do this sort of magic training and whatnot. I need to start from doing things I can do without hurry. I can't possibly give up on it. And above all, I can't be losing to Lily and Fiona. Woo-wow, force boost. I continued like that until the sun sank down. In the end, I didn't succeed in activating it. 17th of Platinum month. Today, I only needed to appear in a single class, so I spent most of the day while shouting force boost. During lunch break, for a change of pace, I went to eat out and sitting on the seat beside me, a couple of human male and werecat female were flirting. I regretted deeply on the fact that I wasn't obedient enough to eat meal at dorm alone. Naturally, force boost didn't activate. Other than the feeling of body heat increasing, there was no other change. 18th of Platinum month. During the class of Spada's history, the group beside me was talking secretly, just like how students should do. Which reminds me, ever since I came to this school, the only friend I had was only Will. I was made to realize that fact. The force boost just kept on increasing in heat and no other change occurred. This won't self-explode, right? Chapter 271, Hitsugi. What, you're still a virgin? It can't be helped, let me take you to a great shop. Is that true, senpai? It's fine, it's unknown when an adventurer might die, so try to get rid of all regrets. Janks. When I was returning to the dorm, by pure coincidence, I heard that conversation between a senior and a junior. Virgin ridding of all regrets, huh? I threw myself on the bed and pondered. To confess frankly, as a 17-years-old male high school student, I sure hold onto normal sexual desires. It wasn't like I became incompetent after that hellish remodeling experiment. Just, I don't know what would have happened if the brainwashing was completed. After escaping the facility, meeting Lily and reaching to this point, that, I haven't done self-pleasure just because I could bear it with everything happening, just that. Before I wasn't much of a rational person, and just like an ordinary high schooler, and was normal to do it every day. Well, doing it every day is normal, right? Anyhow, the reason that sort of me was able to lead an abstinent life, till now probably was closely related to the controlling of magical energy within my body. In truth, it wasn't rare for people of mage class to be abstinent. That wasn't because they had strong will, but just because it was easy to self-control oneself. Manipulating the magical energy was effective in the self-controlling of instinctive and visceral desire. Life force, the energy needed to maintain the life, was in fact made from magical energy. So manipulating magical energy could let a certain extent of will influence the visceral desire. Or rather, Fiona was bad at magical energy control, so her appetite, that had already entered the realm of hobby and racin' dareder, so her gluttony now could not be stopped. However, the problem right now wasn't appetite but sexual desire. It's definitely not like it had gotten out of my control. If I want to lead an abstinent life then I will be able to do it without any problems. But it wasn't like I had no intentions of that. In the first place, it was all thanks to living with Lily. I had been living a healing lifestyle that was completely unrelated to indecent feelings. Fiona joined as a member during Alsace War, so I had been in a living environment where I can't help but be conscious of females' eyes. However, right now, Lily and Fiona, even Simon weren't here. If I want to go then, it is possible that I might use that good shop the senior was speaking about. The pleasure quarters of night swirling with lust might be quite big if located in a big city like Spada. Let it be with same race or different race, there would lines of shops that would respond to the wishes of customer. No, just no. Am I too romantic to think that I want to give my first to a person I love, or am I just aggravating my virginity? Anyhow, I am too reluctant to do the act of buying a woman with money, and I haven't been that horny to get past my reluctance. And more than anything, the faces of Lily and Fiona rose up in my head, and I just can't seem to think like that. They're not even my lovers, so I might be being too much conceited, but I do have a conceit that I have built a mutual trust relationship with them, which is obviously slightly above normal friendship. With the experience I had with them, the feelings I have towards them was something near what one would feel towards their family. Lily was the little sister, Fiona was definitely not the elder sister, so yeah, probably little sister her too. My elder sister is no one other than Kurono Maou. Those two have shocked me many times, but well, even my real sister had done that, so it was in acceptable limits. But still, even if family is near one would still do that, right? In truth, I had been doing it, and I can declare that there would no male student who wouldn't do that. If now, just now, I stopped this sort of abstinent life, there would no problem. Thinking like that, unexpectedly my right hand started to ache. If I want to do it, I will remove the gloves. No, maybe it would be better to do it while wearing the gloves. Self-tentacle play. Wait, calm down, become rational. Carelessly, my thoughts had nearly sprinted to a dangerous direction. If I actually did that, my life as a human would be over, no doubt about that. Nay, for instance, if I did that thing right here. But what if Lily returned just by tomorrow? It smells bad, new. And she said that, my heart would be crushed self-abhorrence. That would definitely be crushed flat and would never be able to get up again. Yeah, no way. Leaving that aside, I need to train the force boost. In the end, for forgetting all the bad thoughts, I tried to endeavor in the cultivation of magic. Master. I heard that voice within my nearly dozed-off consciousness. Master. Who is it? I opened my drowsy eyes with a muddled head, and there was. Who? A maid, no matter what, with long black hair. Her face's right half of the face was covered by the bangs, and only the rotund yet long slit eyes on the left could be seen. She wore a white headdress on the head, and her body was wrapped in a simple Victorian maid-styled long skirt maid uniform. She had a somewhat creepy hairstyle, but her face was cute as per age. And that small maid about the size of an elementary school student was on top of my stomach while I'm lying down on the bed in my room. Might you not know me? Yeah, duh, I don't know you. I don't remember hiring a maid ever. And I also don't remember asking for an unmarried girl to be delivered to me just because I lost to the loneliness by being alone. Or rather, isn't it purely illegal to make this little girl work, right? Yeah, no doubt's illegal even in this another world. Giggle, please call me Hitsugi, master. Hitsugi, now isn't that quite the peculiar name, young lady? No, whether it is Hitsugi, coffin or canoke coffin, I don't care. What I need to do is investigate just what this little girl maid was. But before I could speak that out, Hitsugi moved. Well then, master, Hitsugi will give you the service, so. Yo heave ho, saying that Hitsugi retreated her thighs that were already quite below my stomach. And like that, she extended her small white palms towards me crotch and, please feel good, okay? Showed a bewitching smile unworthy of a child. S. Stop, pee. My consciousness awoke right at the moment. There was no difference in sleeping within my room, but before that was a dream, now this was the reality. But however, what the hell is this? I shouted out right after waking up. Well, that's only natural, as upon waking up I find my body coiled with numerous black tentacles. The birthplace of these tentacles, which looked just like anchor hand that I use habitually, was apparently the cursed glove's black hair curse coffin. Moreover, for some reason my hand was above my crotch and was squirming around restlessly. In an instant, a bad feeling struck my spine and I understood everything. Og, I see, that dream before, the maid girl named Hitsugi was. Yawoo. Raising a howl of red rage just like Wrathpun, I used blackening with all of my power. I inject black magical energy in large quantity, without any mercy that the gloves might even burst from within. HGH, Masterer, it's going to overflow. Words like this reverberated in my head, but like I give a shit. In the blink of an eye, the control over tentacles returned to me. Naturally, there was no need to keep my still restrained. Immediately dispel. The numerous tentacles raised a black mist and vanished in air like a mist. I raised up my now free body. I face off against the two jet black gloves on my both hands. Looks like I need to discipline you severely. No way, master. Not only the voice echoed in my brain, but also the image of that maid girl Hitsugi-chan crying appeared in my mind. Apparently she is quite the actor. I will train you perfectly so that you can't do selfish things later. Resolve yourself. I. Like that, just as I drafted the training plan of the black-haired maid, I also swore to protect my abstinent life like this. Chapter 272, Force Boost, 20th of Platinum Month. Ah, so Kurono-san is living here. Nell Julius Elrod stood before an outrageously worn-out wooden two-story building, after completing her fated supplementary exams, for which she wasn't able to take part in outdoor maneuvers training. Right now, she was speaking happily, just like a hero who had finished a long journey. Her no sense of direction skill was displayed in full throttle, due to which it took her a lot of time to reach this dorm, which wasn't even at 5 minutes distance on foot. But more than that, it took her more than a week to find this dorm. Her elder brother was excellent in efficiently gathering information, however it didn't go the same for Nell. Henceforth, she asked others straightforwardly about the dorm where Kurono lived, and like that she had arrived to make a visit. Originally, Nell moved around with either her brother or Charlotte, but they were currently not here due to outdoor maneuvers training, and she thought of this situation as a fortune. Nell came here to meet Kurono without anyone to obstruct her, and she gently knocked at the front door that seemed to break open with just a little push. Kurono-san. Who is it? Hyug. The voice that answered to her call wasn't from the other side of the door, but from right behind her. Nell was surprised enough to jump about. The wings growing from her back shivered, and those white feathers fluttered about. Ah, Nell-san. Kurono-san. But turning around, she found the person she sought for standing behind her. A smiling flower bloomed on her face. Do you need something? Kurono was in his black coat just like when he met Nell a week ago. At that time, he was having a cool face while basking in sunlight. However, today his forehead was covered with sweat, and his body was flushing as if he had just come out of a hot tub bath. In other words, a scary-faced man wearing a coat appeared in front of beautiful princess while panting heavily. If students saw this scene, they would definitely say, Nell-sama, get out of there, or something like that. Ah, yes, I want something, but are you fine? However, Nell spoke words of worry from the bottom of her heart as she saw Kurono's appearance that seemed to have caught fever. Yeah, you mean this, it's fine. I was just training the force boost. Seeing Kurono reply with a bitter smile, it was easy to guess that the training wasn't going well. Oh my, is that so? If it is force boost, then I'm an expert at that. So I might be able to help you in learning it. She had originally come to return the favor to Kurono. This situation itself was a godsend for her. Is that true? Well then, please no, I can't be taking that much time of yours. The words of agreement in his immediate reply were intercepted by the feeling of restraint. But she wasn't unprepared enough to back down with that answer. No, I have come here to help Kurono-san. Therefore, let me help you. Seeing Nell proposing with a force, not allowing him to give any other answer. Why, yeah, is that so? Well then, please do so. Apparently Kurono had no other choice but to say okay. It has turned something weird. I earnestly thought that while seeing Nell-san standing with a serious expression. Well then, let's activate Force Boost without chanting, just like an original type magic. I felt awkward to take time of the princess from Avalon, even though to decline her offer. But being attacked with that force, I couldn't possibly decline it. But frankly, I had also reached my limits, so Nell-san's proposal was the peerlessly thankful thing for the current me. I'm sorry, but I just can't use the model magic at all. No, I have heard that most of the black magicians are like that. This is something like innate constitution, so it can't be helped. What? She knows black magicians other than me too. I am quite curious about that, but right now we were talking about force boost. Kurono-san seems to have reached the level of originating internal heat, so there is only a step left to activate it. If you just grab the feeling after success, you will certainly learn it. Whoa, I had already reached such a great stage, huh? Great, the hard work I did in past few days didn't go down the drain. Well then, what do I need to do for grabbing that feeling? That as you see. Nell-san made a proud face and at the same time grabbed my hand. I need to support you for the activation by using my telepathy ability. Is that so? I feel sorry for Nell-san who seemed to be saying, how about my idea? But frankly, I was more concerned about that fact that a beauty like her was grabbing my arms. The soft, warm feeling of a girl's hand coming from the other side of cursed gloves just seems to take my consciousness towards them. I have gotten used to Lily, but thinking that some other person was giving me this feeling, I felt strange. Even more when there was a problem regarding sexual desires and whatnot yesterday. I'm sorry, my telepathy is not powerful, so I can't perceive other person's mind clearly unless I touch them. Can I ask you take out those gloves too? Yes. My rationality comes back thanks to my hand becoming free temporarily. She grabbed my hands with a surprise attack before, so if I remain prepared for it this time, even I won't be flustered. While thinking something like an excuse, I took out the cursed gloves black-haired curse coffin Akea Hitsuga-chan from my hands. Incidentally, every time I try to take off her, she would resound her shout in my head Nuo, Master, don't abandon me ye, and would tighten itself around my hands as if it wouldn't get off. So the results of training have yet to appear. Well, let's discipline her into a good girl without any hurry. New, Master, don't aband. Fuh. I took out the gloves in a great speed and threw the disobedient maid quite hardly and roughly in the shadow gate, as if wanting to scold her. Kurono-san, are those gloves? Nell opened her mouth with hesitation while seeing me doing a hard struggle. Maybe she realized the origin of the gloves. Not your size. No, they fit just right. Looks like she didn't realize that they are cursed products. Well then, can I ask you for help? Yes, please leave it to me. Again, Nell-san overflowed with determination and grabbed my right hand with her both hands. No matter how much I resolve myself, this is still embarrassing. Well then, let's start. At first wish for the force boost to activate just like that. I will guide you from between. Got it. Nell-san closed her eyes and started concentrating. I also shouldn't be caring all the time about this elementary schooler like embarrassment. This time, I motivated myself and started controlling the internal black magical energy for making the force boost mine. Kurono-san, can you hear me? A gentle voice rang out in my brain. This is the same sensation as Lily's telepathy. Oh, looks like it isn't your first time talking via telepathy. Whoa, don't tell me all my thoughts are being leaked right now. Yufufu, not all thoughts. Just some part of your will becomes voice and reaches me. It's the first time someone read this much of my will, but now I see, so this is the telepathic ability. It feels quite marvelous, but I need to concentrate right now. Yes, please do your best. It seriously bothers me when you respond to my monologue, but it feels like it would go good now. It seems that is the right step to change black magical energy into flames and flames into heat. So I started out with calling out the flames. Wah! Amazing, the black magical energy seriously turned into flames. So Nell-san's thoughts were also being leaked, Sometimes I could hear her broken words within my mind. But I was concentrating on creating black heat that would become the energy source of increasing physical strength, so I took her talks with a grain of salt. The image within my head was flames burning ferociously. That was just like how Fiona sent those crusaders back to embers, strong, big, blazingly hot flames. Otherwise, the incarnation of overpowering violence and destruction, completely hot, ferocious, and it was covered around Wrath Pun. The differences were that the color of flames was neither gold nor red, but just jet black. These, flames, too much danger. The foundation of magic was imagination, so I imagined more vividly and strongly. That's right, the first divine protection is already mine. There is no discomfort in creating flames. If so, I can do it, concentrate, give me enormous heat energy just like the gold sun. Kurono-san. That time, my concentration was interrupted, and my consciousness was forcibly made to change its way. I dazed for a second because it felt like someone grabbed my head and shook it hard. Cabdet alteri teases mumereset kauyatin. It wasn't only my consciousness that drifted. Accompanying it, the heat with explosive power seemingly enough to break apart my body was being discharged in the 4 directions at super speeds. If the sweltering heat created by me were to be a long river, then its water was poured into waterways made by someone, and it kept on spreading while diverging complexly throughout the city. Ah, I see, so this is the effect brought about by the chants. Every word, every pronunciation had the meaning of manipulating magical energy engraved inside, and that accumulate over and over again, bringing about the effect the magic user wanted. And that made the magic I wished so badly right now into reality. Kurono-san, please recite. If I had become a second later to understand the meaning of her shout, the water would have overflowed from those waterways. But I made it in time. I shouted, believing in my success. Force boost. Chapter 273, Black's Lunchtime. Sure enough, force boost was activated. It did, but the time limit is just 2 seconds. My physical strength increased vastly and explosively, just like that wrath pun, but only for that much of time. Concentrating that much, pouring even more magical energy, and the magic created from that gives the effect for just 2 seconds period. This is not at all cost-effective. Which reminds me, Fiona told me that she could use the enhancement-type magic, but as she had bad magic control, that its consumption was many times more than normal. Differing from offensive magic, the boost effect would not be reflected with just magical energy, and it would truly become a loss. That is why Fiona's speciality was offensive magic, but still, the reason she used enhancement magic was purely because there was no one who could use that in our party. Although it's too late, but Fiona truly has to go through trouble. I'm sorry, when you return I will surely treat you with tasty sushi and tempura. At any rate, the current me is also the same. Moreover, I haven't even reached the minimum level to use this in combat. So it needs a lot more improvements, eh? But I have jumped above the first wall with this. Surely other adventurers too do like this, and had reached the level to use the power of divine protection more strongly. That is why I am happy to have taken the first step. Thank you very much. Thanks to Nell-san, I have understood the knack for activating it. No, I'm happy to have helped you. Nell-san smiled gently while on her forehead beads of sweat appeared. It was her who communicated via telepathy and indirectly activated force boost. Probably she might have exhausted herself because of getting caught in between of magical energy waves that were like spontaneous discharge. Excuse me, is your body okay? I have gotten somewhat tired, but it's fine. I seem to become healed endlessly while watching the bright smile of Nell-san. This healing levels rivals that of little Lily's smile, truly frightening this princess of Avalon is. I become calmed down within my heart, Kiwu. Suddenly, a cute small animal's cry like high-pitched sound rang out. The source was the person in front smiling at me, Nell-san, her stomach. I am sorry. The next instant, her face blushed with red. She was embarrassed of this physiological phenomenon appealing the hunger. No, you see it's already noontime, so it's only natural to be hungry. Ahaha, I replied appropriately, while my heartbeat increased seeing the cuteness of this blushing princess. How to say, the blushing girls surely have astonishing destructive power. She even reacted this much just because her stomach's hungry bugs cried a little. I have become hungry Kurono-san. A witch from somewhere who heartily lets her stomach roar and then speaks out proudly about the fact that she is hungry, to learn something from this princess. Well then, leaving that aside, just like I said, it is already going to be lunchtime, so I need to change the topic towards that. After all, the probability of Nell-san crying is high if I kept on teasing her. So I will preparing for the lunch, but what will Nell-san do? That you see, I always use the school cafeteria for lunches, but I see, so it was not coincidence, but inevitable to meet her in the cafeteria. I thought she would go to the school cafeteria today too, but today I will cook. I see, please have fun. I don't mean that. I am saying that I will make Kurono-san's lunch. Just what sort of logical leap is this? From this flow, I could easily guess that we would be eating lunch together, but Nell-san actually proposed to make her handmade food. No, you don't need to. It feels bad to make you work that much. I'm sorry, was it annoying? Yua, isn't it against the rules to show an seemingly sad expression at this moment? It is to the extent that I could even see an onomatopoeic effect of glitter in her eyes. I doubt there would many men who could refuse her when she makes this face. Or rather, it is all right to take her proposal as a true matter from the bottom of her heart. It truly isn't any joke or lip service. It is not at all any annoyance. I truly want to eat Nelson's handmade food. Oh my, is that true? Well then, I will give it my best. Like that, Nelson again took on my requested, and showed an expression brimming with motivation. However, to eat a girl's handmade food at such an unexpected turn looks like I'm quite lucky today. I used to be elated, as it is the talk about past. Here you go, Kurono-san, please eat it without reserve. Nelson handed out something while smiling happily. It was something blackish, creepy, gave out foul stench, and was in between the sandwich. My enhanced vision, olfaction, and sixth sense emitted wariness in full throttle. They seemed to tell that the stuff in front of me was a biohazard. The instincts fired off strong rejection will so as to not let my palate, that catches taste on everything very keenly, to even touch that thing, but so please by all means. I forced it with rationality. Even if I know intuitively that this shit is dangerous, it's still not good to not even eat a single bite, now that is forgetting favors. Even more when the other person used their abilities for my sake. However, just what sort of will she had when she used her ability that the normal ingredients degenerated to form this dangerous hazard. Even if I casted blackening on food, it would look several times better than this. After all, this is carbonized no matter what. The feel given from it is the same from the corpses of monsters burned from Fiona's flames. And what did she add in it? A sweet yet sour yet rotten, simply speaking an offensive smell wafted from it. That thing was made into a sandwich in between normal white breads, as if emphasize that she had touched the breads at least. The buns part are normal, but it only adds to the fact this all is a food. The probability that Nelson mistook her food for raw garbage can't happen even in 1 in a million times. Sandwich, a food that could eaten easily by anyone, was not this hazard, and it was her who created a biohazard that could make anyone resolve for death. Are you not going to eat it? I was sitting obediently beside the dining table, but regardless of the fact that the biohazard was in front of me, I didn't try to even touch that. Seeing me like that, Nell asked in a purely inquisitive voice. But still, the pressure behind those words wasn't something lukewarm. Her blue eyes were clear without end, and there was no cloudiness in it. Apparently, she is neither trying to entrap me, and neither is this a royal joke that can't be understood by commoners. Nelson purely made a food for my sake, it was just that much. Kurono-san. I reached my limits. I need to already stop this glaring match between the hazardous dark matter and the coldly sweating me. Nelson, thank you for the food. I resolved myself, probably, the warriors that were to be disemboweled thought like this, no doubt about that. In place of the blade that would tear and rip my stomach from outside, I took the biohazardous sandwich that could destroy my stomach from inside. All right, I don't give a shit. I opened my mouth and took a bit of the thing. Kurono-san. It dreams, Oh crap, my consciousness left me for a while. Seriously, that was quite the nightmare I watched. There's no way the angelic Nelson would try to kill me by poisoning by eating that hazardous substance. No, she wouldn't even make it. What happened? You suddenly stared dreamily right after eating the sandwich. I see my consciousness went away because Nelson's sandwich was too tasty, no doubt. That's right, this Princess of Avalon's handmade biohazard. No, wait, am I being retarded? What is a biohazard? Am I mistaking reality with the dream I saw before I want retort like that with all my strength, but seeing the true shit with my eyes, I need to accept the reality regardless of my choice. That's right, in other words, the offensive-smelling biohazard, stuffed in between the sandwich, was enshrined on top of plate in front of me while releasing a pressure just like that of a demon lord. Moreover, just what sort of hero was took on a strike of sword, the remains of it are still left in my mouth. I see, so I was a hero. Fufu, was it very tasty to the point of fainting? Her cute way of talking, more than half didn't enter my head. If this was actually tasty, no, if this actually had a safe taste that isn't bad or even good, I could have agreed to her words without hesitation. But if I say that in this situation, it would not be good. Kurono-san, there are many servings, so eat a lot. No, damn no, fuck no, absolutely no, I don't wanna die, this my limit. Nell-san, I need to talk something serious with you, can you hear it out? I heard a truth much more cruel than death sentence, that I stopped running from reality and used all my power to survive. That's right, no matter how much shrewd and cruel method I have to use, I will live, I will survive, just you see. Yes, what happened? I resolved myself to the fact that I might make this angelic, beautiful princess cry. This sandwich sucks, I'm sorry. It was not me but Nell-san who spoke out words of apology with all her heart. No, even I should be apologizing. I had her accompany me in the magic training and even had her make food for me. It is the work of savage to make the person who did this much with goodwill to say words of apology to you. But there is something called limits to everything. Even while being tormented by the pangs of conscience, I have decided to walk the path of Shura while turning into a demon Rakshasa. In short, I told her that her food sucked. Well, a dispute occurred, but Nell-san ate the biohazard that she gave birth to and agreed to the validity of my complaint. I'm truly sorry, I never thought my food was this bad. I sensed a strange nuance in Nell-san's excuse. Well, it can't be helped when no one actually pointed it out. Looks like the one who admonished Princess Handmaid cooking for the first time in history is just me. Seeing Nell-san accepting the shocking truth while in tears, it doesn't seem like I would be sentenced to capital punishment, so I can be relieved. I had gotten a misunderstanding that it was tasty because everyone used to eat it without leaving anything, yufufu. I'm such an idiot. Her white face seemed to suffer from heartache. Seeing that expression, all the men in the world would do anything to make her smile, that much of emptiness could be felt from her. But as for me, I want to pay my regards to the brave heroes who ate all of her food as to not to let her know her cooking was bad. Yeah, truly brave. Especially the ones that stopped Nell-san's bioterrorism before she started treating others her food were the members of Wing Road. I can respect that from the bottom of my heart this time, truly. I can now accept that they are rank 5 adventurer party both in name and reality. But their touching hard work had become nothing due to me. I understand their consideration for not letting Nell-san know the cruel truth about her cooking, but surely but slowly, a day she would know the truth would come. It was only by fortune that I was able to point it out to her without looking at the risks. No matter what Nell-san thought, if this was Avalon Nation, I would have been sentenced with lèse majesté. However, there was also a limit in immersing herself in justifying her deeds, because I was making everyone eat this filth with happy faces. I'm dead as a person, fufu, over. Nell-san was overwhelmed by the shock that her self-hatred ran towards in a dangerous direction. It felt like if I left her, she would slash her own wrists. Her clear blue eyes that seemed like blue skies also seemed to have darkened as if dark clouds appeared in them. It would be bad to leave her alone. I need to take the responsibility and follow up for her. But what should I say? It isn't bad enough to be inedible. No, just know that biohazard has already deviated from the general idea of food, even completely flawlessly. If I actually said that and she replied, then please eat it, Kurono-san, I don't doubt that I would say no to her. Damn it, no matter what I do, I can't follow up this sandwich. No, wait, I see, it's just best to ignore this stuff. Nell-san, every person is not good in cooking from the start. Well, if asked that every inexperienced person in cooking could create that poison stuff, then the answer would be no. If you are bad at cooking currently, then it's just left to become good from now on. In short, this motif is, let's forget the disastrous past and look at bright future. But since I was small, I have always had an interest in cooking, but with it this bad, I don't think it will be good. That is wrong. The way you made it till now was just wrong, so it will be fine if you learn it from now onwards. But you can definitely do. If you try, you can do it, definitely. Let's make everyone eat good food. I attacked her with positive words as if to press for an answer. If I back down here, there would no backtrack, hold out me. I can do it if want to. Why, you're right, this time I will work hard for making good food. Great, Nell-san has recovered by responding to my passionate feelings. Her clouded eyes were also shining greatly with the light of hope beyond recognition. By the way, Nell-san, from whom did you learn the cooking till now? It was self-taught. I see, so that is the source of all evil and crimes. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 274. The Cooperative Relation Between Magic and Cooking. Bullet Arts. I swung the right arm of Rathpun, and on the tip of its red blade, the black magical energy coiled around like a whirlpool and formed into a bullet, no, cannonball. The streamlined, shaped bullet made from the materialization of hard substance had flames filled to the brim from inside. The detonator was the exploding magic equation, which was the most simple impact sensing type. In short, it would explode on hitting. Grenade burst. Like that, the cannonball completed was of about 30 cm in size, but still it was shot out at the speed of normal bullet arts. The secret to the speed was the black jet propulsion blowing out from the back of cannonball. I imitated blast-type magic equation that emits any certain attribute used in model magic, and implemented a jet black booster, which gave a strong propulsive force to the cannonball. Thus, the cannonball flew through air while leaving a trail of black smoke and hit the target without missing from the target. The moment that hard warhead pierced through the red-colored human-shaped slime's chest while opening a big hole, the explosive power hidden inside the grenade burst was released. In the outdoor maneuvers grounds in this Royal Spada Academy, an explosion sound rang out. If it was just that much then, this was just a normal phenomenon to occur in the shooting maneuvers grounds. But the explosion created by me was a lot greater than normal. The big explosion of black flames created by me not only blew away my target, but also the targets on both sides. I mistook the power, I'm sorry for being bad with magic. Students standing on my both sides, probably of mage class, stabbed me with gazes that both surprise and anger. For the time being I thought to apologize. Kurono-san. It was huge success, right? But at that time a high-pitched encouraging voice reached me. Yes, it went great due to Nell-san. I wasn't doing any lip service, but this grenade burst was completed all thanks to her cooperation. It was truly powerful, Kurono-san. I can't believe you are a rank 3 adventurer. Nell-san came running towards me, while shaking those big breasts, and she was being happy upon my success in completing the new magic. And she directed a beautiful royal smile towards me. That moment, I immediately understood that the gazes of students near me now only had hostility in them. Even if they don't say, I know the reason for it. Within the past 3 days, I have been conducting work together with Nell Julius Elrod, the idol of this school, as though she were my personal possession. Today was 23rd of Platinum Month. 3 days had already elapsed since the day Nell-san had visited me, and in the past 3 days she had been visiting frequently to my place. First reason was, she was helping me in the research and development of my new magic, while the second reason was to let me teach her cooking food. In other words, the relation between me and Nell-san was helping each other, a give-and-take relationship. So, as expected, the people who can cook do need creativity. No, a beginner doesn't need one. My ability wasn't enough to call it my speciality. As a high schooler, I was able to create fried rice and stuff, while as an adventurer, I have learned minimum cooking techniques. Flame power is the life of food, right? It will only give charcoal, so let's stop. But still I know the basics of cooking, on the level of common sense. The cooking needs various subtle seasoning for bringing out the flavor. Don't do anything excessive, and just create it according to recipe. Well, in short, even that sort of me. The cooking will be tasty if made with love. Stop the delusions. Ugh. Could teach Nell-san about the fundamentals of cooking while using my own cooking knowledge. For the time being, I should teach her how to create a sandwich safely. I resolved that, and 3 days passed. Yeah, quite the normal egg sandwich is finally created, Nell-san. Yes, it's all thanks to Kurono-san. And finally, we reached the completion of a safe sandwich. In the kitchen of quite big dorm, we both exchanged high give and shared our happiness. Though it was just 3 days, it was quite the harsh, thorny road to reach here. From Nell-san's line, her outlook on cooking had already changed, but the true fear is when she truly cooks. I had already gotten used to living a life in this another world where magic existed, but guess what? I never thought that I would be using magic to cook. No, this way of speaking is faulty. No, it was only natural to use magic in cooking, like burning with fire, washing with water, oh right, engraving freezing magic equation on boxes, and are used as a replacement for refrigerators. Then what was the problem? The answer would be to use magic directly on the ingredients. In other words, it would be something like using blackening on ingredients. Just who would eat something that questionable thing? But however, Nell-san seriously believed that the food would become tasty upon casting magic on it. Naturally, the result from that was the birth of the biohazard stuffed in between the breads. No, seriously, even now whenever I remember its taste. It's just scary. Kurono-san, what happened? Are you hungry already? Well, whatever, it is the talk of past already. At any rate, like this, Nell-san had started to walk the way of cooking properly. Now I can only expect her to improve. You're right, then let's eat it quickly. I felt like a master seeing the growth of one's disciple, but I won't be saying it out loud. But right now, I would eat this normal yet somewhat unshaped sandwich. The next day, 24th of Platinum Month. It has already been 4 days since I have been eating Nell-san's handmade food as the breakfast. From tomorrow, I will teach her something other than just sandwich. After all, eating egg sandwiches every day is not good. Thinking about the menu of breakfast, then I want soup to be the next. No, it will be too fast. If it's her, she might use something ridiculous as the dashi, like bones of skeleton. In that case, making a salad from dishing out vegetables would be the safe way. Yeah, great, I'll go with that. I will teach her to make a vegetable salad along with sandwich. Now that is a light meal and good combination. While thinking like that, the afternoon classes were over, and I head directly back to the dorm. I attended the class of basic pharmacy, which happens to be a popular class among adventurers, but as I had no friends in the adventure course, so as always I was alone when leaving the class. However, my name and face had become popular with the incident in the school cafeteria that I could feel various inquisitive gazes piercing me. There were even reproachful gazes, which were one step short to becoming killing intent. But of course, I don't quibble to them saying wad de fuck watching at. I don't want to receive any more stigma, and neither do I have the narrow-mindedness and willpower of a hoodlum. Leaving that aside, henceforth I am walking alone, but as I had plans to meet someone after school, so I didn't feel lonely. Of course the person I had plans to meet was Nell-san. In noon, I teach her cooking while after the school she teaches me magic. My brain doesn't translate magic words, so it was thought impossible for me to learn model magic. But thanks to telepathy, I could understand the meaning and image of those words directly. Of course, it also meant that her way of teaching was better. Regarding model magic, Fiona was the most knowledgeable person, no doubt, but because of her talent, she didn't excel at teaching others. Just who would understand that explanation of only onomatopoeic words? Lily also could use magic similar to model magic, if based on just the results, but because her magic was extra magic, that the magic equation they different systems of magic used were different. Extra magic was a natural ability that particular races had, so it was already impossible to teach it to others. It's just like how a man would teach a fish to walk on 2 legs, the problem was impossible based on structure. Nell-san wasn't a human, but she could still use model magic. Even so, she had her clumsy parts for which she was still learning with great deal of effort. In short, she understood the feelings of a person, without talent, unlike Fiona. Henceforth, within just 3 days' time, my understanding regarding the model magic has increased a lot. However, my body had no color magical energy, so no matter how I try hard, I wouldn't be able to activate model magic in its original form. If magic could be activated with just magical theory, then Simon wouldn't be an alchemist but an element master in true meaning. Well, whatever, I don't have a prodigal brain, so it is impossible for me to understanding all the magic theory. Even now, I don't clearly understand the magic equation of model magic. But even so, it helps in the development of my black magic, so this is fine as it is. At the very least, I was able to learn my desired eternity just recently, so the signs of magic study from now on are superb. Well then, what should I ask her to teach me today? I thought that sort of restless and diligent thing, when suddenly, "Hello, Kurono-san." A voice called out to me from behind. If just based on the words, they seemed like that of Nell-san, however I have remembered her voice within the past couple of days. I can't possibly mishear it. Long story short, this voice was of some different female. However, excluding Nell-san, I don't have a clue of any other female student in this academy who would call out to me with my name. Just who would, well, I will understand right after turning behind. Ah, Irina-san, hello. Just as I thought, the answer was given right after turning around. The person standing there was the reputed receptionist of Spada Adventure Guild, Academy District Branch, Irina-san. Yufufu, looks like Kurono-san truly, is a student in the academy. Irina-san, while smiling, could become a picture that could decorate the cover of a fashion magazine aimed at women. But then, I don't know if there is such a magazine present in Spada or not. At any rate, she wore a white cape, her hair arranged properly, and was wearing casual dress, so her allure was being emitted. Ah, white cape and that hairstyle, it's the same one when she was attacked by Jodo. As expected, changing the fashion sense, it becomes difficult to think of them as same person. No, more than that. Yes, the classes were over just before. This was inside the academy. However, the decisive blow was the fact that I wore the uniform of academy. In truth, I want to wear the Diabolo's embrace all the time, but as expected, it will look odd to wear a thick black leather coat in the summertime. Henceforth, I wear normal uniform during school hours. Well, I did buy this uniform, so I need to use it to death. Well then, it's already after school, right? It's just perfect. How about we talk Kurono-san? Her smile seemed to be filled with 3 times more emotion than the business smile in Guild. Or maybe it's just my imagination. It's fine, but I have to meet up with someone, so I can't talk that long. It's fine. Therefore, like that, I started walking together with Irina-san, but continuing after the Princess of Avalon, now this beautiful receptionist. The gazes of male students passing by us stabbed me hard. Chapter 275, Friend 1. In the afternoon of 24th of Platinum Month, the sound of classes chimed that she had been waiting eagerly for reached her ears. Before, like an elegant princess, Nell used to tidy up textbooks and writing implements in a comfortable and elegant manner. However, right now, she stuffed everything into her bag in a hurry, as though every second of time was precious to her. Like that, she stood up in a hurry and tried to get out of the class with a force as if the wings on her back would make her fly, but, "Please wait, Nell-sama." Her steps stopped right at the moment someone called out to her. She turned around and saw several classmates of her standing there, with a noble girl from Avalon standing in front of them all. Although not like Nell, they also were beautiful, while the air around them was quite elegant, revealing that they were of high-class parentage. Their group was a feast for the eyes of men, but for the male students of elite course studying in the same room, they weren't beautiful enough to attract their eyes. It was nothing more than a normal scene in their daily life. Yes, what might it be? You seem to be in a hurry. Are you not coming to the club today too? In the Royal Spada Academy, or rather, in all the city-states in the center of Pandora continent, there are organizations called clubs for the sake of extracurricular activities. In short, club activities. Nell was a given, and even the other members of Wing Road were affiliated to the same club. That was the most brilliant club, where many students try to join but can't due to harsh conditions. Still, even more of the students long to enter it. That was the social club. Although just a school club, the members were all nobles with a peerage higher than normal. The information exchange between them was natural, while creating personal connections with each other for great influential power in future was also done here. Not to say just how valuable it is to interact with royalties that were the top of a country. But then, there was also a pitiful prince who stood beside the ball without anyone talking to him during the party supervised by social club. Naturally, he stopped coming to the club from next day onwards. Hence, naturally, much more interaction was needed from Nero and Nell, the Elrod brother and sister. That wasn't just because their future prospects were amazing, but also because these two had quite the charm in them. Nero tends to things bothersome, and so would rarely show up in the club. On the other hand, the diligent and sociable Nell came there most of the times. However, she was also a member of a rank 5 adventurer party, so the pressure of work she had to handle couldn't be compared to that of a normal person. Therefore, the number of days she could appear in the club were limited. That was why joining the social club could be said the best way to elegantly spend the leisure time left in her busy daily life. "I'm sorry, I have work today, so I won't be coming." But she declined with an immediate reply. "Oh my, that is unfortunate." The female student from the same country spoke while frowning. Against her, Nell also replied with shrewd face. "I'm sorry, even though you invited me. I won't be able to come to the club for the time being." For the time being. Do you mean until Nero-sama comes back from the outdoor training? Yes, till then. After a short pause, Nell consented. Did her actions had some suspicious parts? The female student's eyes turned sharp and she opened her mouth. Nell-sama, please don't show much pity on a filthy adventurer, moreover a man, without any peerage or background history. Eh? For a second Nell just kept on blinking her eyes without understand what she said. But little by little, she came understand the meaning of her words. A male adventurer, having interacted with her, was only person. The rumors have already started spreading in the school, that there is a certain person trying to get close to you by being overly familiar. Kurono-san isn't a person like that. In a second the whole class fell silent. Although raised in a good family, they were also children of people, moreover at puberty, so it wasn't rare to shout out once or twice. However, the ideal Princess Nell Julius Elrod had never shouted out before with a voice that could resound in the whole classroom, so this was more than enough for everyone to be shocked. How it wasn't only them, but also Nell who got surprised. The female student stared in wonder, while similarly as her Nell also widened her rotund blue eyes. Immediately after, she seemed taken aback and overlapped her statement with new ones while facing downwards as though she were embarrassed. Ah, I'm sorry, but Kurono-san isn't a bad person like the rumor says. The rumor she talked about was the one about Tentacle Man that started to spread about a month ago. Kurono-san is my precious friend. Please don't speak badly of him. It was unforeseen to see Nell opposing with resolution. The female student standing in front just showed expressions of bewilderment while keeping silent. I thank you for being worried about me, but you are going too far for speaking about my private relationships. I am not a child anymore. I can choose the person whom I want to go out with. Nell spoke in a sharp tone, and as if to cut down the conversation, she left the room while speaking words of farewell. Nell Julius Elrod was resenting. She had a personality that seemed to be unrelated to anger, but she had enough backbone to raise her voice if her friends were to be ridiculed. Why everyone talks bad about Kurono-san? Too cruel. If the unfounded rumor and infamy was due to the walking alone and helping her, even the kind-hearted Nell would be angered. Ah, I'm sorry, Kurono-san, I have given you bad rumors again. While feeling displeasure regarding the classmates that said thoughtless things, she that it was sad that she had been causing problems for him. In the first place, she held an isolated social status of first princess of Avalon. If she had interaction with a man nothing more than an adventurer, it was easy to imagine false rumors being spread. No matter how much goodwill she had, based on time and circumstances, it would only cause the other person troubles. Nell knew the meaning of the words, "It's not your business," or "Don't bother me." That was why, sometimes it was needed to get away from the other person on her own, however. But Kurono-san is already a friend of mine. It will be rude to keep my distance from him. She didn't had that intention at all. Moreover, I've only caused trouble to Kurono-san and not returned the favors yet. Nell kept on thinking the reason she couldn't get away from Kurono, but she recognized a person in her peripheral vision and her thoughts stopped. Before she realized it, in front of Nell walking on the avenue leading to Kurono's dorm, a tall person with black hair was standing. Ah, Kuro. Her elated voice, without reaching the end, entered back into her throat. That person is. Before she realized herself, an expression of bewilderment appeared on her face, and her gaze wasn't affixed on her precious friend, but the beautiful elf girl standing beside him while laughing like a flower. She didn't recognize her at first, but Nell's brain worked hard and she derived the conclusion that it was a person she knew. If I remember correctly, it is the guild receptionist, Irina-san. Wing Road surely reached rank 5 in the shortest time, but at the time of formation, they surely used the Adventurer Guild branch present in Academy District. There they had met the reputed beautiful receptionist, so naturally she knew about her. Why is that person here? Kicking away that question, Nell's big chest felt something like an indescribable malaise. Why? What for? Talking with Kurono. Her heart throbbed faster in a bad sense. She also didn't know why, but before she knew it, she was already tailing behind the two of them by killing her presence. Nell didn't have offensive ability, but she was a member of a rank 5 party, so her stealth skill was already quite high-leveled. If she wanted to, she could also use support magic on her, and her stealth mode would level up even more. Moreover, If she used her speciality, the wind magic then. Sorry, later, that's why. She could eavesdrop on their talk while maintain a distance. The conversation between the two first came in broken pieces, but soon enough could be clearly heard as though they were all standing close to each other. Haven't come recently, it's lonely. Sorry, I will come tomorrow, so give me your recommended quest. Yufufu, I will choose a harsh one just for Kurono-kun. I'm alone right now, so please not a dangerous one. Nell stopped the wind magic, carrying their voices and her steps. What am I doing? Why was she not able to call out him normally? She even eavesdropped their conversation. It wasn't a good deed as a human. While seeing off the two walking to the other side of Avenue, Nell was tormented by the whirlpool of self-abhorrence in her heart. I need to go to Kurono-san's place. About the time the two couldn't be seen, Nell again started walking. Even with guilty conscience, Nell didn't want to take the option of not wanting to meet Kurono. No, it was because the feelings in her were too unmanageable that she wanted to meet him so bad that it couldn't be helped, just the two of them. As a result, Nell headed towards Kurono's dorm as she had planned at first. Her steps were somewhat too heavy for her. Chapter 276, Friend 2. I'm here for private work, so don't talk formally, Kurono-san. Or rather, I want to talk informally. Is that all right with you, Kurono-kun? She said with a smile more intimate than the one at Guild. Just how many men could deny her request when she is like this? At the very least, I consented to her without hesitation. By the way, Irina-san. It's fine to call me Irina. She gave me a perfect wink just like young Lily, and corrected me. Why is Irina in the academy? I'm a graduate from the civil course, so I came here to meet a junior. I thought some time ago whether she was a graduate from academy. Looks like my guess hit the right spot. If it's fine, how about you also come with me? No, I need to meet someone, so I will refrain from that. This was surely an alluring invitation, but I already have plans to do magic learning with Nelson. Oh, you have a previous appointment. Too unfortunate. I'm sorry. Don't worry, I will invite you later. Is that true? No, this might that thing called lip service, right? And recently I tend to forget about the fact that I shouldn't be spending this time while playing around. The time I spent with Nelson is pleasant, but I am perfectly getting taught about magic and am nourishing my power. Well, since that's the case, I sense some reluctance to go with Irina for just playing around. Even more when I think that Lily and Fiona might be working hard right now. I also need to show my powered side by the time they return back. If possible, I want to show my explosion offensive magic that use the flames divine protection, and then make them say it's too showy. That's why you have to come to the guild soon. You haven't come recently, it's lonely. She's a person that can say words like it's lonely, without any problems and might stimulate male instincts. Putting that aside, it's the truth that I haven't been to the guild recently. The last time I went there was after returning to Spada from that bandit subjugation quest, so it's already been 2 weeks. Currently, the 3 members of Element Master were scattered, but it's not like I can't take on quests alone. Yeah, that right. Now that I have a chance, I should try out my newly learned black magic and also raise up some money. Sorry, I will come tomorrow, so give me your recommended quest. Yufufu, I will choose a harsh one just for Kurono-kun. I'm alone right now, so please not a dangerous one. Maybe after I saved her from the serial murderer Jodo, she might be having excessive anticipation for me. No, let's just say she was joking right now. Alone, did the party dissolute? Don't say something that scary. We are just doing work separately for now. Then we talked and walked. I told her about the fact that my party members were away from Spada for training, and the fact that I am searching for a certain rank 5 monster, etc., etc. I talked about everything that would be of no problem to talk about. Well, at the same time, I heard a lot about Irina. Like she was searching for boyfriends, her choice of man was a strong and tall one that would save her in dangerous situation. Her quite private details were being made public. Geez, was she trying to seduce a high schooler male student like me, at least age-wise, by talking like that? Indeed, a terrifying receptionist she is. But I won't be deceived. It's my loss if I pay heed to it, it's just that. With this and that, I broke up with Irina at some place, and hurried towards the dorm where Nelson might be waiting since before. Kurono-san, I need to talk about something serious. Can you hear it? Don't tell me the food I made was bad. I don't have a clue about that. About time I returned back to the dorm, I was apparently a step slower while Nelson was waiting for me at the entrance. It was in the calculation error of who would reach dorm first, so I don't particularly care about it. However, the problem right now would be that she said that line with a mysterious face as if she were thinking about something. If I take her words at face value, then she seems to have to ask something from me. But well, what might be the problem that is making a princess worry this much about? If it is something too highly political thing, then I won't be able to answer her. For the time being, I need to hear what she wants to say, or the talk won't proceed. I invite her in my room, which had already turned into Nell Sensei's personal classroom. I sit on the chair with a writing desk in front, while Nelson sat on the bed. It is the usual position when chatting. Because of this arrangement, my bed gets covered by white wings, but let's leave that alone for now. So what do you want to talk about? Ah yes, what does Kurono-san? It seems like she is having a hard time to speak it. Looks like this talk is quite the heavy one. I need to be resolved. What does Kurono-san think about me? The words that came out of her mouth, after all the hesitation, were quite abstract. What do I think about Nelson? Well then, what sort of intention did she had when she asked this? No wait. Isn't this line like a confirmation for the existence or non-existence of romantic feelings between a male and female? No, wait, that imagination is just too much. That's right. This is nothing more than the second time of today that I heard a word that would make a man's heart misunderstand. Henceforth, I don't need to quicken up here and proceed careful. What does Kurono-san think about me? Wait a sec, Nelson, I'm thinking about it, so don't say it again as if pressing for an answer. What do you mean what? My thoughts weren't collected, so I could reply in that ambiguous manner. What means, does Kurono-san think of me as a friend? Her appearance, with a blush on her white, stainless face, completely personified the flawless charm of an embarrassing girl. However, the contents of her line weren't something great, but just if I thought of her as a friend or not. Yeah, it was my loss to expect, be consciousness of her words. I think about Nelson as a normal friend. I have met her recently, and it has only been the past 1 week since I have been able to talk to her perfectly. Moreover, with the cooperative relationship of magic and cooking, I've been thinking that we might have gotten close. However, the difference in social statuses might be the problem. After all, she is a princess while I am an adventurer. Never can I say we were in equilibrium. However, the thing called friendship can't be defined by social status. At least I think like that, otherwise I wouldn't be able to talk casually with Will. The feelings I have for Nelson will be similar to what a high schooler would feel when he suddenly started talking with a female classmate. It might be a strange line to be calling her as a friend, but I think it's fine to call her my friend. But sorry. If Nelson doesn't think like that, then I was being overly familiar. No, it's not like that. I also think about Kurono-san as a precious friend. Shake boing shake, the two big mountains wrapped in the blouse right in front of my eyes shook violently. It was because Nelson bent forward towards me from my front. It is quite a surprise for me too that she declared me as her friend with this sort of overreaction. Is that so? Thank you very much. Maybe she perceived the atmosphere that seemed to retreat. Nelson immediately sat back down. Her wings on the back were flapping, probably to hide her embarrassment. Like that again, the bed was covered by wings. No, let's ignore it for now. Well, within the past couple of days of working together with Nelson, I came to understand that she expressed her emotions greatly, so seeing her reactions would only seem charming to me. Or rather, she's cute so everything is forgiven. The male nature is so sad. And, is me being the friend or not the thing you wanted to ask? Yes, half of it. Then the other half would be, I don't the experience of having many friends. She spoke truly embarrassing words in an embarrassing manner. Well, I also didn't had many friendship relations that I can laugh it off. If just limited to Spada, the person who became my friend would be only Will, if excluding Nelson. Is that, a good thing that I should hear in details right now? Yes, I want Kurono-san to heart it. I see, so the main part of the talk comes now. As Kurono-san knows, I'm the first princess of Avalon. My abroad studies here in Spada was also officially announced on a great scale. So I doubt there would someone who doesn't know about me in the academy. Unless the information was blocked to a great extent, there's no way that the topic of a royalty commuting to school won't become a great story. Even if I hadn't met Will and Nell-san, I would have heard about them from rumors while walking. If talking about rumors, I have also heard about some fame of Nell-san in this academy. Nell-san is also called as the idol of academy, so I thought you must have many friends. Even if leaving aside the rank 5 party wing road. If I tried to extract rumors about the Princess of Avalon, they would all have good contents. Not only her beauty like that of an angel, but also her kind-hearted personality. That led her to call out to me and help me. So her image must have been formed by the accumulation of those good deeds. As an extra there is also Her Highness Princess Nell's fan club, made by those whose head and heart were done in by the beauty and kindness of Nell-san. The people of fan club call themselves as her elite bodyguards. Yes, certainly everyone in the academy is kind towards me, but they are treating you as a princess. Is that what you want to say? Yes, that's exactly it. So I got the right point. I thought that this cliché had occurred a lot in novels and stuff, but this actually even applied in reality. The reason everyone is kind is just because I'm a princess. But I don't think that it's the only reason. If you didn't have a good image among students, then even if you were a royalty, there would be no good rumors about you. That's why I have decided to keep your rumors as something I never heard. I know that in truth you're a truly good guy. Yes, you are right. I have telepathy, so I know that everyone is not kind towards me just because of self-interest. But even so, the image of the princess comes up first. I see, so even with goodwill, they still end up looking through rose-colored glasses. But thinking about humans' mentality, it seems natural. Even I treat her as a princess. But Kurono-san was different. Unexpectedly, an extremely questionable voice leaked out. But Nell-san continued as though it didn't reach her or she ignored it. Kurono-san speaks everything to me without holding back. Yufufu, it was shock when you said my food wasn't good, though. Holy moly. Looks like I have been rude towards her. That time I was in confusion due to sudden developments, no doubt. Thankfully it was Nell-san, but based on circumstances, I might have been sentenced with Lee's majest. Looks like I have met quite a fortuitous royalty. That time in the school cafeteria, Nero said. Do you know who they are? They aren't people you can touch them thoughtlessly. Looks like that it is common sense in this world, and not just some prideful way of speaking. No, it's not like that. Even I am concerned about the fact that Nell-san is a princess. I tried to appeal by returning favor to the princess, but, Fufu, it's fine Kurono-san, I clearly know about that. Kurono-san knows that I'm a princess of Avalon, but you aren't conscious about it at all. Almost like you don't know things like royalty, as though you are a person from a truly faraway country. Nell-san, you are quite sharp. I'm sorry, but you are truly correct. Things like royalty, aristocracy, or difference in social status just don't seem real. It's impossible to evade her anymore. Then, I can only admit my fault and ask for forgiveness. No, don't apologize. I think that only Kurono-san can become my true friend. It saves me if you say it like that, both sentimentally and realistically. Looks like my speech and conduct didn't incur Nell-san's wrath, but miraculously gave her a good impression about me. If it wasn't like that, then no matter how much of a kind-hearted person Nell-san is, she wouldn't be hanging out with me every day. That's why Kurono-san, please be a best friend with me and be with much less restraint. Naturally. I also want to get on good terms with Nell-san. I replied while raising a smile from the bottom of my heart. I don't have rejection in increasing the friendship with my second friend I have made in Spada. No, more than that, we aren't connected by just cooperative relationship now, but also by a friendship relationship. Thank you very much. Well then, I have to ask for something from Kurono-san, is it fine? Nell-san again said bashfully. Looks like she is an expert at hearing others' wishes, but is bad at telling her wishes. Her cute red face and her behavior might incite fire in the sadist hearts, but as I don't have that sort of crooked fetish, so I can only consent to her. What is it? Nell-san also can speak anything with me without restraint. Did the nuance got through her that I will do anything if it can be done by me? Nell-san finally seemed to have resolved and opened her mouth bashfully, yet happily. Can I call you as Kurono-kun? This feeling was like a student was confessed in a classroom after the school when sun was setting down. Of course, I never had such a good experience, but Nell-san's words along with her embarrassed face surely did have an impact of that level. Calm down me, I persuaded myself again, just how many times have I done that today? In short, I was quite flustered today that I had to conscious about composure. I had the guts to hear her request no matter how reckless, but little had I thought that it would such a cute request. No matter if for friendship, if you speak like that to a man, it will surely be misunderstood, Nelson. She is an airhead in a different way from Fiona, and I will be troubled because I have quite the impurity just like how an high schooler should be. Anyhow, I will take on her request itself. I have no reason to complain about it. It's fine. Maybe the flustering had a lingering effect that I spoke in a curt manner. Damn, I'm even more embarrassed. I even averted my gaze a bit. And the request is still not completed. Nelson had her face red, but she didn't seem to stop now from asking me. Please call me as Nell. In truth, Kurono-kun doesn't need to talk in honorific language. It is extremely lovable how she tried to change her way of calling me. No, I shouldn't be praising that. Is that all right? If other students saw me talking casually with Princess, then don't care about other people, please do so. Nelson again bent her body forward from bed. She is a person who uses her all in everything. Well, I talk casually with Will, so I don't have any excuse for that. At any rate, the force of other side seemed to have surpassed me. Now I can't possibly refuse her. Yes, got it, Nelson. Kurono-kun. Got it. I corrected my answer, and the Princess of Avalon showed a truly exaggeratedly happy smile to me. This feels like there will be no magic learning today. Chapter 277. Curse Carnival. It was partially coincidence, but it was quite good to meet privately. Irina thought that while on work. She was today also showing a business smile to student adventurers, but in her head was thinking about just a single man. Is Kurono-kun still not coming? If going by his words then today, on 25th of Platinum Month, he would come to this adventurer guild wanting for quests. Still, that was what Irina thought, but the time hadn't even come near noon. She was hyped just like a child, but it can't be helped for a girl if they find their perfect man with their ideal appearance and ideal and activity. Moreover, thanks to her ideals, Irina had never gotten a boyfriend, although she had various male friends. She continued to work while hiding her rising expectations with her smiling mask for about an hour. At the same time, the bell informing about noon would ring out at that time. He came, a young tall man with black hair, red and black eyes, while wearing a jet black coat appeared entering the guild through the big double door. Starting from students, various adventurers of rank 3 appeared in the guild every now and then, so a man wearing black coat won't seem standing out. However, in Irina's eyes, that place only seemed to be shining brightly. Even now, she was dealing with naive male student adventurers longing for Irina, however she sent gaze to Kurono in between. Although there was quite a distance between the two, but their eyes certainly met, and he returned a faint smile in return. Woo, so cool. Kurono-kun, you look much more cool today. In her mind, she was yelling like a fangirl. However, in truth, she was dealing with others saying, then please take this quest, as expected of an elite receptionist. She now didn't care at all about the adventurers standing in front of her now, but she just kept on waiting for turn of Kurono to come. Hello, Kurono-kun. Irina-san, you're currently in work. Kurono spoke while smiling bitterly. However, he seemed happy to see her friendly attitude towards him. Yesterday, they talked for a short time, but that surely did lessen their distance, and that was proved by the conversation today. It's fine, just think of it as a service for a friend. Thank you very much. Kurono replied with a smile. This sort of flexible attitude of his was established yesterday. Irina was a sociable person who had a wide friendship relation with men and women, so she had an innate skill of guessing the disposition of person just by talking for some minutes. This wasn't telepathy, but just a technical skill polished from having relations with people. That was why she was able to become a receptionist in the guild, which happens to be a job that is quite popular enough to enter top 3 jobs in Spada. Giggle, like you said yesterday, I have chosen the recommended quests already. There were several documents in the hands of Irina. Among that, there was also the quest of salamander subjugation, the quest that he wanted to take when he first came here. So you have chosen it already, thanks, but I have already chosen the quest I will take. Oh, is that so? So you had one that you liked? Irina rethought that there wasn't any particularly good quest currently. Irina chose quests with quite the profit which were neither good nor bad. Of course, reward was everything for an adventurer. If the monster material they wanted was different, they would, in worst case, do a freelancer work, so it was hard to say which quest was good unconditionally. However, this Curse Carnival or so quest. No, that won't do Kurono-kun. In her second continuous year of work, this was the first time the beautiful receptionist had raised her voice, so various gazes of surprise flooded at her. What happened, thinking that the co-workers at Guild along with adventurers going back and fro, all stared at Irina's counter. She realized her mess a second later, and embarrassedly she sent a gesture saying there's no problem, and deceived them. Seeing that it wasn't that big of a deal, others just whispered for a bit, and the gazes scattered away one by one. Is this quest that bad? It was probably Kurono, who was the most shocked by Irina's shout. He asked with a face as though he took on a punishment. It isn't something light like bad. Did you explanatory note Kurono-kun? I did read that big thing posted there. The place Kurono pointed at was the bulletin board with written requests posted on it. There, a single request document was several times bigger than other ones, or rather, it seemed like a poster posted for publication. That was the request of participant recruitment for Curse Carnival. There was that case with the serial killer, so Kurono-kun might be able to kill people who had gone mad due to cursed weapons. But the victory prize is also a cursed weapon. Did you see that? If you were to be possessed in return then. Curse Carnival, just as the name implied, it was a tournament regarding the cursed weapons. Spada had another name of Sword Battle City, and since ancient times the sword battles here had been famous. From the traditional one-on-one battle of gladiators, the knockout competition by forming a team, otherwise party battle, or a battle royale, anti-monster battle, etc., all sort of battles were held here. And among that, there was a battle that let people fight against people also possessed by the cursed weapons. That was this Curse Carnival. Among the many battles, this sword battle tournament was the most sinful, and the one sponsoring it wasn't Spada government, but a big arms dealer in city-states. That was Mordred Weapon Company. Its chairman was a big-framed skeleton, Vane Wirtz Mordred. He was a cursed weapon collector, and he was famous for having an evil taste of wanting to see cursed weapons being used. However, he had authority and assets to boldly implement his evil taste. Henceforth, he opened a sword battle tournament on a grand scale. And adding on to that, there were people who liked the thrill of extreme battles or seeing other going insane due to curse, the things that can't be seen in normal sword battles. Unexpectedly, there were many Spada civilians that liked this tournament secretly. At the same time, there were people who yearned for the enormous yet dangerous power of cursed weapons and raise out their names saying, "I am the Great One," and whatnot. And as expected, the ones that couldn't control the curse are used as the opponent in the Curse Carnival. This man she loved was about to meet his end in a truly dangerous way, so it was only natural for her to stop him. "No, it's fine. I am quite confident in my ability to use cursed weapons." "Geez, don't speak too much. Being overconfident will subtract the points." "Subtract the points." Irina cleared her throat and ignored Kurono's question. Anyhow, the usage of cursed weapon can't be done something with just physical strength of magical energy. But the main part is compatibility. There is a danger of a person being possessed by it, no matter how much skilled he/she might be. I know Kurono-kun is strong, but you can say those words nonchalantly just because you have never used a cursed weapon before. "No, I already use cursed weapons." Irina's kind, truly important warning was interrupted by Kurono's unthinkable personal statement. Is that lie? The sword I used to save Irina happened to be a cursed weapon. She truly didn't remember it. The moment she noticed the face of Kurono saving her gallantly, she could not take away her eyes from his manly face. It wasn't like she didn't remember that he was waving a long big sword in one hand for saving her. However, she had absolutely no idea what it was. "And the sword that Johto was using, I am using it right now." "Jaya!" In a second, Irina screamed and fell backwards along with the chair she was sitting on. Kurono widened his eyes to her over-exaggerated reaction, and the people in the surroundings were also shocked the same. This time, the guild staff and adventurers sensed Irina's strange actions, and they thought the man sitting in front had did something bad with her, causing all of them to stab him with hostility-filled gazes. On the very close moment, when a burly guard wearing black suit would appear from inside the guild for resolving the trouble with force. "I'm sorry, it's nothing." Irina revived and bowed in a hurry, while saying that no trouble had happened. The guild had turned noisy suddenly, but thanks to Irina's magnificent way of speaking, it started to quiet down. Like that, in less than 5 minutes, the guild returned to its normal operations. Kurono could only watch while pouring out cold sweat, seeing Irina being all-rounder, from the start of creating the noise to the end of quietening down everyone. "I'm sorry for losing my composure, Kurono-sama." "Ah no, same here, I'm sorry for surprising you." They both said words of apology in an official way. Well then, now was Irina wrong to have jumped to wrong conclusion that he might have never used cursed weapon, or was it Kurono wrong for confessing that he held cursed weapons normally, even the weapon that was definitely a trauma to Irina? In the end, the whereabouts of responsibility remained unidentified. They both just apologized to each other, but it would be good if everything was finished peacefully like that. "So do you truly have it?" "Yeah, it's a weapon with a bond with me, so I just wanted to keep it, no matter what." Irina wasn't able to ask any further than that. She didn't have the communication ability of talking with more than 100 friends for just a show. She sensitively perceived Kurono's eyes being shadowed. Kurono continued his words. Maybe he realized her consideration, or maybe he didn't. "You that I'm a black magician, right? The black magical energy can easily control the cursed weapons. I have a great innate compatibility with them." As if to relax Irina, Kurono showed a smile on his cold, sharp, cool face. "Yeah, if it's Kurono-kun, I might be happy if he even killed me." Irina's train of thought was completely different from what Kurono wanted, but as a result, she surely calmed down. "Therefore, you don't need to worry." "Ah, why you're right in that case. I'm sorry for giving a needless help." "No, you were thinking about my safety, right? Thanks." Belittling an adventurer's ability was one of the main causes that could anger adventurers, who work with death just a hair's breadth away. Even if other person was speaking in consideration of other, there were still people who would be enraged and punch others. But looks like Kurono understood what she felt. He looked like a brute savage evil, but in truth had a gentlemanly personality. This part of his seemed even more charming to Irina. "Well then, I leave the procedures to you." "Yes, I will undertake it." Quest: Curse Carnival. Reward: Cursed weapon of the opponent and fight money, can change according to rank. 1 million clan, 10 million clan. Note, the battle are not tournament but knockout battles, so the battle will be just one. Time limit: the very day of opening, till 26th of Platinum month. Freelance participation allowed. Client: Mordred Weapon Company. Request details: it's been a while to all 1 million fans of Cursed Weapon all over the country. The Curse Carnival of this year starts now. The Mordred Weapon Company is widely recruiting participants for this tournament. There are no limitations of adventurer rank. You are welcomed here. For those wanting cursed weapons, please do participate in this. Thus, the participation of Kurono in Curse Carnival was decided. "Kurono-kun, I will come to support you, so work hard." Irina sent a splendid wink that would make a normal man fall head over heels for her. "Yeah, I will work hard to show my cool sides." Kurono replied like a flawless, refreshing gentleman. He didn't seem to be perturbed to females' charming appeal. At the very least, it looked like that to Irina. Chapter 278, Healer. "That is not good, Kurono-kun." I just heard the same line in the Adventurer Guild before, but never had I thought that Nell would be saying that very same line in the lounge of dorm. During lunch break, Nell came to me after the classes, while smiling and, "I am going to appear in the sword battle tournament tomorrow." I told her that while showing her the leaflet of Curse Carnival that I borrowed from the guild with confidence. However, the reply that came to me was the one above. "Listen to me, Kurono-kun. The cursed weapons can't be done anything with pure ability." Nell, see this thing. Her words seemed exactly similar to what I had heard before, so I decided to prove everything to her. The thing I called out from the shadow gate at my feet is my favorite sword that I've not seen recently due to black magic research. The Absolute Grudge. That girl, who killed her parents, villagers, even the pursuing knights, her grudge was today too blowing out vigorously in a dark red aura. Will had said before that this indeed amazing aura is truly a dangerous thing, to the level that anyone could see it in a glance and understand that it's an cursed weapon. This has evolved 2 times, and as the user only I am able to know just how much of the curse's extent had grown deep. Hence, I thought that if I showed it to her, she would understand that I am a cursed weapon user, but I ended up making her cry. Now I seriously think that I will sentenced with Lee's Majest. I'm sorry, Kurono-kun, I got too scared. With this and that, the situation calmed down. If this had happened in the popular school building, it would have turned into a great disaster without any means of coping it. No, it was also my carelessness, sorry. I won't take this out other than combat time, I firmly vowed. Will you truly appear in the curse carnival? She must have understood now that I'm a cursed weapon user, though the hard way, but looks like Nell is still worried. I was warned in the guild too, but is it truly that dangerous tournament? I could gain a new cursed weapon, while my supreme objective was to expand my battle strength, so this quest could be said as a godsend to me. It isn't known what sort of special ability and cursed weapon might have. Moreover, the person possessed would lose their sanity, it turn will go into berserk state, which increases the physical abilities of the person. During the time with Jodo, I knew about the power of Evil Eater, so I was able to deal with it. But with that power and speed, moreover a hidden ability just increased the danger levels. Kurono-kun, if you want to make more money there are other quests for it, so don't do dangerous quests. Choosing a quest not dangerous is definitely not a cowardly choice. People being adventurer for making a living would choose a safe quest based on their abilities. Of course there would be people like that bodyguard, Ludora, who live for fighting, but still most of the adventurers working in this world are for making it an occupation. It's different, Nell. I'm not an adventurer for making a living, but there is a reason for me to become stronger than now. Is that true? Did Nell see me as a proper adventurer? No, that might be so. Commuting to Academy's adventure course while completing quests is the standard method that every young adventurer takes. Can I ask about it or not, is what she might want to ask. Nell seemed to be restless, even the wings on her back seemed to flap restlessly. I have to kill some people no matter what. Crusaders' Supreme Commander, 7th Apostle Sariel. Completely messed up fake adventurer, 8th Apostle I. And the bitch that toyed and kill my friends, 11th Apostle Missay. Apostles, people who are human but have superhuman abilities while conceiving the divine protection of White God. I need power to kill of them, no, I will definitely get that power. I'm sorry, but I can't say anymore. However, this is my problem. It's not something I can easily tell to her, even more as she is my friend. That's why I am going in the tournament for getting the cursed weapon by venturing in the danger. This way of speaking might have been sly, but it can't be helped. I am keeping secrets from Nell, who called me as her friend, so guilty feelings surely swell up. But revealing all the secrets without any hiding isn't the only form of true friendship. I'm sorry to ask something unnecessary, I get it. I won't be stopping Kurono-san. Looks like Nell also understood me, I was relieved in my mind. But I will also help you. She is a person who would surely say ridiculous things. No thinking about her personality, it might be natural. Even if you say help, it will be just me fighting, you know. There wasn't a problem of having a team or not. But in the Curse Carnival, the combat style is a fight between the possessed person and the contender. And upon winning, the contender can get the cursed weapon of the opponent. Even if contender defeats the opponent, if that person isn't able to control the curse, then that person would become the new possessed person and would fight new contenders, or would be taken back only to be presented in the next year's tournament. The end would be cruel, but still, it is the person's decision to join or not. At the very least, they were recruiting at the Adventurer Guild, so everything is self-responsibility of the person taking the quest. Anyhow, fighting alone is the prerequisite, let alone direct attack help from allies, but even support via boost magic is forbidden. Yufufu, I know about those rules. But a gladiator needs a healer to heal his wounds after the match. Which reminds me your class. Yes, I'm a priest, I have confidence in heal magic. Nell spoke with an expression brimming with confidence, as if saying, can you refute that? It felt like that her big breasts were also shaking more proudly than usual. I see, healer, Thinking back, it might be natural. If it was an adventurer quest, then evading fight with monster would also be a great method, but the same doesn't go for gladiator, whose living purpose is combat. Upon fighting, injuries along with fatigue would pile up, regardless of relative weight. On the modern Earth, there were MMA tournaments, which used protective gears, fighting barehanded, or with weapons that won't inflict lethal wound. However, the same doesn't go in this world. Here, everyone uses real weapon, and the fights truly are with life at stake. Even if the person wins, it would be a lethal wound if he had a sword stabbed into him/her, so unless cure magic was applied, it would be too late. Just like Nell said, the gladiator needs have a comrade who would support via healing, just like a lifeline. Currently, Lily wasn't here, so although I have the fairy's miracle drug, but the treatment I can do with it is limited. Her proposal was extremely thankful, for I only have an item and my one and only original healing magic flesh compensation. And it's not like Nell will stand directly on the battlefield. Is that really all right? I won't be able to repay you enough. No, I don't need repayment. After all, we are friends. Aren't we friends? Her line seemed to say that, which is an amazing blessing now that I hear it again. However, let it be Lily or Fiona, I'm always being saved by girls. When I think that I need to repay this enormous favor, I can't help but feel great pressure. This time, I want to let her relax by winning without injuries. Thank you, well then, please by all means take care of me. Yes, please leave it to me. Chapter 279, The People Assemble Due to Curse. 26th of Platinum Month, the opening day of Curse Carnival. The sun was already starting to sink, while illumination the Spada city in red. That just like as if it was hinting the start of the bloody festival brought by the cursed blades. Yeah, this year also looks like a success. In the VIP room of Spada's oldest and biggest arena Grand Coliseum, the sponsor Vane Mordred said that with satisfaction. If he were a human, his face would have a happy expression, but for he was a skeleton that he could only flicker the light in his eye sockets. Mordred sat on armchair in the VIP room while wearing a good tailored jet black robe with gaudy ornaments. It looked just like an undead king reigning over an underground-type dungeon. Moreover, he was looking at the spectators crowding the Grand Coliseum through a scare crystal, so his presence was all the more just like that of the undead king. Seriously, I never thought so many people would be assembled here. Looks like cursed weapons are quite popular things. Sitting beside Mordred was a dwarf, who seemed quite poor if compared to the dressed-up arms dealer. No, he didn't have the dwarf's trait, the beard, so it might not be difficult to think of him as a human. At any rate, that dwarf with wide, small body wearing a battered suit just didn't suitable to be present in the VIP room by any standard. Most will only watch, though. Truly sinful. That is why it is interesting. Even so, the beardless dwarf didn't seem timid at all, but even talked lightly with the skeleton as though they were friends for more than tens of years. This alone showed that Regin Stratos, who was a blacksmith of a small workshop in the lower area, was either a friend with this great arms dealer, Mordred, or he held something that made him on equals with the skeleton. They didn't seem to be in balance, but the two felt like they had a sort of mutual trust relationship with each other, and they kept on harmoniously chatting. Excuse me, Chairman Mordred. A single man entered the room, with movements just like that of stewards working under great nobles. He might truly be a steward as he was wearing a tailcoat. But he served only under the undead Mordred, so, although he had the face of human, his countenance was short, he was a person of zombie race. Lord Christina Dam Spiralhorn is here to meet. Immediately an indication of come in flew. Spiralhorn? Well, I don't remember Spada having a noble with this family name. Indeed, she is not noble of Spada, she is. He decided to leave any further explanation to the person itself appearing here. Mordred cut off his sentence in between and stood up to greet the noble from another country who had just now opened the door and was trying to appear inside. Nice to meet you, Chairman Mordred. This year, too, I have taken your invitation and appeared here. I am the noble of Avalon and the vice-captain of 1st Dragoon Knights Squad Dragon Heart, Christina Damned Spiralhorn. The one speaking out the detailed self-introduction loud in a high-pitched voice was a single girl. The first thing that would catch one's eyes would be the ringlet hair, which seemed like they were made out of gold. The helical curled hair reached to her waist. It emphasized that the hair were taller than her if straightened. That hairstyle was the proof of traditional noble young woman. It was especially famous in Avalon, but the people who would actually do it were rare. That young woman with blonde hair while suffering from anachronism didn't wear dress suitable for a noble girl. If just seeing the silhouette, it would be black dress. However, its true identity was a cloth created with the union metal of dark matter as base, and it was formed by various ornaments enchanted with every sorts of boost magic and shield magic. Just how much would its gross weight be? At the very least, even if an ordinary adult male was to wear a full plate mail made by union metal of dark matter, then without doubt, that male would become coffin the next moment. However, while wearing that super heavy lump of metal, she stepped forward lightly. At a glance, it would seem like the girl moved easily, leading one to doubt that the armor is fake or just a plating. However, the ones sitting here were arms dealer and a blacksmith. Welcome, Miss Chris. The shining of your armor seems to have increased a notch above. Truly wonderful. I want to add it in my collection. Regin understood that once that Mordred words weren't just some flattery. Even he could say that the armor on this girl named Christina was a real deal. Probably, even a third-rate blacksmith also won't mistake this much. It was that much of a great item. I'm honored for the praise. But I have not in the least intention of let go off my genocide princess. Oh ho 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 ho, Christina laughed just like a perfect noble girl. Her angling blue eyes seemed just like a child being proud. Maybe she was weak to flattery, or maybe she truly liked her armor too much, otherwise both of the reasons. However, coupling with her small and slender body, her laughing figure with those childish yet beautiful looks just seemed pleasant to look at. Incidentally, Chairman Mordred, who is that male dwarf over there? It wasn't a coincidence that she was able to guess Regin's race in just a single glance. She would be able to distinguish any dwarf male at once, even if they don't have the overgrown beard and goatee. After all, she was also from the dwarf race. I see, so even Miss Chris doesn't know about him. Mordred let out a stifled laugher and urged Regin, who was now standing for not being rude to the nobles around, to do his introduction. I'm called as Regin Stratos. The blacksmith expert couldn't speak any other line that was much more decent than this. Rather, it was already quite great that he could speak in formal way. But those sorts of information weren't of any meaning at all to Christina. Don't tell me that Deathmaker Regin. It is already past. The composition of Christina showing overreaction and Regin smiling gently seemed stupid. But Mordred completely knew that her surprise wasn't exaggerated, hence he could only laugh at it. Chairman Mordred is this tournament. But unfortunately, this year is just adjustments. It would next year onwards that our new work would appear. He interrupted her words for not having any excessive anticipation. Christina showed a dejected face, but even so, as a cursed weapon maniac, she knew that it was the good news that Deathmaker, Regin, had come here, so he accepted it and showed an elegant smile. I see, so I will be expecting for that. Ha ha ha, it will trouble me if you don't expect much this year too. Mordred said in a confident manner. No, this man was always overflowing with code and conduct full of confidence, but guessing their truth, it might be his true feelings and not just bluff. Moreover, he and Christina were kindred minds, so they must have a lot of interaction experience with each other. Oh, you seem to be quite confident. The Hound Chaser last year was also wonderful, but did it surpass that quality? The big skull replied in a large-hearted way towards her provocative way of speaking. Of course, after today's main is that demon eyes. Demon eyes. Fa, I see, so it's the result of this feeling. Fufu, I can feel it, this sinister black maliciousness. Vaser. Seeing Victoria's strange reaction of shivering her shoulders while looking down, Regin couldn't help but ask Mordred in a small voice, not audible to her. Well, what is that, Baser? That ceiling should be perfect, right? Never good to embarrass as a lady. You never asked me any questions, okay? Maybe he got consent from the reply of Mordred. Regin silently nodded. That was something like measles, that every person admiring cursed weapons would be infected at least once. Regin knew about it. But then, this was the first time he had seen a case of some becoming the same after becoming cursed weapon user. Wonderful. Christina Dam's spiral horn, will win and get those demon eyes of Hydra. And her words were connected by the oh-ho-ho-ho laughter from before. Mordred and Regin just saw over her with a warm gaze, acting like gentlemen. Finishing her splendorous salutations, Christina moved towards the players' waiting room as she walked on the path right beside the arena, while resounding out heavy sounds fitting of her darkness armor. She was an Avalon resident. However, coming to this grand coliseum on countless occasions had led to become familiar with the interior of this place. Like that, as she was walking on the path exuding boorishness, suddenly she saw a single man walking from the front. He walked contrastively to her, without making any footstep sounds. The tournament would start soon enough. It wouldn't be unnatural for contenders and staff roaming around. The man wore a full-body black coat with long cuff, and his face was covered with a hood. Moreover, seeing a katana on his waist, it was easy to know he was also an participant. However, the thing more interesting was that the face inside the hood was covered by a white mask of design imitating skulls. The moment Christina crossed that eerie skull mask, she muttered, "You're the Ludora of the red katana, right?" The man, Ludora, stopped his feet. "Even if you hide your face, you can't hide that blood smell and the vaser. You don't seem to be wearing that armor for fun, little miss." "Yufufu, it's my prided item. Your katana blood-sucking Princess Scarlet Dye is also the same, right?" The two turned around, facing each other. "It would be pleasant to not talk about me anymore. Sorry to have been rude. I know the reason you are wearing the mask." The other name, Ludora of the Red Katana, was spread in the underworld. In short, that name wasn't something to be said in public. His ability couldn't be evaluated by just adventurer rank. "Thank you for that. However, it's unfortunate I lost any excuse to face my sword towards you. You seem to thirst for blood, just as the rumors say. I'm just lacking in opponents for my training. Truly, unfortunately, this competition isn't a tournament." Ludora laughed behind his mask. Christina didn't miss to hear that. "If this were a tournament, do you really think of being able to fight me in the finals?" She had thought that a similar answer would come back, but he replied completely unexpectedly, making her surprised. "Have you seen the list of contenders? This year, there is not even a single rank 5 adventurer. There was no one with ability rivaling her, other than this Ludora participating with a nickname. That's how it was supposed to be. Sadly, we both are not the stars of this tournament." Ludora turned over starting from the cuff of this coat and faced his back to Christina. "Gladly watch the 4th match." Leaving those words, he walked without making any sounds and disappeared to the other side of the path. Christina took out the participant list promptly and confirmed his words. 4th match? Just who is this man, Kurono? Chapter 280, Protection of White Wing Feather. Whoa, isn't this Colosseum much bigger than a real one? Real one meant the Colosseum in the Rome of Earth. But this grand Colosseum in front was also an architectural structure with tradition and the history of reality. Although my words would incite anger in a proud, genuine Spada person, but I am surprised enough to speak out words like that. I haven't been on a broad trip. Naturally, I haven't seen the real one. But I sure have seen a big dome-shaped structure called as Tokyo Dome. This wasn't inferior to that. Rather, its appearance was big enough to make me think that this is much bigger than the dome. It really is big. Which remind me, the Academy also has a Colosseum. I see, so it was made imitating this. They both have boorish stone. This grand Colosseum seems to have been present since the time when Mia-chan was shouting and making everyone shout victory victory all over Pandora continent. This surely is quite the historical structure. In the first place, this upper-class area has many places left which can be called scenic and historic places. The surroundings of the Academy in the lower-class area also seems to be filled with exotic atmosphere. However, just by crossing by the second protective wall, that atmosphere has increased incomparably. This is the second time I have come here, but at the first time I was completely of unsound mind. It was right after the evacuation to Spada, so naturally I don't remember any scene of here. Again, seeing everything here, starting with Grand Colosseum, I truly admired them. I almost forget, I came here today not to sightsee, but for a work quest. I can't be drowning in the wave of people seeming like the spectators of tournament. I'm ahead of Nell, I need to work hard. I fired up myself and remembered about the amulet she gave me. In the bosom of Diabolo's embrace was the amulet I got from her this afternoon. Kurono-kun, this, take it please. The thing I was handed was nothing like a chocolate wrapped in heart-shaped wrapping, but it was a white wing feather. You're giving me so I will take it, but what is this? This is an amulet. Moreover, it wasn't something given in Shinto and Buddhist shrines. Rather, it was similar to Nanoblast amulet, an amulet with magic effect hidden in it. I understood it the moment I sensed magical energy upon touching it. This white wing feather lying on my hand gently, seeing closely, was shining faintly just like the naked lily. Can I really have this? This looks like a pricey thing. Due to the poor person's mentality, I can't help but worry about the price of the thing at prompt. However, Nell negates my words with a smile, saying she knew it all. No, that is made by my divine protection, please don't mind about it. I see, so it is handmade. This only increases the thankfulness. I see, thank you very much. By the way, what does this amulet do? Yes, you see. Nell explained somewhat proudly. The amulet is named as Arya Guard Feather, White Wing Feather of Mind Protect. The name sounds like the Athena Guard ring that died right after gifting it to Fiona. Moreover, this also is an item that stores divine protection inside of it. The ring was for normal physical protection, but this feather, just as its name suggests, has an effect of protecting the mind. I understand Kurono-kun has got talent for using cursed weapons, but I'm still worried. I simply cannot say, it's none of your business. Even I hold confidence in controlling the curse, all thanks to blackening. However, with the specialities of weapons, such as Evil Eater, the blackening might be nullified, and more so there might be some strong curse that I cannot control. In truth, the weapon with the supreme grudge I have currently is Absolute Grudge Hatchet Cubidin, which I won't be having confidence to control if, just if, its curse got stronger even a bit. Well, though curses having leveled up 2 times from evolution are rare, but it wasn't like they don't exist. Henceforth, worst cases can happen anytime. If you have this, no matter how strong of a curse takes over you, you will be able to let go off the weapon easily. Although this amulet doesn't help even a bit in controlling the curse, but it becomes the last lifeline to oppose the domination of curse. It isn't an item for opposing curses, but it was blocking against bad status such as charm state and panic state. The effects of curse are various, starting with berserk, but most of them are of the type to gnaw at the mind of the user. This is most ideal item to block against it. You made it right. That means you have the divine protection of God named Arya A. Yes, I have the divine protection of the goddess of healing and love, heaven-calming imperial princess. Arya, as expected of being a rank 5 adventurer, even Nell has a proper divine protection. Judging by the title, the power has to do something with healing, but as expected, being a foreigner I can't get familiar with gods of another world. In the class sometime before, I had learned about various divine protections held by adventurers and their effects, even the reason they came to be, but among all them there was no name of Arya. In that case, this might be a rare divine protection. I got curious, asked about it, and she explained to me proudly. You're right, heaven-calming imperial princess, Arya is a truly rare divine protection. Even in Avalon, there are only 5 possessing it, including me. Let alone rare, this is super rare. Even I'm the first person in history to get the divine protection of Mia Elrod, the Demon King, so in terms of rarity I'm the supreme. However, I just don't see worth and blessing in it. No, I won't be complaining. God forbid if she took back the divine protection. So how is that God? If the ability of divine protection is a secret, I won't ask. No, it's not like it is a secret. The divine protection of heaven-calming imperial princess Arya is quite famous. Is that so? That is so, after all. Arya was the elder sister of the Demon King, Mia Elrod. No way. Seeing my shock, Nell was also shocked. No, sorry, I never thought that Mia-chan had an elder sister. But thinking on it, Mia-chan also was a human at first. It's nothing unnatural having 1 or 2 brother and sisters. You seem to know Demon King, but nothing about the elder sister area. Yeah, I've not been in Spada for long, so I'm quite estranged to the legends and such. I have heard stories from Will, and took classes, letting me learn fragmentary episodes, but still, I can't sense any signs of being familiar to them all. Well, let's compensate for the lacking knowledge by asking other people, just like now. Arya Elrod was a great user of healing magic, but she just wasn't able to cure the incurable disease she was suffering with. There is an episode of Mia Elrod, her younger brother, trying each and every method to cure her disease, left in the legends. How heartbreaking. If my sister suffered from an incurable disease, I will also search for a cure with the resolve like that of death will. The affinity, respect, and piety increased on its own, but let's ignore it for now. The legend of Mia-chan starts its main part from the time Mia-chan started out as the emperor trying to unify Pandora, but still, the legend has some instances of the time before being an emperor, meaning the childhood of shepherd and student days. Apparently, the elder sister Arya kicked the bucket before Mia-chan became the emperor, and she is talked a lot scarcely in the legends. However, as a proof of her existence was that now people having her divine protection started to appear. At the same time, in the short time she lived, she had accomplished exploits to become a god. That famous legend was the only one that accomplished in resurrecting the dead in the whole history. It is impossible to completely revive a dead person. Looks like that is the same common sense even in this world of magic. But bending about that absolute truth, Arya was made into an healing goddess. It is completely unknown of the method, however she still revived Mia Elrod, no doubt about that. And the person reviving miraculously ended up becoming the future Demon King. This story is too good to be true. Maybe it is called a legend all because of this. Why did Mia die? It is said that Mia got engulfed in the conspiracy of those inside the Elrod Empire, trying to steal the throne, or so is recorded in legends. However, Arya seemed to have lost her life due to the usage of this dead revival magic. It's just like as if she distributed her life. Yes, the theory of a magic capable of distributing one's life force to other is the most probable. But among the various ancient magics with incomprehensible magic equation, the dead revival magic is special, hence nothing is known about it. Although the ancient era had much more advanced magic technique, it was still impossible to revive a dead. A modern magician, obviously inferior to the magic of that time, of course cannot reach that height in a single bound. Dead revival would still be told as legend for some more time. But in truth Arya wasn't dead, but rather became the close aide of Demon King, the Black Witch. Endymion, or so says another theory. Many characters had appeared in the legend of Mia Elrod, but among them all, the one with most mystery was this witch called Endymion. She plotted conspiracies and strategies against Mia at important points. She was vicious and cruel, but still, she showed definite results helping in the unification of Pandora continent. I remember that she was infamous. She was truly fitting the word witch as a baddie. But I truly think it's not like that. "Oh ho, why is that?" I asked her, to which she replied happily. The time I was given the divine protection, I heard her words, although just for some time. That was kind and warm. I understood the moment I heard it, that she is the goddess of healing and love. Looks like that was truly a miraculous experience of hearing the voice of a god. My meeting with Mia-chan was quite different. Oh wait, isn't Arya's way the true method to grant divine protection? That's why, the well-known atrocious inhuman Black Witch, Endymion is someone different. Moreover, the people who have earned the divine protection of this devil god, all have become great sinners enough to leave their name in history. The newest person who awakened with the divine protection of Endymion had sacrificed many small children by burning them into ashes, and was executed for that crime. Surely it is a bad story. On the other hand, this heaven-calming imperial princess, Arya, is of exceptionally rare divine protection, so it is guessed there are none currently, hence no chance to meet them. By the way, I've got a question for you. Yes, what is it? Mia was younger brother, that means he is a man, right? Here, right now, the mystery of Mia-chan's gender will be revealed. Will also said, the Avalon royal family might know about that truth, for being the true descendants. So, who are you, a male, a female? Which one? You're right, being a famous demon king, naturally we have been told he is a man, but... Is a man but... What is this ending of line? Shouldn't it be just a male now? He was a female, such a theory is also deep-rooted in many. Yufufu, legends sure are interesting. Damn it, so no answer in the end. I can't be going on clashing my unreasonable vexation, so I said you're right with a cool poker face to dodge this talk already. I got away from the talk about Mia-chan as to forget my chagrin and returned to the topic from before. So, Nell used the divine protection of a healing magic master goddess to create this amulet, is that right? Seems like a divine favor to me. Yes, being endowed with this divine protection of heaven-calming imperial princess. Arya is my only pride. That's why this amulet will surely protect you. Nell spoke with a smile equaling to that of a true goddess. Moreover, I will be there as a healer, so no matter how much you are injured, I will always save you, Kurono-kun. Those words seemed to me as if they were filled with solid determination, just like the resolve of a person challenging a fight. I understood the reason why that goddess of healing and love had given Nell her divine protection. Rather, who else would get it if not her? At that time, I surely was charmed by her. Thank you, Nell. Help me if something happens. After some seconds, I somehow was able to speak out a flawless line. Chapter 281, Lost Child. Nell Julius Elrod departed from Royal Spada Academy with nervousness and determination, rivaling with the time she first went for a quest as an adventurer. In truth, she didn't wear her normal blazer-type uniform, but a white Shinto priest clothes made for combat use. She looked just like what a priest should look like. Moreover, she held a lunchbox packed with egg sandwiches that she had gained mastery in, so as to give them all to Kurono if he were to feel hungry after match. Today, she was a perfect healer who would not be embarrassed to go to any coliseum, or so was a groundless confidence swelling within her. Just wait, Kurono-kun, I will soon come. Whoa, Nell filled herself with spirit and stepped out of the main entrance. The curse carnival starts in the night, like that she would arrive there while having more than enough surplus time. Although, Kurono being a contender had reached the venue, Grand Coliseum much faster. Nell was hardcore in the no sense of direction skill, so this method of meeting at a place was not good. Still it was that famous Grand Coliseum we were talking about. Even she knew the road till there. After all, one would naturally reach it by just walking straight on the biggest avenue in Spada. There's nothing like routes. Even tourists coming to Spada for the first time wouldn't be lost. But Nell knew about her prided no sense of direction skill, so she thought of walking while being cautious. At least 5 ago, she sure did thought like that. Yufufu, it's kind of pleasing to be a healer for my friend. As soon as she started moving towards the destination, those sorts of fickle thoughts filled up her mind. Of course, just like she had given Kurono a special amulet in the noon, she was overly cautious to not let him face any deathly danger, and she was getting anxious thinking about the worst-case scenario. Though Nell had a modest character, but she had a self-confidence of possessing a very rare divine protection of healing magic. That Arya Guard field used the young her's divine protection, but still, it was created with the cooperation of more than a dozen of imperial mages and various valuable ingredients. Handmade, or rather it was a perfect custom-made high-grade magic item. But then, the finished product is in the condition where it used just one feather of Nell's wings, so from people not related in its making would not be able to understand how much of items and work was needed to make it. If appraised correctly, its cost would surely be above 10 million clan. Nell didn't inform him about any of that information at the time of gifting it to him because of 2 feelings, one being of her wanting for Kurono to take her gift without any hesitation, while other being her wanting for Kurono to take an item created by her feather just for him. As a result, Kurono equipped that Arya Guard feather, hence reducing Nell's concern greatly. Therefore, the feeling of happiness from helping a friend was winning against other feelings. Moreover, the composition of a lovely male gladiator having a beautiful female as a healer was a situation that most of the girls on Pandora continent yearned for. Even the Princess of Avalon was not an exception to that. After all, she too was a maiden having proper sensitivity. The love story of a gladiator and healer were quite a lot if counting since the ancient era, but the latest story of it would be the current Spada king, Leonhard and First Queen. In the biggest sword battle tournament of Spada opening once every 4 years, Battle Olympia, the young Leonhard participated while hiding his status. There was a special reward that the king would fulfill to any single wish of the victor. Hence Leonhard won through the whole cruel tournament and asked the king, his real father, to allow his marriage with the female priest who was the healer in that tournament. Nell had even heard that dramatic story right from the mouth of the person himself, so it was only natural for her to have even stronger yearning. If Kurono wanted to marry me then, no, that is not Kurono-kun, kaya. If he won the competition, he would only get the fight money and the cursed weapon, nothing else. Moreover, it wasn't even a tournament, so overall victory was non-existent. Naturally, sorts like king would fulfill any one wish, and so on was not in slightest related. It was perfect delusion completely unrelated to Kurono's will, but there was no way to retort for it. Like that, Nell walked on with dangerous steps while unfolding a sweet vanilla delusion with man she was worried about. Just like a maiden of her age, but Yuen Oni-chan. Idiot. Don't cry. Abruptly, a small child's crying voice reached her ears, causing Nell to awaken from her delusions and pay attention to it. There were two humans of less than 10, one a younger girl and other an older boy, most probably siblings. The brother was comforting the grumbling little sister, but the brother's face had an anxiety even above than the fact that her younger sister had started crying. The pedestrians turned their gazes at them, but seeing no criminal act was going on, they kept on passing by without paying much heed to it. After all, their parents would be near, everyone would think about it like that. However, Nell stopped and kept looking, but there was no sign of parents coming. Are they lost children? If a small child were to be anxious within the city, anyone would think of it like that. Can't ignore it, any good-hearted person would think like that and start helping. And Nell was kind-hearted to be called the representative of those good-hearted people. At the very least, every person who knew her thought like that. Adding on the relation of elder brother and younger sister directly matched her own. In childhood, she too moved around while holding her brother's hand. She had went around many places in the Avalon Royal Castle that was like a labyrinth from inside, a beautifully maintained garden, the friendly Spada, her holiday villa in a Spell Mountain range. And the superior, yet rascal brother would always secretly sneak out to play regardless of the place they went out, along with her clumsy, blockhead, and cute younger sister. Her memories with her brother would unceasingly appear if she were to close her eyes and think about it. No, that wasn't anything of the past currently. Even now, after coming to study in Spada, her brother would always hold her hand and move around. The beautiful sibling love, that wasn't something just for the two of them, it was the similarly existing between the two small siblings in front of her. No matter what, have to save those two small siblings, not to let them cry from anxiety, want to make today as a page of fun memory within the two. Nell's heart emphasized to get on with it without hesitation. Without doubting that, her body moved, and at that time, "Thank you, Nell, help me if something happens." The figure of her friend, saying those words of trust to her, appeared in her head. Her irreplaceable friend, who would fight in a life-and-death battle soon and would also need her help. What should I do, Kurono-kun? If she helped the lost children, she wouldn't reach the venue by the time of opening of the Curse Carnival. Although she would have more than enough surplus time were she to walk on straight just like now, however, she didn't have surplus time to be taking a detour. If she had promised to play, there was no problem to explain the situation later. However, this time it was related to a dangerous sword battle. If she arrived late as the healer, if something irreversible occurred, just thinking that her foot about to step forward stopped as though petrified. What should I do? Although the dangerous Curse Carnival, if it were to be her brother as the contender in place of Kurono, she would definitely help the lost children without hesitation. She trusted that much of the ability of her brother. She couldn't think that something bad could occur just by her being late. After all, her brother was superior in everything, studies, physical training, magic, and was even gifted with heavenly luck. Her older brother was too much superior, that caused her to feel sense of powerlessness. Most probably, she thought of that not only when thinking of her brother, but every party member in her party wing road. The third Princess of Spada and her best friend, Charlotte Tristan Spada. Heaven-sent child of sword Kai Est Galbraith. The prodigal necromancer holding the demon eyes, Saphiel Maya Hydra. Those three were superior to everyone, holding talents as though they were loved by the black gods of the Pandora continent. That was to the extent that it can't be covered with her possessing the super rare divine protection of heaven-calming imperial princess. Arya, in short, it wouldn't matter were she to remain or leave Wing Road. The party with a party name with wing coming from her white wings growing from back had no need for that person herself, what a laughingstock she was. But Kurono-kun is. However, Kurono was different. He wasn't a perfect human like her brother, to the extent that even she could teach him magic. Conversely, He pointed out her food was rotten to core without hesitation and even taught her the proper way to cook. That relation of filling up the defects in each other was perfectly that of the friendship that Nell had imagined. Now was it a truly fated meeting, or just that Nell didn't know, but this was the way many friends met at first all around the world. In either case, Nell wanted to use her power for her friend needing it. Wagin I had it, Papa, Mama, where are you? The voice of small little sister rose up and brought Nell back from the center of tornado of thoughts. I'm sorry, Kurono-kun, I just can't ignore these lost children. She was worried about Kurono, no doubt, but she couldn't select the option of leaving alone the small child in front of her. And finally, Nell started moving. For just saving the pitiable brother and younger sister. Chapter 282, Nameless 1. Did Nell get lost? We promised to meet here, but there is no sign of her appearing in this grand coliseum. Naturally, I'm quite worried about her, but as expected, I can't be leaving the quest to go search for her. After waiting for the last minute of the time on the front gate, I reluctantly entered the venue, finished various formalities before finally reaching the waiting room. Although it is called as waiting room, it was just like the benches for baseball players. Meanwhile, one can see the mound, no, arena clearly from here. Regardless of adventurer rank, all contenders are assembling here. Numerous people were standing all over the place equipped with good equipments. The scenes was just like that of Adventurer Guild's lobby. However, as expected of cursed weapon maniacs, many of them seemed very bizarre. Especially the young lady, who was standing boldly in front wearing equipment with gaudy design, seeming just like a black wedding dress. You see, she's got some great ringlets, so obviously she's some rich young lady. She even adds "dessoir" at the end of sentence, one more proof. Seeing her eating popcorn held under her arms seemed somewhat elegant. Moreover, the man sitting beside her was also emitting quite the conspicuousness. He was wearing a black coat similar to mine, but his face was covered by a mask of skull design. Furthermore, he has a katana at his waist, making me remember of that battle maniac vampire from before. Well, the Prince of Avalon also had it, doesn't seem like that much of a rare weapon to me now. Well, leaving aside that bothering participant, the curse carnival has already started. Right at the second fight is at its peak. A lizard man armed with a halberd is having a hard time against a human male swinging some cursed weapon. The ground of arena was just like a place with an extensively spread out dirt surface, without any obstacles. In short, the fight was head-on without having anything to hide. Seeing the two fight in this ridiculously big arena somehow lacked a massive impact, however, that would be filled up later by the high-level battles using flashy martial skills and offensive magic. Well, I plan to return before that, though. Good gride, to be fighting against nameless, truly unfortunate, both me and you. I faced the place. The voice came from only to find a young man crossing his long legs and sitting right beside me on the bench. He had long blonde hair, blue eyes, and a fine nose bridge. Even without those long ears of his, it is easy to guess his race is elf. That light armor covering his body probably was arranged from mithril, making him look more like a prince and less like an adventurer. This person is probably the participant for the third match. After that is mine, so maybe he just strike a conversation with me just because of whim. What is a nameless? I was neither nervous nor all worked up, so I also tried to get along with his conversation. You dunno even that, haha, what newbie. Even the sarcastic smile turns good model for an portrait if the face is handsome. I am used to be treated like a newbie. I can't be getting angry over each and everything like that, I pondered nonchalantly. The match is already decided with you being like that, but anyway, I better tell you. Is that the so-called, a souvenir to afterlife? No, this ain't about you black hair curse coffin. I didn't call for you, so stop shouting master in my head repeatedly. I strengthened my blackening on Hitsuga-chan for shutting her up, and lent my ear to the explanation given by this kind, handsome elf. Listen, all cursed weapons will be cursed, but not all of them will have names. Just like in normal weapons, from best to worst, same exists in this realm in the form of top, named to nameless. So nameless is the lowest grade for cursed weapon, is that right? You're quick on the uptake. I don't hate that sort of person. Playboy smiled elegantly. However, fortunately being a man, I felt nothing. The name can't be appraised too. In short, the blood sucked by that weapon is still far too low. It is something like a child of cursed weapons. It could evolve if used continuously, but who knows how many years ahead would that come to be. A patient story it is. He said as if declaring he won't ever use that. Well, I also won't think of laboriously raise any cursed weapon by wasting lost of my time. It's not like those apostle going to sit back eating popcorn while the weapon strengthens. You're right. Well, aren't I? Now I can only expect for some surprise or wait for next year. A competition in Colosseum, listening to those words, only tournament would appear in one's mind. But this curse carnival has a rule. One participant may fight just one time. The sponsor side seems to pair up the opponents after taking their abilities in account. They seem to be thinking carefully of the combination of a high-grade cursed weapon and a high-ranked adventurer. After all, it would be the main show. Meanwhile, for low-ranked people like me and others, we seem to be fighting against any random person. Rank 3 is already enough to be called as a successful adventurer. However, the special treatments are given only after rank 4. So the wall between first rate and second rate is thick. Leaving that aside, in the end, my opponent in fourth match will also be a nameless weapon. No name, even after appraisal, would mean a weapon of much lower level than the cursed hatched Subjugating I stole from that goblin. In short, a weapon with utterly powerless curse. Looks like I won't be able to get a strong weapon that easily. This elf must also be feeling that disappointment. Expecting for next year would mean something among the lines of praying for getting a good weapon next year. But what is that surprise? Aren't the surprise battles from the barge of other opponent or a royal battle normal in sword battles? The chairman Mordred is a shrewd trader. Course he is going to add those sorts of surprises deliberately. I see, so an outline process it is. Well, from the viewpoints of competitors fighting with life at stake, that would not be tolerable. But if it's about that big skeleton asshole who loves to swindle others, he would surely give orders like that in a happy mood. But this elf actually wants that surprise himself. You're quite confident. Yeah, sort of. Elf expressed a smile full of satisfaction, as though saying thank goodness I asked him about it. You also seem to be rank 3 adventurer, but a silver shining guild card is suspended on my neck. It's only obvious to know my rank at a glance. I reached to this rank in just 3 years. Oh ho, well he sure has suffered quite some hardship for quite the amount of time. You see, in just 3 years. Oh. So that was your boasting point, damn it. But I shouldn't be rude to a person I meet for the first time, so I became a yes man and evaded this point. Well, if I were alone without Lily and Fiona, it would have taken time to reach till here. I can't be making fun of him. But a different sort of talent is needed to use cursed weapons, nothing related to fighting, do you know that? Bodily constitution, right. I have been bestowed this opinion, both from the receptionist at Guild and the Princess of Avalon. That's how it is. That's why even though I had rare sword talent, but I kept away from cursed weapon, however. As though saying something important, he raised up his blonde long hair. If this were a shoujo manga, this scene would be drawn in a big center square along with sparkling effect in background. Looks like the heavens have given me 2 things. So, you can use the cursed weapons. Sending a meaningful sidelong glance to me, the elf took out the sword in his hand from the scabbard. Look at it, isn't this a good sword? It's a mithril sword, right? Seeing the entire blade shining with silver light, even I can understand the name of sword, although not having any eye for appraisal. Or rather, I think I have seen it somewhere before. Yeah, this is surely a mithril sword. However, it comes along with curse. A cursed mithril sword reminds me of that fake sword with mithril plating that Mordred once tried to give me. Ah, I see. So this is the one from that time. I can hear the voice of hatred just by grabbing this sword, but I didn't go mad upon listening to the voice, rather I felt pity for it. No, it can't be. He is speaking with lots of confidence, so maybe this is not that fake shit sword. I want to believe it as a coincidence. Maybe because I'm like this, Chairman Mordred thought of giving me this sword. He said that I had the talent of possessing a strong heart. Ugh, this ain't shit. This elf is being scammed so shrewdly. What to do, considering he will snap at me, I should tell him the truth. After all, it's a matter of life and death. Oh, the match is finished. I feel bad for you to appear after my splendorous match, but work hard. Speaking those words in the end, the playboy left his seat at once. I couldn't make it. it can't be helped. He is also a splendid adventurer. Since he is fighting with the determination of dying, it's his responsibility for reaching whatever end that awaits him. Although I feel somewhat guilt, but he could have snapped back at me if I showed too much kindness to him, it's better to not speak anything. As an adventurer, this is the right thing to do. But I finally understand the reason why Nell and Irina tried to stop me. Looking in the arena, the lizardman with wounds all over body was raising up the cursed weapon he stole from the opponent, and was raising a war cry as though saying he won. But next moment the lizardman turned different. He went mad, started crying out loud in voice just like wild animals, something that can't be called as words, and he started swinging the sword in the empty area. He failed in controlling the curse. In short, he was possessed. The spectators crowding the seats within the Grand Colosseum all watched it happily while raising shouts of joy. What an evil competition it is. I will go back right after finishing the match, I swore in my heart. Chapter 283, Nameless 2. Gore gayayu o uwao. The one shouting, while spitting foam from sides of mouth, was the playboy elf from before who told me the meaning of nameless just before. His slim brows were angled unnaturally, his eyes being half white and half bloodshot, and he was baring his teeth while waving his tongue out, just like a hunger-struck dog. That beautiful face of his is already past. I should have stopped him. The elf departed to the arena gallantly, defeated the lizardman, who was taken over by Curse, with his unexpectedly sharp sword attacks. It went greatly till there. The next moment he elegantly took up the opponent's nameless sword. He also went down the same fate as the lizardman. Gugiig eai. And this is what has become of him. How cruel, I want to scold in my head, but the spectators are crueler. The scene of the beautiful elf getting taken over by Curse was much more popular than the lizardman, apparently, resulting in the increase of uprush at once. Well then, the next person is an adventurer who ranked up at tremendous speeds and is also a secret topic within guilds, a member of rank 3 adventurer party element master, the black magician, contender Kurono. It's the first time I hear myself being a secret topic. It's hard to guess if it's a truth or just a lie to enliven things. Whilst hearing the ardent announcement of the man, the officials standing beside me give a GO sign to me. This place is the passage reaching the arena. The moment I pass through the entrance 3 steps in front of me, the insane elf shouting near the center of arena would percept me and attack on me. Unless I enter from that entrance, no, that barrier covering the whole arena, the insane person inside won't be attacking me. Moreover, the barrier covering the arena is a transparent one, just like the one that was present on the castle walls of Daedalus. It is installed with perception interference magic and other strong defensive magic to protect the spectators from effects of long-range attacks. This strong barrier should be placed on a stronghold, but I can now understand the enthusiasm of people of Sparta, who love sword battles the most. Leaving that aside, I should just finish this match immediately. Let's go. Murmuring quietly like that, I headed towards the arena. Well then, the next person is an adventurer who ranked up at tremendous speeds and is also a secret topic within guilds, a member of rank 3 adventurer party element master, the black magician, contender Kurono. Thanks to the amplification magic, the moment this announcement was made, in one of the seat among 10,000 seats, one person's heartbeat increased. It was Irina. That was not because of the fact that she herself was the person making Kurono a secret topic in guild, but because she was worried about Kurono. Kurono-kun, will you be really fine? The cursed sword being swung currently in the arena was the one that had made every person go mad till now, ever since the first match. That elf swordsman was a rank 3 adventurer, his sword skills were also something. As an extra info, he had made moves on her, although she had rejected them all. Anyhow, even someone having good ability like him was easily taken over by the curse. No matter if it was just a nameless, but Irina was made to realize the threat of cursed weapons. It'll be fine. That serial killer was much more scary after all. The insane movements of elf swordsmen resembled a lot to that of serial killer Jodo, who beat Irian down to the very bottom of fear. However, she didn't see that incident as a nightmare. Kurono-kun will definitely not lose. The moment she settled that in her heart, a single black shadow landed on the arena just like a gale. The distance between the first-floor arena and second-floor stands was quite a lot, but to make up for it, the barrier covering the arena had an ideal magic engraved into it for spectating. It didn't increase the eyesight like Hawkeye, but rather it enlarged everything inside the barrier and showed it on the transparent wall. Therefore, even in the clear sky-blue eyes of arena, that human figure was clearly visible. It was a single man appearing in the arena with light steps, whilst fluttering his black hair along with the black coat. Kaya, Kurono-kun, go for it. Arena cheered for the contender for fourth match, Kurono. Naturally, it would not reach the ears of Kurono, standing in the arena. Considering the loudness of the venue, her voice would only reach 1 or 2 seats in her surroundings. Who is that girl? Who knows, probably some friend of that Kurono man. The young female spectators sitting beside Arena rolled their eyes at her. HMPH, as if lowlifes like you will ever understand the appeal of Kurono-kun. Rather than embarrassment, her feelings for Kurono won over, making her enraged on the females. I like the face of that elf from before. That black coat so lame. Like you will ever understand his appeal. Arena's resentment increased as she started gritting her teeth towards the females ridiculing Kurono. Go for it. Even so, they should learn something from this small child purely cheering for Kurono. Or so Arena thought while trying to hold back her anger thanks to her steeled rationality. That black-haired, red-eyed child had a face that was hard to say of either male or female. But he was wearing a male uniform of Royal Spada Academy, so it was easy to understand that he was a cute boy. Holding the staple food for spectators, the popcorn in one hand, he was cheering for Kurono. Looking at that scene, Arena felt her heart soothe. Well then, it's already the fourth match. Contender Kurono is from the rare class of Black Magician. Oh wait, looking closely, Contender Kurono doesn't possess any weapons. Is he going to fight empty-handed like monks? The shameless words wanting spectators to be more passionate didn't enter Arena's ears, as she watched the small child stuffing his cheeks with popcorn. Well then, just what sort of fight is Contender Kurono going to show? Boom! An explosion sound interrupted the announcement and reverberated in the whole coliseum. At that moment, Arena returned her eyesight back on Arena, thinking what happened there. There was Kurono standing while holding the cursed longsword in his right hand, and the corpse of Elf, the owner of that longsword just before, was lying down. It was obvious at a glance that Elf had already become a corpse, because the cranium from above the forehead had been splattered, while flashily spurting out blood and brains on the ground. Hey, what happened? Looks like this was a question that everyone other than Arena also had. She had just taken her eyes off for a second. Then, just how in that short amount of time did Kurono steal that cursed sword and also blow up the head? Every person had seen that decisive moment, but the spectators, none of them, were able to understand what just happened. The question at once became noisy enough to be heard here and there in the whole Colosseum. Kurono didn't even declare himself as the winner, but just threw that nameless sword which had turned all black who knows when, into a shadow extending behind his back. It must be dimension magic. The sword disappeared as though sinking into the shadow, and Kurono again becomes empty-handed. Like that, as though nothing had occurred, he turned back on his heels naturally to exit from the place. What just happened? As expected, there was one capable of answering that question. The things I needed to kill the insane elf was just 2 shots, a fake full metal jacket, just a normal bullet arts, and a grenade burst with restricted explosion power. I sent the grenade burst at his right hand, so he definitely releases the cursed weapon. Meanwhile, the bullet arts, 1 bullet went to the forehead of the true body. The goblin who was once possessed by cursed hatchet Tsujigiri certainly evaded or warded off the bullet arts. No, it was rifle and anti-material at that time. Anyhow, it warded them off with the blade. It showed truly terrifying reflexes. As a nameless is of lower grade, so it's easy to guess that the berserk level will also be lower than that. In short, I thought about like this, wouldn't it do to be half-assed about it? And my predictions hit the mark, the bullets magnificently hit the mark. It sure ended fast. I murmured while watching the elf male lying dead, while spurting blood from forehead and the brains from back of head. The nameless sword is already in my hand. I didn't aim for it. Just that the sword got blown thanks to grenade burst and ended up flying towards me. If I just stood there, it might have hit me right in face, or had I dodged it, it would have been troublesome to be going to pick it up, so I decided catch it. It came at me at the speed of arrow, but I'm not a remodeled human for nothing. Even without boost, I can easily catch a sword coming at me. And as usual, the hateful voices reached my head from the hilt, which I forcibly shut up with blackening and threw it inside Shadowgate. Maybe it ended anticlimactically that even the spectators were making noise about something, and not a single was giving me a round of applaud. Well, whatever, I didn't participate to make them happy. Like this, my first sword battle tournament ended, period. HM. Or maybe not. I moved towards the entrance for leaving this place at once, but suddenly the eye sensed magical energy increasing. No, speaking precisely, I saw something shine brightly. I have very bad premonition, but I don't seem to have an option of not turning around. I somehow seem to remember experiencing something similar. The sources releasing the lights were 8. A circle of 2 meters of diameter was drawn with bright blue color. It was made from geometrical patterns and anotherworld alphabets mixed together. I don't know what that magic equation is about, but I immediately understood the effect of magic. In short, it is summon magic. From the lights appeared different people holding different weapons. Human, elf, dwarf, goblin, orc, lamia, cyclops, and gargoyle. All of them were showing the white of the eyes, had rough, wild breath, and were all raising groans from their mouths. They were all in berserk state. As for reason, naturally are those cursed weapons in their hands. Woo-woo-wa, an accident has occurred. Looks like the other cursed weapon users we had as spares were all released at once due to a mistake. I see, so this is the surprise. Although I know it, but this situation makes me remember that, even if I don't want to, there is one enemy on the field, and suddenly there are near 10s of reinforcements. This makes me remember of when I first used the black magic, about those annoying mobile experiments, making me remember the darkest times. I can feel the sensation of heartbeat pulse from inside the shadow gate. It's only that which can react this much to my anger. Fine, help me vent my anger in Quita. I held my hand above me shadow, and a jet-black hilt appeared with a force, as though some hungry wild animal was attack at its prey. Let's go absolute grudge hatchet Cubidin. Chapter 284, Nameless 3. 8 cursed weapon users appeared in front of my eyes, after passing through the blue summon magic light. I brandished absolute grudge hatchet Cubidin, and at the same time they all attacked at me. The spectators looking from the side might not be able to tell who was possessed by the curse, either me or them. Hylia. After all, I'm even shouting out loud to fire myself up. The 8 perceived me as their prey and attacked on me, but they didn't have any teamwork at all. As a result, they ignored the ironclad rule of party play, and they chose the stupid idea of reaching me fast, so they would reach me in turns, with the fastest being the first. Kiyuo. Ujua. 2 females, 1 goblin, 1 human, were the ones nearing me first. The former was armed with a somewhat larger dagger that thief class uses, while the latter was armed with a short lance that the law guardians of Spada use normally. Well, if it were a newbie or a low-rank adventurer, they might be able to kill him or her with just a single strike. Thanks to their berserk state, however. Kuronagi. I'm not that easy an opponent. I deploy my most used side sweep martial skill. I slashed the torso of the approaching 2 while the blade was gushing out aura as though thunderously roaring. Absolute grudge is endowed with a sword blade reaching the size of a bastard sword, which can easily cut from outside the range of dagger, albeit it being somewhat big. As expected of getting the name short, the reach didn't even reach that of a normal lance. For the time being, I was able to evade the spearhead that was aimed at my heart without getting my Diabolo's embrace any scratch, so no problem there. Both of them already have their upper and lower bodies split apart in 2, so neither a lance will come at me, nor a dagger. Before the upper bodies of the 2 fell on the ground with the innards and intestines and blood and gore splattered on ground, I shook my blade and took evasive measures. Gu oea. The orc reached towards me 3 steps later than the first 2, holding the standard battle axe for warriors above his head. On the left edge of my vision, the lamia went around me and brandished her scimitar, so, although insane, she is still a sly snake. And even more sly would be the male elf standing behind the orc whilst pointing the rapier at me. He isn't as handsome as the one I shot to death before, but he sure has a face of a sly person. Maybe his original personality is still in effect even after going insane. While thinking that nonchalant thing, I evaded the attack from all three by taking a large step back. The blades that seemed to move to cut my afterimage, naturally, only passed through air. I do have confidence to block against them easily, but the battle axe the orc swung happened to even cut the upper body of the goblin from before and created a rain of blood in the area, and I surely don't want to get wet in that. While shuddering from something different than fear, I landed on the ground from jumping back and at the same time kicked off the ground to cover the distance covered. The aim being the lamia. In this melee battle, it won't be good to leave a lamia remain till end, as she can different movements compared to others walking on two legs. She might even aim for my blind spots from now on. As expected, it is much faster to parry off her scimitar than me covering the whole distance by moving my body. Lamia took on the stance to strike me down. In other words, she was again going to swing her sword. But Enamless and my 2 times evolved hatchet are on different levels. Also, my strength has left the human realm, and opponent is a girl with weak arms, so the power difference is also big, so big it can't be filled with some low-leveled berserk. Compared to the giant hatchet, that scimitar seemed truly shitty, and as expected it broke as soon as they collided. She put up with it without letting go of the sword, but her stance is not messed, and I can aim anywhere. Her slim neck, bountiful boobs, her slender waist. In that case, without any hesitation, just as its name suggests, I'm going to sever her neck. Gawa aya. The moment Lamia's neck was cut and flew in the air with an resentful expression, 3 big blades attacked at me. One was the orc who again swung the battle axe that had sunk before in the earth surface. The other 2 are the quite slow-footed dwarf and Cyclops. The dwarf is also holding an axe. Compared to battle axes that have a pair of blades joined together, seeming like a butterfly opening her wings, this dwarf's axe is one-sided. I should called it tomahawk probably. The other is Cyclops. I haven't seen them after those experiments. Its size is big, and seems bigger when standing beside the small-sized dwarf. In truth, its size would be around 2 meters half, and it didn't have a bodybuilder-type body as orcs do, but it had a sumo wrestler-type body, so it seemed even more bigger. That fatty was holding on a halberd even bigger than him. The blade was made with mixing the spearhead of a lance and both sides of an axe's blades, although it can dish out various attacks, but becomes as difficult to use it respectively. Well then, will an insane Cyclops be able to use that? I thought. But then if a Cyclops was to use all its strength, then even a wooden stick be enough to kill someone. The size of blades is a small problem therefore. Orc, dwarf, Cyclops, all 3 have physical strength surpassing humans. The 3 attacks deployed by the 3 came with an earth-splitting force. I again choose evasion, but this time moving to front. Double Kuronagi. I jumped in front of the bosom of the fattest among the 3, basically the Cyclops. Just like how I passed through the strong arm of Wrathpun and cut it, I jumped forward for evasion and attack while passing through. Even the martial skill is the same one. The first Kuronagi headed right and deeply cut the right flank of Cyclops that had ashen-colored body seeming like a rock. Although it was also wearing a black leather pants just like me, but its upper body is naked. No matter if it has muscles and fat as an armor, but it isn't enough to stop the blade of a cursed weapon. The point of hatchet ripped the abdominal muscles, smashes the ribs, and passed through the body while stirring up the entrails. The next moment, the cut section would start gushing with the bloody shower, but the second Kuronagi has already been deployed. The cursed aura gushing up heading towards the left side is clad on the blade, aiming for the head of dwarf that can't follow my movements with his eyes. The long beard of dwarf race is heroic, seeming like the mane of a lion, and it might also help in protecting the neck. But absolute grudge hatchet Cubidin can't be stopped with that lousy defense. As though the hatchet was showing delight, the buzzing sound seemed to reach my ear as it cut apart the wind. Let me cut more necks, kill the enemy, kill in one attack. The cursed blade never stops wanting for decapitation. It won't stop, it can't stop, and I don't want to stop it. The beard growing like trees were deforested, and the fat neck like that of a stump too was lopped off much more easily than breaking the firewood. And thus, The consecutive attack of Kurono killed the Cyclops and Dwarf. I have passed by both of them, and right now they both have turned into corpses lying behind me while bleeding greatly. Turning around, as expected, the two corpses were sinking in the pool of their own blood. However, I didn't turn around to check that. It is to intercept this guy attacking at me from behind without hiding the bloodlust. It is the elf male who is sly even after being cursed. It followed the same route, being a second slower than me. His body was covered in the blood of Cyclops and Dwarf. He must have tried to attack me the moment I deployed the martial skill. It is the most ideal time for dealing a decisive blow. In truth, I can't block the approaching rapier with the hatchet. Moreover, I don't have composure enough to run the shortest distance at a fast speed to evade that pierce attack. Then should I take this attack? No, I still have a hand. To speak more precisely, it is my empty left hand. That pierce attack is without any feint and is aimed at my heart. That's why it's easy to read its trajectory. Whoops! I grabbed the sword blade of the approaching rapier with my left hand. If my hand was bare, it might have cut off, but my hands are being protected by an annoying black-haired maid. Even now that I have grabbed the blade, I can hear her pleasant voice shouting in my head, "I will protect the hands of master." The glove worked hard, and my hand is completely unharmed. Moreover, numerous anchor hand of hair breadth covered the sword blade in an instant, stopping the attack. Once I stop it, the elf, being low on physical strength, can't overpower me. I pushed aside the rapier with my left hand and swing the hatchet in my right hand. I don't need martial skill to cut down the neck of an elf. With just a light slash, I was able to cut his head down like a sickle cutting down weed. Now the orc know, the gargoyle comes first. The gargoyle are a devil race that have wings on back, and the wings are not showpieces, but actually have the ability to fly through air. The gargoyle can't fly for long times and high speeds, or so is the common sense among people here, but it's my first time fighting a flying gargoyle. I do have fought monsters that fly during those experiments, but, well, what to say, it's all difficult to fight. Crabs. Anyhow, preceding the orc, the gargoyle invaded with a trident in hand. It seemed just like how a common person would imagine a devil holding a trident. The devil, seeming like a stone statue, moved and swung down that trident as though wanting to skewer my head. Although it was attacking from a blind spot, such as overhead, but with that much bloodlust and kailuea, that strange, shrill voice, I can easily sense it coming to attack me and can evade it without problems. I stepped aside, evading the trident barely. I was alarmed that the trident might pierce the ends of the fluttering coat, but the coat will regenerate if it is torn a little. Maybe because I was thinking something so boring that I was a little late in dishing out the counterattack. The time I swung my hatchet, the gargoyle soared up the sky. Oh no, you don't. Even the maid seems to be fired up. How about letting her work a little bit more? Leave it to me, master. I held my hand towards the sky, and with a feeling as though my hand extended out, the anchor hand flew out, aiming for the gargoyle. The 3 wires made by knitting up cursed black hairs, all coiled around the body of gargoyle as though they were tentacle monster having their own will. GI. Just like how a criminal that escaped to heaven is beaten down to hell. No, wait, in truth, this gargoyle will really fall to the hell. But before that, there is the ground. The anchor hand forcibly dragged the gargoyle down with quite a lot of power and bashed him against the ground heavily. He must have taken quite the injury, but it's amazing that he didn't let go of the cursed weapon. However, it seems that it is his limit, and it can't cure himself from the damage to again start attacking me. After all, I can't see gargoyle move even a bit when I have the hatchet right above its neck. Although its outer appearance is of stone statue, but the inside of gargoyle also has flesh, apparently. In fact, the skin itself is made of stone, so compared to human it is truly hard, but it doesn't mean much difference to this hatchet when it comes to cutting necks. Well then, the last one left is the orc. Well, although the warrior class arms with heavy axe equipments, but given this much time, it must be enough to give him the chance for another attack. In short, the orc was already raising overhead the battle axe as I had just decapitated the gargoyle. As expected, it will be difficult to cut an opponent right behind me, and the hatchet is in the position after I have swung it. In that case, this might be a good place to finish the work of hatchet. My anger also has subsided, or rather, my spirit is refreshed now. If I need to kill the orc at close range, one additional sword would work just fine. It's the opportunity, how about using the one I just grabbed before? Pierce, Sword Arts. Chapter 285, Insane Enthusiasm. The moment Kurono took out a giant hatchet, gushing with ominous aura from his shadow. "Oh ho, wonderful," Mordred shouted. There was no one in this VIP who would nitpick about his voice being too loud or him being too much aroused. It's a surprise for me too. Regin quietly assented, while sitting beside the highly exited Mordred. He had already given the orders to throw the spare 8 people all in the ring at the same time, while pretending it to be an accident. The first match was overpowering, or rather, it was too fast to even know what happened, and it became obvious that Kurono isn't some rookie. At the very least, that ability doesn't fit in with the standards of rank 3 adventurer. But those predictions were easily upturned, in a good way though, just by holding a big hatchet that was clad in red and black aura. Phew-ha-ha-ha, Kurono, so that little boy can do this much. So Kurono-san was such a big master. The words with similar nuances came out at the same time, and the two raised up question marks. Is he your acquaintance? Same question to you, Chairman Mordred. Well, whatever, Mordred set aside the topic as he said that and entered the main topic. That hatchet, what do you think about it? He himself is a cursed weapon collector, and even has an eye for appraising them. But he is only a collector fan, no, as he is weapon dealer, so it can be said to be his main job too. However, the person whose true main job is that was present besides him. There was no way he wouldn't ask for his opinions. That color and luster won't come out with just letting it suck blood. It must have cut family, friends, lover and others intimate people. Mordred heard his explanation, and his laughter only seemed to increase. That deeper the sin in the weapon, the deeper the power of curse would strengthen, and even the power residing in it increases. In that case, it isn't enough to just clash him against some nameless 8 people. Yeah, right. After all, the Black Magician is fighting without magic. Just how many people in this grand Colosseum might remember the title of Black Magician that was told in Kurono's introduction? He controlled the hatchet, emitting hatred and grudge enough to just possess any person even standing near it, and showed elegant, yet heroic swordsmanship and martial skills, and was killing opponents one after another. This all different greatly from the general image of a magician. The only worth calling magic would be the tentacles that brought down the gargoyle from the sky. But as a person sees it, they can interpret that as a wire or chain used by the dark instruments that assassin class uses. With that much, it is not possible to give him the title of magician. But seriously, what a way to rampage. Now that's how a cursed weapon user should be like. I see, so Nightmare Berserker might not be an over-exaggeration. Regin remembered what Simon told to him about his Oni-san and his new friend, Prince. Oh, is he calling himself that? Yeah, he is apparently also famous in the Royal Academy. He remembered about that talk vaguely, but it sure was like this, so he consented. A berserker, truly interesting. I want to see more of this insane fight. That was Mordred's wish, and probably also the wish of all people stuffed inside this grand Colosseum. The best proof for that is the cheering and applause for him now that he has finished off the last guy remaining, the orc. The shouts of admiration, in some seconds, changed to the stretcher of his name Kurono, as that was the only information the visitors had on him. He was being treated like the star of a sword battle, but he had one overpowering the 8 insane opponents. The spectators wanted more stimulation, now just from seeing much more slaughter. In addition, he didn't just use his swordsmanship, but the orc was killed by the longsword he had taken before. How great acting. He had showed his back to the orc for just showing off this, thinking that the people were truly moved by his mindset of giving free fanservice to them. At the same time, because he was able to do that means that he had that much of composure. Phew-ha-ha, I feel sorry for Miss Chris, but I'm gonna use it here. The gladiator actor playing in this wonderful sword battle show had still not shown a lot of that ability and had kept it hidden. The stimulation of the spectators is already giving them climaxes. Choosing the truly bad option of not responding to the customer's need for a rematch encore is something that no trader would do. Henceforth, Mordred ordered to release the strongest curse in tonight's curse carnival. Out the demon eyes of Hydra. The sword flew like a bullet from my shadow gate and brilliantly struck the face of Orc. The blade that had turned from metal to black color, thanks to blackening, entered the mouth as the Orc was shouting. The uneven teeth that seemed like fangs were shaved off along with the gums, the tongue was rent in two, and within a flash the whole mouth was filled with the taste of blood. No, even before the palate was able to send signal to brain for processing the taste, the brain was already dead and the sensation itself might have disappeared. At any rate, the sword launched diagonally upwards towards the face of Orc perfectly stirred up its brain tissues, pierced and broke apart the cranium, and was protruding from the crown of head. No matter how much that battle axe wants to break apart my head, but without any will that could stimulated from that bloodlust, that wish can never be fulfilled. The body without its brain can only stop moving. The Orc fell backwards in the same stance of holding battle axe above his head. At the same time, I pulled back the sword. I'm controlling the sword with sword arts, so other spectators it might seem like the sword got out of the body of its own will. And finishing its work, it also made its way out, in other words, again back into the shadow. The same goes for me, now that I have finished my fights. This time surely I thought of picking up the weapons and just leave out of here at that moment. Seeming as thought the Colosseum exploded, shouts too loud to be considered on that level reverberated. What? It's easy to see that spectators are happy from their insane, enthusiastic atmosphere. Completely different from my first match, the reaction is a polar opposite. Don't tell me that they took my sword arts control as some magic trick. Naturally, I wasn't fighting to be a crowd pleaser, and I wasn't even paying attention to the reaction of spectators. Even I have nerves of human that tense up in front of large crowds of people. If I was to give a speech right here, I'm pretty sure to stammer on the very first word. But the bad taste of this competition was too cringing that the sense of nervousness was pushed back. But then, if I am giving this sort of unexpected reaction, it's only natural for me to be perplexed. Or rather, is it fine for me to go back like this? The Kurono calls are reverberating around the whole place like this Kurono. Please, someone tell me what's going on. It was a great fight, adventurer Kurono. Now then, did my prayers reach the heaven? No, the only god I can thank for fulfilling my promises is Mia-chan. And that child doesn't have such a deep, heavy voice. You're the chairman, Mordred, if I'm not wrong. Indeed, good you've remembered me, I'm happy. No, it's obvious looking at you. The reason I'm able to guess correctly about the owner of voice is because a big image on an undead is being projected in the arena. The size is about that of a dragon of 10 meters. Of course, the real person can't be this. This is probably a hologram made by making use of light magic. This magic world just surpasses modern sciences in places like this, truly terrifying. Moreover, he even heard my voice and replied back would mean that he is using either wind magic to pick up my voice, or some invisible familiar is listening to me. I first want to apologize for mistaking your true ability. I never thought you were such a big master user. Well, thanks for that. I'm a rank 3 adventurer, the opponent is a big trader, and also the client of this present quest. But I still can't help but speak without honorific, after all he tried to scam me before. Hence, now that he is talking out to me, I can feel something shady behind it. I have highly evaluated your ability in this one fight, no, and am also deeply moved by it. The people spectating here also feel the same, no doubt. I see, so my fighting style was interesting enough to stimulate you all. I'm not that happy for it, neither my fight money will increase, nor the cursed weapon will become stronger with this. As expected of calling yourself as the Nightmare Berserker. I ain't calling myself that. Where the fuck you got this info from? Don't be modest. I've heard you're famous in the academy. Seriously. WTF, that a news to me. And here I was thinking that only will use that embarrassing title. No, better not think about it right now. So, what you want to say? You can't be here to just speak out words of praise. Indeed, now the main deal. Well then, Kurono, you must have not been satisfied with the fight of tonight. So how about going against a cursed weapon, suitable for fighting against you? What do you say? I can only think of this as another scam for me. It's the highest grade cursed weapon user in this current tournament. Naturally, the fight money will also be the highest of 10 million clan. You took the quest on your choice, right? I can't think you don't want to fight. If I just exclude the danger level, just how enticing is this scheme. In the first place, I want a strong cursed weapon myself. If other side is giving me, that's working as I desired. And there's no reason to deceive me in this current situation. Deceiving would mean not deploying the strongest cursed weapon user. I can't think of that helping with the profits of Mordred at all. Naturally, not handing over the cursed weapon after winning the fight, or not paying the fight money, both will not happen, as I have officially taken on the quest with the help of Guild, so no meaning in worrying there. In that case, my answer is already decided. Good, I'll take on the challenge. Chapter 286, Insane Demon Eyes 1. Tonight's Curse Carnival is already heading towards climax. Even now, the arena had the blue lights summon magic circle drawn on the ground, just like when the 8 nameless users came out. The design of the magic circle in itself was same, however it was incredibly big. The diameter was around 3 times 6 meters big. I thought if truly someone that big would appear or not, but the person appearing is the most evil cursed weapon user that the Mordred Weapon Company holds at the current moment. The user is, guess what? An exiled person from the 4 great nobles of Sparta, the Hydra family, and he is the insane demon eyes seed Maya Hydra. With a bright luminescence and the shout of announcer, appeared a giant lump of ice. It was near the center of arena, with more than 10 meters away from me, but still the freezing chill reached till me. It's probably not some normal ice, but rather an sealing magic of ice attribute. Inside the lump of ice that seemed to be roughly taken out from an iceberg, I could see a figure of a person holding a weapon with a long handle just like spear. I can't see the figure of person clearly because of layers of opaque ice covering it, but it is one size bigger than even me. Almost just like that orc I defeated before. Well, whatever, it will soon become obvious what that person is like. The moment the sealed lump of ice completely appeared from inside that magic circle, cracking sounds rang out as many fissures ran through the surface of ice. In opposition, we have the newcomer who has distinguished himself by appearing in this tournament. It is Nightmare Berserker, Kurono Maou. Stop calling METHAATTT. I truly want to say that out loud, but as the fissures ran through the ice surface, an extraordinary hatred and bloodlust leaked out from it, and I don't have enough composure to retort with this dangerous thing in front of me. Apparently this guy sleeping inside the ice is on a whole different level from those 8 I fought just now. As expected of the prided cursed weapon user of Chairman Mordred, looks like I need resolve as though I will be fighting a rank 5 monster. However, people like him are what I actually want as opponents. Well, we shall see what sort of mortal combat will both of them show to us. The seal will be released. Enough to drown the announcer's voice that is being amplified to reverberate in the whole Colosseum. A strong yell roared out. The next moment, the lump of ice with deep fissures running over it was not able to maintain its form anymore and blew in small pieces. The fragments of ice were hit by the magic light, illuminating the whole arena and shined sparkly. The shine was truly beautiful like that of diamond dust, but the person standing on the other side was emitting ominous sense of existence, just like that of an evil spirit escaped from the bowels of hell. Oh great, he broke apart the seal by himself. Now there is no magic to stop the insane demon eyes, the long-awaited 6th match SDRTS now. The contents of the announcement with selfish words didn't enter my head anymore. Right now, the person I should be giving my whole attention should be that strange-looking guy named Seed along with the demon eyes he holds. Strange-looking might be a faulty expression, as his figure in itself was humanoid. That splendid inverted triangle-type body had the armor of muscles like that of an orc, and wore a lightweight equipment that didn't even try to hide its silhouette. He wore an black-clothed wet suit that had purple color lines in it, appearing to have some magical effect such as boost or something else. The cloth covered his from the bottom of throat to the tip of feet. From the elbow to front, he wore iron gauntlets, while on feet he wore dragon leather boots. That attire does seem quite odd, but if I remember correctly, this attire could be seen sometimes among those in thief class. But then, he didn't have the thieves' trademark weapon, the dagger, in hand, but rather he had a jet black halberd in hand which had a blade in crescent shape. But the biggest problem here is not the appearance of the equipments, but rather that the robust body had an utterly thin and slim face on top of it. His eyes are covered with an eye mask made from black metal, probably for sealing those demon eyes or something. But even so, it is possible to guess the approximate facial structure. The long, bright violet hair was grown artlessly, but his expression wasn't suitable for this sort of wild hairstyle. Although not to the extent of that vampire bodyguard Ludora, but his skin too is pale, with the cheeks being too skinny. That head was, no matter how one sees it, unbalanced compared to the body shape being that of a muscular bodybuilder. Maybe it's the effect of the demon eyes that have turned into cursed weapons, that it didn't only had simple berserk state, but also changed the body to become strong and burly. No, maybe other than that, his body too was restructured with drugs like that with me, or maybe that full-body suit might be working as the armor of curse. Well, whatever, I neither have any prior information nor have any appraisal eye for it. Naturally, I can't search for the secrets of the enemy at the present moment. Then I can only do one thing as I always do, that is to attack only. Let's go. This time, I won't attack with the hatchet at once. My first move is an attack in waves, first with bullet arts and backed up with sword arts. The already loaded fake full metal jacket and 10 blackened swords appear within my surroundings within the blink of an eye. The bullet head and sword point all are aimed at the big man's seed in front of me. Bullet arts full burst. Bursting sound exploded out along with black muzzle flash, but the sound and light fired at this moment were not only the ones I fired. Ugh, arg, Ray, return her. The moment he spoke something in a heavy bass sound that seemed to freeze the spine. The eye covering his eyes broke apart like a glass. Return her to me, ea. Uyua ea ala arg gchh. The sealed demon eyes were finally revealed under broad view. Although we're both quite far apart, I was still able to clearly see his ominous yet beautiful purple eyes. And as if flashing, those both eyes emitted a dazzling purple light instantaneously. The time both eyes flashed and the time my fired bullets reached the target was almost same. Pierced from countless bullet arts, he fell down while spraying blood, or so it should have been like, however that prediction was splendidly overthrown. They were neither evaded nor blocked, but rather the bullets broke apart just the moment before landing. What? The fake full metal jacket made from my black magical energy naturally had an black appearance. But that black rain of bullets lost their color suddenly and colored the sky like colorless shining hails. Just what the hell happened? Were they blocked by some invisible magic? Or were the bullets broken from a shockwave? I can agree for the breaking apart the bullets with that theory. However, the color of the bullets itself was changed. No. It was like the materialize from the black color, magical energy itself had an alteration of nature and quality. Just what the hell is that change? But I'm not an idiot enough to stand dumbfounded here. Pierce, sword arts. Without waiting for the eye to blink, I moved to the next attack. The 10 blackened swords flying about like swallows were all longswords. As usual, they all fly from varying tracks such as front, sides, rear, and overhead, as if to take on the blind spots of the opponent. Let's see how you deal with them now. Erg, Gaza, ayuyi. Again, the eerie purple flash came out of the eyes of Seed. At that moment, the total 5 swords that had reached him from front and sides had an abnormality appearing in them. The blackening is dissolving. No, it's something else. Magical energy absorption would forcibly dissolve the blackening, causing the sword to return to its former state. However, the phenomenon occurring in front of my eyes currently isn't something that simple. The sword in itself changed. The black-colored sword blade became a transparent glass within a second. No, it turned into a crystal with faint purple tint. This phenomenon is like crystallization. Let alone the magical energy of blackening, the sword even lost its original iron component. Naturally, they got away from my control, and some flew in different direction, while some immediately fell on the ground. Return her. Return arg. Whilst shouting, Seed looked right above as his eyes shone. His eyesight went straight at a single blackened sword falling down as if to pierce through his crown. That also was crystallized within a second and was tragically shot down. That sword landed on the ground, and similarly as when a glasswork falls on the ground, it also raised in shrill sound and broke in small pieces. But I still have sword arts left. 3 swords run from behind him like sly foxes trying to creep near their prey. Kaya aaa. Mixing well with the eerie scream of a female, the sound of sword cutting through the air rang out. Seed was swinging the black halberd in his hand. No, it almost felt like the halberd itself reacted to the approaching attack and moved on its own, because the rotating slash was dished out in a truly bizarre posture. Although unshapely, the halberd ran with force and finally reached in front of the blackened swords to strike them down. The crescent-shaped blade didn't only smash down the blackened swords, but it completely bisected them, all three at once. This is bad, huh? Those crystallizing demon eyes and that halberd both are cursed weapons. Seeing the reaction of Seed who disposed of the sword's arts, I can see somewhat amount of its abilities. First comes those demon eyes. If something bathes in the flash of those eyes, its material composition would change into a purple crystal. The legend of people turning into stone from just a glance of Medusa is quite famous among the Greek mythology, but looks like the Hydra's demon eyes are an amethyst version of that legend. Next comes the black halberd. It has a great sharpness, and it can react on its own. Well, sure enough, it has a cursed weaponish ability. But that strange woman's scream-like sound bothers me. Just like Evil Eater, there is a possibility that it has some sort of ability hidden inside the weapon itself. As for what it is, I definitely don't want to know it, rather defeat him before that. Well, whatever my wish is, he isn't that easy an opponent to go along with my wishes. Weary, wary is she, my yai, I love you au erg. He's going on something about some girl from before, so looks like the source of hatred is love-related. It might be something like having his girl abducted by some bandits or something. I have no means of knowing the details of his hatred, but whatever, it's indisputable truth that he is being controlled by severely strong grudge. While holding the very long halberd in right hand, he glared at me with those purple flashing eyes. Wait, ain't that seriously bad? D-E-E-E. Looking straight at me, the demon eyes flashed out a dazzling light. Chapter 287. The Crazy Demon Eye 2. What shot out from the shining purple eyes was not a mere flash, but a ray of light. The light of crystallization closed in on me like a spotlight looking to illuminate actors on a stage. Yuo. I dodged it by a hair. No, it grazed me. After avoiding Seed's gaze and sidestepping the attack, my body hit the ground with a crash, blowing crystal dust everywhere. It just grazed me, so I seemed to be fine. It seemed like I managed to avoid major injury. I didn't feel anything wrong with my body or my magical energy. As well as avoiding direct bodily harm, my Diablo's embrace wasn't crystallized, but a thin layer of amethyst had formed, covering the surface. It was brittle enough to break on the impact of my landing. But if I had stood in that ray of light for too long, like taking an ice magic attack, my whole body would have been covered in amethyst, and I would have been completely crystallized all the way to the marrow in my bones. How dare you, how dare you? I can't relax after dodging just once. Seed curses while chasing me, the source of his hatred. I say chasing, but by merely shifting his line of sight, he can perform a fatal attack that is far faster than swinging a sword. He closes in on me, intending to mow me down with his ray of crystallization. Continuing to avoid these attacks is probably impossible. That being the case, it's probably best to directly block his vision. Black smoke. With a swing of my arm, a pitch-black smoke of black magic particles enshrouds the area and begins to darken the arena. His gaze is already definitely pointed in my direction, but it looks like I've achieved what I was aiming to do. Until it can cut through this black smokescreen, that ray of light won't get to me. In the same way that I blocked the light magic of the priest I fought in Ur's village, it seems that the light of crystallization is diffused by the black smoke. The enraged shouts of Seed, having lost sight of his enemy, echo from the other side of the smokescreen. Well, I can't see him either, but he is wielding cursed weapons that are giving off an unbelievable presence of hatred, bloodthirst, and magical energy. I can guess his rough location. Bullet arts, Gatling burst. Gripping the hatchet in my right hand. In my left hand, I call forth the still unnamed Simon Specialty prototype rifle from the shadows. Just before the power-boosted bullets shoot black fire from the twin barrels. A woman's cry overlaps with Seed's screaming again. In an instant, a gust of wind blows through, completely scattering the smokescreen that was concealing our figures. Still swinging his naginata, Seed pierces me with his gaze again from his two shining eyes. Fu, Gufu, Gyujiji, wake up. In the break between his attacks, I immediately dodge or try to, but my legs won't move. They're heavy. Wa, uaya, uguraru. 2 pairs of arms were wrapped around my legs. Those arms belong to the nameless weapon users I just defeated earlier. The orc I had pierced right in the middle of his face, and the handsome elf I defeated first. Why they should be dead, why can they move? Kaiouwu. Before I can answer that question, a third corpse, the female human whose torso I'd cut in half, clings to my waist, taking no notice of the fact that her intestines are spilling out. The orc, the elf, and half of the woman, with this many enemies on me, even I can't move to escape. It would be easy to cut my way out of the situation with the hatchet in my right hand. However, I don't have the time to do that. Because Seed is already directing his gaze at me. Damn it. How dare you kill HRRR, DISC. And his demon eyes shine. The amethyst gaze is moving well. It's been a while since I last played with my demon eyes, so I'm relieved. Seeing the gallant figure of Seed, who had just demolished Kurono's bullet arts with one glare, Rijin showed a carefree look on his face. Ha ha ha, I see he hasn't become rusty yet. Isn't that power beyond that of the original demon eye awakena? As Mordred was saying that, 5 blackened swords lost control and slammed into the earth, shattering into pieces. Amethyst gaze, that is the name of the demon eyes that are the pride of Seed, no, the pride of the Hydra House, one of the 4 great noble houses of Spada. Its effect is simple. It turns any object into amethyst. As a demon eye ability that takes effect just with sight, you could say it is popular. It is about as strong as the third eye of the cockatrice, the petrifying demon eye. While simple and tremendously powerful, it is also extraordinarily easy to use. Just by directing your line of sight, it turns your opponent into a motionless crystal statue. As far as countermeasures go, the 2 methods are avoiding the line of sight using a shield, defensive magic, or terrain, or avoiding a direct hit from the ray of light that causes the effect. To use smoke, his black magic is quite versatile, no. Therefore, Kurono's choice to block the gaze of the demon eyes was very effective. However, that would only be the case if amethyst gaze was his opponent's only method of attacking. Seed is equipped with one more powerful cursed weapon. Oh, I can hear it, the shout of grief that awakens the dead. Gyoah. The human woman's scream of agony in her death throes would be unpleasant enough to cause any normal human being to cover their ears. However, to Mordred, no, to the undead family, that sound was a soothing lullaby. He used the haunted grave's dead revival, good. Rijin, announcing this with a smile, fixes his sight on the jet-black Naginata in Seed's right hand. Its inscription is Haunted Grave. It was once the weapon of the gravekeeper, whose role was to put the dead to eternal slumber. It has such a history, but now it has become a deeply cursed weapon that bestows false life upon the dead and imposes on them even more burdens from this world. Each time it is swung, the hatred hidden within the blade releases a growl, spinning a cursed song that prevents the dead from resting. And then, there is the darkness magic that moves the corpses according to your will, dead revival. The melody spun by the haunted grave becomes the chant to cast dead revival, resurrecting suitable corpses to become undead. Suitable corpses, in other words, the corpses of those who had a strong will to live on in this world. To be more specific, corpses that harbor a lot of black magic and darkness magic, which become the source of the energy that grants them their false life. That is why the corpses of the Nameless, who have been taken hold of by a curse, are perfect materials to resurrect as undead. Well, they are already zombies with no way to return to normal the moment they are cursed anyway. Oh, they've already started moving. 1, 2, 3. It would indeed be difficult to revive those whose heads were cut off. The vibrations of the melody of dead revival are amplified to the point they become shockwaves, and Kurono's smokescreen is blown and scattered away by one swing of the weapon. And Mordred, watching from above, quietly exhaled. The sight of his hated enemy being attacked by the 3 corpses was indeed a good sight. Damn it. The voice communication system, utilizing servants with both strong wind magic and good ears, meant that even Kurono's desperate murmurs were relayed to the VIP room. Now what will you do? Don't disappoint me, Nightmare Berserker. Even Kurono, with his superhuman physical strength, could not escape from the amethyst gaze this time. If he takes the gaze directly from the front, even the coat made from the leather of a high-class demon would not be able to withstand the crystallization. Is this really the end, or does he have something up his sleeve? At that moment, Mordred, looking on half with expectation and half with resignation, heard Kurono's voice full of confidence. Take this. Chapter 288, The Crazy Demon I3. Take this, Evil Eater. I summoned the hungering wolf sword Evil Eater from the shadow gate to my left hand, replacing the prototype rifle. I grasp the handle and forcibly pull it from the shadows, and position the wide fang blade like a shield. That was all I could withstand. My vision fills with blinding purple light, and I lose my senses for a moment, but I don't feel any abnormalities anywhere. I can feel that my arms and legs are still responding. Thanks, Vulcan, you saved me. The demon eye's crystallization ray subsides. There is no way that I can't block an attack that uses magical energy as its source of power using the hungering wolf sword Evil Eater, known to devour any magic. It seems Vulcan pulled through and met my expectations. Is he that angry that I didn't turn into a crystal statue? As if Seed had gone crazy. No, he's already insane. He lets out a discontented shout. Sorry, but I'm going to end this now. The 3 corpses clinging to my body had been completely bathed in the demon eye's ray of light, and are now transformed into pretty crystal statues. As I step forward with my right foot, the statue of the handsome elf crumbles into pieces, breaking its restraint. With another step, the log-like arms of the orc break, scattering fragments of pale purple crystals onto the ground. With my third step, the top half of the woman clinging to my waist crumbles and falls. Without even swinging the hatchet I'm still gripping in my right hand, I've easily broken free of the 3 restraints. Now, there's nothing stopping me. Now all there is to do is to cut down this pitiful, cursed noble. Here I go. In my right hand, the absolute malice hatchet neck cutter. In my left, the hungering wolf sword Evil Eater. Wielding these 2 cursed blades, I run straight towards Seed. Die. Seed screams and the screeching emitted by his halberd. These 2 sounds form a duet of discord. The duet of this single cursed individual is not only unpleasant to the ears, but enough to kill a person. Take this. I use the Evil Eater to block 3 attacks with the crystallization ray. Even though it is not an attack I can physically touch, the fang that greedily hungers for magical power completely devours the light, not allowing any through to me. The Evil Eater's defense is perfect. Now the problem is spilling fresh blood and organs from its torn flank, the nameless Cyclops raises his halberd. Magic that revives the dead has never existed in the past or present. That being the case, he revived them as undead or is directly manipulating their corpses. No, the ones whose heads I cut off cleanly aren't moving at all, so it has to be undead after all. The secret probably lies in that eerie sound coming from the black Naginata. Well, I don't know what is allowing that sound to raise the undead, but either way, there seems to be no way to stop them but to cut off both of their arms. Gah! With terrifying force, as if he is intending to tackle me, the Cyclops approaches to attack me. With that body size, it's like the force of a truck is coming at me. However, I have a dependable partner in my right hand. There's nothing to be afraid of. Kuronagi. The martial attack of the absolute malice hatchet neck cutter split him in 2. If you wanted to withstand this, you should have come prepared with armor as hard as salamander scales. I leave the corpse of the Cyclops, cleanly bisected from the head down, behind me as I finally close in on Seed. His attack is an unrefined, large swing without any of the martial arts of wielding a naginata, an attack that even an amateur could see. However, the swinging power is clearly elevated above the effects of Berserk. As if a dragon was swinging its tail, the naginata draws an arc towards me at high speed. But if the attack is that easy to read, it's also easy to block. The demon eye's attacks have already stopped. At this close range, if our blades meet, I should win. Or so I thought. I blocked one swing from the naginata with the Evil Eater, but it's heavier than I imagined. He forcibly pushes my body using his crescent blade. Now Seed is pursuing. With speed and momentum enough to make me question the laws of physics, he returns the blade of the naginata towards me. Whoa, that was close. I avoid it with a step backwards. The black crescent blade swings cuts through the air and sinks deeply into the ground. Not only that, it's completely buried. Damn, how sharp is that thing? Damn it, I need to one more push if I want to beat him. I put several meters distance between us, and Seed leans forward and directs his sight at me to use his demon eyes again. Even though I can block with the evil eater, this will never be over if I keep my distance. Either way, there is no way to defeat him but to attack him directly at close range. If I'm being pushed back by sheer strength, I have to increase my strength as well. Good thing I trained with Nell. I picture the black magical energy in my body as gasoline that I'm setting on fire. That heat becomes my strength, and the more it burns, the more power flows to my arms. Burn more. The original incantation that I created myself is simple and clear. Give me power, false boost. Power is overflowing in both of my arms. My two weapons, which already felt light to me in the first place, now feel even lighter. Now I can cut through not just his body, but also that naginata, which is definitely stronger than a normal blade. This effect will only last about 10 seconds, but in this situation, that's plenty of time. Just a step in front of me is a black storm weaved by the cursed weapons. Hatchet, greatsword, and naginata. Sparks fly out from these three blades. Seed swings his weapon again with great physical strength, but now I can block his attack with just one weapon. The insanely sharp point of the naginata makes contact with the body of the blade of my hatchet. Now that I look at it from up close, it's a huge blade, about the size of a scimitar. But the thing I'm surprised at isn't its size, but the fact that it's vibrating to let out a high-pitched sound. I notice this for the first time as our blades meet. The secret behind the naginata's sharpness was in this vibration. If my weapon wasn't a cursed weapon, its blade would have been split in two. As I was once again admiring how sturdy cursed weapons are, I realized that I have a little room to work with. I've already seen my opportunity to win. Like I thought, unlike Jodo, Seed is unfamiliar with his weapon, so his only way to attack is to simply swing with his ridiculous strength. Since I have used my blades and fought battles with them until now, I should win. This time it's really the end. Duel Kuronagi. The first attack is with the hungering wolf sword evil eater in my left hand. The fang blade swings through the air like a hungry wolf moving to devour its prey. What it caught was his wrist, and it cuts straight through it, including the thick gauntlet covering it. Gah. He doesn't feel any pain with Berserk. His voice was probably a reaction to the intentions of the curse being cut off from his arm. Either way, in the next moment, he won't have a head to worry about these things with. The second attack is with the absolute malice hatchet neck cutter in my right hand. Of course, I'm aiming at the neck. Seed, who no longer has a weapon to block with, has no way of preventing this attack. Those shining purple eyes glared at me with rage. Before the flash of crystallization light could come, the blade of my hatchet passed through his neck. Still faintly groaning, Seed's head fell to the ground. It's over. As I spring back, the now headless corpse sprays blood like a fountain around my feet, and his head is dyed a crimson color, and it rolls around. The head, covered in blood, still has an expression of deep hatred as it stares at me. From the blood-covered demon eyes came a flash of light far brighter than any that had come before it. Their line of sight is pointed directly at me. You've got to be kidding me, he actually managed to attack. Shit, I can't dodge in time. Chapter 289, Demon Eye Awakening. Seed Maya Hydra had no talent. That was the same with the forbidden necromancy, and also same with his family symbol, the demon eyes. By the time Seed reached the age to take awareness of things around, he was already branded as failure, and not even his parents gave him any glance. He was bad at swordsmanship. Same goes with magic. His body too was not big, rather he was weak and frail. As a bonus, his face shape could also not be said to be good. Seed, who ran away from fight and academics, reached upon art. Art is best. It doesn't need stamina, magical energy, or even wisdom. Only my own drawing sense is needed. Fortunately, his family showed understanding towards Seed giving his all to the arts. It was much better than him turning to delinquency, and being a noble, his understanding of art was deep. But the biggest reason was because Seed turned towards sculpting. Moreover, it was the traditional crystal sculpting. The whole family showed eyes of pity towards Seed, who wholeheartedly chiseled away the lump of amethyst, polished it, and created a sculpture. Seed had no talent as a noble, poor Seed. He wasn't even given any help by the highly honored amethyst gaze of his family. Everyone thought that. No matter how much he denied it within his deep psyche, that glow of amethyst definitely would have been engraved as a trauma. The people of Hydra can just look, can just glance, and create such a beautiful amethyst. Hence Seed created that one and only unique amethyst sculpture that he could make. He had the talent for that. However, that was something that the black gods of Pandora gave while pitying on him. It was just a sense of drawing slightly better than mediocre. The sculptures that were sold could be counted on 2 hands, and the ones that were exhibited could be counted on a single hand. The poor accomplishment gradually gnawed harder at Seed's heart and stimulated the complex even more. Do I not have any talent? I really have nothing. In some declining art gallery, gazing at his work presented in a corner, he spoke the words of resignation many times. He should leave the way of art, however, he couldn't. No matter how much it stung for having talent, he couldn't back off, now that he had given too much into art. If he had ran away from this, what would be left for him? What could he do? Just what could he take pride in and live? There was nothing like that. That was the scariest thing for Seed. Seed had been struck by the truth of not having this or that, impossible, futile, and incompetent from the time he was born. Hence, he had nothing to take pride in. Just only one thing will be fine, if I have that I can live walking forward. But he didn't even have that, and if the sculpting sense that he believed was a talent ends up being a false hope, then I will just kill Mise. Hello, you're always standing here, right? Just before he had declared his end, he was called out abruptly. It was a young woman's, no, girl's voice. Do you like this crystal sculpture? Oz apparently. She was a cute girl. Seed, who though imperfectly had lived a noble life, had seen various noble daughters, and this girl was truly below them in beauty. But she was simple and cute, just like a bright flower that had blossomed in the wild. Just how long had it been since he had talked to such a cute girl, no, a person? Seed couldn't speak outright that the sculpture was made by him. Is that true? I also love this, it's the best here. Seed faced away from that smile seemingly too bright. He instinctively did that, as if seeing a sun directly, or maybe getting glared at by the demon eyes. However, that was an action with negative motive. Is that true? Why should I lie? I come here to see this because I love it. What might be this deep passion, flowing out from the heart? No, those emotions were truly flowing out of his body, from those 2 eyes which only were of purple color, and had always been the proof of his uselessness. Seed cried. It was the first time his talent was approved. Everyone had been looking at him and his works with gazes of pity. The reason the works were sold, are even being exhibited here, was all because of that Hydra family name. But right now, some appeared who would approve of Seed's works and say that it is liked. He wasn't able to control himself. Hiding his ugly crying face, Seed weaved the words and spoke while his throat was shivering. I made this. Is that true? Griot. And hence Seed met with the single girl who understood about him. Seed Sensei, morning. Good morning, but Sensei sounds embarrassing. Isn't that fine? Sensei is a sensei after all. The 2 quickly became friendly. At first it was about Seed's works, then it was about the crystal sculptures, and finally it was about art in general. Though being a commoner, she was quite knowledgeable about art, to the extent that could even scare Seed, who had seen the world of art for a long time. Their conversation never had an end. From the artistic artifacts from the ancient times to the name of famous crystal sculptor in the modern times, but still, the world of art was profound, and it still held a lot of history in it. And before he realized it, during the conversations of the art that seemed like ravine, the stories about her also started to be revealed. Like what she ate yesterday, where she went to shopping, or that she fell en route to him, such childish everyday talks started. But Seed soon enough started to find those stories to be interesting. He wanted to know about her, more and more about her. At that moment, no, probably from their first meeting, Seed had fallen in love. I want to create a sculpture with you as the model. That was a roundabout confession. Me really? But I'm not that beautiful. No, it has to be you, or it's no good. Pressurized by the passion, the girl finally nodded as her white cheeks turned red as an apple. From that day, Seed started chiseling away the amethyst while forgetting about sleep and hunger. That was just like the day his eyes opened up to the greatness of art. No, he had much more passion, enthusiasm, and hope. He burned out everything inside of him. Fortunately, a big contest was also right at corner. If a lifetime masterpiece was bought, no, if it won the first prize, that time he would tell her about his feelings, Seed resolved. Those words resounded hard in his heart. I love you, will you marry me? Yes, me too, I'm not good enough, but please take care of me. Finally, the contest, confession, proposal, everything went just fine. That was like as if it was their fate to be together. He even thought that the bad days he had lived were just to accumulate enough good luck to fulfill this wish. But if that were true, that would mean that the bad luck would start again from zero, from the day afterward. The state of fortune level 0 would bring an unknown amount of misfortune, but nevertheless, Seed was attacked by the bad luck. The marriage won't be accepted. Why is that so? It was hard to call this as a good luck or bad luck. The marriage of a noble son with some commoner of unidentified birthplace wasn't something easily to be accepted. That was a common sense among both nobles and commoners. But this common sense was something Seed had been neglecting to a critical point for the past few days. Till now, his head had been all about creating a new work, or about that lovely cute girl, so it could only be called natural for him not take heed of that. Ah, I see, fine, I get it. I don't need the family name of Hydra anymore. He met an obstacle at an unexpected place, but for passing that, the current Seed had no hesitation. He was holding the belief that he would be able to live a good life just if he could live with his most important person rather than the name of Hydra. The decision was made fast and implemented fast. Seed Maya Hydra, on this day cut off each and all relations to nobility, become Seed. With this, there was nothing to stop the two. Now it shall start, the life with that cute girl, know the beloved wife. Certainly there was nothing to stop them now. That meant, now if there were a problem, that would just be among the man who's to become the husband and the woman who's to the wife. Exiled from the Hydra family? She asked with a stupendously scared face. Seed replied with a smug face, as if emphasizing his love for her. Yeah, with this I'm a commoner too. Now there's no problem in our. Are you in dumbfuck? The words coming from her mouth were not of happiness, but of anger. No, it was an enraged, abusive language. I can't believe it, Erg, you're an retard, a true idiot. Trash, piece of shit, useless. Damn it, fuck you. Why are removing yourself from nobility at your own accord? You only have that, just that Hydra name that gives you any fucking value. But Seed wasn't able to understand her words. Who was she? Who was this deviant in front of him? Who was this woman in front him, who was panting heavily, showing her teeth with her mouth wide open as saliva falling out of it? Don't joke with me. Do you even know how much I had to hold back from puking as I had been keeping you happy? A creepy otaku asshole. You're not a fucking nobility now. So what about my hard work then? He didn't knew such a woman, he never such an ugly woman. This was definitely a dream or an illusion. The real her will soon come to save him. Why should you say like that? I love you so much, then why? Like I give a shit. I want the money, fame, social position, and everything that nobles have. A fucking shithead like you will never earn my love. Don't get conceited. Her gentle eyes, even her sun-like bright smile, all seemed like a lie. No. In truth, it might have been a lie from the start. Right now, she showed her true colors, gazed at him with scorn and cold eyes that were much harsher than anyone else's. It just can't be true. Seed denied the reality. He persuaded himself, saying that this girl wasn't that cute girl, this one was a fake one, just an illusion. That's a lie, right? It's the first time I'm ever speaking truth to you. I hate shitheads like you the most in the whole world. That's a lie, lie. That is a lie, I love you truly, love you, so please. The second confession was cut off by the hand of that fake girl. Shut up, noisy bitch. A heat passed through his abdomen right after the acute pain assaulted, causing Seed to fall on his knees as he lost his words. That unbearable pain from the knife stabbing through his stomach didn't let Seed to even groan properly. I hate you, but I know all about the things you like, wanna know why? She took out the knife as she asked the question, and the fresh blood spurted around. My father was artist. The moment she said that, she showed her back to him, so he wasn't able to see her expression. He was a commoner, but couldn't even earn a single clan from something like art. In the end, he died doing his hobby, leaving me with the loan to pay for. He was piece of shit dad. The girl turned around, and her eyes were muddy with scorn just like before. Those eyes were either towards Seed, who was bleeding, or maybe towards her deceased father. I've seen his works never being sold, never being exhibited, never accepted. I've seen him suffer up close. So the time I saw you, I understood that you were the same as that father. And in her hand, a hatchet found in any farm family for cutting things in a bundle, was held tightly. We're just troubled about self-satisfaction. Before the hatchet reached him, the hard sole of the boots around her legs attacked Seed. The Bowls sure have it great. You can worry about these shitty problems and still have a great 3 meals a day and a great, nice, comfortable sleep. You can't even imagine a lifestyle of living every day as a low-class prostitute, opening my crotch to vulgar men just to get some money. While foaming up blood from mouth, Seed's body tumbled face up. Hey, don't get cocky. Why are you making a face that you're the unluckiest person in the world? And again, the muddy boots attacked him like a mace. Can you understand? Can you even fucking understand that I'm the unluckiest person right now in the world? My last probably ended up being a complete trash. Seed had already taken a fatal hit in his abdomen, so even if the opponent was a woman. But after getting kicked, stepped on, and beaten, he was already become weak enough to not be able to move anymore. That's why at least die while being helpful to me. Hey, you love me, right? Ahahaha. Seed moved up his lifeless eyes, only to see a girl with a similar to his beloved smiling in a wretched manner, and raising the hatchet above. Where is she? Where is my girlfriend? Where? Just where had she gone? Why, naturally, had she disappeared? Seed thought that deeply in his heart, he wasn't able to think of any other thing. Even at the last moments, that lie was a truth to him, meanwhile the reality was an illusion. The true her was a chaste girl with a cheerful nature and a bright and radiant smile, and the only person who would love him and understand him. Orug! The swung hatchet splendidly hit the neck of Seed. The thick, rusty blade entered near the Adam's apple, but with a thin arm of a woman, she wasn't able to ut it out at once. Oreg. Without taking notice of the spurt of blood, she kept on swinging down the hatchet. Twice, thrice, 4 times, and after various attempts, the thick neck's bones grated, broke, smashed, and finally dissected. Pant making me work so hard, fucked hard. While cursing at the cut face, she raised up the face while clenching hard on the muddy purple hair. The woman laughed while gazing at the 2 wide eyes with purple pupil inside them. Even if you're a failure, you have in real Hydra's demon eyes. If appraised properly, one would probably sell for 1 million clan, ahahahaha. Ray 2 RN. That moment, she heard a voice. Return her. That originated undoubtedly from the freshly severed head in her hands. Before she could perceive that reality, the woman's consciousness was cut off. The last thing she saw was a beam of bright purple light that could make someone blind. Ayaza return HRR, herver. I lou of the as much her. A second crystal sculpture with her, as a model was made in front of Seed. But there was no way he would approve of this rubbish with an ugly expression on the face of his beloved one. As if it reacted to Seed's blood tears and roar of refusal, the see-through crystal broke apart into countless pieces. And in the next instant, it broke apart in even more smaller countless pieces. Return he year, ua ag hhhhh. And the head of Seed kept on screaming, wanting to meet that beloved one that he had lost, the one that doesn't exist in the world anywhere, that illusion. Ah, I see, so he was ahead from the start. Even after I've cut off his head, which should have resulted in him dying, the eyes of Seed still fired of the purple light, leading me to an understanding. Probably that macho body was probably attached to him using necromancy or something. Seeing closely, there are signs of stitches near the nape of neck. But I realized that a little too late, that it turned fatal. Guyua. An acute pain ran through my right arm. No, the feeling of a foreign substance should be much more precise. The feeling of my body being mine, yet not mine at the same time, that being the truth, my right arm from the elbow to wrist has all turned into a amethyst. Evil eaterer. I block away the light of demon eyes, trying to turn my whole body into crystal. By using the evil eater grabbed in my left hand, that is fine. and I smashed the big sword into the severed head, shining with light. After getting cut into two from the front, the demon eyes finally stopped emitting the cursed light, as the demon eyes sunk in the pool of blood and gray matter. Pant, damn it, what is happening to my right arm? The pain has subsided, but all the sensation is gone from the front of my elbow. The right arm has completely turned into amethyst, including the black sleeve of Diabolo's embrace. If not for this, the crystallization might have reached all the way to the shoulder. The surprising thing is that the black hair curse coffin had completely endured all that, as expected of a cursed protector. There is no sense of touch, but the right glove is there looking same as always. The happy sound of the mater, resounding in my head right now, sounds a bit lovely at the moment. For the time being, I can't control anything with my right hand that has gone numb. So I used my left hand glove to create tentacles and cover my right arm. That seems to break even with slightest touch, without leaving a gap. It works wonders as a substitute of bandage and gypsum. Naturally, the absolute grudge was released from my hand as it is quite heavy, and enter it into the shadow along with the hungry wolf sword evil eater that had done its duty. Damn it, now I've gone and done it. I did win, but the sacrifice is too big. I have lost my right arm completely, it's irreversible. No, wait, were I to pay huge loads of money, I could regenerate my lost limbs, right? Well, I have experienced regenerating the limbs whole lot more in the laboratory, so it must also be possible in Spada. Wait a sec, there is enough hope for that. If I get the fight money of 10 million clan, then I could easily regenerate this right arm. The winner is Nightmare Berserker Kurono. As I realized around, the passionate announcement and cheers from tens of thousands of people entered my ears. If it were a professional gladiator, he might give a signature pose at this point, but I'm just an adventurer, I don't have that mindset of giving free fan service. Rather, my right arm is already made into ruin material, how I can have time to do that. Right now, I just want to return back and rest. No, I need gather the cursed weapons before that. Ah, bothersome, but rewards need to be taken. The 8 nameless swords, the halberd with ability to change the person into undead, and the demon eyes that I have no idea if it will work, but all these are too pricey to be thrown away. The cheers were already getting near the point of extreme noise. Among all that, I started to move to do the most simplest and boring work of collecting things. The moment I was bored at that moment. Kurono-kun. Looking up, I saw an angel landing with white wings spread open as she spoke my name. Did I really die from that demon eye attack? I was about think that, but the face of that angel was of someone I have gotten friendlier recently. Nell Julius Elrod, the kind first princess of Avalon. And my second friend I've made in Spada. Ah, it's good, she actually came here without being lost. I was carelessly looking at her landing in the arena while I thought that. Chapter 290. Angel Advent. Nell managed to safely return the young siblings who had been lost in the city to their parents. There was one incident where they had complained about being hungry, but the princess managed to deal with that by feeding them her handmade egg sandwiches. And so there was a happy ending for everyone. But for Nell, this happy ending came at a cost. Yua, what should I do? The match has already started. I. Immediately after saying farewell to the family, with her usual, dazzling royal smile, she desperately started running through the town of Spada under a star-filled sky in which the sun had long since set. The citizens of Spada walking the streets are amazed at the sight of the princess running through at full speed with both wings outstretched, but nobody calls out to her. And then, after Nell passed through the second main gate that divided the upper and lower districts, she could finally see the Grand Colosseum towering over her at the end of the large street. Even Nell, with no sense of direction, could not possibly lose her way with her destination right in front of her eyes. No longer worried about the possibility of getting lost, Nell used her speed-boosting wind magic and ran through the streets of the upper district that had started getting crowded with people. As she arrived at the huge, curved stone walls, the excited cheering of the audience reached her from the other side. Even Nell, who had no interest in fighting, could tell that the battle was becoming intense. No, because of her telepathic ability, Nell could feel the audience's emotions in their voices. But what surprised Nell was not the excitement of the audience, but the cheers of Kurono. No way, Kurono-kun is already fighting. Nell started to panic. She had been holding on to a small hope that Kurono's fight would be scheduled in the later half, but as she heard the calls of Kurono, that hope was shattered into pieces. Please wait for me, Kurono-kun. However, a healer is only needed after a battle, and the battle was not yet finished, so she had made it in time to fulfill her role. With that said, Nell was not in a calm enough mental state to realize this fact. Kurono-kun is waiting for me. Please hurry and let me in. The receptionist at the Colosseum entrance was bewildered as the princess of a neighboring country desperately repeated this phrase of questionable meaning. But after Nell showed him her healer certificate, she was finally granted entry into the Grand Colosseum. She had managed to get here without any problems, but the inside of the building was too complicated for her to find her way around. With the feeling of becoming lost in some underground dungeon ruins, Nell decided to trust the one thing she should not trust, her instincts, and started making her way through the passages. She ended up arriving somewhere among the spectator seats. Kaya, Kurono-kun. Kurono-sama, you can do it. Don't lose to those creepy demon eyes. I ran out of popcorn. There seem to be a lot of young girls here, and as Kurono's fierce battle unfolds, their high-pitched cheers fill the arena. Among them was the famously beautiful guild receptionist Irina, who she had seen laughing with Kurono not long ago. Nell's rage boiled up from within as the girls passionately shouted love calls at Kurono, but right now she had no time to worry about them. Demon eyes, no way hydras. The words written in light magic on the message board above the arena confirmed her suspicion. The nightmare berserker Kurono vs the cruel demon eyes, seed Maya Hydra. And if they were really those demon eyes. No, Kurono-kun, run. As a flash of purple light erupted from the face of the large man holding the black naginata, Nell was sure of what would happen next. She had witnessed the power of the amethyst gaze used in battle by her party member, a real awakener of the demon eyes, Saphiel Maya Hydra. The important role it played in the defeat of Rathpun in the Galahad mountain range was still fresh in her mind. It appeared that there was no way Kurono could escape that fearsome crystallization ray because of the three undead clinging to his body, the disfigured orc, elf, and human female. But at that moment, when she was paralyzed by the hopeless feeling of despair that crept up her spine. Take this, evil eater. All of a sudden, Kurono had produced a greatsword made from the fang of a huge monster, and he used it as a shield to block the flash from the demon eyes. After that, Kurono goes on the offensive. The force of his attack was so strong that even Nell, who was a rank 5 adventurer with the experience of countless fierce battles against monsters, held her breath with tension. Not only that, she was captivated. Even Nell, who hated fighting with a passion, was taken a hold of by the same sense of excitement and exhilaration as that of the tens of thousands of Spada citizens gathered in the arena. Give me power, force boost. Seeing Kurono use the strengthening magic that he had learned while training with her, Nell trembled with delight. He was using the strengthening magic she had taught him, while facing an opponent wielding the undeniably fearsome demon eyes of the Hydra House. She felt an overwhelming sense of joy as she realized she had managed to be of use to Kurono, her dear friend. The feeling after she had returned those young children to their parents couldn't even be compared to this feeling. Kurono-kun. Kurono, after activating Force Boost, was powerful, overwhelmingly so. The Demon Eye user clearly has already shown himself to have superhuman physical strength, but Kurono moves to attack him directly from the front, dual-wielding his cursed weapons. Dual Kuronagi. Finally, with a black martial art too fast to be seen, Kurono puts an end to the fight. Seed's right arm is blown off, and his head falls to the ground. To anyone looking, it appears as if the fight is over. Probably the only species that could possibly survive decapitation is the pure-blooded true vampire race. However, the battle that is going on here is not a normal battle. The enemy is a cursed weapon user. In other words, he is not a normal human. And in this moment, the Demon Eye user Seed reminded everyone of this fact. A surging purple flash, stronger than any that came before it. Kurono counterattacks immediately, but his fatal blow is a moment too late. Damn it, he got me. The screen barrier that covered the arena clearly showed the audience and Nell Kurono's expression as he tried to hide his agony. And it also clearly showed the cause of his pain, his right arm that had been turned into amethyst. Ah, no, no way. The arena is erupting with cheers at the conclusion of the fierce battle, at Kurono's victory over Seed. But in Nell's heart is a dark, cold feeling of regret. Kurono-kun's right arm. She should have stopped him. She knew fully well how dangerous the demon eyes of the Hydra House were. No matter how reckless or selfish it would have been, she should have stopped Kurono's match using her royal title or even by force. She had the power to stop it. But now it's too late, and she is filled with regret. I couldn't stop it, because I was too late to the fight, Kurono-kun got. Yes, this all happened because she didn't make it in time. I have to heal him, quickly, I have to heal Kurono-kun. In a trance, as if she is sleepwalking, Nell takes a slow step forward. To get to the passage leading into the arena, she has to go all the way around through the audience gate that she previously came through. But she had no intention of taking such a roundabout route. No, the thought of doing so never even occurred to Nell. Kurono-kun, I'm coming right now so. Nell couldn't focus on anything but Kurono, who was enduring the pain of losing his arm. And so, she takes the shortest path to reach him. Kurono-kun. Before anyone could stop her, the Princess of Avalon dived onto the arena from the spectator seats above, much to the surprise of everyone. The angel Nell descended onto the arena. Her beautiful face, which was usually smiling kindly, was now twisted in an expression of grief. Those big, blue eyes are filled with tears. Oh man, isn't this the second time I've made her cry now? Sorry about this, Nell. I hurt myself pretty badly. I smile weakly as I tell her about the injury brought about by my own carelessness. I'm sorry, Kurono-kun, I'm sorry. This is all because I was late. No, it's my fault for not finishing him properly. Because Nell is so kind, even though the injury is my own fault, she feels responsible for it. But the words I need to convince her won't come out. So in the end, tears are flowing from Nell's eyes. Ah, damn it, my chest feels like it'll burst with guilt. And I'm sure she'll be even sadder at the fact that I'm hating myself for this right now. So I pretend I haven't noticed her tears. By the way, Nell, can my right arm be fixed? I actually have no idea how good the medical care in Spada is. I figured that Nell, being of the priest class, would be knowledgeable about that kind of stuff. Yes, I will definitely fix your arm, Kurono-kun. Her response was better than I expected. Nell said those words with confidence, and her sad expression was now replaced by the look of a veteran surgeon faced with a patient needing emergency surgery. You can really fix it. Yes, please rest assured. I will now fix it with the divine protection of Arya. Nell holds her hand out in the air, and similar to when Lily uses her spatial magic, a magical circle of white light is drawn instantly in the air. Nell Julius Elrod commands thee, come forth, scale of white wings. From within the magic circle, she summoned a staff into her hands. It was shining, pure white, and was more like a beautiful work of art than a magic staff. It's made out of mithril, no, it's similar to it, but a different precious metal. At the end of the staff are two white wings spreading left and right, not unlike Nell's own two wings. Such equipment is to be expected from rank 5 adventurers, but it's still kind of amazing. Kurono-kun, can you hold out your arm for me? Using my left hand again, I loosen the tentacles wrapped around my arm to show it to her. Looking at it closely again, it really is a terrible sight. My arm has been completely turned to amethyst between my elbow and wrist, and it's so transparent I can see through it. It looks like I've used a trick to somehow gain a fake arm, but because it's my real arm, it's unsettling to see. It's all right, if it's just this amount of crystallization, I can reverse it without any problem. Oh, thank you, Nell, that'd be really helpful. It's nothing, after all, I'm your healer, Kurono-kun. Just how much of an angel are you, Princess Nell? But when she said she will heal me right away, does that mean she's going to do it here, right in the middle of the arena? I thought this sort of thing should normally be done in the infirmary. But, well, considering the fact that Mordred isn't coming down to finish me off, does that mean this is being allowed as part of the show? A Princess of Avalon has suddenly appeared on the stage, and there's no doubt that the audience is curious as to what she is doing. All right, here I go. With her right hand holding the staff called the Scale of White Wings, and her left resting lightly on my right arm, she slowly closes her eyes and calls upon the goddess to grant her divine protection. Holy white healing, heaven-calming Imperial Princess Arya. When Nell opened her eyes again, her normally sky-blue eyes had turned the crimson of a sunset. Her black hair and crimson eyes were exactly like Mia Elrod. Perhaps Mia's older sister, Arya herself, also had the same hair and eyes. The only change in Nell's outward appearance was the color of her eyes, but the aura and magical energy presence around her had changed significantly. This presence might be as overwhelming and intimidating as an apostle's. In any case, Nell, one of only 5 people in Avalon with the divine blessing of heaven-calming Imperial Princess Arya, is now using that power to reverse the crystallization of my arm. Ilahet Yubarik Shifa Aldo Labiad. She begins her magic chant, which is unintelligible to me as always. The magic entwined in her words resonates with the power of the divine blessing. The scale of white wings in her hand suddenly began to flicker with light. Anna, Utlik Elanin Linat Jamii. And as her chant comes to an end, Providence dispel, her healing spell was complete, and in that moment a blinding light came from my crystallized arm. Damn it, I've been getting nothing but light attacks all day today. I quickly shut my eyes while thinking this stupid thought. Chapter 291, Intrusion. What is Princess Nell doing in a place like this? Sitting in the front row of the waiting room, with popcorn in one hand, Christina Damuid's Spiralhorn was speechless with surprise. She is known as the Dragon Heart Vice Captain of Avalon's Noble Dragon Knights. There is no way she would not recognize the face of a member of the royal family, that she serves, especially that of the first princess. Well, with those pure white wings, it could not possibly be anyone other than her. It would be impossible to not recognize her. HMPH, to be holding the interest of not only Captain Mordred, but Princess Nell as well, it seems he has some impressive connections. This calm observation came from Ludora, sitting in the seat next to Christina. Who exactly is this Kurono? This is starting to feel like a dark conspiracy. As Christina looks at Kurono with suspicious eyes, in the next moment, she sees something that surprises her yet again. You can really fix it. Yes, please rest assured. I will now fix it with the divine protection of Arya. The conversation between the two could be heard everywhere, not only in these special seats, but also in the audience seats. She couldn't possibly thinking of using that on this nameless adventurer. But that was exactly what she was thinking of doing. As if it were nothing out of the ordinary, Nell pulled the white, shining staff from a spatial magic dimension. She really is planning to use it, the scale of white wings. Kurono was staring blankly at the staff. But for Christina, knowing how precious that staff was, this was beyond imagination. An artifact, That's one of Avalon's precious national treasures. I see, it's completely made of pure orichalcum. But is it really a problem for it to be used for just an ordinary healing? He thought there could be no real negative consequence, except perhaps that of exposing a national treasure to the public, since it would not disappear or be used up upon use like a potion would. It's a big problem. There's a limit on how many times it can be used. The basic function of a staff is to support or strengthen the user's own magic use. This basic function of a normal staff is not limited by anything but the durability of the staff itself. But there are exceptions to every rule. For staves, this exception would be the scale of white wings. In addition to the requirement of having been granted the blessing of the heaven-calming Imperial Princess Arya, each use of the staff expends some of the power contained within the staff, thus limiting its use. It is simple to tell how many times the staff can be used. One of the large number of jewels embedded in the staff is expended with each use of its magic. If you could replace the jewels, it could be reused indefinitely. But unfortunately, the scale of white wings is an artifact that has been passed from generation to generation in the Avalon royal family since ancient times. In other words, there is no way to obtain replacements for these jewels except to excavate them from ancient ruins. And even then, purifying these gems is impossible, even with current magical knowledge. Nell herself is aware of this fact and should understand that the only reason the Emperor allowed the princess to have that staff in her possession was for her to use if she ever found herself in danger. Yet she would use it for a mere adventurer. HMPH, what a benevolent princess. Considering the tens of millions of clans worth of monetary value lost in a single use of the magic, it is a completely irrational thing to do. Even so, Nell uses the Avalon's precious scale of white wings without hesitation. Providence dispel. I'm not going to take responsibility for whatever happens now. The moment the holy, healing light filled the arena, Christina covered her face with her hands, deciding to take the stance that she had no idea what happened here today, that she was not involved at all. Serving the royal family is hard work, I see. No matter how much love the princess has for the people, there should be a reasonable limit to how far she goes. Ludora could think of many incidents where Nell's actions for the people had gone beyond the duty expected of the royal family, so he knows of her devotion to the people as well as anyone. Love, huh? I wonder how that is. What do you mean? Christina's voice is sharp as she responds to this possible insult to the royal family. HMPH, can't you tell by looking at her face? In the arena, Kurono and Nell's expressions are those of happiness as the dispel succeeds. The audience erupts in applause once more at this emotional scene. Wow, it's completely back to normal. But please don't do anything reckless with it yet, okay? Kurono opens and closes his hand to confirm that his arm is fine. And then Christina noticed that Nell's hand was still holding onto that arm. And then she looks carefully at Princess Nell's expression. And on her face, there is a smile filled with what could only be described as love. That's the face of a woman in love. That's not a face that she should be showing a man that isn't her husband or fiancé, is it? Ludora's observation was completely true. Blasphemy, Christina said in rage, but she did not attack him because of the truth in his words. Nell's expression was that of a person who had been completely captivated. There's no way that can be. The words of denial came out of her mouth, but the entranced princess's expression was reflected in Christina's own blue eyes. She was looking at him with feverish eyes, like a maiden in love. The subject of her passionate gaze, Kurono, was completely oblivious to it. No, his face shows that the way she was looking at him is an ordinary thing to him. He looks like he is earnestly thanking her, but the look on his face is as if he is already sure that Nell is his woman. That surely has to be the case, because otherwise there would be no way he could keep a normal, straight face while a woman as beautiful as Princess Nell looks at him in such a way. This is bad. This is really bad. A scandal for the royal family would certainly be quite bad, wouldn't it? Christina makes a loud noise as she quickly stands up. Please excuse me. Saying nothing more, with a wave of her rolls of blonde hair, she headed towards the passage that led to the arena. Ludora watches her leave in silence, and then a slight smile creeps onto his face. HMPH, intrusions onto the arena are standard for arena fights, aren't they? Wow, it's completely back to normal. When the bright light subsides, and I look at my right arm to see that it's made of flesh and blood again. I can even feel magical energy flowing through it, and I could probably use force boost on it if I tried. Only my arm itself was healed. The crystallized sleeve of my coat had broken and crumbled. Well, Diablo's Embrace has the same regenerative ability as Baphomet. It'll grow back soon enough so it's not a big problem. But please don't do anything reckless with it yet, okay? I can feel Nell's kindness both in her words and in the softness of her hands touch on my right arm. But I wonder why Nell is staring at me so strangely. She's got a dizzy expression like she's caught a cold or something, and her hand feels kind of hot. Could it be a side effect of having to use her magic? The Providence Dispel she just cast was a special power of her divine blessing. It's likely there is another cost to using it other than just using up some magical energy. But it wouldn't be unlike Nell to use such powerful magic for me like that without hesitation. Hey, Nell. Yes, what is it, Kurono-kun? As she replies, her face has the most gentle smile on it. Even with red flushed cheeks and feverish eyes, she smiles firmly. Even though I'm concerned, if I were to ask her if she pushed herself too hard, that would only make her uncomfortable. The only reason she had to push herself in the first place is because I was careless. So it's probably best not to say anything like that right now. Thanks so much, you really saved me. The only thing I can say is words of gratitude. I swear to myself I'll definitely return this favor. Wait, Nell's hand is touching me right now. Does that mean she's reading my thoughts through telepathy? Oh no, if it's for you, Kurono-kun. It looks like Nell's fever is getting worse. Even her ears are red now, and she's facing downward, looking at the ground. She also doesn't really seem to be paying attention to what she's saying. At the very least, it seems that she isn't reading my thoughts. Nell, If you're tired from using up your magical energy just now, I'll give you a hand. Are you okay? I won't tell her that she pushed herself too hard, but I have to show at least this much concern. It might be similar to when Fiona used her golden sun or Solil. If that's the case, I have to not just give her a hand, should probably be carrying her. Yes, I'm really tired. I can't even take another step. I see. I'm a little puzzled by this oddly energetic declaration. But if she's really nearly out of magical energy, it can't be helped. Well, this might be a bit embarrassing, but bear with it. WFWA. To think that I'm actually holding a real princess in my arms. Even though I'm actually doing it, I'm slightly in shock. Well, I could have carried her on my back, but I kind of wanted to try doing this once, or maybe I just wanted to look cool. But the wings on her back are so big. It's kind of hard to carry her. Maybe I should have just carried her properly on my back after all, but Nell's face is now so red it looks like it's been boiled, so I don't have time to change how I'm carrying her. Let's just go like this, stop at once. As I went to take a step, a high-pitched, sharp female voice rang through the arena. Release Princess Nell from your wretched arms right now. Nightmare Berserker. The loud shouting came from the lady I had seen in the waiting room earlier, with her blonde hair twisted into drills and wearing dark, full-body armor. But what is she thinking? She's talking to me like I'm some evil demon king who's kidnapping the princess. Wow, our regular contender in our curse carnival that I'm sure everyone is familiar with, Christina Damuid Spiral Horn, has intruded onto the stage. I can thank the announcer for this commentary. Wait, intruded. Now that I think about it, when I fought that handsome elf, he said that intrusions like this were standard events, didn't he? Since I put a stop to the hardest opponent, Seed, it seems I've attracted unwanted attention. What a pain. I don't know who you are, but I don't have time to deal with you right now. I have to let Nell rest, since she's already exhausted her energy. I can't start a fight here. Even under perfect conditions, I would have no desire to fight. The ones who have been cursed are already in an irreversible zombie-like state, so I can cut them down without hesitation, but that's not the case here. What an arrogant thing to say. Do you even know who I am? I did just say, I don't know who she is, didn't I? This person seems like the kind of person who doesn't listen to what she doesn't want to hear. GRR, what is that disinterested look in your eyes? HMPH, fine, if you do not know, I shall tell you. I am known as the Dragon Heart Vice Captain of Avalon's honored, noble dragon knights, Christina Damuid. Lady Spiralhorn, please stand down. Nell cut her long-winded self-introduction short. Wait, it was Nell who spoke, right? The voice definitely came from the girl in my arms, but her tone was like a completely different person's, so cold-hearted. I told you to stand down. Did you not hear me? Nell's character has changed completely. Not just her voice, but her cheeks that had been feverishly red until just now have changed to their normal white color, and her usual doll-like beauty has returned. Nell is completely expressionless. I've never seen her face like this before. But Princess, this joke has gone on long enough. You're being seen in the eyes of the public with some unknown adventurer who is also a man. This kind of thing. I'm telling you to stand down, aren't I? I'll have you executed for treason. Quite frankly, I'm also speechless. I'm getting an unpleasant feeling that's even worse than getting glared at by demon eyes. I sincerely apologize for my behavior, Princess. With tears in her eyes and a bitter expression on her face, the lady finally backed down. Her dark armor rattles and her gorgeous blonde rolls of hair spin around as she turns her heels and walks away. But I'll definitely be reporting this to the Emperor. She leaves with this sharp remark, glaring at me over her shoulder. The Emperor, she means the King of Avalon, Nell's father, doesn't she? Even going so far as to report her own friend? I guess being part of the royal family is rough. No, wait, the fact that Spiralhorn even went so far as to make her way onto the arena to try to stop Nell, that definitely means that I'm getting too close to someone who's the princess of a whole country. Unlike Will, Nell is a girl, and her relations with men are probably strictly regulated. Damn it, I shouldn't have gotten ahead of myself and held her like this after all. I'm sorry, because of me, another person said horrible things to Kurono-kun. Just as I was about to put her down, Nell's left hand, no longer holding the staff, wrapped around my shoulder. Now I can't put her down, and she is holding on to me tightly. Well, I don't have any desire to let go of Nell anyway. Well, shall we get out of here? It would be a pain if someone intruded onto the arena again. All right, Kurono-kun. She says her usual positive line, like nothing's changed. But I immediately start to sense danger, like someone whispering softly in my ears. Calm down, Nell told me earlier that we're friends. She has no interest in me, she's just helpless right now and needs me to carry her. Now I feel like I can understand how her older brother, Nero, felt. As if shaking off these impure thoughts, I finally leave this bloodstained arena behind me. Chapter 292, to my soulmate. Thank you for your hard work. That was a really good fight, Kurono-sama entering the players. Only passage after exiting the arena, what awaited me was a young man wearing tailcoat and had a bad countenance. The man, calling himself as the steward of Mordred, spoke rapidly before the perplexed me could even speak any questions. Here is the sum total of 13 million clan. Please take it. And here are the... From there on, from the shadow of the steward came out weapons I seem to have seen, or rather they are the cursed weapons I had just fought against. The 8 nameless, and the jet black halberd too. The best of them are the 2 ominous yet beautiful purple eyeballs stuffed in a bottle generally used for potions. Just when did he recover the weapons, and when did he pick up the demon eyes? Wait, is it really fine to sink those eyes in potions? I've got a mountain of questions right now. However, before I could say anything, the steward by himself threw the rewards in my shadow. No, wait, how can someone else open my shadow gate? Sorry, but your hands seem to be busy right now. Well, sure enough, I am still holding on to Nell, but I didn't need this shocking consideration from you. So this is what is called as interfering with the dimension magic. I remember hearing it before, but seeing it up front truly is frightening. Well, it's too late to complain about anything. For the time being, I give the blackening dose to the weapons within my shadow. Especially you, Seed, I will give it you strictly, politely, including the resentment for my right arm. Well then, let me guide you to the medical room. The people have dispersed already, so have fun with just the 2 of you. Sigh, well, thank you. His speech makes it seem like he is taking us to the suite room of an hotel, rather than just a mere medical room. I will let Nell take some rest, and recheck if there is any abnormalities with my right arm, then just get the hell out of this place. That was something I had been thinking till before. Kurono-kun. The kind voice of Nell resounded right beside my ears, causing my heart to be shocked. On top of a pure white bed, Nell and me were huddling together. How to say. It is a situation that can definitely create some big bad misunderstandings, but in truth, this situation without any indecent feelings. You're still healing, so don't move, okay? That's right, within this medical room, I had let Nell use the cure magic to cure my resurrected right arm. But I doubt there is a problem. After all, I brought an adult girl like Nell, who even has the weight of both wings, in my hands. But still, it's better to be careful than late. But the most startling thing right now is the fact Nell is holding my right arm tightly. And don't forget, the Diabolo's embrace right sleeve is torn apart, so my bare arm is exposed. As a bonus, I even took off the black hair curse coffin, as it might be a hindrance during the healing. Although I had a bad time taking it off, at that moment it shouted some suspicious words such as "Master, don't be deceived," and showed extreme resistance. Anyhow, my right arm is all bare from the tip of fingers to all the way up. With nothing to balk the sensations, the soft white hands of Nell that don't seem to be doing any adventurer work were stroking my arm all over the place. And, although with a thick cloth in between, the certain mass and warmth of those chests is also pushing down on me. Moreover, Nell's head is on my shoulder. That is the reason I can hear her voice right beside my ear. Hey, Nell. No, the healing is still in process. I can do nothing but shut my mouth after hearing those words. Naturally, I'm embarrassed as hell that I can't even look directly in the face of Nell. I appropriately avert my eyes, and without any aim, start concentrating on the inspection of the room. If I don't do that, my concentration is sure to lean towards that soft something. My gosh, calm down me. Isn't it bad that there I only me and Nell in here? This medical room is unlike that general public knows of, although it has unrefined bricks wall, but starting with the bed I'm on right now, including the medicines and potions are filling up the shelves, so it can be said this is a full-fledged medical room with enough stuff inside. Inspection over. Again, the time of silence starts to flow as I'm too conscious towards Nell huddling with me. Recently, I've been meeting her every day and had friendly chats, but at this time, I can't think of any topic to talk about. Gratitude for healing, no, that won't make it, after all I said all that before. What should I do now? Maybe shut myself up or forcefully strike up a conversation. For example, about the cursed weapons I was given before. No, that's crap. This atmosphere isn't soft enough to actually speak something like how should I use these demon eyes. The demon eyes are called as amethyst gaze, and right now behaving like a good child thanks to blackening. But I can't help but think of that it would start flaring up the moment blackening is released. I feel like that. It might be better to sell it off, rather than using it myself without much knowledge about it. It seems to be famous, so even one might fetch me 1,000,000 clan. I only think things like that as the silent time flows on. Now I can feel only the warmth of Nell reaching to me from my right hand, and just that breath of hers. Kurono-kun. The moment that faint white light emitted from cure magic is stopped, I was called out. What happened? As expected, I can't avert my face if she calls out to me. Looking at the right bottom, there I found Nell looking at me with passionate wet eyes. The divine protection's effect has worn out, so her eyes have returned to sky blue color. Looking at them at such a close distance makes me feel like I'm being sucked into those perfectly clear blue eyes. They are undoubtedly the demon eyes of bewitching. The moment she was about to speak something, a strong loud knock reverberated within the room. Wahayas. You. I was quite shocked by the sudden knock, but Nell gave out an overreaction to that. Just who is it, or rather, weren't people already dispersed from here? It's open, please enter. I don't have any reason to ward off the person, and maybe it might be the steward from before coming to say it's time to leave to me. Excuse me. A woman wearing black clothes entered saying that. They were suit-type clothes just like what Seed was wearing before, and right now those clothes were clearly emphasizing the entrancing bodyline of the girl. Of course, the parts equipped on the legs, hands and waist area are different, so it is different from what Seed wore. Who might you be? Nell asked with vigilance at full burst whilst holding my right arm very tightly. It's gonna be bad now, no matter if I don't have much interest in big boobs, but were I to touch them, I can't help but think about them. No, rather than that, the problem is this woman. Judging by the equipment, she might be either thief or assassin. But her clothes are worn out, even her left hand's gauntlet is smashed open, as though she had been in a fight just before. Don't tell me someone fought after me too. I thought that, but seeing the face of the woman, I seem to feel that I have seen her somewhere. Those green hair bundled behind the back of her head, and those clear light blue eyes exude an air of a beautiful Oni-san. Yeah, I've seen this person before. Are you perhaps Syria? Yes, it's been a while, Kurono-sama. That figure of her respectfully bowing towards me coincided with that of the esker maid always behind Wilhart. Please forgive me to stand in front in this appearance, Princess Nell. No, you are, I believe, the maid of Prince Wilhart, right? Please don't mind about it. As expected of royalty, Will and Nell both know each other, including the maids and all. I'm sorry to intrude during an interesting time for both of you. No, we weren't having an interesting time. So, what happened? Didn't you go to the outdoor maneuvers training with Will? The outdoor training was stopped halfway after we were attacked by a rank 5 monster. Two questions overlapped at the same time. What do you mean? The details are in here. Syria took out a single paper from her bosom and handed it to me. That was most familiar paper to an adventurer. In short, it was the quest paper. Emergency quest, help us. Reward. As much as you want. Time limit, right now. Client, Wilhart Tristan Spada. Deception. Kurono, I think of you as a soul friend of mine, and I beg you, can you please save us? I will omit the start of the situation, but just explain the current situation. All the students participating in the Royal Spada Academy are currently in the Iscia Old Castle, with monsters surrounding us, and we are completely isolated and helpless. The rescue of the Order, and even the adventurers might not make it in time. But I believe with all my heart that you would come fast to save us. Just like how you saved me when I was being chased by the Wrath Pun in the Galahad Mountains. That's why I write this request to you, Nightmare Berserker. Lastly, I want to point this out. The one leading the large army of monsters is the rank 5 monster, Greed Gore. But it's not a normal greed gore. Judging by the black color it has, there is a possibility that it is a subspecies. And it is undoubtedly this black greed gore that is leading the army of monsters. During the fight with monsters, it became obvious that it was being controlled by a parasite of lightning attribute, but everything else is unknown. If you find some student from the academy being controlled just like the monsters, no, even if it is me, just kill me. Everyone is already prepared for that, as you have read. Currently, the Iscia Old Castle is in deep crisis. Prince Wilhart has deployed an emergency quest to you, Kurono-sama, using the royal decree. On the bottom edge of the paper, I could see a crown with two intersecting swords, just like the crest of Spada, imprinted. It is an unofficial quest currently, but will you please take it? Official or unofficial, to hell with that. Let it be Ur's village or the fight in Alsace. Why can't I be present near my comrades when danger approaches in? No fucking way in hell I will let something like that happen again. I don't want to feel that feeling a third time. Absolutely, I will absolutely save them. This time, I will make it in time. Of course, I will head out right now, so please stay alive, Will Simon. End of Volume 6.